Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3858 to Chapter 3909. Xianxia was eating. He didn't sleep well last night. This was because Zhao Hai's camp was filled with noises from time to time, which made him worried. But until this morning, nothing happened, so Xianxia was relieved. But he was still a bit sleepy, so he planned to have a good sleep after eating. He didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking, but he still thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't attack so quickly. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside his room. Report. When Xianxia heard this voice, he knew that it was his adjutant, Shang Guanqing. He said, "Come in." Shang Guanqing pushed the door and walked in. Shang Guanqing looked thin and weak. He looked like a scholar, not a general. But Xianxia knew that although Shang Guanqing looked thin and weak, he was very strong. He might not lose to Xianxia. Most importantly, Shang Guanqing was very careful. He was Xianxia's best assistant. The two had been working together very happily these days. Xianxia looked at Shang Guanqing, then he smiled and said, "Shangguan, you don't need to be so polite with me. Why did you shout report before you came in? Really, have you eaten breakfast? Come and eat with us." Shang Guanqing's face was solemn as he said, "General, something big has happened. The people in the kitchen just told me that the wells in the city suddenly ran out of water. Moreover, the water level in the lake has also dropped. With the amount of water in the lake, I'm afraid that it won't last long." When Xianxia heard Shang Guanqing, he couldn't help but give the order. Then his face changed as he said, "What happened? This year's weather isn't dry, how can there be no water? And even if there's a drought, there should still be water in the wells. What's going on?" Shang Guanqing replied, "I don't know yet, but I suspect that this matter might have something to do with Zhao Hai. Although we haven't fought with Zhao Hai, we still know about Tang Zhong. Tang Zhong's ability to command isn't bad, but Zhao Hai defeated Tang Zhong as soon as he appeared. So he's definitely not a simple person. But when we ran out of water right after Zhao Hai's arrival. Isn't this strange?" When Xianxia heard Shang Guanqing, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Are you sure?" Shang Guanqing replied, "I'm not sure, but the water level in the lake and the well suddenly running out of water, isn't this strange? Moreover, General, the water level in the lake is still decreasing. I'm afraid that we won't have any water in 2 days. What should we do?" Xianxia wasn't in the mood to eat, so he immediately said, "Quick, give the order. Have everyone go to the lake to get water. Store as much water as possible, the more the better. Hurry." Shang Guanqing nodded, then he turned around and ran outside. He immediately gave the order. Then all the soldiers in the city ran out and went to the lake to get water. Lu Hong floated in the air and saw all of this. Although it was daytime, he still activated the camouflage formation. Because of this, nobody could see him from below. As long as he didn't move too quickly, nobody would be able to see him. Seeing the people in the city running to the lake to get water, Lu Hong couldn't help but feel excited. However, he still slowly flew back to the camp. Before long, he returned to the camp and went straight to Zhao Hai's tent. There weren't any soldiers outside Zhao Hai's tent. However, Lu Hong didn't directly enter the tent. Instead, he said, reporting in. Zhao Hai's voice was heard from the tent, "Come in." Lu Hong entered the tent and saw Zhao Hai flipping through a book in his hand. This book looked like it was made of gold. It was very beautiful. There was also a golden pen on the table. It looked very beautiful. Although Lu Hong didn't know what these two things were, he wasn't curious. Instead, he gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Alliance Lord, the soldiers in Nanhua Gate City ran to the lake to get water. It seems like they were in a hurry." Zhao Hai put down the golden book in his hand, then he smiled faintly and said, "There's an effect this fast? It seems like it's faster than I thought. The effect might even be better. Monitor them. Even if they store water, how much water can they store? Without a source of water, there will be a day when they run out. Also, I want to see how much water they can store. Go, monitor them." Lu Hong nodded, then he turned around and left the tent. Zhao Hai stood up and slowly walked towards the sand table. Then he looked at South Flower Gate City and smiled faintly as he muttered, "I can see the results so quickly. Hee hee. Not bad." Zhao Hai nodded. Compared to Zhao Hai's relaxed mood, Lingda's mood was incomparably heavy. He stood by the lake and looked at the decreasing amount of water. Then he looked at the soldiers who were still fetching water. Lingda knew that Nanhua Gate City was finished. Although the soldiers were doing their best to fetch water, in Lingda's opinion, it was simply a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was completely useless. One must know that there were 100,000 soldiers in the city. How much water would 100,000 people need to drink in a day? Additionally, there were also livestock in the city. These livestock would consume even more water. In this case, how long could the water last? He might not even be able to hold on for 2 days. What would happen if there was no water? What if the soldiers were thirsty for 2 days and Zhao Hai attacked at this time? Lingda didn't dare to imagine this. Shang Guanxing stood by Lingda's side. He looked at Lingda and said, "General, what should we do now?" Lingda smiled bitterly and said, "First, we need to figure out whether or not the water in the city was cut off by Zhao Hai. Immediately send all the sky dance experts to check Zhao Hai's camp. Also, pay attention to the cliff." Zhao Hai and the others stayed there for a long time. Maybe it was at that time. Go quickly. Shang Guanxing nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, all the sky dance experts in the city gathered. Then they directly flew out of the city. However, it didn't take long before they all flew back. Then all the sky dance experts landed in front of Lingda. Their complexions were very ugly. Lingda looked at them and couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Did something happen?" The leader of the sky dance experts smiled bitterly and said, "General, there's no need to investigate. We've already confirmed that there's no water in the city. It was indeed Zhao Hai who did it." Below the cliff, Zhao Hai dug a big hole. Water is flowing out of the hole, and the flow is very fast. It seems like Zhao Hai took our water from there. When Lingda heard the sky dance expert, his complexion couldn't help but change. Then he immediately said, "Then can we get our water back?" The sky dance expert shook his head and said, "General, that's impossible. The reason why we have this lake is because there's a spring under the lake. Now that the spring has been destroyed, it's impossible for us to get water from the spring. Without the lake, even if we have water in the well, we still wouldn't be able to support the army. Moreover, General, do you think that Zhao Hai would let us restore the waterway so easily?" Lingda stared for a moment, then he let out a long breath and said, "All right, you can leave." The sky dance experts nodded, then they turned around and left. After they left, Lingda led Shang Guanxing to his room. Upon entering the room, Lingda kicked a chair and smashed it to pieces. Then he roared, "Bastard, Zhao Hai, that bastard. He actually thought of such a sinister move. Hateful, too despicable, too shameless." Shang Guanxing didn't say anything, he also felt very aggrieved. They were veterans in sand battles and had participated in hundreds of battles. However, this was the first time that they were forced into a dead end. They had to either go out of the city and fight the enemy to the death or retreat. There was simply no other way. It was impossible for them to stay in South Flower Gate City because they would only end up drinking themselves to death. After some time, Lingda calmed down. He took a deep breath and then turned to Shang Guanxing and said, "Shangguan, immediately send a letter to the city lord and tell him about our situation. I'm afraid that the South Flower Gate can no longer be defended. If the city lord agrees, then we'll immediately gather our troops and go out of the city to fight Zhao Hai. Even if we can't repel their army, we can still hold them here. If we can set up a camp at the foot of the city, then that would be great." When Shang Guanxing heard Lingda, he immediately understood what Lingda meant. There was no water in the city. If the army goes out of the city and sets up a camp at the foot of the mountain, then they can get water from the cave. If they can really set up a camp at the foot of the mountain, then they might be able to hold Zhao Hai's army here. However, Shang Guanxing was also very clear about how difficult this would be. If they want to set up a camp at the foot of the mountain, then they would have to ask for Zhao Hai's permission first. Whether it was in terms of military strength or the number of experts in the army, they couldn't compare to Zhao Hai's army. In this case, they can rely on the South Flower Gate to block Zhao Hai's army. If they set up a camp at the foot of the mountain, then it would be impossible for them to hold back Zhao Hai's army. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't an idiot, so how could he allow them to set up a camp there? However, Shang Wanqing didn't voice out his thoughts. He still sent a letter. This matter was no longer up to them to decide. This was related to an army of 100,000. If they kept defending the city, then the city lord wouldn't say anything. But now, they were taking the initiative to attack. In this case, would the city lord agree? Zhao Hai's army had more than 600,000 soldiers. 100,000 against 600,000, how could they win? Most importantly, Shang Wanqing had a certain understanding of the South Flower Gate's army. The South Flower Gate's army wasn't very large. They were just a small city, and their total army was only about 300,000. When Tang Zhong went to battle, they sent 30,000 soldiers with him, but they didn't come back. If 100,000 soldiers were to be lost here, then what would the South Flower Gate use to fight against Zhao Hai? Lingda stood on the walls of the South Flower Gate city as he stared blankly at Zhao Hai's camp. At the same time, he also stared blankly at the passage that led to the foot of the mountain. Originally, in order to guard against Zhao Hai's attack, they had dug a lot of trenches along the way. These trenches were all within the attack range of the ballistas. This was to force Zhao Hai's army to face these trenches when they attacked the city. This way, more people would die. This arrangement was very good. This was because if Zhao Hai wanted to attack South Flower Gate City, then these trenches would be more than enough to deal with. But now, what made Lingda stunned was that in addition to the trenches that they dug, there were countless more trenches that appeared outside of the attack range of the ballistas. And all of these trenches were dug by Zhao Hai's army. Moreover, Zhao Hai's army was still digging. Ever since Lingda received this news, he had been standing on the city walls in a daze. Now, he truly understood how terrifying Zhao Hai was. Terrifying, too terrifying. It seemed like every step of his plan was within Zhao Hai's expectations. Wasn't this terrifying enough? Lingda sent a letter to the city lord, telling him that he wanted to leave the city and camp at the foot of the mountain. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about a water source and he would be able to delay Zhao Hai. As for Zhao Hai's attack, it was already within Lingda's plan. Lingda wanted to block Zhao Hai's army outside of Mount Zhuhua. He was afraid that Zhao Hai's army would enter the South Flower Gate and wreak havoc. This plan was good, it could even be said to be very good. But now, it didn't look good at all. This was because if they wanted to attack the city, then they would first have to fill up the trenches that they dug. This wasn't difficult since they had their own ballistas to protect them. But now that Zhao Hai's army was digging trenches, Lingda had a headache. If they wanted to go down the mountain, then they would have to face the trenches that Zhao Hai's army had dug. It was impossible for Zhao Hai's army to not use the ballistas to block those trenches. When that time comes, how many of them would be able to survive? Lingda was also surprised by this point. He discovered that Zhao Hai seemed to know about his plan. Therefore, before he could carry out his plan, he had already sealed it. If Lingda were to carry out his plan, then he wouldn't even know how he died. At this time, Shang Wanqing arrived by Lingda's side. He looked outside the city and sighed. "General, the city lord has replied. He doesn't agree with our plan. He wants us to retreat to Huana City and set up defenses there. As long as we can hold on for a month, the reinforcements from the other cities would arrive. At that time, we wouldn't have to worry about Zhao Hai's army." Lingda nodded, then he turned to Shang Wanqing and said, "All right, let's retreat. Even if we leave the city now, it's impossible. It's better to retreat as soon as possible." Shang Wanqing nodded, then he said, "Then I'll make the arrangements. We'll retreat as soon as possible. If we wait any longer, then we'll run out of water. At that time it would be troublesome to retreat." Lingda nodded and said, "All right, go and make the arrangements. We'll leave tomorrow. If we can't take anything with us, then just burn it. We can't leave it for Zhao Hai." Shang Wanqing nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. I'll make the arrangements." Lingda nodded, then he waved his hand. Shang Wanqing then withdrew. Lingda turned his head to Zhao Hai and muttered, "I won't let you have an easy time, I definitely won't." At this time, Lu Hong saw the reaction of South Hua Gate City. When he saw the people of South Hua Gate City packing up their things, Lu Hong immediately knew that the people of South Hua Gate City were going to retreat. He didn't think that the people of South Hua Gate City would attack them. Therefore, he immediately returned to the camp and went to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai called Lu Hong into the tent and said, "How is it? What's the reaction of Southwa Gate City?" Lu Hong replied, "Alliance Lord, they're packing up their things. It seems like they're going to retreat. What should we do?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Retreating is good. Once they retreat, we can directly go over Mount Zhuhua. Lu Hong, you don't need to monitor them anymore. Immediately take your scouting team over Mount Zhuhua and directly enter Southflower City. Draw a map of Southflower City for me. At the same time, take a look at where their army is retreating. Right, if you find a suitable ambush spot, report it immediately." Lu Hong nodded and said, "All right, I'll be leaving soon." Lu Hong nodded, then he immediately left the tent. Then he led his scouting team out of the camp. After he left, Zhao Hai immediately called the other commanders into the tent. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I have some bad news for everyone. I hope that everyone can be mentally prepared." Then Zhao Hai paused and looked at everyone. When everyone heard Zhao Hai say bad news, their expressions turned serious as they stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and sighed, "The bad news is that our trenches were dug in vain. I'm afraid that the people of Southwa Gate City are going to retreat." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then they understood that Zhao Hai was teasing them. If the people of Southwa Gate City were going to retreat, then Zhao Hai's plan would succeed. The people of Southwa Gate City wouldn't be able to hold on, they would run away. They would be able to take Southwa Gate City without spending a single soldier. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Zhao Hai looked at them and laughed. "All right, everyone, tell the brothers to stop digging ditches. They're too tired. Come back and rest for 2 days. Then we can cross Mount Zhuhua. Go and arrange it." Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone nodded at the same time. Then they stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before turning around to leave. However, their hearts were still filled with excitement. One must know that most of these commanders participated in the war against the Sacred Court. At that time, they were blocked outside of Southwa Gate City and suffered a crushing defeat. At that time, they thought of many methods and used many tricks. However, Southwa Gate City was like an iron wall. No matter what they did, it wouldn't budge. But now? Now, Zhao Hai didn't even use a single soldier. In less than a month, the people of Southwa Gate City had already retreated. They didn't even suffer a single injury. The gap between them was too big. Many of the commanders were bitter. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. Last time, they lost miserably because they couldn't capture Southwa Gate City. If they used Zhao Hai's method to cut off the water supply of Southwa Gate City, then the other side would have 2 choices. One was to leave the city and fight. The other was to withdraw from Southwa Gate City and make way for Mount Zhuhua. No matter what the result was, they wouldn't have lost so miserably. The gap was too big. Compared to Zhao Hai, the gap between year 19 and Zhao Hai was too big. They couldn't deny it even if they didn't want to. At this point, Zhao Hai's army had already stopped digging trenches. On the contrary, they were preparing to fill the trenches. When the soldiers heard that the trenches that they dug were going to be filled, they didn't complain. They had no reason to complain. If they could dig trenches, then they would be able to defeat the enemy. Who would be willing to risk their lives to fight the enemy? Now that the soldiers heard that the enemy was about to retreat from Southwa Gate City, they were very happy. They knew that the Sacred Academy's army of several 100,000 was defeated in front of Southwa Gate City, resulting in countless casualties. Before this, they were worried about the battle in Southwa Gate City. But now that they heard that the battle was over and that they were victorious, how could they not be happy? At this time, Xianxia wasn't in the mood to care about what Zhao Hai and the others were thinking. They packed their things and left Southwa Gate City the next day. They returned to Southwa City and prepared to form a defensive line in Huan River City in order to block Zhao Hai's attack. The news of Xianxia's departure was quickly received by Zhao Hai. He didn't need others to tell him, he just needed to see the flames in Southwa Gate City. Since Xianxia and the others couldn't take away the large weapons, they could only burn them. Naturally, the flames were a signal to let them know that the enemy had retreated. After Zhao Hai saw the flames, he also sent sky dance experts to check the sky. They discovered that the defenders of South Hua Gate City had indeed left. However, the city was now in a sea of fire. It was impossible for people to enter. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He began to have the army slowly fill up the trenches that were dug by the defenders of South Hua Gate City. At the same time, he also had the army dig a channel for the water that flowed out of the cave. This way, the water would flow to other places and wouldn't block their path. Because of this, Zhao Hai had a lot of things to do. He didn't need to rush over Mount Zhuhua, he just needed to wait. After several days of filling the trenches and digging the channel, the road ahead was finally clear. Moreover, the fire in South Hua Gate City had also been extinguished. Zhao Hai and the others could finally leave. In the past few days, Zhao Hai also received some information from Lu Hong. They didn't find a suitable place to ambush, but they did draw a topographic map. At the same time, they also discovered Chailingda's goal. They established a defensive line in Huanhe City, which was a troublesome matter. Huanhe City was on the opposite bank of the Huanhe River. The Huanhe River's flow was very fast, the surface of the river was very wide and the water was very deep. Aside from using boats and bridges, it was impossible for soldiers to wade across the river. Originally, there was a bridge over the Huanhe River. It was an iron lock bridge. However, this iron lock bridge had been torn down by Chailingda, making it even more difficult for Zhao Hai and the others to cross. In addition to tearing down the bridge, Chailingda also did something else, and that was to rob grain. That's right, Chailingda did rob grain. Moreover, he didn't rob other people's grain, but the grain of the people on the Huanhe River. In other words, Chailingda gave the order to rob the grain of his own people. Moreover, he also left them on the Huanhe River. This news made Zhao Hai very surprised. He didn't think that Chailingda would do such a thing. Zhao Hai didn't expect Chailingda to do this. In Zhao Hai's opinion, Chailingda was digging his own grave. Who was he robbing now? It was the food of their own people. If this were to spread out, what kind of reputation would the South Hua City have? It would be the end of the South Hua City. Zhao Hai also understood why Chailingda did this. Chailingda's actions were very simple. It was nothing more than increasing the burden on Zhao Hai's logistics. On the surface, it seemed like they were bringing a lot of trouble to Zhao Hai's group, but in fact, they had lost the hearts of the people. Although the spirit weapon realm was a place where there was no such thing as hearts of the people, no matter who ruled them, the civilians would resign themselves to it. But the truth wasn't like this. The civilians also had a sense of belonging, especially in the South Hua City. Although the South Hua City wasn't a big city, it had existed for many years. The civilians still had a certain sense of belonging to the South Hua City. Of course, this sense of belonging didn't mean that they had to help the South Hua City Lord restore his country even if he was defeated. That was impossible. After so many years of war, the spirit weapon world had long been accustomed to listening to whoever was the master. Therefore, the people of the South Hua City Lord wouldn't restore the country for the South Hua City Lord. But now that Chailingda had robbed these people of their food, this was equal to losing the hearts of the people. Although these people wouldn't help Southflower City, they would still choose Chailingda over Southflower City. Although this point wasn't very eye-catching, it was still very important. Chailingda was a person who had lost the support of Southflower City. Now that Chailingda did this, it was simply pushing the hearts of the people to Zhao Hai's side. One must know that ordinary people couldn't be treated as individuals, it was unrealistic. Ordinary people also had relatives and friends. If their things were robbed, it wouldn't only affect their family, but also their relatives and friends. In a place like the spirit weapon realm where communication wasn't very developed, people were more willing to believe their relatives. If the civilians told their relatives about Chailingda robbing the food, what would their relatives think? At that time, relatives would spread the news to relatives, and friends would spread the news to friends. Then, the South Hua City Lord would lose the hearts of the people. After hearing this news, Zhao Hai immediately ordered his troops to set off. They had to cross the mountain in the shortest time possible to seek help from the civilians. Now that there was no one blocking Zhao Hai's path, their speed was naturally very fast. Before long, Zhao Hai's group had crossed Mount Zhuhua and directly entered the territory of the South Hua City Lord. As for the Southwa City Lord, there was nothing to see. Zhao Hai's group also saw the situation of the Southwa City Lord. Aside from some stone buildings, there were no other buildings. Everything made of wood was basically burned down, making it impossible for people to live there. Because of this, Zhao Hai's group didn't stop at the mountain and directly crossed the mountain and entered the territory of the Southwa City Lord. Upon entering the territory of the Southwa City Lord, the first thing Zhao Hai did was to provide disaster relief. On the other side of the Huan River, almost everyone in the Southwa City Lord didn't have any food to eat. Many people were waiting at home to starve to death. Even the roots and barks of trees were being eaten. In this case, Zhao Hai naturally had to immediately start providing disaster relief. Zhao Hai's group naturally needed a long time to provide disaster relief, so the pace of the attack was naturally slowed down. However, Zhao Hai was able to win the hearts of the people through this disaster relief. There were even some civilians who reported to Zhao Hai that there were spies from the Southwa City Lord. These spies were naturally all found out. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. After the disaster relief, the army once again set out. This time, Zhao Hai's group spent a total of 10 days. When Zhao Hai's group arrived at the Huan River, the people of the Southwa City Lord were already prepared. Zhao Hai looked at the burned bridges and the boats on the other side of the river and couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to the people around him and said, "Interesting, it seems like these guys really don't want us to cross the river. They really think that this river is a natural barrier. Haha, does anyone have any ideas?" A general smiled and said, "Alliance Lord, we can build a pontoon bridge. Not here, but somewhere else. As long as we have a Sky Dance Realm expert fly a chain to the other side and fix it, then we can build a pontoon bridge to cross." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Although this method looks good, it's not that bad. If those guys on the other side want to destroy the pontoon bridge, then they have a lot of ways to do so. At the very least, they can send experts to destroy it. Even if they use ballistas, they can still destroy the pontoon bridge. Therefore, we can't use this method until the very end." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared, then they couldn't help but frown. Then a general said, "Can we use wooden rafts?" Wooden rafts are very simple to make and are also very convenient to use. Another general shook his head and said, "We can't. I chatted with my fellow countrymen a few days ago. They said that the Huan River is now in flood season, so it often rains. Who knows when it will rain? Every time after a heavy rain, the Huan River would flood. At that time, the flow of the river would be very fast. I'm afraid that the rafts would break apart when they enter the water." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he said, "Is this really the flood season of the Huan River?" When the general heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment before he nodded and said, "Indeed, the Huan River's flood season has just begun. The Huan River's flood season will last for 2 months, and it has just begun." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "So that's how it is. Alright, let's return to the camp." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their eyes lit up. They now understood Zhao Hai, so they knew that Zhao Hai must have thought of a way. Therefore, they didn't say anything as they turned their horses around and followed Zhao Hai back to the camp. At this time, on the other side of the Huan River, Qiangda was also looking at Zhao Hai's camp. Shangguanqing was standing beside Qiangda. Qiangda also saw Zhao Hai's group. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's group returning to the camp, Qiangda said, "Shangguan, do you think we can stop Zhao Hai's attack? As long as we wait for 20 days, our reinforcements will arrive in large numbers. At that time, we won't have to worry about Zhao Hai's group." Shangguanqing replied, "We should be able to stop them. The Huan River is currently in flood season. Whether they want to build pontoons or boats, it's almost impossible. If they really want to build a bridge, then I can only say that they'll waste 20 days building it. Then we won't have to worry about them." Qiangda nodded, then he sighed and said, "There's no other way this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have robbed the commoners of their food. They've suffered a lot." Shangguanqing replied, "General, you don't need to worry about it. The city-state has reached a point of life and death. They should do their part for the state." Qiangda sighed and said, "Forget it, don't think about it. Right now, we can't think of any clues. Send a letter to our subordinates and have them monitor everything along the coast, especially downstream. Upstream is Xianxia Lake, so Zhao Hai shouldn't have passed through there. Xianxia Lake isn't a good place. Although it's a lake, there's no wind, but there are 3 feet of waves, so we don't have to worry about it. Downstream, there are several places where the waves are flat, so we must be careful. Shang Guanxing nodded and said, General, don't worry, I'll arrange it. Xianxia nodded, then he looked at the camp on the other side of the river. Then he turned around and returned to the city. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the camp. Inside the camp's tent was a sand table. On this sand table was the terrain around the Huan River. Naturally, it also included Huan River City. Zhao Hai looked at Huan River City and then at the Huan River. Then he pointed at the water upstream of the city and said, Lu Hong, I remember you saying that this place is called the Xianxia Lake, right? Tell me about the characteristics of this Xianxia Lake. Lu Hong quickly said, Yes, Alliance Master. This washing muslin lake is very special. Although the name sounds nice, it's not a good place. It's said that there are waves in the lake without any wind. There's almost no way to sail in the lake. Moreover, the reason why the current of the washing river is so fast is related to the lake. It's now the time of the year when the washing muslin lake is the most violent, so there's no way to go there. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, What about Huan River City? Was there ever a flood in Huan River City? Lu Hong replied, It has, more than once. Huan River City's terrain should be relatively low. It's quite a distance away from the Huan River. However, its wharf is higher than the ground. They're afraid that the river would flood. Therefore, every flood season, Huan River City would be very careful. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, I really don't know who built Huan River City. Aren't they just looking for trouble? Alright, we have a way to defeat the enemy. I'm going to use water to attack. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai meant by using water to attack. Zhao Hai looked at everyone's expression and couldn't help but smile. He discovered that if a realm had experts, then it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Take the spirit weapon realm for example. There were river-breaking experts and sky dance experts here. Because of this, battles here were very simple. If a river-breaking expert or a sky dance expert loses, then the war would be lost. Because of this, the spirit weapon realm didn't use many tactics. Back on Earth, war was simply an art. There were all kinds of fantastic ideas emerging one after another. That was what was called formidable. However, Zhao Hai still explained to everyone, now is the flood season, that is to say, there will be heavy rain in the near future. Take a look here, this place is a distance away from Xianxia Lake. However, this place is also very narrow. If we can build a levee here to block the water, then a huge amount of water would be stored in Xianxia Lake. When the time comes, we can loosen the levee here. Then under the impact of the flood, these levees would burst and the water would flow down. Washing River City would become a swamp country. When the time comes, we wouldn't even need to attack them, they wouldn't be able to hold themselves back. Perhaps most of their army would drown in the flood. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, because of the flood season, this place is very close to Xianxia Lake. Everyone, take a look at this place. Everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hai's words. They had never thought of such a method. There were a lot of wars in the spirit weapon realm, but most of them depended on people. Most of them were sky dance realm or river breaking realm experts. Ordinary armies were also very important. However, most of them were just attacking each other. Like Zhao Hai, using natural conditions to achieve the goal of killing the enemy, this was something that they had never seen before. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, the problem now is how to build a dam here. Does anyone have any ideas? Lu Hong, how wide is the water here? Lu Hong thought for a moment and then said, the water here is the narrowest, less than 30 meters. Zhao Hai nodded and said, 30 meters isn't very wide. Lu Hong, you should lead your scouts to the vicinity and see if there are any big trees there. They need to be tall, big, and thick. Moreover, they can't be hollow. Go. Lu Hong nodded. Zhao Hai then turned his head to the others and said, everyone, mobilize your ordinary soldiers. Go and make some stones. The stone pillars need to be thick and long. Go. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. After everyone left, Xiaohai muttered, "When we're ready, the reinforcements from the holy court should be here. Hee, it would be even better if there's a heavy rain at that time." Time slowly passed as Xiaohai and the others were busy. 5 days after Xiaohai's group arrived at the riverbank, Lu Hong and the others found dozens of big trees. These were really big trees. Each tree was about 10 mago in height. Moreover, they were very thick. Most importantly, these trees were famous trees in the spirit weapon realm. They were famous for their sturdiness. Xiaohai followed Lu Hong and the others to look at these trees. He was very satisfied. These trees were very thick, but what made people satisfied was that they weren't hollow. They were just right to be used as pillars. Xiaohai was very satisfied. He immediately organized people to cut down the trees. Then he carried out repairs, cutting off the branches as well as sharpening the tips of the trees. After dealing with the trees, Xiaohai had the soldiers transport the trees to a designated location. Then he placed them there and didn't care about the trees. Then he had the soldiers prepare stone pillars and thick pillars. These things were all transported to the designated location. However, Xiaohai didn't touch them. He just placed them there and did a simple disguise. Then he didn't care about them anymore. Then he stayed in the camp every day and had the soldiers drill on time. At the same time, he also had the soldiers start to build ships. He even tried to build 2 floating boards, but in the end, they weren't successful. During this time, it rained twice at the riverbank. However, the rain wasn't very heavy. Xiaohai didn't move and just waited quietly. Xianxia stood in front of the transmission formation of Huana City and quietly waited. He was waiting for the commander sent by the Holy Institute. At this time, the Holy Institute's reinforcements had arrived. They were reinforcements from other cities, totaling up to 500,000. With the addition of the Southern Flower City's army, Huana City now had 600,000 troops, which was about the same as Xiaohai's army. Xianxia had also heard about the commander sent by the Holy Institute. This commander's surname was Liu. He was a member of the Liu family. The Liu family was special in the Holy Institute. The Liu family was in charge of discipline in the Holy Institute. In the past, the Liu family taught military affairs in the Holy Institute. But later on, the Holy Institute cancelled this course. This was because very few people would attend this course. Those who went to the Holy Institute to study military affairs were already taught in their own families. They went to the Holy Institute in order to improve their strength. Who would want to waste their time on military affairs? Because of this, the Liu family stopped teaching military affairs and changed their profession to discipline in the Holy Institute. However, the Liu family didn't give up their military studies. In the past few years, the Liu family had been studying military affairs. They even sent people to the cities to command battles. They could be considered as the most knowledgeable family in the Holy Institute. The reason why the Holy Institute didn't allow the Liu family to command battles was because the Liu family had offended the dean of the Holy Liu Institute. Later on, the dean suppressed the Liu family. For a period of time, the Liu family didn't even care about discipline. In the Holy Institute, if one's family didn't have a position in the Holy Institute, then the family's status would be affected. Because of this, the family's chances of producing experts would be lower compared to other families. Slowly, the family would become weaker. The Liu clan had been suppressed by the dean for some time. The dean had also formed a grudge with the Liu clan. The more it was like this, the more the dean didn't want the Liu clan to stand up again. Therefore, the Sacred Institute didn't let the Liu clan command the battle against Xiaohai. But this time, the Sacred Academy had no choice but to invite the Liu clan because they were defeated. If they were defeated again, then their losses would be too great. Therefore, the Sacred Academy wanted the Liu clan to block Xiaohai's attack. Even if they couldn't defeat Xiaohai's group, as long as they could block Xiaohai's attack, then they would win. As long as they were given time to recover, they would be able to make a comeback. The Liu clan knew that this was an opportunity for them. They also knew that now wasn't the time to go against the dean. On the contrary, if they complete this task well, then their status in the Holy Institute would be higher. The Lu clan's resources would return to their previous level. For them, this was definitely a good thing. While Chilingda was thinking about these things, a white light suddenly flashed inside the transmission formation. Then, a person appeared inside the transmission formation. This person was around 50 years old. He wasn't very tall and his hair was a bit messy. However, his eyes were like lightning and his body was straight. Just by standing there, he gave off an invisible pressure. When Chilingda saw this person, he quickly said, "Chilingda has seen Mr. Lu Kaid." Lu Kaid looked at Chilingda and nodded, "General Chai has worked hard. Let's talk while walking." "General Chai, please tell me about Zhao Hai's situation." Chilingda nodded and said, "Mr. Lu, please." Then he made an inviting gesture. Lu Kaid didn't say anything, he just nodded and walked forward. Chilingda quickly followed him and said, "Mr. Lu, Zhao Hai and the others have been camping on the other side of the river for almost a month. However, they seem to be building ships, they don't seem to be in a hurry to cross the river." Lu Kaid nodded and said, "Zhao Hai is a person who understands his troops. It's impossible for him to not know that this is the flood season of the Huan River. Therefore, it's not strange for them to not cross the river during this time. Moreover, ships aren't easy to build. It's already good for them to build a ship in 1 or 2 months." Chilingda nodded and said, "Right, we also think the same. However, Zhao Hai is very crafty. We still need to be careful." However, a few days ago, there were several floods in the Huan River, causing the river to rise quickly. Moreover, it still hasn't fallen by a lot. I asked the locals and they said that there might be more rain in the next few days. In this kind of weather, Zhao Hai and the others shouldn't cross the river to attack. Lu Kaid nodded and said, "How about the rain protection? Food and weapons need to be protected from the rain. Especially the ballistas. If the ballista strings get wet, it's easy to have problems. We need to pay more attention." Chilingda nodded and said, "Yes, I've already arranged it. Mr. Lu doesn't need to worry." Lu Kaid nodded and then followed Chilingda into the city lord's mansion. Then Lu Kaid began to gather the generals of the Sacred Academy's army and held a mobilization meeting. He told everyone to focus on their training and stay vigilant. At the same time, they also needed to be protected from the rain. Lu Kaid didn't say too much. He knew that he had just arrived at the front lines, so there were still a lot of things that he didn't know. Therefore, he didn't say too much. After explaining these matters, he had everyone leave. However, he didn't let Chilingda leave. Instead, he had Chilingda explain the situation to him in detail. Chilingda also explained the situation in detail. He was very clear that the one in charge of Nanhua City was no longer the city lord, but the Sacred Academy. Therefore, it was best to be polite to the people sent by the Sacred Academy. Otherwise, the people sent by the Sacred Academy might not be polite to you. After Lu Kaid understood the situation, he had Chilingda leave. Lu Kaid stood in front of the map and looked at it carefully. At this time, Zhao Hai also received news that the Sacred Academy's reinforcements had arrived. He nodded and said, "Right, it's about time." Then he called all the generals to the central tent. After all the generals arrived at the tent, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone must have been anxious these past few days. Besides building the ships, we didn't do anything else. Moreover, you should know that we don't need ships this time. Therefore, you must be wondering why we need to build ships. Did we change our plans?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I'm sure you've been waiting for a long time." Everyone chuckled, it was obvious that they were thinking the same thing. Zhao Hai continued, "The reason why I'm building ships here is to make the enemy think that we're going to the other side. As for the water attack, there's no need to worry about it. It only takes a few days to prepare. Moreover, I'm also waiting for the Holy Courtyard's reinforcements to arrive. As long as the reinforcements arrive, then we can attack. That would be the best time for us to attack. Otherwise, we'd be too stingy if we use a water attack just to deal with 100,000 people." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's not the case at all." As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, their expressions shook. They knew that Zhao Hai's words meant that this time's matter would be different. Therefore, everyone looked at Zhao Hai, waiting for him to continue. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I asked the locals. They said that in 3 or 4 days, there will be heavy rain. This is an opportunity for us. From now on, let the soldiers rest as much as possible. When the rain comes, we'll attack. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Although they knew what Zhao Hai wanted to do, they were still nervous. This was because this was their first time doing something like this. On the 4th day after Zhao Hai gave the order, the sky began to turn gloomy. Not only was it gloomy, the gloominess was very strong. Although it was daytime, there was no light at all. It looked like night. The spirit weapon realm didn't have much light during the day, and now it was even more so. Seeing the weather, Zhao Hai knew that it was time for them to make their move. He immediately gathered all of the sky dance grade experts in the camp. Then he also gathered all of the soldiers who had lightning formations in their hands. Although Zhao Hai and the others had made a lot of lightning formations, it was impossible for them to make one for each of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. After all, the number of soldiers who could use lightning formations was still a small number. This time, Zhao Hai gathered all of them and had them bring their rain gear. Then they immediately set out. Because there was almost no light outside, they still used formations when they discovered the formation. What they used were lightning formations. However, the energy they poured into the formation wasn't very strong. It can be said that there was only a little bit of energy. Therefore, the formation only emitted white light, it didn't have any lethality. Zhao Hai and the others hurried all the way and quickly arrived at the place that they chose. On the shore of the place that Zhao Hai chose, there were a lot of giant trees and stones. These things were all camouflaged by Zhao Hai. Not to mention the people on the other side, even if they were on top of these things, they wouldn't be able to see them. Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the side of the giant trees and stones. Then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All sky dance experts come out. I'll give you a task. Lift these giant trees up. Remember, I want you to lift them up. After you fly up, make the giant trees stand up and point them downwards. Can you do it?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared, then they said in unison, "Yes, Alliance Lord can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, there's no need to rush. Take it slow, one at a time. Let's move." Everyone nodded, then they surrounded a giant tree. This giant tree had some short branches, there were even some crossbars that allowed people to hold on to them. Each giant tree could be lifted up by dozens of people at the same time. Under Zhao Hai's command, everyone lifted a giant tree. After they flew up, they erected the giant tree. Then under Zhao Hai's command, they lifted the giant tree and flew above the Huan River. Then under Zhao Hai's command, they slowly adjusted their position. They didn't feel that it was strenuous. With so many sky dance experts, if they couldn't lift a single tree, then they would have failed. After finding the position, Zhao Hai slowly landed on the top of the giant tree. Then he looked at everyone and said, "In a while, I'll call for 1, 2, 3, and then I'll call for everyone to let go. Do you hear me?" Everyone responded in unison. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took a deep breath and said, 1, 2, 3, release. Along with his word, everyone released their grip and dodged. However, Zhao Hai didn't fly up. He was still standing on the top of the giant tree. Then with a bang, the giant tree fell into the water. Then the giant tree was like a giant spear as it directly pierced the river. This huge tree was dozens of meters long, and the river was less than 20 meters deep at most. Now, the huge tree had pierced more than half of the river, and only less than 20 meters was above the surface of the river. In other words, this huge tree had pierced at least 20 meters into the river. After the giant tree pierced the river, Zhao Hai flew up. He looked at the position of the giant tree and nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to the sky dance experts and said, "Come, everyone, bring one over." Everyone nodded, then they brought another giant tree over. After Zhao Hai found a good position, he pierced the giant tree into the river. The river that Zhao Hai chose wasn't very wide, it was only 30 meters wide. Every 2 meters, Zhao Hai and the others pierced a piece of wood. After piercing more than 10 pieces of wood, they stopped. Then Zhao Hai pierced another piece of wood behind each one. Just as they pierced the last piece of wood into the river, thunder could be heard from the sky. Then rain began to fall. The rain came very quickly, and the raindrops were also very big. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others were drenched. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He commanded the others to lift the remaining giant trees and then place them horizontally into the river. These giant trees were very big and very long. As long as they were placed in the river, they could be stuck on both sides of the river. In general, there was no need to worry about them being washed away. However, Zhao Hai still nailed 2 wooden stakes in the river for insurance. These stakes could block the horizontal trees, making the dike more solid. As the giant trees were thrown down, the dike slowly took shape. When all of the giant trees were thrown down, the dike could be considered half completed. However, this wasn't over yet. Zhao Hai also had the people throw down the stone pillars, making the dike even more solid. Zhao didn't dare to be careless. He was very clear that the water level might seem inconspicuous, but once the water got angry, it would be quite terrifying. Not to mention, they were now blocking the entire lake, which was even more terrifying. So before he could complete his plan, he had to make the levee as strong as possible. After throwing down the wooden pillars, the sky dance experts were very tired. However, they didn't need to do anything else. Zhao Hai had them rest while he personally led the soldiers who were holding the lightning formation back. At this time, the water level of the river had dropped. There was no other way. Zhao Hai and the others had blocked the entire river. There was no water in the river, so naturally, the water level of the river would drop. Although the water level of the river had dropped, the water level behind the dike was rising rapidly. When Zhao Hai and the others were building the dike, the water level behind the dike had already risen by a meter. This speed was very terrifying. One must know that Zhao Hai and the others weren't just blocking a small part of the river, they were blocking a large part of the lake. In this case, the water level rose by a meter in a short time. This showed how heavy the rain was this time. Moreover, there was also heavy rain in the upper reaches of the Muslin Lake. Zhao Hai led the soldiers back a dozen li in the rain. At this time, they were only about 20 li away from the city. However, in this kind of weather, the people of the city wouldn't be able to see them. After arriving at this position, Zhao Hai waved his hand, making everyone stop. Then he flew to the other side of the river and carefully looked at the embankment. Then he nodded and flew back. To Xianxia, who was leading the soldiers, "Yonghe, stay here and take care of your transmission formation. I'll send a message to you. Use your lightning formations to shoot towards the bottom of the embankment. Pay attention, don't let all of the formations shoot together. Also, make sure that the range of your attacks is about 100 meters. Understood?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yonghe, you stay here and look after your transmission formation. I'll send a message to you." Xianxia nodded and said, "I understand. Alliance Lord can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, pay attention to your teleportation formation. When I tell you to stop, stop. Get ready." After he said that, his figure flew up and before long, he arrived at the middle of the river. Then Zhao Hai took out a formation and activated it. This formation was a camouflage formation. The lightning formation emitted a white light. If it couldn't block the white light, then it would certainly attract the attention of the people of the city. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to use the camouflage formation to block the white light before having Xianxia and the others make their move. After activating the camouflage formation, Zhao Hai immediately sent a letter to Xianxia. After Xianxia received the letter, he immediately commanded the soldiers to take the lightning formation and shoot it towards the embankment on the other side of the river. While Zhao Hai was controlling the camouflage formation, he was also paying attention to the changes in the embankment. One must know that the lightning formation was different from machine guns. Machine guns shoot bullets while the lightning formation shoots energy. After the energy hits the ground, it can vaporize the soil. Even if it can't vaporize the soil, it can still scatter the soil. Naturally, even the rocks would be scattered by the lightning formation. Zhao Hai has been using his spiritual force to observe the embankment. The embankment didn't need to be completely penetrated. As long as it was almost there, the flood would be able to destroy it. It took more than an hour for Zhao Hai to feel that it was enough. Although the embankment looked good, it had already been completely destroyed. As long as the flood hits, the embankment would certainly collapse. Zhao Hai sent a letter to Xianxia. Xianxia immediately had the soldiers stop. Then Zhao Hai returned to the shore. He looked at everyone and said, "All right, let's go back to where we came from." Then he led everyone back. Naturally, the soldiers didn't object. They saw Zhao Hai braving the rain and standing in the middle of the river. At this time, Zhao Hai's clothes were already soaked. He was in a worse state than them. Since Zhao Hai was going all out, they didn't have any reason to not go all out. Therefore, everyone followed Zhao Hai back to the embankment. When they arrived, Zhao Hai had everyone take a rest. Then he went to the embankment and looked at the water level. When he saw the water level, Zhao Hai was surprised. This was because the water level had risen a lot. It was only a few meters away from the top of the embankment. This speed of rise was really surprising. Zhao Hai came down from the embankment and went to the shore. Then he looked at everyone and said, "We still have to wait for a while. It seems like the rain won't stop for a while. We don't need to worry. You wait, I'll make a shelter for you." Then Zhao Hai went to the forest behind the embankment. Before long, he came back with a small tree. Then he placed the tree on the ground and waved his hand. A small hole appeared on the ground. Then Zhao Hai placed the tree in the hole. At this time, everyone noticed that there was a vine on the tree. However, everyone was puzzled. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing. Didn't he say that he would make a shelter for them? Why did he bring a small tree back? Can this small tree shelter them from the rain? While everyone was puzzled, Zhao Hai placed his hand on the small tree. Then he closed his eyes. Then under everyone's gaze, the tree quickly grew. It grew taller and taller, bigger and bigger. At the same time, the vines on the tree also grew longer and longer. Before long, the tree had grown to the size of 100 mango. It was so thick that it would take dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. Everyone stared blankly at the tree. This was the first time they saw such a big tree. It was also the first time they saw a small tree grow to this size in such a short time. This made them very surprised. At this time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes. His face was pale, but he still looked at Xianxia and the others and said, "How about this? Sky dance experts can dig holes in the tree. Everyone else can stay under the tree to avoid the rain. You don't need to worry about being struck by lightning. I guarantee that you'll be fine." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in awe. However, they still slowly gathered under the tree. The sky dance experts began to wave their weapons as they dug holes in the tree. Their holes were very big and could accommodate a lot of people. On the other hand, the ordinary soldiers gathered under the tree. This was because they discovered that there was no rain under the tree. This made them very surprised. Naturally, it was impossible for everyone to rest under the tree. Because of this, Zhao Hai also made 2 holes under the tree. This allowed the ordinary soldiers to rest under the tree. After everyone rested under the tree for a few hours, Zhao Hai went to the levee several times. At this time, the water had already reached the top of the levee. Zhao Hai also knew that it was time. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he took a few stones and placed them under the tree. Then he returned to the tree and said, "Do you see these stones? Divide yourselves into groups and use your lightning formations to attack those stones. Don't worry about anything else, just attack. Let's begin." Everyone nodded. Then they took out their lightning formations and attacked the stones that Zhao Hai pointed at. Under the attack of the lightning formations, the stones quickly disappeared. Then the wooden stakes that were blocking the stones were also broken. As the wooden stakes were broken, everyone could feel the flood behind the levee. It was like a dragon that was about to break free from its cage. It was roaring and preparing to show its strength to the world. Boom! The levee was finally breached. The river was like a dragon as it roared and rushed out of the levee. The roaring sound of the water made the thunder in the sky lose its color. Everyone stood on the shore and looked at the flood. Their hearts were trembling. They were really afraid that the flood would destroy the levee they were in. But fortunately, the levee they were in was very strong. The flood couldn't destroy the levee they were in. The flood rushed along the river. Zhao Hai and the other sky dance level experts all flew along the river. They wanted to see if the flood would be able to destroy the levee that they destroyed. The speed of the flood was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached the levee that was destroyed by Zhao Hai. The levee that was destroyed by Zhao Hai wasn't able to stop the flood. It was directly destroyed by the flood. Then the flood rushed out like a wild horse. After the flood rushed out of the levee, it went straight towards the direction of Huana City. There was no other way. Huana City was a relatively low area in the vicinity. Naturally, the flood would rush there. As the impact of the flood got bigger and bigger, the levee's breached area also got bigger and bigger. When Zhao Hai saw this, he finally felt relieved. He knew that his plan was successful. Although there were a lot of experts in the Holy Academy's army, there were even more ordinary soldiers. Once the flood rushed over, those ordinary soldiers would be finished. In addition to the soldiers being submerged, the Holy Academy's army provisions would also be destroyed. Naturally, the consequences of this was that the civilians in the vicinity of Huana City would be finished. However, Zhao Hai believed that the loss of civilians wouldn't be too heavy. This was because the civilians of Huana City had been forced to evacuate. One must know that if an army of hundreds of thousands suddenly rushed into the city, there would be no place for civilians to stay. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use this plan. If the flood rushed into Huana City, then the city would be completely finished. Zhao Hai looked at the momentum of the flood, then he turned his head and said, "Let's go back." Then he led everyone back to the tree. At this time, it was still raining. After Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the tree, they immediately went back to the camp. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to the camp in the rain, the camp was already prepared with hot water and dry clothes. There was also ginger water to help everyone get rid of the cold. After Zhao Hai and the others changed their clothes, they immediately gathered everyone in the command tent. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The first step of our plan has been successful. The levee has been breached, and the flood is now heading towards River Washing City. I believe that it won't be long before River Washing City turns into a swamp. At that time, our plan would be successful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Everyone cheered. Although they didn't know if Zhao Hai's plan could achieve its goal, they were still very happy when they heard Zhao Hai say that the plan was successful. Zhao Hai looked at everyone's expression and smiled faintly. After everyone calmed down, he opened his mouth and said, "All right, don't be happy too early. Although it's certain that Huan River City will be flooded, it will still be troublesome for us. As far as the current situation is concerned, the rain might continue for a few days. This will make us lose a good opportunity to expand our gains." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Everyone nodded, but they didn't speak. They just waited for Zhao Hai to continue. They believed that Zhao Hai had other plans. Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity to expand their gains. Zhao Hai said, "Everyone, come to the sand table. I'll arrange the next task." Everyone immediately complied. Then they followed Zhao Hai to the sand table. Zhao Hai pointed at the sand table and said, "We've already explored several places. These places are particularly suitable for the construction of pontoon bridges. We've also tested it before. The enemy also knows that these places are suitable for the construction of pontoon bridges. Therefore, as soon as we set up a pontoon bridge, they would immediately destroy it. However, I think that they won't be able to do anything to us right now. Therefore, we'll just wait for the rain to slow down a bit before organizing people to set up pontoon bridges in these places. Then the army will cross the river as quickly as possible." Everyone nodded. This was because the places that Zhao Hai pointed out were the lower reaches of the Huan River. Moreover, they were familiar with the terrain of these places. Before, they wanted to set up pontoon bridges there, but in the end, they didn't succeed and were destroyed by the enemy. Now that Zhao Hai wanted them to set up pontoon bridges there, they were already familiar with the process. They believed that as long as the enemy doesn't destroy them this time, they would certainly succeed. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "After we reach the other side of the river, we'll immediately set up camps here, 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 and here. At the same time, we'll make wooden rafts as fast as possible. Then we'll chase down the enemies that slipped through the net." Everyone nodded. At the same time, they also remembered the places that Zhao Hai pointed out. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The hundreds of thousands of troops on the other side of the river are all that the enemy can gather in a short period of time. As long as we eliminate them, the enemy wouldn't be able to gather an army to deal with us in a short period of time. At that time, we can seize the opportunity to capture Nanhua City. We can even capture the surrounding cities. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. If they could capture Nanhua City and the surrounding cities, then it would be a good thing for them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, everyone go and prepare. Make sure that the soldiers are prepared for the rain, especially the provisions and the ballistas. Don't let the provisions become moldy, and don't let the ballistas become damp. Go." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai left Lu Hong behind, then he looked at him and said, "Lu Hong, you'll be the busiest in the next few days. This is also the time when you need to be the most. Closely monitor the situation in Huan River City. Pay attention to where their people have retreated. Pay attention to how they deal with this situation. Go." Lu Hong nodded before he quickly left. After Lu Hong left, Zhao Hai calmed down. He let out a long breath as he carefully looked at the sand table in Huan River City. Then a smile appeared on his face. At this time, Lu Kaid was standing on the city wall of Huanha City in a daze, looking at the surging flood. To be honest, when he first came to Huanha City, he never thought that he would see such a situation. He still had a belly full of revenge, but it was completely extinguished by the sudden flood. The flood came too fast and too ferocious. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were now in the Huanha City. The flood had directly surrounded the city. Moreover, several parts of the city walls had already collapsed. Many of the defenders in the city had also drowned. Lu Kaid knew that they were finished. Hundreds of thousands of troops were surrounded by the flood. Moreover, the flood was still rising. Although a lot of soldiers ran to the city walls and some residents' houses to take shelter, Lu Kaid knew that it was only a matter of time before they were submerged. However, Lu Kaid was still waiting. He was waiting for news. He wanted to know if this flood was man-made or natural. Before long, a sky dance expert flew to Lu Kaid's side. He cupped his fist and said, "Mister, let's leave. The city walls won't be able to hold for long." Lu Kaid asked in a deep voice, "Do you know if the flood was man-made or natural?" The sky dance expert replied, "We still can't find out. A place upstream of Huan River City has burst its banks. We still don't know why the banks burst. This is because the banks have already been destroyed. We can't see whether it was man-made or not." Lu Kaid nodded. Then he looked at the panicked soldiers inside the city and sighed. He really didn't know what to say. He wanted to save the soldiers and take them to a safe place. However, it was clear that this was impossible. Not to mention him, even if all of the sky dance experts and even the river break experts were to take action, they still wouldn't be able to save the soldiers. The soldiers were finished. Moreover, Lu Kaid was very clear that whether this flood was caused by Zhao Hai or not, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Even if the flood was natural, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Zhao Hai would certainly bring his army to kill them in the shortest time possible. Once they arrive, it would be impossible for them to stop Zhao Hai's army. Moreover, the flood didn't cause the most damage to the soldiers, but to their provisions and weapons. All of the heavy weapons couldn't be used, and all of the provisions were soaked in water. It can be said that there was no chance for them to escape. Lu Kaid sighed and then flew away with the other sky dance experts. They wanted to leave this place and find a way to establish a defensive line to block Zhao Hai's army. Naturally, Lu Kaid also knew that this was impossible. This was because even with the Sacred Court's ability, it was impossible to gather hundreds of thousands of soldiers in a short time to block Zhao Hai's attack. This didn't mean that the city-states under the control of the Sacred Court didn't have any troops. On the contrary, there were still a lot of troops under the control of the Sacred Court. However, it would be difficult to gather all of them in a short time. Moreover, the Sacred Court had conscripted troops twice in a row. And in these two failures, they had lost nearly 1 million people. Nearly 1 million people wasn't a small number. Even for the Sacred Court, this loss was enough to give them a headache. It must be said that the Sacred Court's move was the right one. They directly controlled the city-states. If they didn't control the city-states and relied on their influence to control them, then it would be troublesome. Perhaps the city-states wouldn't trust the Sacred Court anymore. Lu Kai'd left, but the rain didn't stop. The houses in Huana City collapsed one after another. In the end, even the walls of the city fell. In this case, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers had no hope of escaping. Only those who were good at swimming were able to escape with some wood. Most of the people were drowned. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. At this time, their army still hadn't moved. They were still waiting. The rain outside was still too heavy, so they would wait for the rain to lessen before moving. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that this heavy rain would last for 5 days. After 5 days, the rain stopped. Zhao Hai and the others immediately moved. According to Lu Hong, the places where the pontoon bridges were located downstream of Huana City were no longer safe. However, they arrived at a good place, the place where Zhao Hai and the others built the levee. There was a big tree that was made by Zhao Hai. Moreover, the river was relatively narrow. If the tree was cut down, then it would form a natural bridge that would allow the army to reach the other side of the river. After listening to Lu Hong's report, Zhao Hai immediately decided to cross the river from the tree. However, he didn't need to cut down the tree. To be honest, there were many holes in the tree. Even if the tree was cut down, it wouldn't be able to be used as a bridge. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to think of another way. In fact, Zhao Hai's idea was very simple. He just needed to plant a tree on the other side of the river. Then he would use vines and branches to make a bridge between the two trees. This way, the army would be able to pass through smoothly. Although this method was impossible for the people of the spirit weapon realm, for Zhao Hai, this was a very simple matter. Moreover, the trees that Zhao Hai planted weren't trees from the spirit weapon realm, they were trees from the space. These trees had been improved. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the riverbank and planted a tree. Then he had the tree grow quickly. The branches even extended to the other side of the river. Then Zhao Hai planted some vines. These vines also grew quickly. Then the vines and the branches formed a bridge in a short time. This bridge wasn't narrow. After the bridge was built, Zhao Hai immediately had the army cross the river. However, it was clear that this bridge wasn't enough. Zhao Hai immediately made a few more bridges, allowing the army to smoothly cross the river. When they reached the other side of the river, the army immediately set up camp and began to look around. When the army arrived at the original Huana City, they were shocked. Huana City was no longer there, it had turned into a vast ocean. Moreover, there were countless corpses floating in the water. It was a terrifying scene. Zhao Hai stood on the shore and looked at Huan River City. He sighed and said, "This place needs to be cleaned up as soon as possible. If we don't clean up the corpses, then it's very likely that a plague will occur. If that happens, then our sins will be big." Everyone nodded, they didn't think that Huan River City would be this miserable. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, I'll block the dam as soon as possible. You also need to divert the water and make it disappear as soon as possible. Then bury the corpses. If we can't deal with them as soon as possible, then this place will become a big problem." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "Deal with this place. As long as we leave behind a few tens of thousands of people, then we'll be fine. The others need to advance as soon as possible. We can't let the Sacred Court establish a defensive line. We need to take Nanhua City as soon as possible." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then everyone went to do their own things. Lu Kai'd stood on the city wall and looked at the army outside the city. Although the army came from afar, their formation was still in chaos. Moreover, when they arrived, they immediately set up camp and stood guard. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Even if the enemy wanted to sneak attack, they wouldn't be able to do so. Lu Kai'd sighed, then he said, "Can we be sure that the flood was caused by Zhao Hai?" Standing beside Lu Kai'd was Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and said, "Right, we can be sure that it was caused by Zhao Hai. I sent people to investigate after the flood. There were a lot of stones and giant trees in the flood. Moreover, these things had traces of being processed. In other words, these things must have something to do with the flood." Xianxia's voice was filled with hatred. He really hated Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this ruthless. The flood caused hundreds of thousands of soldiers to disappear. Now, they only had less than 100,000 soldiers left. And this number was made up from all over the place. Lu Kaido nodded, then he pointed to the army outside the city and said, "There's no need to talk about anything else. From the way the army set up camp, we can see that Zhao Hai is a person who understands his troops. This time, we've met our match." Xianxia coldly said, "Sooner or later, I will cut off Zhao Hai's head." "I will." Lu Kaido looked at Xianxia and didn't say anything. At this time, Xianxia's mind was filled with anger. Whatever Lu Kaido said to Xianxia wouldn't listen. For a military commander, this wasn't a good thing. Lu Kaido didn't have much confidence in defeating Zhao Hai. From what happened before, it can be seen that Zhao Hai was a very difficult opponent to deal with. Lu Kaido didn't have a lot of troops in his hands. Although he had the geographical advantage, it was almost impossible for him to block Zhao Hai's army. Moreover, Lu Kaido also discovered that Zhao Hai rarely fought head-on. He would always think of ways to turn unfavorable situations to his advantage. When fighting against such an enemy, it was best not to have any tricks up your sleeves. Because of this, the best way to deal with such an enemy was to make yourself stronger. But now, they were at a disadvantage. Whether it was in terms of numbers, equipment, or even morale, they were at a disadvantage. And this low morale wasn't formed in a day or two. After 2 big defeats, the morale slowly declined. Lu Kaido didn't have any good way to improve this situation in a short time. In fact, Lu Kaido also knew that the best way to improve morale was to win a few battles. This way, the morale would slowly recover. However, Lu Kaido was very clear that he couldn't be anxious. If he was in a hurry to win the battle and attack, then it would only backfire. He might be used by the enemy. When that time comes, not to mention winning the battle, defeat would be certain. And if he was defeated at this time, then it would be over. Morale would be even lower, and there might even be a danger of losing control of the army. Therefore, Lu Kaido didn't want to take any risks at this time. He just wanted to hold the current line of defense. Lu Kaido's current position was very special. Although this was the hinterland of Nanhui City, it could also be regarded as a line of defense. There were a total of 5 cities here. These 5 cities weren't very big, but they could be regarded as strong cities. Each city only had about 20,000 defenders. However, the city had enough provisions. Moreover, there were transmission formations as well as wells in the city. Moreover, the 5 cities were divided into 2 rows. The front row had 3 cities while the back row had 2 cities. If you want to bypass these 5 cities, then the people in the 5 cities might come out and attack your rear. If you want to attack these 5 cities, then the transmission formations of these 5 cities wouldn't be much different from a city-state. If you attack one city, then the other 4 cities would come to support you. If you attack all 5 cities, then your army would be scattered. Although the number of defenders in each city was small, the city walls were very strong. There were also a lot of defensive equipment. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to break through this line of defense. At this time, Zhao Hai was also sitting in the command tent, listening to Lu Hong's report. At the same time, the sand table that Lu Hong made was also present. The number of their army was less than 600,000. This was because Zhao Hai left 50,000 people to deal with the matters in Huan River City. If Huan River City wasn't dealt with, then more people would die. When Lu Hong finished talking about the 5 cities, Zhao Hai couldn't help but say, "Good, it's really good. The person who arranged this line of defense has some ability. 5 city-states, 1 line of defense. Very good. What do you think?" Everyone knew Zhao Hai's habits. When Zhao Hai asked for their opinion, it meant that he wanted to listen to them. If they were right, then Zhao Hai would certainly take action. One of the generals said, "Although these 5 cities aren't very big, they're very sturdy. It won't be easy to deal with them. If we bypass them, then we'll be leaving a sword in our back. Who knows when they'll come and kill us? This will only make things more troublesome." Everyone nodded. They also thought that this matter wouldn't be easy to deal with. The 5 cities weren't far from each other. Whether it was through the transmission formation, sending reinforcements to the city, or directly going out of the city to cooperate with the battle, all of these were possible. This would only make things more difficult for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded as well. Then he said, "These 5 cities are very good. Moreover, I heard that the ordinary residents have been driven out of the city. Moreover, all of them have fled. These 5 cities have become the military strongholds of the 5 prefectures. Because of this, it would be very difficult to capture them." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Moreover, we can't waste too much time here. Although we have achieved 2 victories and destroyed nearly 1,000,000 troops of the Holy Courtyard, the Holy Courtyard still has several dozen city-states under their control. Moreover, some of them are large city-states. In this case, it wouldn't be difficult for the Holy Courtyard to organize an army. Perhaps they would be able to organize an army of several 100,000. For us, this isn't good news. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at them and said, "Also, we can't delay here for too long. What do you think?" Xianxia said, "We must break through this defensive line in the shortest time possible. If there's no other way, then we can only disregard the casualties and attack." When everyone heard Xianxia, they couldn't help but stare. They have been following Zhao Hai for some time. They knew that Zhao Hai liked to use the least casualties to achieve the greatest results. Now that Xianxia said that they would attack regardless of casualties, they were surprised. At the same time, they were also worried that Xianxia would be blamed by Zhao Hai for this proposal. But what they didn't expect was that Zhao Hai didn't get angry after hearing about this barrier. Instead, he nodded and said, "Speed is the most important thing in war. Sometimes, in order to achieve a quick victory, casualties are necessary." Everyone stared for a moment, then they couldn't help but nod. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Our opponent this time isn't simple. This defensive line is very well arranged. If we delay here for too long, then the Holy Academy would just gather more troops. This isn't a good thing for us. Therefore, we need to capture this defensive line as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Everyone didn't speak. No general would like to fight head-on in a siege. This was equal to using the lives of one's soldiers in exchange for victory. No successful general would want to do this. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone doesn't need to worry about casualties. In fact, our lightning formation hasn't been exposed yet. Even if the enemy knows about our lightning formation, they wouldn't know much about it. Most importantly, we still have our barrier formation. With the ballistas, catapults, and the lightning formation, sieging the city wouldn't be too difficult." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, you don't need to worry about casualties." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed before they couldn't help but laugh. Just like what Zhao Hai said, they had a lot of good things in their hands. If they used them to attack a city, then the enemy wouldn't be able to stop them. Zhao Hai replied, "We can't fall into the enemy's trap, we can't divide our forces. If we divide our forces, it wouldn't be easy for us to capture a city. Although it seems that we have 5 times the number of the enemy, there's still a difference between dividing our forces and concentrating our forces. If we divide our forces, it would be equivalent to using 100,000 people to attack a city defended by 20,000 people. Although it looks good, the enemy only needs to send 10,000 people to defend the city while the other 10,000 can rest. On the other hand, every time we attack a city, we would need to send at least 50,000 people. Even so, the number of people we have isn't enough. This way, the enemy can take turns to rest while we don't have enough people to attack the city. It would be very difficult for us to capture a city like this." At this point, Zhao paused for a moment, then continued, "If we concentrate our forces, then we can put in 100,000 people in one attack. And because the enemy is in the city, they won't be able to put in a lot of troops, at most 10 to 20,000 people. This will give us a big advantage. So we must concentrate our forces and attack one city. Then the enemies in other cities will send reinforcements, or they will send troops to harass us. This way, we might be able to achieve the effect of besieging the enemy and beating the reinforcements. This is what we want." Zhao nodded, then continued, "But if we concentrate our forces on attacking the city, then the enemy will send reinforcements to harass us. That's what we want." Everyone nodded. They didn't have any objections to Zhao Hai's decision. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This time, we'll be attacking Nanyu City." Then he pointed to one of the 5 cities on the left side of the front line. Zhao Hai didn't intend to hide his plan from Lu Kide. In fact, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. After all, how could the mobilization of an army be hidden from the enemy? Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't hide it from Lu Kide and the others. He directly led the army to Nanyu City. Naturally, Lu Kide received the news when Zhao Hai's army was mobilized. When he heard that Zhao Hai's army was going to Nanyu City, he couldn't help but sigh. From Zhao Hai's mobilization of the army, one could see Zhao Hai's military accomplishments. This defensive line was established by Lu Kide. Although Nanyu City was one of the 3 cities in front of the defensive line, Lu Kide knew that Nanyu City was the easiest of the 5 cities to break through. This didn't mean that Nanyu City's defense wasn't good. In fact, Nanyu City's defense was the best among the 5 cities. The city was also very sturdy. However, Nanyu City's location gave Lu Kide a headache. Nanyu City's location wasn't particularly close to the front, but it was too far to the left. It wasn't wrong to say that Nanyu City could cooperate with the other cities. It was just that the distance was a bit far. This was the reason why Zhao Hai felt a headache. If the other cities wanted to cooperate with Nanyu City, they could only use transmission formations. If they went out of the city, the effect wouldn't be very good. Because of the distance, they wouldn't be able to launch a surprise attack. As soon as they went out of the city, they would be discovered by Zhao Hai. Therefore, the other cities could only choose to engage in a field battle with Zhao Hai's army. This way, it would be easy for Zhao Hai to deal with them. Tens of thousands of people would be able to block them. This wouldn't affect their attack on Nanyu City. As for giving up on Nanyu City, that was also impossible. If they gave up on Nanyu City, then Zhao Hai and the others could use it as a stronghold. Whether it was in terms of offense or defense, they would have a great advantage. Therefore, Lu Kide placed more troops in Nanyu City, making it the best among the 5 cities. Lu Kide was also afraid that Zhao Hai would attack Nanyu City. If that happened, they would be in a lot of trouble. At that time, they would have no choice but to fully support Nanyu City. This would lead to a battle between them and Zhao Hai. For them, this wasn't a good thing. However, Zhao Hai actually chose Southern Yu City. This made Lu Kide think highly of Zhao Hai. Most importantly, this gave him a headache. Zhao Hai's Southern Yu City wasn't a bad choice. Lu Kide gathered the remaining generals, then he looked at them and said, Zhao Hai's army is heading towards Southern Remnant City. I think they will certainly attack Southern Remnant City. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Lu Kide nodded and said, Zhao Hai's army is heading towards Southern Remnant City. Everyone weakly nodded. At this time, these generals weren't in the mood to deal with Lu Kide. This was because their current situation wasn't very good. They were generals sent by the various city-states under the control of the Sacred Academy. They thought that they would be able to fight against the enemy for some time. It would be best if they could repel the enemy. This way, they would be able to make contributions. However, they didn't expect that just a few days after they arrived at the front lines, they would be drowned by a flood. In this case, they didn't have the mood to think about how to fight against Zhao Hai. Instead, they were thinking about the punishment they would face when they returned. Lu Kide looked at these people and said, You can rest assured, I have already sent letters to the city lords and explained the situation here. When you return to your city-state, you won't be punished. If you join me and block Zhao's attack, then you might even be rewarded when you return to your city-state. So don't think too much about it, just think about how to repel Zhao's army. Lu Kide looked at these people and said, I've already sent a letter to the city lords, explaining the situation here. When everyone heard Lu Kide, they couldn't help but feel better. They were worried that they would be punished when they returned to the city-state. Now that they heard that they wouldn't be punished and might even be rewarded, everyone's mood became a lot better. Their spirits also became a lot higher. Lu Kide looked at these people and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He discovered that these generals weren't very good. They might be able to fight a favorable battle, but once they lose, they would immediately lose their confidence and think about their own gains and losses. Such people couldn't become good generals. A good general needs to have an indomitable spirit. You can fail, but you can't despair. Even in the most desperate times, you still need to find a way to solve the problem. Lu Kide wasn't in the mood to lecture these people, he just looked at them and said, Zhao's choice of attack location is very clever. Southern Yu City can be said to be the most difficult place in our defensive line, but Zhao chose that place. Moreover, they might be going all out this time, so what we need to do this time is to block their attack. For us, this is very difficult, but also very simple. We don't need to worry about Zhao attacking other places, we just need to defend Southern Yu City. The difficult part is how to block their attack. What we need to do is to block non-Yu City. After saying this, Lu Kai paused for a moment before he continued, non-Yu City isn't very close to the other 4 cities. Because of this, if the other 4 cities want to support non-Yu City, they can't directly go out of their cities. This is because Zhao Hai would surround non-Yu City and attack our reinforcements. When that time comes, we won't be able to gain any advantage. Because of this, we can only use the transmission formation to support non-Yu City. There, we will have to fight Zhao Hai and the others head-on. Although Lu Kai didn't think that these people were qualified to be generals, they still had experience in battles. Therefore, they knew that Lu Kai was right. Zhao Hai's choice of attack was very accurate. If they wanted to reinforce, they could only use the transmission formation from the city. It was impossible for them to send troops outside the city to attack Zhao Hai and the others, so that they could cooperate in the battle. Lu Kai continued, this time, I called everyone here to tell you that after you return to your cities, you should prepare your armies so that they can support Southern Yu City at any time. Some siege weapons should be sent to Southern Yu City first. Zhao Hai has a lot of soldiers, it's impossible for him to move his army just to confuse us. If he really does move his army, then we should be able to respond in a short time. After all, his army is too large, it's not convenient to move them. Lu Kai nodded, that's enough time for us to prepare. Lu Kai nodded, that's enough. Everyone nodded. In fact, there weren't a lot of things that they could manage right now. After all, they only had 100,000 troops. If they used dozens of generals, then the situation would become chaotic. Because of this, Lu Kai called them here to give them a warning. However, it can't be said that these people were useless. Even if they weren't leading the army, they were still Sky Dance Realm experts. And in a war in the Spirit Weapon Realm, Sky Dance Realm experts were still very useful. After Lu Kai finished speaking, he turned to everyone and said, alright, everyone can go back. Remember, prepare to support non-Yu City at any time. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left Lu Kai's room. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in his own carriage. The army was rushing towards non-Yu City. Zhao Hai's carriage was something that all generals in the Spirit Weapon Realm would sit in. This kind of carriage was divided into 2 floors. The lower floor was where the generals worked and rested, it was like a room. The top floor was a platform with a general's flag and a chair. In short, the top floor was used to command the battle. This was the first battle. Although they had made a battle plan beforehand, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any unexpected situations. At this time, the commander would need to issue orders. At this time, the commander would usually sit on the carriage and raise his flag high to let others see his flag. This was to stabilize the morale of the army. Although Zhao Hai didn't want to do these things, he knew that as the commander of the army, he had to do this. This was because the people in the Spirit Weapon Realm were used to using these carriages. If he didn't use them, then the people here wouldn't be used to it. At this time, several generals were gathered in Zhao Hai's carriage. These generals were people that Zhao Hai trusted. Among them, Shi Chui and Xianxia were the leaders. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, today, I called you here because I have a task for you. I'm afraid that this information will be leaked, so I can only tell you about it. Although we have already made a plan to attack Southern Yu City, we still need to prepare for both sides. That is, when the armies of the other 4 cities come to support Southern Yu City, we need to know what to do. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, what do you think? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Shi Chui was the one who understood Zhao Hai the most. Therefore, when he heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, young master, you want to attack the other 4 cities while they're supporting non-Yu City? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, that's not what I meant. First, we need to attack Southern Yu City, making them feel pressured. At the same time, we need to make them think that all of our forces were used to attack southern Yu City. We won't have any extra forces to attack the other cities. At this time, we can suddenly attack the other cities and capture them. After that, southern Yu City would be finished. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Xianxia nodded and said, indeed. As long as we take the other cities, then non-Yu City would be finished. At that time, we can attack with all our strength and non-Yu City would certainly fall. We can also reduce casualties. On the other hand, if we keep attacking non-Yu City and use the lightning and boundary formations at the beginning, then the enemy might be prepared. They might see that non-Yu City can't be defended, so they might withdraw from the city and use the other 4 cities as a base to fight against us. Although we have the upper hand, we can't deal with them quickly. This isn't a good thing for us. At that time, the reinforcements from the Sacred Academy might arrive. Therefore, it is necessary to attack the other 4 cities. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, right, that's what I meant. Therefore, I called you over this time. We have hundreds of thousands of troops here, and it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any spies among them. Therefore, we cannot let the enemy know about this matter. We can let the enemy know that we have a barrier formation, but we can also let them know that we have a lightning formation. But whether it's a barrier formation or a barrier formation, there are only a few of them. Moreover, all of them are under the control of people we trust. Therefore, I don't need to worry about this matter. But this matter is more important than the lightning formation and the barrier formation. If we can't keep this a secret and can't capture the 4 cities in the shortest time possible, then when the enemy's reinforcements arrive, it would be very troublesome for us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, yes, that's what I meant. Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai said, South Flower City must be captured. Once we capture it, our soldiers will receive a huge boost. At the same time, it will also be a huge blow to the Holy Academy. Therefore, we must capture South Flower City. Even if we have to rest after capturing it, it's fine. Xianxia sighed and said, right, there's a trace of arrogance in the army, but there are still a lot of people who are tired of fighting. They want to rest. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I know. After fighting for such a long time, everyone would want to take a rest. After all, the soldiers are very tired. But even if we are tired, we still need to capture South Flower City. Then we can rest and reorganize. This matter depends on everyone. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. The group nodded, then Shi said, young master, please give the order. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I won't be polite. After a few days, a batch of lightning formations will be sent to the camp. I don't want to tell anyone about this matter, and I also don't want to give the formations to others. You need to select some trustworthy people and have them use the formations. After we attack South Flower City and attract the enemy's main force, you need to find an opportunity to send Wukongs to attack the cities with the transmission formations. After that, you need to assemble the formations and then follow up with the army using the formations. You must use the fastest speed to capture those cities. After capturing them, immediately use the formation and disable the transmission formations in those cities. This way, we can control those cities. The group nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, when we attack those cities, I'll see if we can use our portable transmission formations. I think it should be possible. Ask the people of Wyvern City, they should know the coordinates of the cities in South China. As long as we get those coordinates, we should be able to capture those cities. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. The group nodded, then Zhao Hai said, you should prepare this matter in secret. I'll talk to the people of Inferior Dragon City about the coordinates. All right, you can go now. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. The group stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. Then they turned around and got off the carriage. After they left, Zhao Hai returned to the carriage and looked at the advancing army. Although the army was in a hurry, their formation wasn't messed up. Zhao Hai looked at the army and was very satisfied. Compared to the armies of this era, this was very good. Zhao Hai looked ahead and saw the outline of a city in the distance. Although he couldn't see it clearly, Zhao Hai knew that it was South Flower City. They were about to arrive at South Flower City. After traveling for a day, the army arrived outside South Flower City. They set up a camp about 5 li outside the city. Although this camp wasn't as good as before, it could still be used. After all, the army had been on the road for a day and were very tired. If they were to ask the soldiers to set up a strong camp, then it would be unreasonable. Therefore, they just built a simple camp. After the camp was set up, Zhao Hai had the soldiers rest. There were still soldiers on night watch. Zhao Hai didn't want to be ambushed at night. Although the army seemed to be in good condition, Zhao Hai knew that if they were ambushed at night, then the army would surely explode. This wasn't a joke. After arranging everything, Zhao Hai went to rest. He wanted to spend more time with Laura and the others. Although he could only see them and couldn't speak, Zhao Hai was still very satisfied. Just as Zhao Hai was sleeping soundly, a sudden battle cry was heard. Zhao Hai woke up and snorted in annoyance. Then he slowly put on his clothes and went outside the camp. At this time, a soldier ran over and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. "Alliance Lord, an enemy ambushed us." However, they were repelled. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "How many people?" The soldier immediately replied, "About 5,000 people." They couldn't even get close to the camp before they were repelled. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Go back and prepare your defenses." The soldier nodded before he turned around and ran away. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia city and coldly snorted. Then he returned to his tent and went to rest. Zhao Hai was still very annoyed about Xianxia city's ambush. This was because the enemy had disturbed his time with Laura and the others. Early the next morning, Zhao Hai began to beat the drums and gather the generals. He called all the generals to the command tent. When everyone was outside, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Last night, the enemy lost their camp. I think everyone should know about it. 5,000 people dared to attack our camp, hee. They really think highly of us." Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone didn't make a sound. They were also somewhat angry. They had an army of several 100,000 people. Only 5,000 people dared to attack their camp. This was simply looking down on them. They couldn't help but feel angry. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, let's not talk nonsense. No matter what the enemy thinks, we still need to attack. Pass down my orders, attack immediately. Pay attention, only 1,000 lightning formation soldiers will be sent out today. Don't attack Xianxia city. I want to lure the other 4 cities to Xianxia city and then destroy them in one fell swoop." Everyone nodded. Then they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai also came out of the tent. Zhao Hai's commanding style was different from year 19. Zhao Hai would formulate a battle plan and then arrange the order of attack. He wouldn't say too much. He would try to give the generals some freedom to command. Although he would divide the attack into echelons, he wouldn't order them to attack continuously like before. He wouldn't allow them to retreat until they suffered heavy casualties. Zhao Hai didn't do this, he gave the command to the generals. In other words, Zhao Hai would let them attack and then tell them who to attack. However, he wouldn't interfere too much. Zhao Hai's way of doing things was very good. Every general's attack style was actually different. Their use of siege weapons was also somewhat different. This wasn't good or bad, it could be said that each of them had their own merits. Giving them the greatest freedom would also allow them to rest as much as possible. At this time, the army was already in formation. The attack had also officially begun. The attack this time was the same as before, nothing more than ballistas and catapults. However, there was one thing that was different this time. Zhao Hai's ballistas and catapults were all protected by formations. The enemy's ballistas attacks were almost useless. Because of this, the advance of the army was very fast. Naturally, the enemy also noticed this. They were somewhat alarmed and even prepared to send void experts to attack Zhao Hai's ballistas and catapults. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's ballistas and catapults weren't too close to the city walls. This couldn't be helped. If they were too close, then the ballista's lethality would increase. Barriers like the ones they used that could only absorb energy from the world couldn't block the ballista's close-range attacks. Because of this, the void experts in the city didn't come out. However, Zhao Hai's lightning formation was officially displayed in front of the defenders of Nanyu City. Rows of lightning were shot out, causing the defenders who hadn't seen lightning formations to suffer a big loss. Rows of them fell down. This situation made the defending general startled. He had his soldiers hide behind the battlements while he sent people to rescue Lu Kide. However, in the end, the siege still depended on whether or not the city walls could be breached. Zhao Hai and the others had already discovered that the enemy had blocked the city gates with stones. It was impossible for them to use lightning formations to open the gates. They could only attack from the top of the walls. The most tragic siege battle had finally begun. Although the enemy suffered a big loss due to the lightning formations, they weren't at a disadvantage when it came to the battle for the city walls. Moreover, the enemy sent void experts to deal with them. Moreover, they were able to destroy several siege towers. Now that the siege towers were destroyed, the siege naturally came to an end. However, Zhao Hai's ballistas and catapults continued to attack, causing the defenders to suffer. Lu Kide wasn't prepared to fully support Nanyu City. He also knew that if they fully supported Nanyu City, then what would happen if the other cities were attacked? Because of this, Lu Kide decided to first send 5,000 people to Nanyu City and see the situation. However, he didn't expect that on the first day, Nanyu City's casualties would reach 5,000 people. Most of these people died under the lightning formations. The lightning formations were too ferocious. Every time a white light flashed, people would immediately fall. Facing this situation, the defending generals started to panic. After Lu Kide understood the situation, he immediately ordered the other 4 cities to send 5,000 people to support Nanyu City. At the same time, after arranging the defenses of the city, he immediately rushed to Nanyu City. Upon arriving at southern Yu City, Lu Kide understood why the garrison lost nearly 5,000 people on the first day. Zhao Hai's attack was too ferocious. The stones thrown by the catapults flew all over the sky, and the arrows rained down from the sky like rain. All the soldiers didn't dare to attack, so they hid in their fortifications. Even so, from time to time, there were still soldiers who were hit by arrows or stones and were killed by stones. Lu Kide braved the rain of arrows and arrived at the city walls. He discovered that many of the battlements on the walls were damaged. Moreover, it seems like they weren't damaged by the catapults. Lu Kide immediately called the general of the city guards over and said, "What was it that destroyed the city walls? It doesn't look like it was hit by a catapult." The general replied, "General, the walls were damaged by an unknown weapon in the hands of the enemy. This weapon is very powerful, it emits a white light. Even if it's a li away, the white light would still be very lethal. If it hits the battlements, then the battlements would be destroyed. If it hits a person, then they would surely die. A lot of our soldiers died under this weapon." Lu Kide knit his brows, then he nodded and said, "All right, let the soldiers take turns to rest. The enemy's siege towers have been destroyed. I think they might attack again today, but it won't be as fierce as the first time. Go and prepare." The general immediately nodded, then he turned around and left. On the other hand, Lu Kide frowned as he looked at Zhao Hai's camp. Regarding the weapon used by Zhao Hai, Lu Kide had received some information. He heard that this weapon was called the lightning formation. However, he didn't know how powerful it was. The only reason he knew about the existence of the lightning formation was because of the remnants of the clan alliance. However, this information was from a long time ago. At that time, Tang Zhong was still alive. After Tang Zhong's death, they didn't receive any more information. It seems like the die-hard members of the clan alliance had already been cleaned up by Zhao Hai. Originally, the Holy Court didn't know much about the lightning formation. However, the siege this time allowed Lu Kide to experience the might of the lightning formation. Looking at the destroyed battlements, Lu Kide couldn't help but admit that he underestimated Zhao Hai's lightning formation. At this time, although Zhao Hai didn't let the soldiers attack, the ballistas and catapults didn't stop attacking. This made the soldiers feel a lot of pressure. Lu Kide was worried that the soldiers wouldn't be able to handle it. However, he had no other choice but to take turns. At this time, in Zhao Hai's camp, a general was standing in front of Zhao Hai with an ashamed expression. This general was the one who commanded the attack. He was the commander of Boulder City, surnamed Liu. It must be said that Zhao Hai had been to Boulder City before. However, the people there didn't know that he was Zhao Hai, they thought that he was Crane Grass. Zhao Hai smiled and said, General Yu, there's no need to be so polite. It's impossible to take down a city in one go. Although you weren't able to take down Nanyu City, you still let us know the actual situation of the city. Moreover, you also gave Nanyu City a show of strength. This is already very good. Go and arrange for the soldiers to be treated as soon as possible. General Yu nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai with a grateful expression. Then he turned around and left. It was impossible for a general to win every battle. If one were to punish a general because of a single failure, then that general would sink into oblivion. Zhao Hai wouldn't do such a thing. As long as the general's failure wasn't caused by himself, then he would punish him. Zhao Hai looked at the direction of southern Yu City and said, the siege weapons have been damaged. I'm afraid that we won't be able to attack the city today. This kind of attack would only waste our arrows. Have them stop and have the army return to the barracks to rest and reorganize. At the same time, reinforce the camp. A messenger immediately complied and went to pass down the order. Lu Kide stood on the city walls and looked at Zhao Hai's army slowly retreating. However, he couldn't raise his hand at all. He knew that Zhao Hai's army retreated today because the siege weapons had been damaged. However, for an army of several 100,000, it was very easy to make siege weapons. In just a few days, they would be able to make siege weapons like siege towers. Because of this, Zhao Hai's army would certainly attack tomorrow. Moreover, looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, it seems like they were determined to capture Nanyu City. Lu Kide let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice, pass down the order, each of the other 4 cities will only have 5,000 guards. The rest of the people will gather in Nanyu City. Tell them to bring me their blankets and other things. Also, gather all the shields here, especially the iron shields. Go. A soldier complied and turned around to leave. Lu Kide looked at the situation and let out a long breath. Then he went down from the city walls and went to the city lord's mansion. Then he wrote a letter and used the transmission formation to send it to the Holy Court. The Holy Court can be said to be the force that received the most inheritance from the Heavenly Sword Empire. How could they not have some good things? However, things like the lightning formation, the Holy Court didn't have it. However, they did have some good things. This time, Lu Kide wanted to send a letter to the Holy Court in order to have them send him what he needed. Lu Kide's secondary item might be unfamiliar to the outside world. The outside world might not even have heard of it. However, Lu Kide was very clear that the Holy Court did have something like this. The item he wanted was called the Shadow Cannon. It was a weapon that could shoot energy. It was very powerful. The Shadow Cannon was an energy weapon that the Holy Court made after studying the information of the Heavenly Sword Empire. This energy weapon was very powerful. Even a sky dance expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. If an ordinary person were to be hit by this cannon, then within 50 meters, no one would be able to survive. The reason why the Shadow Cannon had such a name was because the energy that it shoots was black. Moreover, it was a black bead. When it comes in contact with something, it would immediately explode. After the explosion, it would produce a black light. This light would cover an area of 50 meters. In other words, as long as someone was covered by this black light, then they would die without a doubt. Normally, if the Holy Court took out such a weapon, then they would have been able to unify the entire spiritual weapon realm. However, the Shadow Cannon had a very big drawback: it was very energy-consuming. The energy that the Shadow Cannon uses was bone beads. A bone bead could only be used once. From this, one can see how much energy the Shadow Cannon consumed. It was because of this that the Shadow Cannon was rarely used. The might of the Shadow Cannon was very powerful. However, one must know that bone beads were very helpful to martial warriors. Moreover, martial warriors could increase their lifespan. In this case, who would take out bone beads and use them in the Shadow Cannon? Everyone wanted to use bone beads for their cultivation. However, although the Shadow Cannon wasn't used by the Holy Court still made a lot of them. This was because the Holy Court was worried that someone would attack it one day. Therefore, these Shadow Cannons were prepared for that time. However, in the past 100 years, the Holy Court didn't make any more Shadow Cannons. All of the Shadow Cannons were piled up in the warehouse. Aside from people regularly maintaining them, no one would take a look at them. If Lu Kide wasn't a member of the Lu family, then he would have already forgotten about the shadow cannon. The reason why Lu Kide wanted to use the shadow cannon was because it was very powerful. Moreover, its range was very long. Lu Kide calculated that the range of the shadow cannon would exceed the enemy's ballista. He didn't need to use the shadow cannon to attack the enemy, he only needed to use it as a deterrent. To be honest, Lu Kide was very disappointed with the dean. He didn't blame the dean for suppressing the Lu family. The Lu family and the dean had a grudge against each other. It was normal for the dean to suppress the Lu family. If it was them, they would also suppress the Tang family. However, this time's war had nothing to do with personal grudges. This was related to the entire Holy Court. The Lu family and the Lu family were dependent on the Holy Court. Once they leave the Holy Court, they would be finished. It can be said that the Lu family and the Holy Court were bound together for good or ill. In this case, the Lu family and the Tang family should unite and eliminate Zhao Hai's group. The Holy Court had a lot of good things. It wasn't just the shadow cannon, there were also other good things. However, in order to control the people of the city-states, the Holy Court didn't take any of these good things. At the same time, the Lu family and the Lu family didn't make a lot of holy characters. Because of this, when the Lu family and the Lu family wanted to use these things to deal with Zhao Hai's group, they found that there were too few of them. In this case, they could only rely on the soldiers of the city-states to fight against Zhao Hai's group. Although Lu Kide asked for the shadow cannon, he wasn't sure if the Dao Academy would give it to him. This was because the consumption of the shadow cannon was too great. With the character of the people in the Dao Academy, they wouldn't be willing to use it. This was why Lu Kide looked down on the people in the Dao Academy the most. If Zhao Hai was in the Sacred Academy, then the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance would have the upper hand in the battle against the Sacred Academy. This would be very disadvantageous for the Sacred Academy. At this time, the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance shouldn't care about those things. They should take out all the good things they have and eliminate Zhao Hai's group first before thinking about anything else. Although Lu Kide was dissatisfied with the Holy Court, he didn't have any other choice. After all, he was a member of the Holy Court. He could only think of ways to eliminate Zhao Hai. Regardless of Lu Kide's situation, Zhao Hai was now gathering all of the generals in the command tent. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Although we weren't able to capture southern Yu City today, the siege was still a success. This also proved that our previous methods were very useful." After the ballistas and trebuchets were equipped with formations, their defensive capabilities became a lot stronger. We don't need to be afraid of the enemy's ballistas anymore. Moreover, the lightning formations were also very powerful. Overall, today's results were very good. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. Overall, today's results were very good." Although they weren't able to capture Nanyu City, they still caused a lot of casualties to the city's defenders. It can be said that if Nanyu City's defenders didn't react quickly and sent their Sky Dance Realm experts to attack the siege towers and ballistas, then they might have already captured the city walls. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Tomorrow, we'll continue to attack the south. Moreover, the attacks will be more fierce." Although the lightning formation team attacked today, they didn't last long. Tomorrow, select 1,000 people. These 1,000 people won't be using their lightning formations. Instead, they will take turns with the lightning formation team to attack the city. However, the members of the lightning formation team should pay attention. Among you, you must ensure that you have a formation. Make sure to use your formation to protect yourselves. Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "If the enemy finds out that we're attacking southern Yu City, then they would certainly send reinforcements. But I think everyone knows about southern Yu City's situation. It's impossible for them to go out of the city and coordinate with us. They would only send reinforcements to the city through the transmission formation. My request is that we don't have to attack southern Yu City, but we must kill and injure their people. The more we injure, the better. This is my request." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "I hope that everyone will remember that as a general, you must put your soldiers first. I don't disagree with this saying, but I want you to know that I hope that those soldiers will not wither, and not deliberately use the lives of your soldiers in exchange for merit. Therefore, as a general, you can fail, but you must prioritize preserving the lives of your soldiers. Your soldiers aren't just chess pieces in your hands, they aren't just weapons in your hands, they aren't things that you can sacrifice at any time. They are your brothers, your comrades in arms. You treat your soldiers as your comrades in arms, and when they arrive on the battlefield, they will do the same for you. So remember my words, if anyone dares to violate this rule, my military law will be ruthless. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, if you treat your soldiers like grass, they will also treat you like grass. So remember my words, if anyone dares to violate this rule, my military law will be ruthless. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, their hearts turned cold. Then they nodded in agreement. One must know that in times of chaos, human lives were as cheap as grass. In the past, these soldiers wouldn't be like what Zhao Hai said, loving their soldiers. For them, soldiers were just chess pieces, tools to fight for glory and wealth. Very few generals would take the lives of their soldiers seriously. But now that Zhao Hai said this, everyone's hearts turned cold. They were very clear that Zhao Hai wasn't joking. Year 19 didn't dare to make a move against them, but that didn't mean that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare. If Zhao Hai really executed them, then their city lords wouldn't dare to make a sound. This was because the strength of the Lost Soul City was there for all to see. Now that the Lost Soul City had become the #1 city in the spiritual weapon world, who would dare to offend Zhao Hai? Wouldn't that be courting death? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, all right, everyone go and rest. Prepare for tomorrow's attack. Ordnance Department, speed up the production of siege weapons. If you don't have enough manpower, you can tell me and I'll transfer some people to you. But when we attack tomorrow, we must have siege weapons that can be used. We can't use the lives of our soldiers to fill the gap, understood? The general in charge of the siege weapons immediately nodded. Zhao Hai then waved his hand. Everyone stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute before turning around and leaving. Lu Kai looked at the letter in his hand and couldn't help but feel relieved. The academy had decided to send him the shadow cannon. Lu Kai put down the letter and immediately rushed towards the transmission formation. Just as he arrived at the teleportation formation, a white light flashed. Then a big iron guy appeared in the teleportation formation. This big iron guy was about 2 meters tall. Below it was a square pedestal. On top of it was a disc. In the middle of the disc was a meter-long iron rod. It looked like a starfall receiver. Upon seeing this metal object, Lu Kai couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he turned his head to the officer beside him and said, immediately organize people to send it to the city walls. Remember, the iron rod needs to be pointed towards Zhao Hai's camp. The officer looked at the metal object in confusion, then he asked Lu Kai, General, what is this thing? Lu Kai replied, this is a weapon made from the notes left behind by the Holy Court and the Heavenly Sword Empire. Its power is very great, much greater than a ballista. Go, have someone send it to the city walls. The officer immediately complied. Then he commanded people to send the metal object to the city walls. This situation was immediately seen by Lu Hong, who was monitoring the city. Lu Hong immediately reported this to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard Lu Hong, he immediately went outside the camp and looked at Southern Remnant City's walls. At this time, the shadow cannons had already been transported to the walls. Zhao Hai looked at the shadow cannon and couldn't help but be moved. This thing looked like the cannon that he made in the past. Moreover, the two sides were currently in a war. It was impossible for the Holy Dynasty to send something useless to the city walls. It seems like this thing must be very useful. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he returned to the camp. Then he called everyone to the command tent. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, everyone should know that the Holy Academy has placed something on the city walls. I just took a look at it, it's very likely to be an artifact. Moreover, it's a long-range artifact. I estimate that its might wouldn't be small. It might be something that was passed down from the Heavenly Sword Empire. So when we attack tomorrow, everyone must be careful. Everyone, activate your formations. As for the lightning formation team, don't move out yet. Let's wait until we know what it is before we move out. Don't activate the lightning array formation. Don't activate the lightning array formation first. Don't activate the lightning array formation first. Don't activate the lightning array formation first. Don't activate the lightning array formation. Don't activate the lightning array formation first. Everyone nodded. They also knew that the things passed down from the Heavenly Sword Empire were all good things. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Alright, besides the lightning array formation team, everyone else will attack according to the original plan. Go and prepare." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai sat in the tent while thinking about the shadow cannon. Although he didn't know the name of the shadow cannon, he could roughly guess what it was. This was because he had used it before, so he could roughly guess what it was. However, Zhao Hai still didn't know how powerful the shadow cannon was. Therefore, tomorrow's attack would be just a test. The next morning, after eating breakfast, the siege began again. Zhao Hai and the others were still proceeding step by step. Ballistas, catapults, siege towers, cloud towers, and other siege tools were all prepared. Then the attacking troops pushed the ballistas forward. Once they were in position, the ballistas would fire. At this time, Lu Kide was standing on top of the wall. He looked at Zhao Hai's ballista formation. Zhao Hai's ballista formation was very different from the lightning array formation. The lightning array formation's ballista formation was fixed, making it very troublesome to move. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's ballista formation was installed on the carriage. Because of this, they only needed to push the carriage to the designated location. This was much more convenient than having people carry it. Naturally, this convenience wouldn't be displayed during the siege. But during the operation, the ballista formation's ballista formation was very bulky. When moving, one would need to use a large carriage to carry it. Moreover, the ballista formation had to be broken off. This was simply a burden for the army. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's ballista formation was different. These ballista formations could be directly pulled by horses. This was much more convenient than the lightning array formation's ballista formation. Upon seeing this, Lu Kide couldn't help but sigh. From the ballista formation, one could see that Zhao Hai's ballista formation was much better than the Sacred Institute. While the Sacred Institute's army was still using bulky ballistas, Zhao Hai's ballista formation had already started to use lighter carriages. The Sacred Institute was already falling behind. Falling behind? If the other Sacred Institutes were to hear this, they would certainly find it laughable. When had the Sacred Institute ever fallen behind? The Sacred Institute had always been ahead of the entire spiritual weapon world. This was because they had a lot of information left behind by the Heavenly Sword Empire. How could they fall behind? However, Lu Kide felt that the Sacred Institute was falling behind. They were a lot behind Zhao Hai's ballista formation, barrier formation, and lightning formation. These things could be mass-produced by Zhao Hai's ballista formation. However, the Sacred Institute still didn't have anything that could be used. Although the shadow cannon was very good, its size was too big. It was inconvenient to move. It could be used to defend a city, but if it was used to attack, it would be a burden. Zhao Hai's arrows were like dark clouds that covered the sky. However, Lu Kide wasn't worried at all. These arrows had already reached the limit of their range. It was impossible for them to pose any threat to him. If he couldn't block these arrows, then he would have lived in vain. The general next to him didn't care about the arrows. He opened his mouth and said, "General, this is just Zhao's first wave of attack. After they suppress us, they will push the catapults up and attack. Then they will use the catapults to attack. Finally, they will attack the city walls." The general nodded and said, "What do you mean by Zhao's attack?" Lu Kide nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, pass down the order. Get all the shadow cannons ready and aim at the enemy's ballista formation. First, let's fire together. Do you all remember what I taught you yesterday?" The commander immediately replied, "We remember it. Rest assured, General." Lu Kide nodded, then he waved his hand. The commander cupped his fist towards Lu Kide before he turned around and said, "Prepare the shadow cannons. Adjust the angle." The shadow cannons can also be adjusted. However, the range of the angle was very small. It can only be adjusted up and down by a small margin. In the process of adjusting, it was even inferior to Zhao Hai's ballista formation. However, the people who used the shadow cannons were very proficient with the ballista formation. Although this was their first time using the shadow cannons, they had to admit that the shadow cannons were much easier to use compared to the ballista formation. After adjusting the angle, the commander said, "All right, get ready, fire." Along with his command, one of the shadow cannons users immediately poured their energy into the shadow cannons. As soon as their energy was poured in, the shadow cannons began to emit a black light. Finally, the black light concentrated on the shadow cannons. Then a ball of black light shot out from the shadow cannons. Unlike the ballista's arrows, which were parabolic, He Guang's balls of light were straight and very fast. While the shadow cannons were being fired, Zhao Hai was standing on a high platform at the entrance of the camp, looking at the situation in Nanyu City. He knew that the other side would use this weapon. He just wanted to know how powerful it was. Seeing the other side firing, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shine. The shadow cannons flashed and arrived in front of the ballista formation. Then it exploded a few dozen meters away from the ballista formation. After the explosion, Zhao Hai felt the formation explode. Then the shadow cannons hit the ballista formation. The shadow cannons hit the ballista formation. The shadow cannons didn't even let out a groan as they fell to the ground. Zhao Hai didn't need to look at the shadow cannons to know that the shadow cannons were dead. Zhao Hai discovered that the enemy's formation cannons seemed to have a certain amount of darkness attribute energy. And this darkness attribute energy could directly affect a person's soul. Naturally, it didn't affect a person's origin weapon. But even so, it was enough to kill a person. Moreover, this energy was very strong. According to Zhao's plan, this energy was a lot stronger than the lightning formation. If the energy emitted by the lightning formation was 1, then the energy emitted by the cannon would be 7 to 8, which was nearly 10 times the difference. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he said, "Beat the gong, withdraw the troops." The messenger beside him immediately passed down the order. Soon after, the sound of a gong could be heard from the formation. The soldiers who were attacking the city slowly retreated to the main camp. They didn't give Lu Kaide and the others a second chance to fire. Lu Kaide and the others didn't fire a second time. This was mainly because the process of reloading the shadow cannon was too slow. They needed to take out the bone beads first and then put in new ones before firing. But the place where the bone beads were placed was very problematic. It was under the base, making it very difficult to reload the bone beads. Lu Kaide also noticed that the formation of Zhao Hai's army seemed to have lost its function. He was very clear that firing the shadow cannons at this time would certainly cause a lot of casualties to Zhao Hai's army. But because of the problem of reloading, they could only watch as Zhao Hai's army retreated back to their camp. This made Lu Kaide so angry that he kicked the wall in front of him. Then he turned around and returned to his room. Although Zhao Hai ordered the army to retreat, he didn't immediately return to the main tent. He kept looking at the walls of Nanyu City. This was because Zhao Hai knew that the army's retreat wouldn't be easy. It would take a long time. And during this time, the army would have no formation to protect them. If the enemy were to attack them at this time, then the losses would be very big. However, Zhao Hai felt relieved. This was because he discovered that the enemy didn't attack them. This made Zhao Hai curious. He looked carefully and saw that there were a lot of enemies working on the shadow cannons. However, the enemy didn't fire. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the enemy's weapons needed to cool down. This possibility was very big. After all, it was impossible for weapons to work forever. The second possibility was that the enemy's weapon was too slow to reload. This was not strange. Sometimes, spirit design weapons took a long time to activate. It wasn't until the army entered the camp that Zhao Hai came down from the gate and went directly to the command tent. At this time, the generals were also present. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, let's talk about our losses first." A general stood up and said, "Alliance Lord, we lost more than 1,000 people this time. None of them had any injuries, but they were all dead. It's very strange, it's as if they were asleep." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Is there anything else? Did we lose any livestock?" Another general replied, "We lost about 100 mules and horses. Because it was the front line, there were very few mules and horses. The situation of the mules and horses was similar to the people. We didn't see any injuries, they were all dead. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, it seems like our formation can't block their formation weapons. However, we don't need to worry too much. I just took a look at the enemy's weapon, it seems like the enemy's weapon loading speed is very slow. But I think that the enemy will soon discover this problem. They will think of a way to solve it. Either they increase the speed of the weapon loading, or they will fire it in batches. Therefore, we still need to be careful. Everyone nodded, then a general said, Alliance Master, can we lure them to fire a few of those weapons, and then have the lightning formation team quickly approach the enemy's city walls? Then we'll use the lightning formation to deal with their weapons. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's a good idea. Moreover, we can also have the people in the front line carry a few more formations. This way, the defensive effect will be better. Perhaps there won't be so many casualties in the front line. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, how about this? Tomorrow, each formation in the front line will be equipped with 3 formations. When used, all 3 formations must be used at the same time. This way, the defensive effect will be superimposed. Then we can equip the formation squad with warhorses. After the enemy fires their weapon, the formation squad will immediately go forward and attack the walls. Also, remember, each formation squad must be accompanied by more than 100 sky dance experts. When the enemy sees us using the formation squad to deal with them, they might send their sky dance experts to deal with us. Although the lightning formation is very effective against sky dance experts, we still need to be careful. Everyone nodded, they agreed with Zhao Hai's words. It wasn't that they were afraid of losing the formation squad, they were just worried that the formations would be snatched away by the enemy. Although Zhao Hai told them to be merciful, there was a saying that a compassionate person wouldn't lead an army. They can love their soldiers, but when it comes to sacrificing some people, they wouldn't have much of a reaction. Moreover, for generals like them, before the first battle, they would have already thought about how many losses they would suffer. Although they could think of ways to minimize their losses, it was impossible to say that they didn't suffer any losses. There were no wars without casualties. If they wanted to make sure that they didn't suffer any losses, then they wouldn't be able to fight. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, if we can really get rid of the enemy's weapon, then we'll have to strengthen our attack tomorrow. Be more ruthless. Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai said, these weapons are certainly made by the sacred courtyard. It seems like the sacred courtyard has a lot of resources. If we can get our hands on these weapons, then it would be great. Right, inform the Broken River ancestors and tell them to prepare. The enemy has already begun to use their trump cards, this means that they are ready to go all out against us. It's possible that they would ask the Broken River ancestors to come forward. If we aren't prepared, then we would suffer a loss. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry. Everyone nodded. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, Alliance Lord, why don't we ask the river-breaking ancestors to attack them first? Wouldn't we have the upper hand this way? Zhao Hai replied, don't rashly send river-breaking level ancestors. Each one of them is a treasure trove. Not only are they the stabilizing force of a city-state, they are also the stabilizing force of a realm. If our realm loses too many river-breaking level ancestors, then it would be very troublesome. Therefore, it's best not to use river-breaking level ancestors for now. Alright, go and prepare. Cremate the corpses of the dead and send their ashes to their families. Also, make sure to send their pensions, and don't skimp on it. If the city-state has a cash flow problem, then they can ask for it from me. However, the pensions for the dead cannot be skimped on. Everyone listened with awe. They knew that every time Zhao Hai spoke like this, it meant that he had made up his mind. If anyone dared to touch the money, then Zhao Hai wouldn't let them off. Regarding such an order, there was only one way to do it, and that was to complete it with all their might. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, alright, go back and rest. Take care of your troops. Also, make sure that the night patrol is arranged properly. Don't let the enemy take advantage of any loopholes. Remember, there must be 50 Sky Dance Realm experts in the night patrol. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. After everyone left the tent, Zhao Hai arrived in front of the tent. Looking at the distant city wall, he smiled faintly and said, that's an interesting thing. If we can get it, then we can play with it. The night passed without any words. The next day, the army woke up as usual. After eating their meal, they lined up in front of the camp. Then they began to attack the city wall once again. Lu Kide stood on the city wall and looked at the army with a dignified expression. At the same time, the general beside him looked at Lu Kide in confusion and said, "General, they suffered a loss yesterday. Why are they attacking again today? Are they not afraid of death?" Lu Kide replied, "It's not that they aren't afraid of death, it's just that they have already thought of a way to deal with the shadow cannons. Pass down the order, we'll do as we said last night. Therefore, the shadow cannons will be fired in 3 batches. Go." The general nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, the general returned to Lu Kide's side and said, "General, everything is ready." Lu Kide nodded, then he said, "Get ready. When the enemy starts to attack, we'll counterattack. First, we'll fire once. If they can block it, then we'll attack again." The general nodded. Lu Kide stood on the city wall with a calm expression. His eyes weren't looking at the army below the city wall. Instead, he looked past the army and looked at the camp outside the city. Lu Kide could almost feel that someone was looking at the city wall from there. At this time, Zhao Hai also seemed to have sensed something. He looked at Lu Kide's position. Although he couldn't see Lu Kide and Lu Kide couldn't see him, the 2 generals were able to sense each other's presence. The army stopped moving forward. Then the chariots began to attack. When the chariots attacked, the shadow cannons on the city walls immediately fired. Black balls of light were shot towards the army. However, the density of the balls was much lower compared to yesterday. At this time, the general standing beside Zhao Hai said, "Good, just as the Alliance Lord expected, they really left some leeway. Looking at their posture, it's much worse compared to yesterday." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "After this wave of attack, we'll see how the other side reacts. Wait for our orders, then we'll attack again." The general nodded. At this time, the black balls of light had already exploded in front of the beaver squad. However, the beaver squad seemed to have a transparent barrier that blocked the black balls of light. When the black balls of light disappeared, the beaver squad didn't suffer any losses. Upon seeing this, the beaver squad couldn't help but cheer. They immediately launched another attack towards the city, reloading the beaver squad even faster. When Lu Kide saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Second wave of shadow cannons, attack." The general immediately gave the order. Then the second wave of shadow cannons was launched. However, this time, the attack didn't cause any damage to Zhao Hai's formation. The superposition of 3 layers of formation was much stronger than a single layer. If a single layer was broken, then the formation would be damaged. However, if 3 layers were superimposed, then the effect would be different. When Zhao Hai designed these formations, he thought that there would be a day when the formations couldn't withstand an attack. At that time, they would need to use the superposition effect. Because of this, the formations that he made could be superimposed. Moreover, after being superimposed, they would become a single entity. This was why they were able to block the attack of the shadow cannons. After blocking the dark shadow cannons' attack, the 3 people maintaining the formation also consumed a lot of energy. However, they had replacements by their side, and they would be able to maintain the formation at its strongest state very soon. When Lu Kide saw that the second wave of attacks was useless, he immediately launched the third wave. However, there was still no effect. Lu Kide's expression finally changed. When Zhao Hai saw that the 3 waves of attacks had finally stopped, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he turned to the general and said, "Go, have the formation team attack. Space dance experts and formation teams must keep up. River-breaking ancestors must also be prepared." The general nodded, then he immediately sent someone to pass the order. He also felt that Zhao Hai was different. In the past, Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to order river-breaking ancestors like Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai dared, and he wasn't polite at all. After the order was passed down, the catapult phalanx slowly moved forward. At the same time, a group of cavalry also rushed out. This group of cavalry only had 2,000 people. In front of an army of hundreds of thousands, there was nothing special about this group. However, the speed of this group of cavalry was very fast. In a blink of an eye, they had already reached 1 li underground. Then a white light shot towards the city wall. This white light was dense and fast, making the people on the city wall unable to react. This was the first time Lu Kide saw the might of the lightning array. He didn't think that the lightning array would be this powerful. The people who were using the shadow cannons on the city walls were swept away in large numbers. Even the shadow formation was hit by the white light, it was filled with holes. Lu Kide stood there in a daze, then he muttered, "So this is the lightning formation. Sure enough, it can be called lightning." The general next to him pulled Lu Kide and said, "General, you can't stand on the city wall, it's too dangerous. Quickly go down the city wall and hide." As he said that, he pulled Lu Kide down the city wall. Lu Kide sighed, he didn't try to break free. He knew that he couldn't stay on the walls at this time. Therefore, he followed the general to the back of the walls. Some of the ballistas in the city were still tenaciously attacking. However, they were completely suppressed by Zhao Hai's formation. After the formation team defeated the enemies on the walls, they didn't immediately return to the camp. Instead, they lingered outside the city. At this time, Zhao Hai's catapults began to show their might. They launched an indiscriminate attack on the city. At the same time, the siege towers and ladders were pushed out as they went straight towards the walls. Although Lu Kide went down the walls, he still placed an observation post on the walls. He thought that Zhao Hai's formation team would retreat after the first attack. He didn't expect that they didn't leave. This made Lu Kide a bit embarrassed. After thinking about this, Lu Kide turned to the general beside him and said, "Have the sky dance experts move out. We must defeat their team. Go quickly." The general immediately went to pass the order. Afterward, all the sky dance level experts in the city flew up and went straight towards the formation team. However, these sky dance level experts all had shields in their hands. This was unimaginable in the past. This was because sky dance level experts were very arrogant. Aside from their own weapons, they wouldn't use anything else. Using anything else would be an insult to them. However, the sky dance experts of the Holy Academy didn't dare to not use their defensive equipment. They were very clear that the lightning formation was too strong. Even if they were hit by it, they would still be injured. Because of this, they decided to use their defensive equipment. Although their defensive equipment wasn't a formation, they can still transfer their energy to it. This way, the defensive effect would be better. When the formation team saw the Sky Dance Realm experts coming out of the city, they immediately used their lightning formation to attack them. However, these Sky Dance Realm experts weren't useless. They added their own energy to the shields in their hands, making it hard for the lightning formation to break through their shields. Although these Sky Dance experts were using ordinary shields, they were still using their own energy to reinforce their shields. This was equal to using their own energy to resist the lightning formation. It was impossible for the lightning formation to deplete a Sky Dance expert's energy in an instant. As for the Sky Dance experts, they raised their shields and charged towards the formation team. Seeing this situation, the formation team immediately turned around and ran towards the camp. However, the Sky Dance experts didn't want to let them go so easily, so they chased after them. At this time, from the formation team, close to 100 figures suddenly flew out. These people all held weapons in their hands, and directly went to meet the Sky Dance Realm experts. The Sky Dance level experts didn't think that Zhao Hai's team would actually have a Sky Dance level expert lying in ambush. But they didn't say anything and just directly rushed over. The Sky Dance Realm experts from both sides immediately stood in front of each other. Moreover, it was a tie. The Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Academy had the advantage in numbers, about 300 of them. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's Sky Dance Realm experts had the advantage in terms of equipment. Their weapons were all magic artifacts. Although they were only first-level magic artifacts, they were still formations. The Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Academy were a lot stronger. However, because they were few in number, it was impossible for them to deal much damage to the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Academy. Therefore, they could only fight while retreating, covering the formation team as they returned to the camp. The Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Academy chased for a while before retreating. They didn't dare to chase too fiercely. There was no other way, their enemy was an army of hundreds of thousands. There were even more Sky Dance Realm experts. If they chased too fiercely, they would be surrounded by the enemy's Sky Dance Realm experts. Then they would be finished. Although they retreated, Zhao Hai's attack didn't stop. The ordinary soldiers were still pushing the siege towers forward. However, when the Sky Dance Realm experts of the Sacred Academy wanted to attack the siege towers, the Sky Dance Realm experts would immediately block them, making them unable to destroy the siege towers. At the same time, the arrows of Southern Yu City were completely suppressed, they simply couldn't do anything. Not long after, the soldiers pushed the siege towers and ladders to the foot of Non-Yu City. Then, the siege began. However, the soldiers of Southern Yu City weren't vegetarians. After the formation team retreated, they immediately returned to the walls. Although they might still be hit by Zhao Hai's ballistas and catapults, it was still much easier than facing the formation team. Moreover, when Zhao Hai's army began to attack, the ballistas and catapults had no choice but to stop. At this time, it was up to the soldiers of both sides. Lu Kai'd was standing on top of the city wall. He felt strange. Why didn't Zhao Hai allow the siege soldiers to use the lightning formation? If the siege soldiers were to use the formation, then the city walls would be hard to defend. But soon Lu Kai'd understood why Zhao didn't let the soldiers attack the city with the lightning formation. This was because he was afraid that the lightning formation would fall into their hands. Even if the ordinary soldiers had the lightning formation, they still wouldn't be a match for a Sky Dance Realm expert. If the Sky Dance Realm experts were to get their hands on the lightning formation, then they would be able to deal with the besieging soldiers. That would be too terrifying. Under Lu Kai'd's command, they were able to repel Zhao Hai's attack. The siege towers were also burned. However, Lu Kai'd wasn't happy at all. The shadow cannons on the walls were almost unusable. Moreover, the city's defense wasn't small. They had a total of 100,000 soldiers. Aside from the 20,000 stationed in the other 4 cities, the rest of the army was here. However, the number of soldiers that could still fight in the city was only 60,000. Under Zhao Hai's attack, they actually lost 20,000 troops. 20,000 troops, this number was very high. It can be seen how fierce Zhao Hai's attack was. Lu Kai'd knit his brows. In just a few days, their losses were already this big. If the attack continued for a few more days, then they would be finished. Although the Holy Court was currently gathering troops, it would still take some time for reinforcements to arrive. After all, the loss of nearly 1 million troops wasn't small. Even if the city-states could mobilize several 100,000 troops, it would still take some time. If they couldn't hold on for a month, then even if the army arrived at the front lines, there wouldn't be any provisions for them. An army without provisions would fall into chaos sooner or later. Because of this reason, Lu Kai'd needed to block Zhao Hai's army here. This would allow the rear troops to gather enough provisions. In Lu Kai'd's opinion, the Sacred Academy's biggest loss wasn't people, but food. After years of war, the Spirit Weapon Realm's food supply was already insufficient. Because of this, the Spirit Weapon Realm didn't experience a food shortage. Because of this, the Spirit Weapon Realm didn't experience a food shortage. But now, all of the Spirit Weapon Realm's grain-producing areas were under the control of the Anti-Holy Court Alliance. This was especially true for the Stone Ox City-State, the #1 grain-producing area in the Spirit Weapon Realm. This made the city-states under the Holy Court's control very tight in terms of provisions. During the battle with Year 19, the Holy Court managed to snatch some provisions from him. Although most of the provisions were returned to Year 19, the Holy Court still managed to get a lot of provisions. However, all of the provisions were taken away by Zhao Hai. And when the Holy Court managed to gather provisions, Zhao Hai would burn them down. Because of this, it was very difficult for the Holy Court to gather enough provisions for an army of hundreds of thousands. At this time, the city-states under the Holy Court's control were already starving to death. If they were to gather too much food, then there would be a food shortage. Because of this, they needed a month or so for reinforcements to arrive at the front lines. It wasn't that they couldn't gather troops, but that they couldn't gather provisions. However, Lu Kai'd was now having a headache. Out of 100,000 troops, there were only 80,000 left. And even with 80,000 troops, they didn't have a lot of provisions. They didn't even know if they could last a month. If they were to send reinforcements now, then it wouldn't take long for them to run out of provisions. Because of this, asking for reinforcements wasn't a good thing. They could only rely on themselves. Lu Kai thought about it and gave up on the idea of asking for reinforcements. He also didn't transfer troops from other cities. Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to do it. Moreover, after seeing the lightning formation, Lu Kai understood that it was impossible to transfer troops from other cities. 5,000 troops were nothing for Zhao Hai and the others. It can be said that the other 4 cities were in danger. Fortunately, they had transmission formations that allowed them to return at any time. Otherwise, it would be even more dangerous. However, what Lu Kai didn't know was that at this time, Zhao Hai and the others were already preparing to attack the other 4 cities. This was because Zhao Hai had just received Lu Hong's information. Zhao Hai was sitting in the tent as he looked at Lu Hong and said, "Have you prepared the information? Do the other 4 cities really only have 5,000 troops? Moreover, there aren't many experts?" Lu Hong nodded and said, "It's absolutely accurate. Alliance Lord can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Go find Stonehammer and the others. Have them prepare, we'll move out tomorrow." Lu Hong nodded and then went out. Before long, Stonehammer and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's tent. After they sat down, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Did Lu Hong tell you?" The group nodded, their faces were filled with excitement. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Tomorrow, we'll continue to attack Nanyu City. You should prepare to take the other 4 cities in one fell swoop. Go." The group nodded before they turned around and left. After the group left, Zhao Hai went out of the tent and looked at Nanyu City in the distance. Then he muttered, "Nanyu City, hee hee. I want to see what you'll do after tomorrow." After he said that, Zhao Hai looked at the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. This was good weather. It seems like tomorrow's weather would be good as well. This was good news for him. The next morning, the soldiers in the camp woke up early. After eating breakfast, they began to line up and prepare to attack. It was the same routine as yesterday. However, this routine left Lu Kai helpless. Yesterday, he could still use the shadow cannon to counterattack. But today, he didn't have any weapons to use. This couldn't be helped. The shadow cannon was almost useless, but he couldn't find anything to replace it. At this time, Lu Kai was really envious of Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's lightning formation was much better than the shadow cannon. Although it wasn't as powerful as the shadow cannon, its firing speed was incomparable. Moreover, its size was much smaller, and its operation was much simpler. Compared to Zhao Hai's lightning formation, the shadow cannon was useless. When they made the shadow cannon, they thought that they would be invincible. But now, it seems like they were too naive. Lu Kai also knew that he couldn't blame the people in the academy. When the shadow concoction was made, it was just a test. They didn't think that one day it would really come in handy. The test location was inside the Sacred Institute. It was just a simple test shot, but they didn't go deep into the research. For a weapon like the shadow cannon, if you don't test it on the battlefield, then you wouldn't know if it was good or not. Just like this time, the shadow cannon was very good during the test, it was very powerful, but on the battlefield, it wasn't flexible enough, it was too slow to reload, and its size was too big. All of these shortcomings were exposed. Unfortunately, even if they wanted to improve it, it was too late. Zhao simply wouldn't give them the time to do so. Zhao Hai didn't give Lu Kai any time to react. While they were still attacking Nanyu City, Stonehammer and the others were already preparing to attack the other cities. Just as Zhao Hai and the others suppressed the army on the city walls, Stonehammer and the others also began to move. Zhao Hai had already obtained the coordinates of several cities from the Lesser Dragon City. So Stonehammer and the others only needed to use their transmission formations to enter these cities. Moreover, Zhao Hai used the excuse of preventing the other city-states from sending reinforcements as an excuse to set up a separate camp for Stonehammer and the others. This camp was filled with people that the other city-states trusted, as well as people who could use lightning formations. Because of this, it was very convenient for them to move. At this time, Stonehammer and the others were fully prepared. Behind each of them were about 100 void dance experts. Although they had a lot of void dance experts this time, attacking Nanyu City would require a lot of them. Because of this, each of them could only bring about 100 people. Stonehammer looked at the other generals and said, "Everyone, remember, after entering the city, the first step is to open the barrier. The second step is to destroy the transmission formation. After that, we'll attack the city's defenders." "Alright, everyone get ready, we'll move out immediately." Everyone nodded, then the 4 teams split up. Some of them were carrying bags on their backs, which contained the components of the transmission formations. Once they arrived in the city, they only needed to assemble the transmission formations. Seeing that everyone was ready, Stonehammer opened his mouth and said, "Let's begin." After he said that, a white light flashed on his body. The others also did the same. When the white light disappeared, they also disappeared from the camp. However, the camp didn't stop because of their disappearance. Groups of soldiers gathered at the 4 transmission formations in the camp. They were waiting for the transmission formations to be activated. Then they would immediately go to the transmission formations and kill their way into the 4 cities. At this time, Stonehammer and the others appeared in one of the cities. As soon as they appeared, Stonehammer immediately said, "Open the barrier." Then he directly opened the formation on his body. 2 other people also opened their own formations. Then they immediately flew up and headed towards the city's transmission formation. At this time, the city's defenders also reacted. The city's defenders also made some defensive arrangements. Some of the ballistas were also facing the city. This was Lu Kai's arrangement. Lu Kai knew that Zhao Hai and the others also had transmission formations. However, they didn't have any formations, so they could only use this method. When Stonehammer and the others appeared, the city's defenders were indeed stunned. But while they were in a daze, Stonehammer and the others had already opened the formation. Then they flew up and headed towards the transmission formation. The transmission formation was also guarded by a small group of soldiers. These tactics were something that Lu Kai learned from Zhao Hai. In the past, when the Saint sent teams to deal with the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance, Zhao Hai used these tactics to break their operations. Now, Lu Kai was using these tactics to deal with Zhao Hai. When the city's defenders reacted, a person who looked like a general immediately shouted, "Ballistas, attack freely. Light the smoke signal." Along with his words, the ballistas in the city immediately shot towards Stonehammer and the others. However, Stonehammer and the others were equipped with shields. And their shields were magic artifacts. Naturally, they couldn't be shot by the ballistas. At the same time, Stonehammer and the others immediately had the sky dance experts use their lightning formations to counterattack. Before long, they arrived at the transmission formation. Stonehammer and the others used their lightning formations to shoot at the city's defenders. After sweeping the city's defenders down, they directly arrived at the transmission formation. Then they took out their weapons and used all their strength to stab the ground. Their weapons were formations. When they stabbed the ground, everything within 5 meters of the ground was destroyed. It was impossible for the transmission formation to be buried that deep, so it was naturally destroyed. After destroying the enemy's transmission formation, Stonehammer and the others immediately surrounded it to block the incoming ballistas. At the same time, they used their lightning formations to counterattack. At the same time, a new formation was slowly taking shape in the enemy's transmission formation. There were 5,000 defenders in the city. However, some of them were resting, some were guarding the transmission formation, and some were on the city walls. At this time, almost all of the defenders in the transmission formation had been eliminated by Zhao Hai. The defenders on the city walls had also suffered heavy casualties. The defenders in the barracks had just come out of the barracks, so they weren't a threat to Stonehammer and the others. Therefore, the transmission formation that Stonehammer and the others brought was quickly assembled. When the transmission formation was assembled, they immediately activated it. They also placed a blade on the transmission formation. This was a secret signal that they had agreed with the people in the barracks. As long as the people in the barracks see the blade, they would know that they had succeeded. When the time comes, they would naturally rush over. The 4 transmission formations in the barracks lit up at the same time. When the soldiers saw the blade, they knew that the transmission formation had succeeded. They immediately divided themselves into small teams and entered the transmission formation. Then the transmission formation flashed with white light before they disappeared. A team of 100 people appeared behind Stonemer and the others. Stonemer and the others immediately expanded their encirclement. The team of 100 people immediately came out of the transmission formation. Then they took out their lightning formations and shot at the surrounding defenders. Then another team of 100 people came and joined the battle. After 500 people came out, although they had weapons in their hands, they didn't have any lightning formations. After all, Zhao Hai didn't provide a lot of lightning formations. The defenders in the city couldn't hold on any longer. They weren't elites to begin with. Before, they could rely on their blood qi to resist Stonemer and the others. However, as Stonemer and the others increased in number, their firepower became fiercer and fiercer. When Stonemer and the others had more than 1,000 people, and the defenders in the city had more than 2,000 casualties, the defenders finally collapsed. They began to flee towards the outside of the city. When Stonemer saw this, he immediately summoned the other sky dance experts. 100 sky dance experts were divided into 4 teams. They guarded the 4 city gates and forced the defenders to surrender. When the defenders saw that they had no hope of escaping, and that they weren't a match for the enemy, they had no choice but to put down their weapons and surrender. Naturally, Stonemer wouldn't be polite. He confiscated the weapons of these people and then locked them up in a barracks. After dealing with the matters in the city, Stonemer sent a letter to Zhao Hai. At the same time, they went to the city wall and looked at the situation in southern Yu City. Zhao Hai looked at the letters that Stonemer and the others sent. Their letters arrived almost at the same time. Moreover, there was only one thing in the letters, it was that the 4 cities had been captured. Zhao Hai received the letters with satisfaction. Then he looked towards southern Yu City and smiled faintly as he said, I wonder what the other side is thinking right now. Lu Kai's complexion was pale. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would make such a move. He actually attacked the other 4 cities. Moreover, he was quite ruthless. Now, even if they wanted to use the transmission formations to return to the other 4 cities, they wouldn't be able to. Lu Kai was very clear that the other 4 cities were more ominous than happy. However, he wasn't willing to give up just like that. Even if he wanted to support the other 4 cities, he didn't have the strength to do so. Zhao Hai's attack today was very fierce. It was even fiercer than the previous 2 days. Lu Kai and the others couldn't hold on any longer. At this time, if they were to send people to support the other 4 cities, then southern Yu City would be finished. Lu Kai was very anxious. He wanted to help the other 4 cities, but now it seems like it was impossible. The smoke signals of the other 4 cities had been extinguished, but the transmission formations were still not restored. Lu Kai was very clear that there was only one explanation for this, the other party had already captured the other 4 cities. Although Lu Kai didn't want to admit it, he knew that the other 4 cities were hopeless. Moreover, according to the current situation, southern Yu City wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few days. At this time, the wisest choice was to retreat. Taking advantage of the fact that southern Yu City's transmission formation was still working, they would retreat to the other cities and then think of a way to deal with Zhao Hai's army. However, Lu Kai didn't do this time. This was because he knew that they couldn't retreat anymore. The provisions and soldiers in southern Yu City were the limit of what southern Yu City could provide. Even if they retreated, they wouldn't be able to transport the provisions. And even if they retreated, they wouldn't be able to reach the other cities of southern Yu City. They couldn't just let the soldiers go hungry and fight against Zhao Hai's army, right? Moreover, when they reached the other cities of southern Yu City, if the soldiers didn't have any food, then they might just rob them. One must know that they had swords and spears in their hands, not fire sticks. Once the soldiers started to rob food, then the situation would become uncontrollable. Because of this, Lu Kai knew that although it seemed like they could still retreat, in fact, they had no way to retreat. Lu Kai looked at the army that was still attacking, then he waved his hand to summon one of his trusted subordinates. Then he whispered to the subordinate, "Send people to destroy the transmission formation so that it can no longer be used. Let's prepare to live and die together with the city." When Lu Kai heard this, the confidant couldn't help but stare. Then his voice became somewhat excited as he said, "General." Lu Kai waved his hand and said, "Do it. Even if we want to leave now, I'm afraid that it would be difficult." Besides some Sky Dance Realm experts, Do you think that Zhao Hai would allow anyone else to leave? Moreover, if we leave, then southern Yu City would be breached by Zhao Hai. When that time comes, the tens of thousands of defenders would be gone. Without these defenders, even if we escape, what can we do? Stay here and delay for as long as possible. Buy some time for the council. When the confidant heard this, his eyes couldn't help but dim. Then he cupped his fist towards Lu Kide before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he stood on top of southern Yu City's walls. In front of him was a person, Lu Kide. However, Lu Kide was now seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was spitting out mouthfuls of blood, but he still had a smile on his face as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, ha ha ha. I didn't think that we would meet in this situation. You're indeed a strong person. Dying in your hands is worth it for this Lu Kide." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Kide and said, "You're an admirable person. You were able to defend your city against my army for 3 days. You're an opponent worthy of my respect." Lu Kide nodded. Lu Kide laughed. However, his internal organs were shaken, causing him to vomit blood again. Then he said, "So what if it's 3 days? Even if it's 3 days, I'm still defeated. Zhao Hai, you're really strong. However, I believe that the Sacred Institute isn't that easy to deal with. Just wait, you'll suffer a lot." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Kide and smiled faintly. "The Sacred Institute can't stop me. However, I guess you won't be able to see that day." Lu Kide looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. Slowly, there was no sound coming from him. He was already dead. He was killed by Zhao Hai's fist. Zhao Hai's fist had shattered his internal organs. It was impossible for him to survive. Zhao Hai's face was calm. After some time, he said, "All right, clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Look after those who surrendered." Someone immediately complied and went to prepare. This time, Zhao Hai's army managed to take Nanhua City. However, this was only 3 days after Zhao Hai took over the other cities. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai said that Lu Kide was very powerful. In these 3 days of fighting, Lu Kide had done very well. Being able to block the attacks of Zhao Hai's army for 3 days was truly amazing. However, Zhao Hai's losses in these 3 days weren't necessarily high. Zhao Hai's attack was very rhythmic, neither too fast nor too slow. If Zhao Hai gave the order to go all out, then it wouldn't take 3 days. However, the casualties would be very heavy. The reason why Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to attack wasn't entirely because he didn't want to cause too many casualties. Although he didn't want to sacrifice too many soldiers, he didn't care about the necessary hope. The reason why he did this was to give the army a wake-up call so that they could calm down. One must know that the previous 2 attacks had been very smooth. This caused the army to become arrogant. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use Southern Remnant City to cool down the army. He wanted to let the army know that they weren't invincible. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to use Southern Remnant City to cool them down. He wanted them to know that they weren't invincible. In the past, Southern Yu City had about 60,000 soldiers. But now, there were only 30,000 left. These 30,000 soldiers had already surrendered to them. After everyone cleaned up the battlefield, Zhao Hai led the group to the city lord's mansion's conference room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "We've finally captured Southern Yu City. We've also broken through the enemy's defensive line. Everyone, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What do you think?" When everyone heard this, they turned silent. Then one of the generals said, "Alliance Lord, I think we should use this opportunity to capture Southhua City as soon as possible. If possible, we should also capture the surrounding cities." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alliance Lord, I think we should use this opportunity to capture Southhua City as soon as possible." The others nodded, then they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Good idea. Nanhua City doesn't have a lot of troops left. Because Lu Kide destroyed the transmission formation, their entire army was left behind. Aside from some Sky Dance Realm experts, the rest of the army was left behind. It shouldn't be a problem for us to take Nanhua City." Everyone nodded, but they didn't say anything as they waited for Zhao Hai to continue. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "We still have about 600,000 troops. Leave the remainder and defend the places that we conquered. The remaining 500,000 troops will be divided into 5 groups. The first group will have 100,000 troops under the command of Stonemer and attack South Flower City. The second group will have 100,000 troops under the command of General Xianxia and attack South Flower City. The third group will have 100,000 troops under the command of General Wu and attack Cloud City. The fourth group will have 100,000 troops under the command of General Long and attack Wind and Thunder City. The fifth group will have 100,000 troops under the command of General Wei and attack Dewey City. Do you all understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, now, we have 600,000 troops. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's plan, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's ambition would be this big. He actually wanted to take 5 cities at once. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, these 5 city-states don't have any troops left. Although the situation of the other city-states is better than South Hua City, it's still not much better. Therefore, what we need to do now is to capture these city-states as soon as possible. Also, you can take the surrendered troops of South Hua City, but don't let them attack South Hua City. Instead, let them attack the other city-states first. I can tell you that when they attack, their rewards will be better, but their military discipline will also be stricter. If they don't accept this, then just kill them directly. When everyone heard this, their hearts turned cold. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would give such an order. Zhao Hai had always emphasized to them that they should treat their soldiers like their own children. However, they didn't think that he would give such an order this time. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, there's one more thing. All of the surrendered troops will be executed. A small team will attack and one person will retreat. A small team will be executed. A large team will attack and a small team will retreat. A large team will attack and a large team will retreat. Understood? Everyone nodded. This time, they knew that not only was Zhao Hai their alliance lord, he also loved his soldiers like his own children. He was also a general, an iron-blooded general. With such an order, who knows how many people would die? Zhao Hai replied, you must do it as soon as possible. After taking these 5 city-states, organize the troops of these city-states and then attack the other city-states. But before you attack, report to me. Once I approve your attack, you can attack them. Also, if the surrendered troops perform well, they can be promoted. Separate the ordinary troops from our troops. Separate the promoted troops from the ordinary troops. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. At this time, they thoroughly understood Zhao Hai's methods. Not to mention other things, just Zhao Hai's method was enough to make them admire him. With a butcher's knife in one hand and a carrot in the other, there was no need to fear that the surrendered troops wouldn't go all out. Zhao Hai said, I can treat my soldiers like my own children. However, I also know that this isn't a good thing for the war. Sometimes, it's necessary to be iron-blooded. If we can eliminate the sacred courtyard as soon as possible and end this war, then the entire spirit weapon realm would be at peace. At that time, all of the common people would have a good life. Therefore, I gave this order. But you must remember that the surrendered troops who have rendered meritorious service will be our people in the future. You must treat them like our own soldiers. These words made all the generals excited. They nodded and looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good. 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 Zhao Hai replied, let's rest for 3 days. After 3 days, the army will set out. I won't be going this time. I'll stay in southern Yu City. Whoever completes their mission first, I'll give them a celebratory feast. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia quickly shouted, that's not fair. Alliance Lord, that's not fair. Look at Stonehammer, you've already taken half of Nanhua City. This guy is just picking up the spoils. When Xianxia said this, everyone stared for a moment before they burst into laughter. Naturally, they didn't think that Xianxia was trying to sweep away Zhao Hai's face. In fact, they all knew that Xianxia was now Zhao Hai's confidant. Therefore, it was more likely that he was joking. Zhao looked at Xianxia and said, well then, I won't count the stone hammer. Among the 4 of you, whoever completes the mission first, I will hold a celebratory banquet for them. As for the other 3, the rest of you will have to give them a toast, give them a big salute, and call them general. How about it? Chen Yonghe nodded. All right. This competition wasn't a big deal, it was just a matter of saluting. However, one shouldn't forget that they were all soldiers. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, all of them became spirited. Although it was just a matter of a cup of wine, they still wanted to drink the toast of others. They didn't want to be toasted by others. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he laughed and said, all right. Originally, I wanted to hold a celebration banquet for capturing Southern Yu City. But now, I've decided to postpone the banquet. I'll hold it after you've completed your mission. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, they all clamored and asked Zhao Hai to hold a celebratory feast. In the end, Zhao Hai complied and held a celebratory feast. Zhao Hai's celebratory feast wasn't only for the generals, but also for the ordinary soldiers. This made the soldiers happy. After that, the army rested for 3 days. During these 3 days, the army didn't just rest and reorganize, they also reorganized the surrendered troops. After that, the 40,000 surrendered troops were organized into 4 divisions, which were under the command of Chen Yonghe and the other 4 divisions. After 3 days of rest, the army set off. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't command this battle was because he wanted to train the others. In the future, there would be a lot of battles with the Sacred Academy. Although he can lead the army, the generals under him also needed to be independent. If he didn't manage everything, then he wouldn't have the time. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to delegate some of his power. With Zhao Hai in the rear, there was nothing to worry about. At most, he would be concerned about the provisions. As for the city gangs that Zhao Hai mentioned before, Zhao Hai was very clear about them. Zhao Hai had spies in these city-states. Moreover, these spies didn't have a low status in those city-states. Most importantly, these spies were natives of those city-states. Because of this, Zhao Hai knew that these city-states were now empty of military strength. If the army dispatched, then it would be very easy to take them down. Things were indeed as Zhao Hai thought. The progress of the 5 armies was very smooth. The first one to be taken down was South Flower City. Stonehammer's attack could be described as unstoppable. The South Flower City's army was almost wiped out. The city lord also knew that South Flower City was finished. He didn't even put up a struggle before he was taken down by Stonehammer. Just like Chen Yonghe said, Stonehammer was the first to complete his mission. He attacked South Flower City and took it down in about half a month. This speed could be described as fast. After Stonehammer took down South Flower City, the other army's attacks were also very smooth. Just like what Zhao Hai said, these city-states were empty of military strength. This was because these city-states were close to South Flower City. When South Flower City was defeated, these city-states were also unlucky. Chen Yonghe's attack directly took over these city-states. Although these city-states resisted, their resistance didn't have any effect. In the end, they only lasted for about a month before they were taken down by Chen Yonghe. After taking down these 5 city-states, the army of the Holy Court was also assembled. They stationed their army in the nearby city-states to set up defenses. This time, they didn't take the initiative to attack, they just looked like they were going to defend to the death. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about attacking. He had the army stay there and defend. At the same time, he began to digest the territory that they got this time. This time, they were able to take down 5 city-states. For them, this was a good thing. Although these 5 city-states weren't very big, they were still able to turn the Lesser Dragon City into their rear while turning the other city-states into their bases. In this way, both sides got a temporary peace. However, everyone knew that this peace was only temporary. A bigger war was waiting for them. However, at this time, another piece of news shook the entire spiritual weapon world. At the same time, it also made the city-states of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance reflect on their position. This news was too shocking. The Yalong city-state was merged into the Lost Soul city-state. Yalong city-state used to be the #1 city-state in the spirit weapon realm. Even now, it was still the #2 city-state. Moreover, the Long family had already unified the Yalong city-state. Although this was done with Zhao Hai's help, people with discerning eyes could see that the Long family's strength couldn't be underestimated. However, such a city-state was actually placed in the Lost Soul city-state and became the Yalong district. This news was too shocking, everyone couldn't react for a while. But then another piece of news came. This made the other city-states of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance think carefully about the future of their city-states. This was because the Wild Lion tribe was merged into the Lesser Dragon City. 2 more city-states were merged into the Lost Soul City-State. Although the 2 city-states lost their military power, the government affairs of the 2 city-states were still managed by them. Moreover, the 2 city-states also adopted the Lost Soul City-State management mode. This made the 2 city-states look more prosperous than before. Now that these 2 city-states had merged with the Lost Soul City, the other city-states of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance began to think. They knew that Zhao Hai was very strong. Looking at the current situation, the Lost Soul City would be unified in the future. At that time, if they didn't surrender, then they might become enemies with Zhao Hai. If they surrendered to Zhao Hai, then it would be a good thing. Although the Lost Soul City was very strong, it still hasn't been unified. If they surrender now, then they might be able to get some benefits. After thinking about this, the people of these city-states couldn't sit still. They immediately sent people to contact Zhao Hai. At the same time, some people also looked for Long Tianlin's group. They wanted to know what benefits they would get after surrendering to Zhao Hai. Long Tianlin didn't hide anything and told them about Zhao Hai's words. This made the city-state's city lords very surprised. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would give up his position as the city lord of the Lost Soul City. To be honest, this was very tempting for the city lords' clans. In their opinion, this was impossible to achieve in a short period of time. As long as Zhao didn't step down, no one would be able to take away his position as the city lord. And with Zhao's current situation, if he wanted to step down from his position as the city lord, they were afraid that he would have to wait a long time. But no matter what, this was still a hope for them. It was precisely because of this that they were moved. They understood that if Zhao Hai really did what he said, then their clans would have hope in the future. Moreover, after being in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time, the city lords had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai's breadth of mind was indeed extraordinary. If he promised something, then he would certainly do it. Although this matter seemed very unreliable, they also knew that the city lords of the Lost Soul City knew that they would surrender. As they came into contact with Zhao Hai, they began to understand why these city-states were willing to take refuge in Zhao Hai. The conditions that Zhao Hai gave them were very good. They can control their own city-state's government and even participate in the management of Lost Soul City. Moreover, if their families perform well in the future, they can even inherit their positions. Although this was still a little bit different from their ideal situation, it wasn't unacceptable. The city lords understood that the city lords had all sided with Zhao Hai. And without exception, these city lords were very close to Zhao Hai. Moreover, after they sided with Zhao Hai, they didn't have any complaints about Zhao Hai. In other words, they didn't rely on Zhao Hai, they were willing to do so. From this point, it can be seen that they had a better understanding of Zhao Hai's situation. They knew that siding with Zhao Hai would be more beneficial for them. Because of this, the city lords were somewhat moved. In the end, some of the city lords tried to contact Zhao Hai and expressed their intentions of siding with him. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't oppose them and accepted them. Moreover, the conditions were very good, not much different from Long Tianlin and the others. The city lords of these city-states immediately announced that they would merge with the Lost Soul City-State. With them setting an example, the other city-states were also moved. More and more city-states merged with the Lost Soul City-State. As time went on, all of the city-states of the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance merged with the Lost Soul City-State. The city lords merged with the Lost Soul City not only because of the conditions that Zhao Hai offered. No matter how good Zhao Hai's conditions were, they would still have to listen to Zhao Hai in the future. They would be subordinates, which was much better than making their own decisions. The main reason why these people were willing to merge their city-states with the Lost Soul City-State was because of Zhao Hai's strength. This time, Zhao Hai commanded his army and defeated the Sacred Academy's army of 1,000,000. Moreover, he took down 5 city lords in one fell swoop. This kind of achievement was something that no one expected. This also made the city lords know about Zhao Hai's strength as well as Zhao Hai's methods. It was because of this that the city lords didn't want to be enemies with Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai's Lost Soul City was too strong. The Lost Soul City already occupied a quarter of the entire spirit weapon realm. With the Lost Soul City's strength and Zhao Hai's methods, if he couldn't unify the spirit weapon realm, then it would be the will of the heavens. Now that these city lords merged with the Lost Soul City, the land occupied by the Lost Soul City was more than half of the spirit weapon realm. In this case, it would be easier for Zhao Hai to unify the entire spirit weapon realm. After the unification of the Anti-Holy Academy Alliance, Zhao Hai immediately announced the establishment of a country. The country was named the Lost Soul Empire and its capital was Lesser Dragon City. At the same time, he also announced that the Lost Soul Empire would soon unify the entire spirit weapon realm. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't hide his ambitions anymore. He wanted to tell the Holy Academy that the Lost Soul Kingdom wanted to unify the entire spirit weapon realm, as well as the current glory of the Heavenly Sword Empire. If Zhao Hai said this in the past, then countless people would stand up and laugh at him. Even the city lords of the spirit weapon realm would stand up and oppose him. But now that Zhao Hai said this, it was completely different. The Lost Soul Empire now controlled half of the spirit weapon realm. Moreover, when Zhao Hai fought against the Sacred Academy, he won in a row. The Lost Soul Empire could be said to have a strong army. In this case, it would be even more difficult for the Sacred Academy to block the Lost Soul Empire's attack. The change in the Sacred Academy Alliance caught the Sacred Academy by surprise. They didn't know how to deal with it. Everything happened too fast, so fast that they didn't have time to react. When the Sacred Academy recovered from the shock, the Lost Soul Empire had already been established. No one knew better than the Sacred Institute how much influence the establishment of an empire would have on the world of spiritual weapons. The fact that no country had been established for so many years didn't mean that the people of the spiritual weapon world didn't want to establish a country. In fact, there were many reasons why the world of spiritual weapons didn't have a country. One of the biggest reasons was actually the Sacred Institute. The existence of a country wasn't a good thing for the people of the Sacred Academy. Because of this, the people of the Sacred Academy wouldn't allow a country to exist. The influence of a country was too great. It was completely above the Sacred Academy. For the people of the Sacred Academy, this was unacceptable. Because of this, no matter which city-state had the potential to establish a country, the Holy Institute would destroy it. Just like the Yalong city-state, the Yalong city-state was developing very well. If the Yalong city-state was allowed to expand, it might become the Yalong Empire. However, this wasn't good news for the Sacred Academy. The establishment of an empire would make countless city-states feel its determination. At that time, there might be some city-states that would join the empire. Slowly, the empire's influence would become bigger and bigger. In the end, it would surpass the Sacred Academy. The Sacred Academy could influence a city-state, but they absolutely couldn't influence an empire. A city-state and an empire were two completely different concepts. Because of this, the Sacred Academy couldn't allow an empire to appear in the spirit weapon realm. This was because this would challenge the status of the Sacred Academy. Therefore, as long as a powerful city-state appeared in the spirit weapon realm, the Sacred Academy would immediately destroy it, just like the Yalong city. Before Zhao Hai helped the Long family unify the Yalong city, chaos had already appeared in the Yalong city. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's appearance, then the current generation of the clan alliance might still cooperate and maintain the Yalong city. But what about their descendants? Perhaps the current generation of the clan alliance would suddenly feel that there was no point in being a single family in the Yalong city. Then, the Yalong city would face disintegration. The Sacred Academy was trying to prevent the emergence of an empire. But this time, they had no way to stop it. They had a hostile relationship with the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance. All the city-states in the Anti-Sacred Academy Alliance were aware that they and the Sacred Academy were mortal enemies. Because of this, the Sacred Academy couldn't destroy them even if they wanted to. Moreover, the Sacred Academy had been without an opponent for a long time, so they were very arrogant. All the clans that were related to the Sacred Academy were transparent. Everyone knew that these clans were related to the Sacred Academy. This made it more convenient for Zhao Hai and the others. They knew that these clans were related to the Sacred Academy, so they just needed to focus on attacking them. There was no need to think too much about it. Because of this, the Sacred Academy didn't have any advantage against the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance. This was because the eyes that the Sacred Academy arranged in the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance had already been destroyed by Zhao Hai. Naturally, the Sacred Academy didn't have any advantage. Now that the Lost Soul Empire was established, the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance was caught off guard. They didn't expect that the Anti-Sacred Academy alliance's city-states would suddenly turn to Zhao Hai. The city lords of these city-states gave up their city lord status and joined the Lost Soul city-state. At the same time, Zhao Hai became the emperor of the Lost Soul city-state. The Sacred Academy looked at the establishment of the Lost Soul Empire and saw the Lost Soul Empire's declaration to unify the spirit weapon realm. However, they couldn't do anything except for a weak protest. In addition to this, what made the Sacred Academy even more worried was the internal instability. In the city-states under the Sacred Academy's control, aside from the direct subordinates of the Sacred Academy, the other clans had begun to waver. The lower-class civilians were even more shaken. This was something that the Sacred Academy didn't expect. The people of the Sacred Academy didn't pay attention to the commoners until now. But when the commoners started to rebel, the Sacred Academy knew how terrifying they were. The commoners didn't rebel but chose another way to resist the Sacred Academy, which was to flee. Fleeing was also a form of resistance. The commoners began to flee from their city-states in large batches. They brought along their pitiful belongings and left their ancestral homes, heading towards the place they yearned for. Countless of them died for this life, but they still had one thing in their hearts. This thing was called hope. When the civilians first fled, the people from the sacred court didn't take them seriously. In their opinion, these people were just civilians. If they ran away, then they could save some food. However, they soon paid the price for underestimating the civilians. After the civilians fled in large numbers, they only left behind empty spaces. It was not an exaggeration to use this sentence to describe the fleeing civilians. At this time, the people from the sacred court discovered that once the civilians ran away, there would be no one to plant food for them. They also didn't have anyone to weave cloth for them. It was at this time that the sacred court discovered that their food, clothing, housing, and transportation were inseparable from the civilians. At this time, the sacred court felt the seriousness of the matter. They immediately began to think of ways to stop the civilians from leaving. In the beginning, the sacred court wanted to persuade them. However, the civilians weren't stupid. They already saw the sacred court's true colors. A group of people who robbed them of their last grain during their most difficult time was capable of doing anything. Therefore, they didn't believe the sacred court's words and continued to flee. When the sacred court saw this situation, they knew that they would be finished if they didn't take any measures. They immediately organized people to block all the exits. Moreover, they began to use collective punishment among the civilians. If a family ran away, then the entire village would be punished. Once these measures were implemented, no commoners ran away. This was because the commoners found out that they simply couldn't run away. In this case, the commoners couldn't run away. However, the sacred court also lost the support of the people because of this. In the past, the sacred court had been destroying the cities of the spiritual weapon realm. No matter which city it was, as long as there was a little bit of success, they would destroy it. Moreover, the people of the sacred court didn't produce anything themselves. Everything they used was provided by the cities. Therefore, they didn't know the hardships of the civilians. Because of this, the sacred court made a big mistake in the treatment of the civilians. Now that the collective punishment system was implemented, the civilians couldn't run away. However, the sacred court didn't care about the civilians. However, the Sacred Academy didn't care about this. In their opinion, as long as they control the army, they would be able to control the civilians. As long as they control the army, the civilians wouldn't be able to resist them. However, they forgot that the soldiers in the army were also born from the civilians. The Sacred Academy's attitude towards the civilians made the people in the army think the same way. However, the sacred court didn't care about this. They were still making the lives of the commoners more difficult. In their opinion, as long as they robbed the commoners wouldn't run away. When the sacred court did this, the cities under their rule immediately turned into hell on earth. Wine and meat stinks in the Red Gate, and bones freeze to death on the road. At this time, the civilians under the sacred court were all looking forward to the arrival of Zhao Hai's army. This was because they heard countless rumors that the people under Zhao Hai's rule had white rice and meat to eat. In short, they were living a happy life. In fact, at this time, Zhao Hai and the others were working hard in this direction. After unifying the anti-sacred court alliance, Zhao Hai did several things. First, he implemented a medical insurance system for all citizens. Second, he promoted education for all citizens. Third, he encouraged childbirth. Fourth, he encouraged breeding. Fifth, he improved the status of the soldiers. Sixth, he increased the ability of the people to participate in government affairs. Seventh, he encouraged commerce. Eighth, he set up a monitoring organization so that the civilians would have a place to complain if they were wronged. These 8 decrees were the most stringent. There were also many other smaller decrees. These decrees were implemented in the entire Lost Soul City. No city could defy them. When these decrees were first implemented, some families were worried that their interests would be damaged. This was because some of them controlled a large area of land. If Zhao Hai did this, then their interests would be damaged. But then Zhao Hai ordered that all the clans must sell their excess land to the empire. The empire would then distribute the land to the commoners for farming. Then the empire would collect a certain amount of taxes. No place or individual was allowed to collect taxes privately, and no one was allowed to increase taxes privately. As for those families whose land was taken back, the empire would give them a certain amount of compensation and encourage commerce. If you don't want to give your land to the empire, then that's fine. However, your land must be managed and distributed by the empire. When there's a harvest, the empire would collect taxes. After deducting a part of the taxes, the empire would keep the rest. Moreover, you can't collect taxes privately from the civilians. When the families saw that Zhao Hai had made up his mind, they knew that if they didn't give up their land, then they wouldn't be able to get much in the future. Therefore, they might as well give it up. After several wars, the Lost Soul City was now very supportive of all walks of life. This was because the Lost Soul City could be said to have a lot of things to do. In order for the civilians of the Lost Soul City to live the kind of life that Zhao Hai wanted them to live, there were too many things that needed to be done. And among these things, there were always endless business opportunities. In the beginning, there were some families who participated in the empire's businesses. In the end, they made a lot of money. The amount of money they earned in a year was more than what they earned in 10 years. This made many families realize that farming wasn't the most profitable business. They didn't cherish their land anymore and started to enter the business world. Money is a river. Only when this river flows can it bring more money and bring wealth to those who enter the river. Finally, when all the money is gathered together, it will become a golden sea. Anyone can make a fortune in this golden sea. At the same time, they will also invest their own money in this sea of gold. And Zhao Hai was doing this. Although he was vigorously developing the business world, he was also giving a lot of support to the business world. At the same time, he was also imposing various restrictions on the business world. He had set up various laws to make the merchants respect him. In other words, Zhao had now made a rule for all merchants to carry out their business activities within this rule. He was the referee, and anyone who went beyond this rule would be dealt with by him. Of course, the most important thing was that he was the biggest winner, and he was the one who got the most profits. Zhao Hai used all kinds of methods to make the new Lost Soul Empire go on the right track in a short time. Moreover, it was full of vitality. The entire Lost Soul City state was like a rising sun, emitting endless heat. At the same time, it was also filled with hope. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't just concerned about the people's livelihood. He was also looking at the construction of the army. The most common formations weren't only in the hands of void experts, they were also in the hands of ordinary soldiers. Lightning formations, boundary formations, and other things were also being installed in the army. In addition to these things, there were also several things that were installed in the army. One of them was the transmission formation. This kind of transmission formation was disassembled. Moreover, Zhao Hai cleverly used the transmission formation as well as the formation runes inside. This made it so that the transmission formation wouldn't go wrong. This was because if there was a mistake in the assembly, then there would be no way to assemble the transmission formation. In order to facilitate the assembly of the teleportation array, all the array talismans were marked with numbers. The order was written on the talismans, so you just had to install them according to the order. In addition to the transmission formation, there was also another thing that was installed in the army. It wasn't the shadow cannon. That's right, it was the shadow cannon that Lu Kai'd used. In the past, Zhao Hai and the others suffered a loss from the shadow cannon. After Lu Kai'd and the others were defeated, the broken shadow cannons naturally fell into Zhao Hai's hands. After Zhao Hai studied the shadow cannons, he immediately came up with an improvement plan. Therefore, more advanced shadow cannons were born and began to be installed in the army. The shadow cannons weren't like before, where they could only shoot in one direction. Moreover, they could only do small adjustments. Now, the shadow cannons could rotate and attack 360 degrees. It can even be said that aside from the base, they could attack from any direction. The most important thing was that the shadow cannons weren't powered by bone beads, but by the formation runes. Naturally, the shadow cannon's attack power was affected to a certain extent. The cooldown between the two cannons wasn't short. But overall, the improvement was very successful. If someone were to inject energy into the shadow cannons, then the shadow cannons would be able to fire continuously. Naturally, the energy required for the shadow cannons was much greater than the lightning formation. A skydance expert could only fire 100 shots before their body's energy was depleted. But to be honest, this amount was already very astonishing. In addition to martial qi, the army was also reorganized. Those who were too old or too young would be expelled from the army. Naturally, in the army's words, they would retire and then reorganize the youths. Because of this, the Lost Soul Empire's army was much smaller compared to when the city-states existed together. This was something that couldn't be helped. When the city-states existed together, they would fight each other every day. Because of this, the number of troops in each city-state wasn't small. A city-state's army was mixed with good and bad people. In the end, there were all kinds of people. If the army couldn't be reorganized, then it would have a huge impact on the army's combat effectiveness. Currently, Bewitching Soul Kingdom's army was only about 2 million, so they had to reduce their army by 1 million. This was a very ruthless cut, but Zhao Hai thought that it was worth it. Although they reduced their army by 1 million, Zhao Hai believed that their army's fighting strength was much stronger than before. After all, these 2 million soldiers were all young and strong, and there were also hundreds of thousands of veteran elites. As long as they were trained well, then their strength would be much stronger. Don't think that just because there were only 2 million troops, the consumption would be smaller compared to when there were 3 million troops. In fact, it was the opposite. The consumption of these 2 million troops was much higher compared to when there were 3 million troops. However, this couldn't be helped. If one wanted to train an elite army, then they must eat well and use well. This way, the consumption would naturally be greater. Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside Lesser Dragon City's City Lord's mansion. This place was now the Imperial Palace. However, Long Tianlin was still managing Lesser Dragon City's government affairs. Long Tianlin was currently living in another place. At this time, the city lords of the various cities were present. However, they couldn't be called city lords anymore, they should be called city lords of the various districts. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Our Lost Soul Empire has been established for half a year now. Everything is going well. After half a year of hard work, the living standards of the people in the districts have improved a lot. Moreover, we've also had a bumper harvest. Moreover, I heard that the Sacred Institute's territory has begun to stir. I think we should also take action." Everyone nodded. Then Long Tianlin said, "Your Majesty, the Sacred Institute might have seen that we've just been established. Therefore, they want to attack us. Your Majesty, shouldn't we take the initiative to attack and seize the initiative?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the other city lords and said, "Everyone, if you have any opinions, just say it." Everyone thought for a moment, then Wu Tianqiu said, "I think that City Lord Long is right. Your Majesty, instead of letting the Sacred Court attack us, we should just attack them. That way, we'll have the final say on where to attack." It's better than letting the sacred court attack us and having us defend passively. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at everyone and said, "All right, then it's settled. We'll prepare for half a month. Then we'll gather 500,000 troops in Nanhua City. After that, we'll send them to attack the Sacred Institute." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but frown. Long Tianlin said, "City Lord, isn't 500,000 troops a bit too little? I heard that the Sacred Institute has been gathering a lot of troops recently. Their total number has reached 1 million. Isn't 500,000 a bit too little?" Zhao Hai replied, "That's a lot, 500,000 is enough. Although the Holy Academy has an army of 1 million, there aren't a lot of elites in this army. Those farmers who just put down their hoes wouldn't be able to fight much. Everyone, you don't need to worry. Alright, let's go and prepare." Then the group nodded and left. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He was very clear about the current situation of the Sacred Institute. The Sacred Institute had already lost the support of the people. As long as they put in more effort, the Sacred Institute would be finished. At this time, Zhao Hai was more concerned about the situation in the secret realm. The Sacred Institute had already begun to transfer a small number of people to the secret realm. However, the number of experts in the secret realm had also increased. It seems like the Sacred Institute was also preparing for their retreat. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the situation in the secret realm. First of all, Boss Ho and second brother Ho were very popular in the secret realm. Moreover, they had also contacted some people. These people were also the backbone of the Anti-Holy Institute faction. However, these people weren't sent to the 12th stronghold. Boss Ho also didn't want to send them to the base. This was because there weren't a lot of void experts in the secret realm right now. Even if the Sacred Institute knew that these people were still unhappy with the Sacred Institute, they still didn't want to waste these people. If these people died, then there wouldn't be anyone left to work for them. The main reason Boss Ho contacted these people was to cooperate with Zhao Hai and the others in the future. As long as Zhao Hai made a move in the secret realm, these people would be able to help Zhao Hai and the others in attacking the Sacred Institute. Therefore, it didn't matter if they went to the base or not. Zhao Hai was now more confident about entering the secret realm. This was because Zhao Hai now had nearly 50 Broken River experts under his command. This number didn't include the Broken River experts from other city-states. These Broken River experts that Zhao Hai mentioned were all void experts from the secret realm. There were also void experts from the Lost Soul City-state. In other words, these Broken River experts were absolutely obedient to Zhao Hai. If the void experts from other city-states were added, then the number of Broken River experts under Zhao Hai's command would reach 100. In this case, Zhao Hai didn't have any reason to be afraid of the Sacred Institute. Even if all the Broken River experts in the secret realm were counted, he still wouldn't have anything to worry about. At this time, Zhao Hai planned to defeat the Sacred Institute in the spiritual weapon realm. He wanted to let the Sacred Institute know that they couldn't defeat him in the spiritual weapon realm. Then he would activate the secret realm and directly seal the Broken River experts. After that, he would slowly deal with the people in the secret realm, cutting off the Sacred Institute's path of retreat. Then he would deal with the Sacred Institute bit by bit. At this time, the Lost Soul Empire was a single entity. Under Zhao Hai's command, the entire Lost Soul Empire was mobilized. Various armies were sent to the South China City. Food, fodder, and supplies were continuously transferred over. Moreover, when they did this, they didn't plan to hide it from the Sacred Institute. They were doing it openly. And with such a large-scale deployment, it was impossible for the Sacred Institute to not know about it. The Sacred Institute also became careful. They also began to mobilize their army and arrived at the Thundercloud City-state opposite the southern South China state. At this time, the Sacred Institute had mobilized a total of 1 million troops. This time, Zhao Hai came to the South China City. Originally, he didn't want to come. But after seeing the Sacred Institute mobilizing all of their forces, Zhao Hai had no choice but to come to the South China City. Although he was now an emperor, his subordinates were still used to staying by his side and fighting alongside him. After all, they knew about Zhao Hai's ability to command. Zhao Hai handed over government affairs to the city lords. He had the city lords form a council to deal with the Lost Soul Empire's matters. If there were any important matters, they would be sent to him through the transmission formation. When Zhao Hai arrived at the front lines, the generals beside him were the ones who fought alongside him before. But now, these people were the generals of the Lost Soul Empire. Their status was much higher than before. At this time, the Lost Soul Empire had two groups, civil and military. The civil officials were the former city lords of the various city-states. As for the military, they were the generals who followed Zhao Hai. They were the subordinates of the city lords. But now, they were on equal footing with the city lords. Although these generals weren't used to this in the beginning, they were slowly getting used to it. When Zhao Hai arrived at the South China City's camp, the generals were already there. They had been training the new army for half a year. At this time, they were very confident in their troops. When Zhao Hai arrived at the camp, the generals immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "We have seen your majesty." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to be polite. Let's talk about the situation. What's the current situation of the army? Also, how is the defense of the border with the Sacred Academy?" Then Shi stood up and said, "Young master, there are now 500,000 troops in the camp. All of them are new troops. All of them have been equipped with low-grade artifacts. Among them, 100,000 are using lightning and light magic. There are also 1,000 teleportation formations, 100,000 formations, 10,000 shadow cannons, and 50,000 ballistas." At this time only Shi and the others called Zhao Hai young master. The others called him your majesty. And Shi calling him young master made the others envious. Xianxia stood up and said, "Your majesty, the army's provisions are enough for a year. There's no need for your majesty to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, "Today, I won't say anything. Return to your troops. Tomorrow, after breakfast, I will review the troops. All of you are to go out and train. I want to personally watch. If I find that your troops are unqualified, or if your weapons are shoddy, then don't blame me for being impolite." Everyone's heart turned cold. Then they nodded and turned around to leave. Only Shi stayed behind. After everyone left, Shi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I think it won't take long for us to unify the spirit weapon realm. Once we do, can we go back?" Zhao Hai looked at Shi, then he smiled faintly and said, "What? Do you want to go back?" "Hee, don't worry. I feel that the spirit weapon realm's matters won't be over so easily. Don't forget, even if we unify the spirit weapon realm, there's still the secret realm. We don't need to worry." Stonehammer nodded, then Zhao Hai said, "Contact the people in the mystic realm and tell them to prepare. As long as we defeat the Holy Quartz army, then we'll make a move in the mystic realm. Tell them to prepare themselves. Otherwise, when the time comes, they would be caught unprepared." Stonehammer nodded. Shi smiled and said, "They won't. Old One has asked them countless times. I can see that they can't wait. Also, with Old One's situation, how can they not deal with those fellows in the secret realm? I'm already envious of the weapons in their hands, not to mention others." Zhao Hai laughed, then he looked at Shi and the others and said, "You should really cultivate. How do you feel now? Is there any possibility of a breakthrough?" Stonehammer shook his head and said, "It's not bad, but I still feel like I'm missing something. Young master, you should know that we also went to the secret realm to cultivate. Then we returned to the spirit weapon realm and even went to the space to cultivate. However, we still couldn't break through. I feel like we've accumulated enough, but we're still missing something." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about this. You should be able to comprehend it. Don't ask Old Wen and the others what they felt when they broke through. The path you're walking is completely different from Old Wen and the others. Old Wen and the others comprehended the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao that they speak of is just a kind of breakthrough. You're different, you just need to feel your own body. Your breakthrough this time is completely different from Old Wen and the others." Shi replied, "Yes, I understand. Young master, then I'll go back first. I'll also have the army prepare for tomorrow's parade. I can't lose to those fellows and lose face for the young master." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, go." I'll be watching you from the gate and see if you can give me any surprises. Xianxia nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia's departure. The smile on his face slowly disappeared as his brows wrinkled. Before, he told Xianxia that the spirit weapon realm's matter wouldn't be easy to solve. This wasn't a joke, it was the truth. Moreover, what he said wasn't because of the secret realm, but because of the Heavenly Sword Empire. How glorious was the Heavenly Sword Empire back then? It was much more glorious compared to now. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Sword Empire could use flying swords. That was clearly a cultivator's method. However, such an empire that might have been built by cultivators was destroyed overnight. From this, one could see that there must be an even more powerful enemy that made a move against the Heavenly Sword Empire. But who was this enemy? Why did they make a move against the Heavenly Sword Empire? If they destroyed the Heavenly Sword Empire, why didn't they rule over the spirit weapon realm? Why did they let the spirit weapon realm continue to be in chaos? What were they thinking? This was the matter that Zhao Hai said wasn't easy to solve. Zhao Hai also knew that it was useless to think too much about it now. It's better to wait and see how things will develop in the future. Right now, he can only do his own thing step by step. Thinking too much about it was useless. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai went to the observation tower above the camp. He quietly stood there, waiting for the army to start their drills. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai's eyes. Just as Zhao Hai went up to the observation deck, the various armies moved out of the camp. These soldiers were already equipped with armor and weapons. Moreover, the various weapons were also brought out. Then, the various armies quickly gathered in front of the camp. One by one, neat formations appeared in front of Zhao Hai. People say that an army of 10,000 was boundless. But now, Zhao Hai had an army of several 100,000. With so many soldiers standing in front of him, people couldn't see the end of the army. This made one feel as if they were about to swallow the world. After the army set up their formations, they began their drill. The various armies were able to see their own abilities. Cavalry, infantry, plain soldiers, lightning formations, shadow cannoneers, all of them displayed their skills one by one. There were even specialized engineers and logisticians. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the training of these armies. The army's drill took a full day before they returned to the barracks. Zhao Hai also called the generals to the central tent. But this time was different. Inside the tent, food and wine were already served. After the generals received their food, they went to their seats and sat down. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai's face. Zhao Hai looked at the generals and said, "I'm very satisfied with everyone's performance today. Therefore, I've specially prepared food and wine to reward you. Alcohol is prohibited in the camp, but today is an exception. Today, I'll allow everyone to get drunk. Come, raise your glasses, let's drink together." When the generals heard Zhao Hai, they quickly raised their glasses and said, "Your Majesty, please enjoy the wine." Zhao Hai laughed, then he raised his glass and said, "Come, cheers." Then he raised his glass and drank the wine in one gulp. Is Zhao Hai really in Nanhua's camp? Is this information reliable? It's very reliable, General Liu. This is the information we got from Zhao Hai's secret spy. Zhao Hai is indeed in Nanhua's camp. Moreover, they didn't find any Broken River experts accompanying him. With Zhao Hai's cautiousness, there's no way he wouldn't bring a Broken River expert with him. He must have a Broken River expert protecting him. It's just that our people didn't notice. General Liu, Zhao Hai's group is indeed drunk. I heard that they held a military parade today to show off their strength in front of the camp. Zhao Hai was very happy after seeing it, so he drank with those generals. Now that those generals are drunk, this is definitely an opportunity for us. Zhao Hai has defeated our Sacred Institute's army twice and established the Lost Soul Empire. He must be boundlessly arrogant. Moreover, our army has just gathered here, so he definitely wouldn't expect us to attack him. Now that their generals are drunk, the army is like a dragon without a leader. As long as we attack, we will definitely be able to defeat them. Even if we can't defeat them, if we can use the excuse of chaos to burn their provisions, then it will be a great victory for us. Without provisions, their army will naturally disperse. General Lu pondered for a moment before saying, "This is indeed an opportunity for us. Zhao Hai's group still hasn't discovered our hidden teleportation formation. If we can use it well, then we will definitely be able to defeat Zhao Hai's group. Alright, let the army get ready. Ask the Broken River experts to hold the line and Sky Dance experts to mobilize. This time, we must defeat Zhao Hai." Another person nodded and left. General Lu walked out of his room and looked in the direction of Nanhua City-State. His eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he muttered, "Zhao Hai, my brother's death won't be in vain. I will definitely make you pay for this blood debt." This General Lu was from the Lu clan of the Sacred Institute. He was Lu Kairen, Lu Kai's brother. The people of the Sacred Institute had also discovered that they couldn't rely on anyone else to stop Zhao Hai. Although the Lu clan wasn't favored by the Dean, they still had some ability. Lu Kai died in battle, but they managed to stall Zhao Hai's group for a few days. This was already a great achievement. Therefore, the Sacred Institute sent Lu Kairen out this time. Moreover, when Lu Kairen came out to lead the army, the people of the Sacred Institute also told Lu Kairen that they had already hidden a teleportation formation in Nanhua City. Moreover, it wasn't a small teleportation formation. It was the kind that could teleport 100 people at a time. This teleportation formation was in Nanhua City. Moreover, it wasn't far from Zhao Hai's camp. This teleportation formation was left behind during the era of the Heavenly Sword Empire. At that time, it was also a military camp. However, it had long since been abandoned. The people of Nanhua City accidentally discovered this teleportation formation, but they didn't tell anyone about it. In the end, the people of Nanhua City told the Sacred Institute about this teleportation formation. However, at that time, the situation in Nanhua City was already irreversible. Therefore, the Sacred Institute didn't touch the teleportation formation. They were preparing to use it when necessary. At this time, Zhao Hai's army had just entered Nanhua City. Moreover, the most wonderful thing was that Zhao Hai's army was so happy that they drank a lot. The provisions that could supply an army of several 100,000 for a year were also stored in the camp. For the Sacred Institute's army, this was too attractive. They thought that this was an opportunity to destroy Zhao Hai's army in one fell swoop. In fact, not only did they think that this was an opportunity to destroy Zhao Hai's army in one fell swoop, they also thought that it was a good opportunity to deal with Zhao Hai. Didn't that person say that he didn't see any Broken River experts following Zhao Hai? In other words, Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of people protecting him. Although Zhao Hai was in the midst of several 100,000 troops, if they could gather Broken River experts and deal a blow to Zhao Hai, then they might be able to destroy Zhao Hai. If they could destroy Zhao Hai, then it would be great. As long as Zhao Hai dies, then the newly established Lost Soul Empire would immediately fall apart. At that time, the Sacred Institute would be able to use this opportunity to unify the spirit weapon realm. Naturally, they also knew that this wouldn't be easy. With Zhao Hai's strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill Zhao Hai. However, as long as they can destroy Zhao Hai's army, then it would be enough for Zhao Hai to suffer. They had already inquired about Zhao Hai's Lost Soul Empire. At this time, a quarter of the army was concentrated here. If they could destroy this army, then it would be a huge blow to the Lost Soul Empire. This time, Lu Kairen was determined to deal with Zhao Hai. Moreover, they would send Broken River experts to deal with Zhao Hai. If they can deal with Zhao Hai in one fell swoop, then it would be great. But if they can't, then it wouldn't be a big deal. At worst, the operation would fail, and the Broken River experts would have no problem protecting themselves. As for attacking the Lost Soul Empire's army, Lu Kairen believed that their goal was the enemy's provisions. At this time, the Lost Soul Empire's army had just arrived at Nanhua City, so they weren't completely assured about their provisions. As long as they attack with all their might, then with the help of the Sky Dance experts, they might really be able to burn the enemy's provisions. Without provisions, Zhao Hai's army wouldn't be able to hold on. If they take this opportunity to attack, then they would be able to easily defeat them. The sky had already darkened, and Lu Kairen was already prepared. This time, they dispatched 30 Broken River experts, 1,000 Sky Dance experts, and 10,000 elite troops. It wasn't that they didn't want to send too many people, but they couldn't. After all, there was only one transmission formation. Even if they could transport 10,000 troops, it would still be very strenuous. Because of this, they couldn't bring too many people to Nanhua City. After everything was prepared, Lu Kairen immediately took action. He led the Broken River experts and the Sky Dance experts through the transmission formation. These people actually had their own transmission formation, but Lu Kairen didn't use it. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but rather that he couldn't. With so many people using the transmission formation, just the white light emitted by the transmission formation would be enough to attract attention. They would be discovered immediately, not to mention attacking Zhao Hai's camp. On the other hand, the teleportation formation that they were hiding had an advantage. The teleportation formation was located in a forest, deep within the forest. Even if they used the teleportation formation, the white light of the teleportation formation would be blocked by the forest, making it impossible for anyone to discover them. After Lu Kairen and the others sneaked into the forest, they immediately spread out in all directions to be on guard. Then the other people also used the transmission formation to sneak in. First were the Sky Dance experts, then the elite troops. More than 10,000 people were sent to the forest in the middle of the night. When Lu Kairen saw that everyone had arrived, he slowly led everyone out of the forest and headed towards Zhao Hai's camp. Zhao Hai's 500,000 people were divided into 3 camps. These 3 camps formed a triangle. The first camp was the central camp, it had 300,000 people. Behind it were 2 smaller camps, each with 100,000 soldiers. As for the provisions of Zhao Hai's army, they were piled up in the 2 smaller camps. Lu Kairen and the others were now lying in ambush a few kilometers away from the 3 camps. They carefully observed the 3 camps. These 3 camps were clearly built not long ago, they weren't completely built yet. Perhaps because this place wasn't the front line, the 3 camps weren't very well built. They could only be considered as simple camps. Tents could be seen everywhere in the camp. In the 2 smaller camps, one could also see piles of provisions. It was clear that these provisions needed to be transported. Because of this, some of the provisions were simply piled up casually. There were soldiers patrolling the camp, but these soldiers seemed to be absent-minded. It was as if they didn't care about patrolling the camp, they were just doing their job. Lu Kairen could understand this point. This was because Zhao Hai's camp was in the rear, it was their own territory. They believed that this place was absolutely safe and wouldn't be attacked. Naturally, they wouldn't pay too much attention to the camp's defenses. However, for Lu Kairen, this was a good thing, this was a good opportunity. Lu Kairen looked at the camp. After a while, he walked to the back. There were 30 people sitting on the ground with their eyes closed. Although they were also wearing black clothes, each of them had an extraordinary aura. With a glance, one could tell that they were experts. These people were Breaking River experts. When Lu Kairen saw them, he had to salute them. After giving them a salute, Lu Kairen said, "Ancestors, in a moment, please go to the main camp and attack Zhao Hai. It's best if you can kill Zhao Hai. If you can't, then you can leave first." Among the 30 Breaking River level ancestors, one of them opened his eyes and looked at Lu Kairen. Then he said, "Rest assured, we will do our best to kill Zhao Hai. We will get rid of this scourge for this sacred institution." When Lu Kairen heard this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This was because this person was the leader of the 30 river-breaking patriarchs. If he said this, the others would do the same. This made Lu Kairen feel relieved. Lu Kairen looked at them and said, "All right, then I'll ask the ancestors to listen to my signal. When the time comes, I'll ask the ancestors to cooperate with us." The Breaking River level ancestor nodded and then closed his eyes again. When Lu Kairen saw this situation, he knew that he had to leave. Therefore, he immediately returned to the front of the army. After arriving at the front, Lu Kairen summoned 2 river-breaking experts. These 2 were the commanders of today's army. Lu Kairen said, "You 2, split into 2 groups and attack the 2 rear camps. Remember, killing people is secondary. The most important thing is to burn the food. Wait for my signal. When I tell you to attack, then attack." The 2 of them responded and then slowly retreated. Lu Kairen looked at the 3 camps, his eyes sparkling like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside the tent, reading a book in his hand. This book was a history book that he obtained from the Lesser Dragon City. There were some records about the Heavenly Sword Empire in it. Because of this, Zhao Hai took it out to read. First, he wanted to pass the time. Second, he wanted to study it and see if there was anything special about the Heavenly Sword Empire. While Zhao Hai was reading, Stonemer came in from the outside and said, "Young master, they're here. 30 river-breaking experts, 1,000 sky dance experts, and 10,000 soldiers. It seems like they've invested a lot." Stonemer nodded and said, "Young master, they're here." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, hee. But this is also good. Let's clean them up together. Tell them to get ready. In order to put on this play, those guys must have worked hard. They drank water and then pretended to be drunk. It must have been hard on them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Stonemer smiled faintly and nodded. Then he turned around and left. After Stonemer left, Zhao Hai put down the book in his hand and muttered, "Those fellows from the sacred court are really idiots. They actually believed in such a plan. Right, their new commander seems to be surnamed Liu. So he might be related to Liu Kaide. Is he here to take revenge for Liu Kaide? That explains it." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and slowly walked towards the entrance of the tent. Then he looked up at the starry sky. Today's weather wasn't very good. There were some clouds in the sky, making it hard to see the stars. There was also no moon in sight. It really deserved the saying, "A moonless and windy night, a sky filled with killing and arson." After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Actually, his plan this time was very simple. The spy that the sacred court thought was in contact with them had already joined Zhao Hai. Moreover, he had become Zhao Hai's slave. Zhao Hai wanted him to keep in contact with the sacred court. When necessary, he would be able to take advantage of the sacred court. This time, Zhao Hai dispatched 500,000 soldiers against the enemy's 1 million. Although the enemy's army wasn't elite, their numbers were still there. If Zhao Hai didn't use any means to gain the upper hand, then the casualties wouldn't be small. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that the sacred court was now on the defensive side. They didn't need to attack and just defended. Although the sacred court's army was made up of new recruits, one shouldn't forget that the battlefield was the best place to learn about war. As long as they fought a few battles, the new recruits would become veterans. If the sacred court kept defending and waited for Zhao Hai to attack, then the new recruits would become veterans. Then it would be even more difficult for Zhao Hai to deal with the sacred court. Because of this, Zhao Hai came up with this plan. He wanted to lure the experts of the sacred court out and then deal with them. This would give the sacred court a big blow. Then he would lead the army to attack. When the time comes, he would have an absolute advantage in terms of experts. Dealing with the sacred court's people would be much easier. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, suddenly, a loud shout was heard above his head, "Zhao Hai, today is your doomsday. Prepare to die." Then a powerful energy came down from Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai looked up and saw a group of people rushing towards him. Each and every one of them had an extraordinary aura, one could see that they were experts. Zhao Hai looked at these people and laughed. Then his figure moved and disappeared from the tent. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky. Then from the tents around his tent, figures flew out and surrounded the sacred court's river-breaking experts. The people who came out were all at the breaking river level, and there were about 50 of them. Soon after, another group of people flew out from the tent in the distance. These people were no longer at the breaking river level, but at the sky dance level. When the river-breaking experts of the sacred court saw this, their expression couldn't help but change. They knew that they were being schemed against. They immediately wanted to activate their own teleportation formation and leave. However, their expressions immediately changed. This was because they discovered that their teleportation formation couldn't be used. Upon discovering that their teleportation formations couldn't be used, the sacred court's river-breaking experts couldn't help but have their complexions change. At this time, they remembered that Zhao Hai's group had a barrier formation. But this barrier formation can prevent their teleportation formations from being used. In other words, if they want to leave, they can only kill their way out. Zhao Hai looked at the sacred court's river-breaking experts, then he chuckled and said, "Everyone, it's really not easy to invite all of you here. It's really not easy to invite so many river-breaking experts." The leader of the Sacred Quartz river-breaking experts looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, so this was your plan. Did you calculate it well?" "Good, very good. Amazing. You're really amazing. I admire you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's useless to talk. Let's do it." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, a white light shot towards the Sacred Quartz river-breaking experts. This white light was emitted by the lightning formation. The first to attack the Sacred Quartz river-breaking experts weren't the Lost Soul Empire's river-breaking experts, but the Sky Dance experts who were holding the lightning formation. Actually, if someone paid attention, they would notice that the formations in the hands of the Sky Dance experts weren't only emitting white light. Some formations emitted red light, and some even emitted green light. However, the green light couldn't be seen clearly in the dark. The amount of red light wasn't a lot, so it wasn't very noticeable. Actually, the red light was a fire element formation while the green light was a wind element formation. These two formations weren't made by Zhao Hai, but by the Lost Soul Empire's formation masters. Now, the Lost Soul Empire had its own academy. Naturally, a small school couldn't be considered an academy. The Real Academy was located in Kaoshan City. Kaoshan City was the place where Zhao Hai first appeared. It was a hidden place, but Zhao Hai arranged for the high-level craftsmen to be stationed there. Later on, Zhao Hai thought that since the empire was established, it would be a waste to let the craftsmen work. Therefore, he established the academy in Kaoshan City. Now, Kaoshan City's academy had a lot of teachers. Some of these teachers specialized in forging, some specialized in engraving, some specialized in formations, and some specialized in pills. These fields weren't very important in the world of spirit weapons. But in Kaoshan City's academy, there were teachers who taught these fields. Moreover, all the students who entered the academy had to study these fields. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave the academy. Among these, the low-grade artifacts that were researched by the blacksmiths and engravers were already equipped with the army. As for the low-grade pills that were refined by the alchemists, they had already become essential ingredients for the Lost Soul Empire. The formation masters weren't idle either. For example, the magic arrays and wind arrays were created by them based on the records left behind by the Heavenly Sword Empire. Zhao Hai didn't care about them at all. Zhao Hai was very supportive of their actions. Therefore, although it seems like Zhao Hai's team only had one type of lightning array, their offensive formations had already been divided into 3 types. They were the lightning array, the fire array, and the wind array. The lightning array's offensive power could only be considered the worst among the 3 types. The fire array's offensive power could also be considered as the fire array's offensive power. It was even more suitable to be used to burn food. As for the wind array, it was the best weapon for sneak attacks. It was silently launched and its speed was incomparably fast. It was much faster than the lightning array. However, Zhao Hai still kept these 2 formations in a state of secrecy. Because of this, he said that everyone was using the lightning array. Aside from some generals, there weren't many people who knew about this secret realm. Naturally, the Sacred Court wouldn't know about this secret. Therefore, the river-breaking realm experts of the Sacred Court didn't know the difference between the 3 types of formations. However, they didn't lower their guard. Although they didn't make a move in the previous war, they still knew about the might of the lightning array. They were very clear that the lightning array wasn't something that could be easily dealt with. Because of this, when they saw the white lights shooting towards them, they immediately prepared to defend themselves. The white lights hit their protective energy, but they weren't able to do anything to it. But at this time, a loud rumbling sound was heard. All of them stared as they discovered that their shields were shaking. While they were in a daze, their shields seemed to have been attacked. Several holes appeared on their shields. They were startled and couldn't help but be more careful. However, they quickly discovered that it would be difficult for them to escape. Zhao Hai and the others had already surrounded them. Moreover, the Broken River level experts didn't attack them directly, they just surrounded them. All of the attacks were handed over to the Sky Dance level experts with their lightning formations. This made them very annoyed. The leader of the river-breaking realm experts looked at Zhao Hai and the others and roared, "Zhao Hai, you think that you can stop us with this? You're dreaming. Prepare to die." After he said that, the shield on his body became thicker. Then he looked at Zhao Hai's direction and fiercely rushed over. The other river-breaking realm experts of the sacred court also followed the leader. They braved the danger of being attacked and rushed towards Zhao Hai. More than 30 people were moving together. Moreover, they were all river-breaking realm experts. This kind of strength couldn't be underestimated. Seeing them rushing over, Zhao Hai actually smiled. Then his figure moved as he unexpectedly stepped aside. This made the breaking river experts of the Sacred Academy stare. They didn't want to go all out against Zhao Hai, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to open up a bloody path. They were breaking river experts, they didn't want to die here. Zhao Hai didn't say that he was a breaking river expert. Just as the breaking river experts were puzzled, a bright light suddenly rushed towards them. The imposing aura of this light wasn't something that the lightning formation could compare to. Upon seeing this light, the leader of the breaking river experts couldn't help but curse in his heart. He knew that he had been tricked by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai already knew that they were going to do this, so he was waiting for them to do so. Lu Kairen and the others have been lurking around the two camps. They were waiting for Zhao Hai's camp to be in chaos. Then they would take advantage of the situation to make their move. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai's camp wasn't in chaos. Moreover, they could see that there were lightning formations attacking the camp from afar. Upon seeing this, Lu Karen's expression changed. He immediately said, "Not good, retreat." However, it was already too late. Just as Lu Kairen was about to lead everyone to retreat, a clattering sound was heard all around. As long as one was in the army, they would know what this sound was. This was the sound of the soldiers' armor making when they were marching. Following this voice, countless torches suddenly lit up around them. Lu Kairen and the others found that they had fallen into a heavy encirclement. Lu Karen's expression changed. He immediately shouted, "Quickly, void dance experts, use the transmission formation to leave." After he finished speaking, he discovered that no one moved. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Just as he was about to say something, a voice rang out, "Don't waste your time. There's already a spirit formation here. Your portable teleportation formations are useless." When Lu Kairen heard this voice, he couldn't help but stare. He turned his head and saw a big man wearing white armor. He was standing there with 2 sledgehammers hanging on his waist. The big man looked at Lu Kairen and smiled faintly. "General Lu, right? Hee. Don't think about leaving today." Lu Kairen looked at the big man and suddenly said, "You're Shi Chue, right? Zhao Hai's right-hand man?" Shi Chue smiled faintly and said, "Ha ha ha, good. Someone actually recognized me. I'm Shi Chue, General Lu Kairen. What's your relationship with Lu Kaid?" "That's my little brother. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. We've killed a lot of people. If they come looking for us for revenge, then who knows how many times we'll die. You came at the right time, I'll let you meet your little brother. Attack." Along with Shi Chue's order, the soldiers behind him took out their weapons. The frontmost row had already raised their shields. However, from behind the shields, a white light shot out. When Lu Kairen saw this, he immediately flew up. The other void dance experts also flew up. On the other hand, the soldiers on the ground were mercilessly cleansed by the white light. However, Lu Kairen and the others didn't have it easy either. Although they flew up, countless figures also flew up from Zhao Hai's army. These people were also holding lightning formations in their hands as they shot towards Lu Kairen and the others. Lu Kairen and the others were holding small shields in their hands in order to block the white light from the lightning formation. This was also the method that they came up with before. When Lu Kaid used the lightning formation to deal with the void dance experts, these void dance experts used their shields to block the attack. Moreover, the effect was very good. Because of this, Lu Kairen made each void dance expert carry a small shield. This was because he knew that if they were to deal with Zhao Hai's army, then they would certainly be attacked by the lightning formation. Therefore, these shields could protect the void dance experts to the greatest extent. In fact, Lu Kairen and the other people of the Sacred Institute also looked down on ordinary soldiers and civilians. In their eyes, ordinary soldiers and civilians were nothing more than ants. They simply couldn't be considered as humans. Only those who had reached the void dance realm would be looked at in the eyes by them. But this time, Lu Kairen was wrong. They thought that as long as they had shields, they would be able to block the lightning formation. However, they didn't know that Zhao Hai's army already had a fire formation. This fire formation can produce an explosive effect. Therefore, not long after they took out their shields and were preparing to block the lightning formation, suddenly, several explosions were heard, followed by several screams. Lu Kairen turned his head to look. He discovered that several void dance level experts had already been shot to death by the lightning array. Lu Kairen's eyes were about to split open. He immediately raised his shield and loudly shouted, "Attack!" Finished speaking, he led the charge towards the void dance level experts of the Lost Soul Empire. But at this time, several large white balls of light suddenly shot towards them. Then these white balls of light exploded. Along with the explosion of these white balls, Lu Kairen discovered that the void dance experts in the vicinity of these white balls had all died. Upon seeing this situation, Lu Kairen's scalp couldn't help but feel numb. He knew that if they couldn't rush out, then they would be finished. Therefore, Lu Kairen immediately shouted, "Charge, quickly charge out. If we don't charge out, then everyone will die here." Just as his voice fell, a voice was heard, "Those who surrender will be spared from death." Lu Kairen looked and saw that the one who spoke was Stonemer. Lu Kairen couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. On Zhao Hai's side, when the Broken River experts rushed forward, a group of white balls of light greeted them. They didn't even have the chance to react. When these white balls of light exploded, the Broken River experts felt their shields explode. Those Breaking River level experts were shaken by this. Many of them had traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Soon after, they discovered that they were once again surrounded. Zhao Hai looked at the Broken River experts and said, "You are all Broken River experts. I really can't bear to kill you. It wasn't easy for you to reach your current level of cultivation. As long as you surrender, then I, Zhao Hai, can guarantee your lives. What do you think?" The Broken River experts looked at each other in dismay. No one had ever talked to them like this before. Now that Zhao Hai was talking to them, they felt very uncomfortable. The Broken River expert in the lead looked at Zhao Hai with bloodshot eyes. He suddenly laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, don't be complacent. The thing you just used should be a modified version of our Sacred Institute's shadow cannon, right? Ha ha ha, you can't fool me. Although the shadow cannon's power is great, it needs a long time to prepare for each shot. Didn't you use this last time to defeat Lu Kairen? Now you're using a modified version of the shadow cannon to deal with us. After this shot, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a long time before you can use it again. Zhao Hai, you can't fool us." Zhao Hai looked at the Broken River expert and nodded. "You're right. Our weapons are indeed modified shadow cannons. After each shot, it needs a certain cooldown time. But you don't think that we only have a few cannons, right?" The Broken River expert nodded and said, "You're right." When the Broken River expert in the lead heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. However, he still coldly said, "I don't believe that you can make that many shadow cannons. You should know that the shadow cannon is very difficult to make. Everyone, kill. Once we kill our way out, we'll be able to return." Zhao Hai looked at the Broken River expert in the lead and couldn't help but sigh. Then he glanced at the Broken River expert and gave way. The Broken River experts who were preparing to charge suddenly stopped. Their faces were filled with horror as they looked ahead. They couldn't help but be afraid. This was because in front of them were rows of shadow cannons. At a glance, they could see that there were at least 1,000 of them. The river-breaking experts could clearly see that there were only about 100 shadow cannons that attacked them. There were only about 100 white balls. If there were more shadow cannons, there would be more than 1,000 of them. In other words, they could still launch an attack like that at least 10 more times. The attack just now had already scattered their protective energy. It also caused them to be shaken. If they were to be hit a few more times, would they still be able to survive? Most importantly, the 1,000 shadow cannons could be fired at the same time. 100 meters was already terrifying. If 1,000 were to be fired at the same time, how terrifying would that be? It was because of this that the river-breaking experts stopped. Although they were arrogant, they weren't stupid. If they knew that there was danger ahead, then wouldn't they be fools if they continued to rush forward? Zhao Hai looked at the broken river experts and said, "How about it? Everyone, it's not that this Zhao Hai doesn't have the ability to kill you. It's just that I don't want to. If you still want to rush out, then don't blame this Zhao Hai for being impolite." The broken river expert looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. "Zhao Hai, you're dreaming. I, Wu Tianlin, was born and raised in the Sacred Institute. It was the Sacred Institute that trained me to be a broken river expert. If I betrayed the Sacred Institute, then what kind of person would I be? Would I still be a broken river expert? Today, even if I have to fight to the death, I still won't surrender. Brothers, don't you agree?" The breaking river level experts behind this person all shouted, "Yes." Zhao Hai looked at the broken river experts and nodded, "All right, I admire you. If you want to be a martyr, then I won't refuse. Kill." Along with Zhao Hai's order, the shadow cannons immediately fired. The broken river experts also moved. Their target this time was Zhao Hai. They didn't plan to rush out and just went straight for Zhao Hai. No matter where Zhao Hai went to hide, they just went straight for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but look up and laugh. "Good, it seems like you all want to drag me down with you. Unfortunately, you've miscalculated." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved. Who knows when a flail appeared in his hand. Then his figure moved and attacked the broken river experts. Before he attacked, Zhao Hai said, "Don't stop the shadow cannons." Then he immediately clashed with the broken river experts. When the broken river experts saw Zhao Hai rushing over, they were very happy. They thought that their opportunity had come. As long as they kill Zhao Hai, then even if they die, it would be worth it. However, when they clashed with Zhao Hai, they immediately changed their minds. Zhao Hai was too slippery. They simply couldn't hit him. And when Zhao Hai attacked with his sledgehammer, they would feel very uncomfortable. If they were hit by Zhao Hai's attacks, then they might be injured. Strength, speed, flexibility, all of these were perfectly combined by Zhao Hai. The broken river experts discovered that they couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Moreover, in addition to facing Zhao Hai's attacks, they also had to face the shadow cannons. The soldiers firing the cannons were just like Zhao Hai's order. They didn't stop the shadow cannons. The broken river experts didn't know why Zhao Hai gave such an order. This was because it meant that Zhao Hai would also be hit by the shadow cannons. However, when they fought with Zhao Hai, the broken river experts immediately understood Zhao Hai's intention. The shadow cannons couldn't hit Zhao Hai. He could easily dodge the white light balls. Even if the white light balls exploded, the aftermath wouldn't harm Zhao Hai. On the contrary, Zhao Hai seemed to be able to use the impact of the aftermath to attack and evade. This made it impossible for them to attack Zhao Hai. One by one, the broken river experts were killed by the shadow cannons. Otherwise, they would be killed by Zhao Hai's flail. However, they couldn't even touch the corner of Zhao Hai's clothes. This made the hearts of the broken river experts sink. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this powerful. One must know that they were besieging Zhao Hai. Although the shadow cannons were helping Zhao Hai, their attacks couldn't be underestimated. In this case, Zhao Hai was still able to handle the situation with ease. One had to say that Zhao Hai was very powerful. Because Zhao Hai's shadow cannons were fired 10 times, and the cooldown time of the shadow cannons was very short. Therefore, the shadow cannons could be fired continuously. In this case, the broken river experts felt even more uncomfortable. They didn't think that they would fall into this situation. After Zhao Hai killed the leader of the broken river experts, the remaining broken river experts didn't have the mood to attack. One of them suddenly shouted, "I surrender! I surrender!" This voice seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Before long, several broken river levels surrendered. Zhao Hai didn't attack these broken river levels anymore, allowing them to withdraw from the circle. But after they left, they were immediately surrounded by Zhao Hai's broken river levels. Then their energy was sealed before they were taken to the side for observation. Zhao Hai's broken river levels were also present. Jiao Hai's broken river levels immediately surrounded these broken river levels. At this time, Lu Karen's situation wasn't very good. Jiao Hai only used 1,000 shadow cannons to deal with the broken river experts, but they had 10,000 shadow cannons. Although Jiao Hai didn't use all of his shadow cannons to deal with Lu Kairen and the others, he still used 2,000 of them. These cannons were also divided into 10 groups. This caused Lu Kairen and the others to suffer heavy losses. More than half of the 1,000 sky dancing experts had died. At this time, Stonehammer's words were still ringing in their ears. Some of the sky dancing experts began to have thoughts. They didn't want to die, but it was very clear that they didn't have the opportunity to do so. Naturally, they didn't want to die, so they decided to surrender. But what Stonehammer didn't expect was that the first ones to surrender weren't the sky dance experts, but the ordinary soldiers that followed Lu Kairen. After the ordinary soldiers were swept by the lightning formation several times, they all surrendered. Moreover, they threw their weapons to the side and obediently knelt down, waiting for Stonehammer to receive them. When Stonehammer saw this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He thought that the soldiers would struggle, or that they would have some kind of conspiracy. However, he didn't expect that when they received the soldiers, it would be very smooth. The soldiers didn't resist and directly surrendered. Although Stonehammer was puzzled, he still looked at the soldiers. In any case, the weapons of the soldiers were already taken away, so he wasn't afraid that the soldiers would run away or cause trouble. Stonehammer didn't need to worry about receiving the soldiers. His main task was to look at Lu Kairen and the others. Lu Kairen and the others could be said to be cornered beasts, they simply didn't have the opportunity to escape. However, they still didn't surrender. They charged again and were repelled again and again. At this point, Lu Karen's 1,000 sky dance experts were left with less than 400 people. However, Lu Kairen was still very lucky to be alive, he only suffered some injuries. Stonehammer looked at Lu Kairen and coldly snorted. Then his figure moved and flew up. Then he waved his hand, causing the attacks of the sky dance experts to stop. Then Stonehammer looked at Lu Kairen and said, "Lu Kairen, you still don't want to surrender?" Lu Kairen looked at the sky dance experts behind Stonehammer. Then he looked at the sky dance experts from the Lost Soul Empire. Lu Kairen couldn't help but smile and said, "Stonehammer, you don't need to talk nonsense. I won't surrender." Stonehammer nodded, then he said, "I gave you a chance to surrender. If you don't surrender, then don't blame me. Do you really think that we only have so many shadow cannons? That we only have so many lightning formations?" Then Stonehammer waved his hand, causing the ordinary soldiers to take out their lightning formations. Then they aimed the formation at Lu Kairen and the others. This caused Lu Kairen and the others' expressions to change. Although Lu Kairen and the others were able to block the lightning formation with their shields, that was before. Now, they couldn't do it. Lu Kairen and the others' energy consumption was very fast. One must know that while they were blocking the lightning formation, they were also wasting a lot of energy. Additionally, they had been fighting for a long time, so they didn't have much energy left in their bodies. Stonehammer looked at them and said, "Young master's right, he didn't want to kill you. If you don't surrender, then don't blame him for being impolite." Lu Kairen sneered and said, "Stonehammer, don't waste your saliva there. We will not surrender." Stonehammer looked at Lu Kairen with a strange expression and said, "Are you really that confident?" Then he looked at the sky dance experts behind Lu Kairen and said, "If you surrender now, then when the young master destroys the sacred courtyard, he will leave your families a way out. But if you don't surrender now, then once the young master destroys the sacred courtyard, I'm afraid that only death awaits your families. Think about it, do you want to surrender?" Upon hearing Shichui's words, Lu Karen's complexion couldn't help but change. He was very clear that the lethality of Shichui's words was too great. The sky dance experts behind him all had their own clans. If they really didn't surrender and implicated their clans, then they would have to think about it carefully. Lu Kairen was also very clear about the current situation. Although the sacred courtyard was still able to gather an army to fight against Jiao Hai, it was hard to believe that they could eliminate Jiao Hai. Moreover, the longer time passed, the harder it would be for them to eliminate Jiao Hai. On the contrary, the longer time passed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. In the future, Zhao Hai might really be able to defeat the sacred courtyard. At this point, even Lu Kairen, a die-hard follower of the sacred institution, had such thoughts, not to mention the others. As for the Sky Dance Realm experts behind Lu Kairen, many of them weren't nurtured by the sacred institution. Because their families were under the control of the sacred institution, they had no choice but to serve the sacred institution. This was because if they didn't serve the sacred institution, then the sacred institution would deal with their families. But now that Stonehammer said this, the hearts of these people began to waver. Even if they weren't afraid of death, they still had to think about their families. After all, it was impossible for these people to be loyal to the sacred courtyard. Lu Kairen also knew that if he didn't do anything, some of those people would really surrender. And when it came to surrendering, as long as one person took the lead, the others would follow suit. At that time, they would really be finished. After thinking about this, Lu Kairen didn't say anything and directly rushed towards Stonehammer. He wanted to kill Stonehammer so that the others wouldn't dare to attack him. When Stonehammer saw Lu Kairen rushing towards him, he couldn't help but smile. He hadn't fought for a long time. Outsiders only knew that he was Zhao Hai's right-hand man, but they didn't know his strength. Naturally, Lu Kairen didn't know either, so he attacked him. Seeing Lu Kairen's appearance, Stonehammer smiled faintly. He reached out his hand as two hammers appeared in his hand. Then he swung his hammers towards Lu Kairen. Lu Kairen didn't think that Stonehammer would actually accept the challenge. Lu Kairen was happy as he swung his sword towards Stonehammer. At the same time, he turned his body and dodged Stonehammer's attack. However, Lu Kairen underestimated Stonehammer's hammering technique. Stonehammer's hammering technique was very powerful. Moreover, Stonehammer's hammering technique was very flexible. Therefore, when Lu Kairen moved, Stonehammer changed the direction of his hammering and smashed towards Lu Kairen. Lu Kairen had no choice but to turn around. However, he forgot that Stonehammer also had a pair of hammers. When he turned around, he discovered that Stonehammer's other hammer was waiting for him. This hammer smashed into Lu Kairen's chest. A cracking sound was heard as Lu Kairen's body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. At this time, Stonehammer received the two hammers. He didn't look at Lu Kairen as he turned to the other sky dance experts and said, "Surrender or not? If you don't surrender, then don't blame me for being impolite." When the sky dance experts heard Stonehammer, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Then they simultaneously said, "We're willing to surrender." Stonehammer nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "Seal their energy and take them to see the young master." Withdraw. The people behind him immediately complied and went to arrange it. This was the first time that these people saw Stonehammer in action. They didn't expect that a sky dance expert would be killed by Stonehammer without even being able to exchange a single blow. This was too shocking for them. Shi Chui looked at Lu Kairen's corpse on the ground and said, "Someone go and cut off Lu Kairen's head. I want to use him to intimidate the Holy Institute's army." Someone immediately complied and went to carry out the order. On Zhao Hai's side, the battle was now over. There were a total of 11 Broken River experts who surrendered. This number was already a lot. When Stonehammer returned to the camp to report, the battle was already over. Zhao Hai was already receiving the generals in the tent. When the generals arrived at the tent, they saluted Zhao Hai and then sat down. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Generals, your acting today is very good. We caught a big fish." "Ha ha ha. Very good, very good." Everyone chuckled, then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Generals, let's talk about the situation." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Generals, let's see what the situation is." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. Then Stonehammer said, replying to the young master, "This time, we have more than 9,000 ordinary soldiers as well as 354 sky dancing experts. We didn't lose anything." Stonehammer nodded. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Xianxia. Xianxia immediately said, "Your Majesty, the enemy didn't make any movements. It seems like they don't know what happened here." Zhao nodded and said, "Good, that's good. But I didn't expect more than 9,000 soldiers to surrender. Stonehammer, you have to check and see what's going on. Ask the ordinary soldiers why they surrendered so easily." Stonehammer nodded and said, "Yes, that's good. Stonehammer nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, after we return, everyone should prepare. We'll attack tomorrow. This time, I didn't think that the enemy's great general would actually lead his troops to attack us. This allowed us to take advantage of them. At this point, the enemy's army is like a group of dragons without a leader. Moreover, a large number of sky dancing experts have been eliminated by us. Moreover, more than 10 Broken River ancestors have died while 11 Broken River ancestors have surrendered to us. This should be a huge blow to their morale. We should take advantage of this opportunity to attack. Let's take this opportunity to attack them. As soon as the generals heard Zhao Hai, they all nodded. Some of them saw Zhao Hai's strength, fighting against 20 Broken River ancestors. However, some of them didn't see it. But when they heard Zhao Hai say that 11 Broken River ancestors surrendered, they were very happy. Zhao Hai looked at the generals and said, "All right, go and prepare. Tomorrow, we will attack. Stonehammer, you stay here and bring those who surrendered to me in batches. Also, don't forget to ask the ordinary soldiers why they surrendered so easily." Stonehammer nodded and then followed the others out of the tent. Only he knew why Zhao Hai wanted him to bring those people here in batches. It was because Zhao Hai wanted to use the slave formation on those people. Naturally, he wouldn't say this to anyone else. Not long after Stonehammer left, the people who surrendered were brought into the tent in batches. Besides Zhao Hai, there were only a few people in the tent. The first to be brought in were the Broken River ancestors. Zhao Hai used the slave formation on these people. Although the spiritual force of these Broken River ancestors wasn't bad, because the spirit weapon realm didn't have a specialized spiritual force cultivation method, their use of spiritual force was very shallow. They simply couldn't resist Zhao Hai's slave formation. In the end, all of them became Zhao Hai's slaves. As usual, Zhao Hai woke up early in the morning. However, his expression wasn't very good. Although he can use several hundred people as his slaves, Zhao Hai still needed a lot of spiritual force. Because of this, his complexion wasn't very good. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. He knew that it wouldn't take long before he fully recovered. Today was the day of the attack, so he couldn't not appear. After Zhao Hai woke up, he ate something. Then he had the army clean up the camp before they headed towards Thundercloud City. On the way, Zhao Hai was still sitting in his carriage. Many officers also came to Zhao Hai's carriage. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Shi Chui and said, "Shi Chui, I asked you to ask the ordinary soldiers why they surrendered. Did you ask them?" Stonehammer replied, "Young master, I've already asked them. The result was quite unexpected. The reason why the soldiers surrendered was because they wanted to. In fact, it's not just the soldiers, the citizens of the city-states under the control of the Sacred Academy are waiting for us to go. This was what the soldiers told me." Stonehammer nodded. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Tell me, what's going on?" Shi Chui nodded, then he said, "Young master should also know that a few months ago, when the Lost Soul Empire was just established, the citizens under the control of the Sacred Court began to flee to the Empire. At that time, you gave the order to make arrangements for them. But later on, very few people escaped. You had people inquire and they said that the Sacred Court didn't allow them to escape. They said that they would be beheaded if they were caught. Because of this, the citizens didn't escape." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You should know about this matter. At that time, a lot of people escaped. This gave us a headache for a while." "What's wrong? Does it have anything to do with this?" Stonehammer replied, "It's related, it's very related. Those fellows from the Sacred Institute aren't humans at all. They're too ruthless. In order to prevent the commoners from escaping, they took away all the food in their homes. Then they distributed the food to their families, but the food wasn't enough. Many people had already starved to death. Without food, the commoners wouldn't have the strength to escape. Therefore, they stopped running." Upon hearing Shi Chui, everyone in the carriage stared. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he said, "There's such a thing? If they don't let the people eat, then how can they work? Don't they expect the people to work to feed them?" Stonehammer replied, "Not only are they not fed, but they also have to watch the commoners work. At this point, there are already a lot of people who have died of starvation, exhaustion, and cold. It can be said that the commoners have completely turned into slaves. Even the soldiers can only ensure that they have enough to eat and that their families don't starve to death. In this case, how could the commoners support them? Therefore, whether it is the commoners or the soldiers, they don't have any aversion to our attacks. Stonehammer replied, "That's right." Zhao Hai's expression completely changed. The temperature in the carriage dropped several degrees. Everyone knew Zhao Hai very well. They all knew that Zhao Hai was very good to the people. Now that he heard that the people were suffering, how could he not be angry? Not to mention Zhao Hai, even the other generals were very angry. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "They're digging their own grave. The sacred court is digging their own grave." They underestimated the strength of the people. Even if the sacred court has a lot of experts, can they live without the people? Without the people, what would they eat? Without the people, what would they drink? Now that they're treating the people like this, they're really digging their own grave. Shi Chui replied, "Young master, I think that this is an opportunity, a great opportunity. Moreover, the sacred court has personally given this opportunity to us. As long as we attack now, we'll certainly get the support of the people. When the time comes, we won't have to worry about the rear. We can just attack with all our strength. Maybe the army won't support them, so our attack will be easier." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is indeed an opportunity. However, there are a lot of things that we need to do. Pass down the order. From now on, we'll immediately start transferring food from all over the country. When our army arrives, their food will follow. We need to let the people eat and wear warm clothes. At the same time, we need to divide the land according to our Han Empire." Everyone nodded. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, "I know that everyone here is from a big family. Ordinary civilians, unless they are very talented, would have a hard time making a name for themselves. But don't forget that your ancestors were also civilians. Also, don't underestimate the strength of these civilians. These civilians usually look like a pile of weeds, so inconspicuous that no one would look at them. But if you keep squeezing these weeds, they will turn into hay. Just a little spark, and they will burn people to death." Zhao looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "But don't forget that your ancestors were also civilians. Also, don't underestimate the strength of these civilians. These civilians usually look like a pile of weeds, so inconspicuous that no one would look at them. But if you keep squeezing these weeds will turn into hay." Everyone shivered, then they nodded in unison. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "You're all soldiers, you don't have much contact with ordinary people. But at the same time, you need to pay more attention when you come in contact with them. If soldiers are cruel to ordinary people, then they can't be called soldiers. They're bandits. A soldier's duty is to protect the country. These people are supporting you, raising you, hoping that one day, when someone wants to harm them, you'll be able to stand up and protect them. If you can't even do this, then you might as well go home and become rich men, lest you harm others and yourself." Everyone replied in unison, "We obey your majesty's command." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "The Holy Court doesn't understand this. They have been supported by the city-states all these years. This caused them to have a huge gap between them and the commoners. It's precisely because of this gap that they underestimate the commoners. This time, they will suffer a loss. The destruction of the Holy Court will also be caused by the commoners." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Holy Court will be destroyed by the commoners." Everyone nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty, there's something I don't understand. If we want to deal with the sacred court, then there's one place we have to guard against, and that's the secret realm. If the sacred court really invites people from the secret realm to deal with us, then we'll be in trouble." The others nodded as well. In fact, a lot of people had thought about this matter. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything about it. Moreover, when they fought against the Holy Court, they didn't have the advantage. But now that they had established their own country and had a huge advantage against the Holy Court, it was natural for them to think about this matter. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about it. But now that they had established their own country and had a huge advantage against the Holy Court, they naturally thought about it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, I have my own arrangements for the secret realm. You don't need to worry about it." Go back. We need to hurry to Thundercloud City as soon as possible. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. The speed of the army was very fast. The 10,000 surrendered soldiers not only didn't slow down the army, some of them even took the initiative to lead the army. After knowing this, Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he also felt that the Holy Academy was pressuring these city-states to a certain degree. After a day of march, they finally arrived at the border between Thundercloud City and South Flower City, Cloudwater River. The Cloudwater River was actually a small river with a width of about 20 meters and a depth of a few meters. It wasn't really a big river, but it was the border river between the South China clan and the Thundercloud City state. The two city-states had coexisted peacefully with this river as the border between them for a few decades. After crossing the Cloudwater River, they would arrive at Thundercloud City. It wasn't a big city, but the terrain was very dangerous. It was impossible to use water to attack it. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about using water to attack. After arriving at the Cloudwater River, Zhao Hai carefully observed the river. Then he had them find a place to set up camp and prepare to attack Cloudwater City the next day. At this time, the Sacred Court's army was stationed at the Cloudwater River. With Cloudwater City as the center, a total of 5 armies were stationed there. It was already quite late, so Zhao Hai decided to let everyone rest for the night. Tomorrow, they would attack the Sacred Court's army. Just as the camp was set up, Stonemer arrived at Zhao Hai's tent. Upon entering, he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I just received news that Cloudwater City's people are building a bridge on the river. Moreover, the bridge is very big. It seems like they want to use a pontoon bridge to attack us." When Zhao Hai heard Stonemer, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked in confusion, "Cloudwater City's people are building pontoon bridges? Are they crazy? Their commander was already killed by us. Even if they have a new commander, he should be busy taking over the troops. Why would they attack us? Isn't this just courting death?" Stonemer smiled bitterly and said, "But they really are building pontoon bridges. Moreover, there's more than one. If the bridge is built, then it wouldn't be a problem for us to attack. Young master, what should we do now?" Zhao Hai said, "Let's go out and take a look. I want to see what the Sacred Court's people are doing." Then he got up and led Stonemer outside. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the camp. Several generals also came over. Because their camp needed water, it wasn't very far from the Cloudwater River. They could see the situation at a glance. Just like what Stonemer said, there were people building pontoon bridges. Moreover, they were wearing military uniforms. One could see that they were the Sacred Court's army. At this time, their pontoon bridge had already been built. Zhao Hai looked at the sky, then he looked at the people building the pontoon bridge. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "Everyone, tell me, what are these people doing? At this time, they still want to build a bridge. Moreover, they just lost a lot of people. How could they still attack us? Could it be that those guys are crazy?" Everyone frowned. Just like what Zhao Hai said, it was already late. Even if they wanted to attack, they would have to wait until daytime before building the pontoon bridge. Building a pontoon bridge at this time was too dangerous. But now, the other party was brazenly building a pontoon bridge. This made everyone scratch their heads. They didn't know what those fellows were thinking. After some time, Xianxia opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, I think we shouldn't worry about them. Even if they build the pontoon bridge tonight, it would be impossible for them to attack us. We just need to defend the camp. We've been marching for a day, we should let the soldiers rest." Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, let the soldiers rest. Let's go and rest. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai also returned to the tent. After making some arrangements, he went back to rest. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he was eating breakfast when Stonemer arrived at the tent. He cupped his fist and said, "Young master, those fellows really finished building the pontoon bridge. What do you think we should do?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's defend the camp first. I want to see what they want to do. If they really want to attack us, then we'll have to dismantle their pontoon bridge first. Stonemer nodded before he turned around and left. However, it didn't take long before he came back. He looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression and said, "Young master, there were a few fellows outside the camp. They said that they were the representatives of the other side's army." Zhao Hai stared, he was puzzled and said, "Representatives of the other side's army? Why did they say that?" Stonemer nodded and said, "Yes, the ones leading them are Sky Dance realm experts. However, they didn't bring any weapons or armor. I don't know where they came from." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How many people are there?" Stonehammer replied, "There's a total of 5 people, only the 5 of them. Moreover, although the pontoon bridge has been built, there's no army on the other side. If we send troops now, we can immediately occupy the pontoon bridge." Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at Stonemer and said, "This is interesting. What do these guys want to do?" "Forget it, no matter what they want to do, 5 Sky Dance level experts won't be able to do anything. Invite them in, don't be rude." Shi complied and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai waved his hand and ordered the people to put away the breakfast. He sat in the tent and quietly waited for the other party's arrival. Not long after, Shi voice came from outside the tent, "Young master, they have arrived." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let them in." Shi nodded and then opened the tent's door, allowing the group to enter. Zhao Hai sat inside the tent and looked at the Sky Dance realm experts. They didn't have any special features, they were wearing warrior clothes and didn't bring any weapons. The one in the front was about 1.8 meters tall. He was about 40 years old and had a beautiful mustache. His entire person looked cultured and refined. The others were about 30 years old and were all Sky Dance realm experts. Each of them had their own unique features. However, Zhao Hai only glanced at them, then he looked at the man in the front. The Sky Dance realm experts were also looking at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was sitting there, his figure was still as tall as a grown man. Moreover, his aura was extraordinary. He was as calm as a mountain, giving people a lot of pressure. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "I heard that you are representing the army on the other side. May I know why you came?" With Zhao Hai's status, there was no need for him to be polite with these people. Therefore, he directly asked. When the group heard Zhao Hai, the leader immediately cupped his fist and said, "This one is Chang Yulong, greetings to His Majesty the Lost Soul Empire's king." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Thundercloud City-State's Chang clan, this is interesting. The Chang clan is the largest clan in the Thundercloud City-State aside from the City Lord's clan. And you, Chang Yulong, are the patriarch of the Chang clan. The City Lord's clan of the Thundercloud City-State has already run to the Holy Court. Now that the Thundercloud City-State is under the control of the Holy Court, you actually came to my camp at this time. Why are you here?" Chang Yulong didn't expect Zhao Hai to expose his identity. This made him stare, then he was startled. He discovered that Zhao Hai was truly formidable, he even knew about his background. Chang Yulong immediately said, "This time, we came to surrender to His Majesty Zhao Hai. I hope that His Majesty can accept our surrender." When Zhao Hai heard Chang Yulong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to Chang Yulong and said, "Is Patriarch Chang serious? Do you really want to surrender to me?" Chang Yulong replied, "It's not that I want to surrender to His Majesty Zhao Hai, it's that all of our troops want to surrender to His Majesty Zhao Hai. Our million-strong army wants to surrender to His Majesty Zhao Hai." When Zhao Hai heard Chang Yulong, he stared. Then he looked at Chang Yulong and said, "Can Patriarch Chang represent the million-strong army?" Chang Yulong replied, "Yes, I was elected by the army to see His Majesty Zhao Hai. We don't want to be enemies with His Majesty, so the soldiers voluntarily elected us to see His Majesty Zhao Hai. They hope that we can surrender to His Majesty. In order to show our sincerity, we built a pontoon bridge and waited for His Majesty to lead the army across the river." Zhao Hai looked at Chang Yulong with some surprise, then he muttered to himself, "Patriarch Chang, I want to know why those soldiers want to surrender to us, and why they elected you as their representative." Chang Yulong nodded and said, "Why?" Chang Yulong smiled bitterly and was about to speak when Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Sit down and talk." After Chang Yulong and the others expressed their gratitude, they sat down. After Chang Yulong sat down, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty, you don't know what kind of life we're living right now, nor do you know what kind of life the commoners are living. The commoners are now waiting for your Majesty to come and save them." Although we had some contact with the sacred courtyard before, we didn't think that the sacred courtyard would be this ruthless, treating human lives like grass. Now, the commoners under the sacred courtyard's control are starving to death. Countless people are starving to death every day. On the other hand, the commoners under your Majesty's rule are living in peace and contentment. Although we are nobles, we know that the commoners are the foundation of the world. Although I, Chang Yulong, am not talented, the commoners under my Chang family can still eat their fill and not die of exhaustion. However, what's the use of our family's strength? The sacred courtyard is also heavily taxing our families. Our family's foundation has already been squeezed dry by the sacred courtyard. Now, the commoners under our rule have no way to survive. It's precisely because of our good reputation that the soldiers elected us as their representatives to come to your Majesty and ask for your Majesty's benevolence to save the commoners from their predicament. Chang Yulong's expression turned serious as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty, you might not know what kind of life we're living right now." Zhao Hai quietly listened to Chang Yulong's words. Chang Yulong's words had already been prepared. Although it wasn't a long speech, it was enough to explain the situation clearly. It was nothing more than the sacred court oppressing the commoners too much. The commoners had no way to survive, but the Chang family still had a conscience and treated their people well. They didn't let their people starve to death, but the sacred court still imposed heavy taxes on them, forcing them to have no way to survive. And because the Chang family was usually kind, they were elected by the soldiers as representatives to meet Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai recalled the information sent by the spies about the Chang family. Chang Yulong didn't lie, the Chang family was very good to the common people. Because of this, the Chang family's reputation among the common people was also very good. It seems like what Chang Yulong said was true. However, this matter really surprised Zhao Hai. Last time, Lu Kairan personally led people to attack them. Then he should have left his confidants in the rear camp to guard the army. In this case, how did the soldiers elect Chang Yulong as their representative? Zhao Hai looked at Chang Yulong and said, "Patriarch Chang, last time, Lu Kairan brought some people to attack us and was annihilated by us. I don't think this is a secret. But I think it's impossible for your army to not have Lu Kairan's confidants." "How did you treat Lu Kairan's confidants?" Chang Yulong replied, "Kill them." Lu Kairan left with a large number of experts. These experts were mostly from the Holy Continent. They were very loyal to the sacred court. There weren't many of them left behind. On the other hand, the people of the sacred court looked down on us. Instead, they chose to stay behind. Later on, the soldiers strongly recommended us. So we killed Lu Kairan and his confidants and sealed the transmission formation before coming to see His Majesty. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Chang Yulong and said, "When it comes to pleading for the people, I can only believe half of it. Chang Yulong, you killed Lu Kairan's people and surrendered to me. This is for your family's sake. You also want some benefits from me. Tell me, what do you want?" Chang Yulong nodded. Chang Yulong stared, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this direct. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, he stood up and knelt in front of Zhao Hai. The others followed suit. Chang Yulong opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, we don't dare to ask for anything. We can see that the Sacred Academy is forcing us to our deaths. We don't dare to ask for too much. If your Majesty can capture Thundercloud City, then we would be satisfied as long as we can protect our clans." In fact, this wasn't what Chang Yulong and the others wanted to discuss in the beginning. Protecting their clans was their bottom line. They also wanted to raise some conditions. However, after seeing Zhao Hai, Chang Yulong didn't dare to act rashly. Although he didn't talk much with Zhao Hai, he could already see how terrifying Zhao Hai was. Seeing Zhao Hai's see-through eyes, Chang Yulong knew that if they dared to talk to him, then Zhao Hai would immediately deal with them. Because of this, Chang Yulong directly lowered his attitude. This was because he discovered that Zhao Hai was a very strong person. People like him hated it when others talked to him. If they really dared to talk to Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to them. On the contrary, if they directly told him their bottom line, then Zhao Hai might even give them some benefits. Zhao Hai looked at Chang Yulong. He knew why Chang Yulong was like this. He had experienced many things like this. If he couldn't understand Chang Yulong's plan, then he would have lived in vain. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to make things difficult for Chang Yulong and the others. Chang Yulong and the others were defectors. For people like this, Zhao Hai needed to give them some benefits in order to set an example for others. Zhao Hai looked at Chang Yulong and said, "Protecting your clan isn't a problem. I can even make you a city lord. As long as you sincerely follow me, then I, Zhao Hai, won't treat you badly. Alright, get up." After Chang Yulong and the others thanked Zhao Hai, they got up. However, they didn't sit down. Instead, they stood there and waited for Zhao Hai to speak. Zhao Hai looked at Chang Yulong and the others and said, "Alright, I understand. You go back and make the arrangements. I'll immediately send the troops over. Go." When Chang Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then I ask your majesty to send someone with me. I've already assembled the army, we're waiting for your majesty to receive them." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "No need. Why would I send someone with you? You can go back. Don't worry about anything. If you use someone, don't doubt them. If you doubt them, don't use them. This is my principle. Do my job well and I won't treat you badly." Chang Yulong quickly replied, "Thank you, your majesty. Rest assured, we will do our job well." Then he led the group to give Zhao Hai a salute. Then he left the tent and led the group out of the camp. After the group left, Stonehammer opened his mouth and said, "Young master, do you really trust them? What if it's a trap? If we rashly cross the river, wouldn't we be in danger?" Zhao Hai replied, "Even if it's dangerous, we don't need to be afraid. Their million-strong army is nothing more than a group of filthy people. Pass the order to cross the river. As long as we receive the million-strong army, the holy court would be finished." Stonehammer nodded and then went to pass the order. However, he was still worried. Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. It wasn't that he trusted Chang Yulong and the others. Instead, he believed that as long as the army crosses the river, they wouldn't need to be afraid even if it was a plot by the holy court. Zhao Hai already knew from the captives that the holy court wasn't popular. If the holy court dared to use this method to deceive him, then Zhao Hai would just accept it. However, Zhao Hai believed that the holy court wouldn't. If they really did use this method, then it might backfire. The soldiers might really surrender to him. If that's the case, then the holy court would be in trouble. After Zhao Hai gave the order, the army immediately began to pack up. Then they directly crossed the Cloudwater River using the pontoon bridge. There were no problems with the pontoon bridge. The army smoothly crossed the river. After Chang Yulong led the group out of the camp, a middle-aged man beside Chang Yulong opened his mouth and said, "Old Chang, didn't we agree to talk about conditions? Why did you reveal your bottom line?" Chang Yulong looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I'll tell you, as long as you talk about conditions, Zhao Hai will definitely take our lives. Do you think that he's a good person? If he really is a good person, he wouldn't be able to become the king of this lost soul empire. Such a person is very strong. If we dare to negotiate with him, even if he doesn't want our lives now, he will settle the score with us later. Fortunately, he seems to have some understanding of me and knows that I'm not lying. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen to us now. Let's go back and gather the army, wait for them to come and take over. In the future, if he gives us a reward, we will accept it. If he doesn't give it, we will accept it. If he doesn't reward us, then we won't complain about it." When the others heard Chang Yulong, they couldn't help but stare blankly. They didn't think about this point. But since Chang Yulong said so, then they could only agree. Then they quickly returned to Drifting Cloud City and began to organize the troops. They were waiting for Zhao Hai to receive them. Zhao Hai's expression was calm as he looked at the army crossing the river. He was in the middle of the army, so he had to wait for a while before crossing the river. However, he wasn't in a hurry, he wanted to see the reaction of the people on the other side. Very good, the people on the other side didn't attack them and just stayed in their camp. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Zhao Hai knew that if the people on the other side didn't surrender, then they would attack the army halfway across the river. Now that the army was halfway across the river, it was the best time for them to attack. But the fact that they didn't make a move showed that they were sincere in their surrender. Before long, Zhao Hai had also crossed the river. After a simple reorganization, the army headed towards Cloudwater City. When they arrived at Cloudwater City, they discovered that the city was also filled with soldiers. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that in front of these soldiers were piles of weapons. On the other hand, the soldiers were standing there empty-handed, they weren't holding any weapons. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He directly went to the top of the carriage and looked at the millions of soldiers standing there. When Chang Yulong saw Zhao Hai, he immediately knelt down and loudly said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." The million-strong army knelt down almost at the same time and shouted, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." When Zhao Hai saw this, he was slightly taken aback. Then, he said, "All right, get up." Chang Yulong and the others said in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then they stood up. The army also shouted, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then they stood up. Zhao Hai turned to Chang Yulong and said, "Chang Yulong has come to greet you. As for the other generals, lead your troops back to the camp and wait for your arrival." Chang Yulong nodded and then walked towards Zhao Hai's carriage. Meanwhile, the other generals led the army back to the camp. However, their weapons were still left outside, untouched. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at Drifting Cloud City. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion, Zhao Hai went directly to the conference hall along with the other generals. When they arrived at the conference hall, Zhao Hai looked at them and then at Chang Yulong. Then he said, "Patriarch Chang has made a great contribution this time. An army of 1,000,000 didn't even need to use a sword or a spear. This is a great thing. Patriarch Chang, you have done a great deed. I hereby appoint you as the city lord of Thundercloud City. After you go down, write a detailed list of the contributions of everyone who made this contribution. I will issue an order to reward them. Remember, don't be selfish, write the list according to the merit. If I find out that you're doing this for personal reasons, I won't let you off easily." Chang Yulong didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually appoint him as the city lord of the Thundercloud City. Chang Yulong had some understanding of the Lost Soul Empire. He was very clear that the city lords of the Lost Soul Empire were just like the city lords of other cities. They had a lot of authority. Aside from not having military power, they were also in charge of government affairs. Chang Yulong didn't think that he would have this much authority. However, Chang Yulong was also a person who had seen a lot of things. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately recovered. Then he plopped down on his knees and kowtowed to Zhao Hai. "Yes, I thank Your Majesty for your grace. This Chang Yulong will definitely do my best." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Get up. We're now on the battlefield, there's no need to be so polite. Alright, let's talk about other things. Let's talk about the 1,000,000-strong army. What do you think?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia stood up and said, "Your Majesty, there aren't a lot of elites in this army. Moreover, there are a lot of them who were forcefully pulled in. I think it's best to let them go home as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Your Majesty, there aren't many elites in this army." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Letting them go home is a given. However, these people are from different city-states. It would be impossible for them to return home in a short period of time. How about this, we can take down a city-state and let them go home. This way, they would be motivated." Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai said, "Now that we have control over the army, there's no need to be polite. Attack. From tomorrow onwards, we'll go all out. We'll divide the army into 5 groups, each group consisting of 100,000 veterans and 200,000 new recruits. With Thundercloud City as the center, we'll attack from 5 directions as quickly as possible. Do you have any objections?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Then Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll assign the tasks." Then Zhao Hai assigned the tasks one by one. He would personally command 300,000 people to attack Thundercloud City while the others would attack the other 4 cities. This time, Zhao Hai wanted them to be quick, they needed to deal with the other cities as quickly as possible. After that, the Lost Soul Empire would send officials to take control of the territories they conquered. At the same time, they would improve the lives of the people and make those territories their own as soon as possible. Zhao Hai knew about a classic tactic, and that was the lightning war. It focused on speed, using the fastest speed to destroy the cities. To be exact, it was to destroy the forces that belonged to the Holy Court before slowly digesting them. In fact, since things had developed to this point, Zhao Hai didn't have anything to worry about. It was very clear who was the enemy and who was his ally. Even if there were some clans that were loyal to the Holy Court, they would still surrender after seeing the current situation. After all, these clans knew that there was no benefit in following a force that was about to be destroyed. After Zhao Hai finished assigning the tasks, he dismissed everyone. Chang Yulong, who was participating in this kind of meeting for the first time, wasn't used to it. He discovered that Zhao Hai's generals were very respectful towards Zhao Hai, but they weren't afraid of him. Because of this, they spoke casually in front of Zhao Hai. They would also oppose Zhao Hai's words, but as long as things were settled, they would completely respect Zhao Hai's words. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Chang Yulong hadn't participated in this kind of meeting before. However, Chang Yulong had to admit that he really liked this kind of atmosphere. Moreover, he didn't think that Zhao Hai's generals weren't afraid of Zhao Hai. They were also afraid of Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai was very good to his own people. They also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't get angry over this kind of thing. Because of this, they didn't seem to be afraid of Zhao Hai. While thinking about these things, Chang Yulong returned to his home. The Chang clan was the second largest clan in Thundercloud City. Naturally, they had their own courtyard in Drifting Cloud City. Although their main family lived in Thundercloud City, Drifting Cloud City was an important resource distribution center. How could Chang Yulong not arrange a courtyard here? At this moment, a lot of people were sitting in Chang Yulong's courtyard. These people were the vanguard of the anti-sacred courtyard. They were the ones who eliminated Lu Karen's subordinates along with Chang Yulong. At this time, they were waiting for news from Chang Yulong. They wanted to know what Zhao Hai said. After Chang Yulong returned to the courtyard, he invited everyone to the living room. After everyone sat down, Chang Yulong looked at everyone. Everyone was looking at him, waiting for him to speak. Chang Yulong couldn't help but smile faintly. He didn't keep them in suspense and directly said, "His Majesty has appointed me as the City Lord of Thundercloud City." Upon hearing Chang Yulong, these people stared for a moment before their faces lit up. Zhao Hai appointed Chang Yulong as the City Lord of Thundercloud City. Although he didn't mention them, this showed that he was very satisfied with Chang Yulong's performance. At the very least, their clans would be saved. Chang Yulong looked at the crowd and said, "However, His Majesty doesn't know who contributed the most to the surrender, so he sent me back to write a list of names and then report it to him. He will give rewards according to the merits of the list. You don't need to worry about anything. I think everyone knows what kind of person I, Chang Yulong, am, so I won't waste any more words. Everyone, please go back first. The list that I, Chang Yulong, wrote is absolutely fair. What do you think?" When everyone heard Chang Yulong, they didn't object. They all nodded and then cupped their fists towards Chang Yulong before turning around to leave. They weren't afraid that Chang Yulong would cheat in this matter. Chang Yulong had just joined the Lost Soul Empire. If he wanted to deceive Zhao Hai at this time, then Zhao Hai wouldn't let him off. Moreover, it wasn't a secret that everyone contributed to this matter. If Zhao Hai found out that Chang Yulong was deceiving him, then Chang Yulong wouldn't have a good time. Chang Yulong and the others weren't wrong. Zhao Hai was indeed looking for people to inquire about who contributed the most. As a leader, you can turn a blind eye to the tricks of your subordinates. However, you can't be ignorant. If you don't know, then you wouldn't be qualified to be a leader. Zhao Hai also knew that if Chang Yulong was smart, then he wouldn't lie about this matter. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. This was because there were some people who liked to take risks. They always thought that they were very smart and that they could deceive everyone. However, they didn't know that their actions had already been seen by others. There was no lack of smart idiots in any realm. One must always be on guard against others. Besides his slaves, Zhao Hai was suspicious of everyone else. He would rather blame them wrongly and be careful than to be deceived by them. Because of this, when Chang Yulong handed over the list, Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he gave out rewards according to their contributions. This was because Chang Yulong was a smart person in Zhao Hai's eyes. He didn't lie about this matter. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Hai decided to divide the troops. At the same time, he also wanted to release some of the soldiers from Thundercloud City-State. After all, these people were forcibly conscripted into the army. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that except for a few people, the others didn't want to go home. They would rather go to war than go home. Zhao Hai was very curious about this. He didn't know what these people were thinking and why they didn't want to go home. After Zhao Hai had Stonemer understand the situation, he didn't say anything else. He didn't think that the reason why these people didn't want to go home was because they wanted to defeat the Holy Court as soon as possible. They wanted to leave as soon as possible. Perhaps these people didn't know how to speak high-sounding words. However, they understood a very simple principle. If they don't drive away the people of the Holy Court, then they wouldn't be able to live a good life. If they don't eliminate the people of the Holy Court, then one day, they would have to live a life like today. Because of this, these people volunteered to stay. Moreover, their enthusiasm was much higher than before. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. After Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. Then he gave an order to send over some armors and weapons that were eliminated from the army. After equipping the army, he reorganized them. However, this was done while the army was marching. This was because Zhao Hai didn't have that much time. At this time, the Holy Court might not be aware of what happened. Even if the Holy Court knew, they wouldn't be able to react in a short time. Because of this, this was the best time to attack. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the people of the Holy Court didn't know how to react. They didn't think that their army would surrender to the enemy. This made the Holy Court completely unprepared, they didn't have any way to deal with it. Zhao Hai's attack was very fast. In less than 5 days, Thundercloud City was officially conquered. The people of the Holy Court in the city either fled or were killed. Except for a few who surrendered, all of them were killed. The local clans that didn't surrender were directly exterminated by Zhao Hai. From the elderly to the children, nobody was spared. No one thought that Zhao Hai would be this ruthless. Even the people who followed Zhao Hai didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this ruthless. Not showing any mercy, cutting the weeds and pulling out the roots to this point. This also allowed them to see another side of Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai conquered Thundercloud City, the other armies also received good news. The 4 city-states that they attacked were also conquered in a short time. At this time, the number of city-states under the control of the Holy Court had decreased from 20 to 10. One must know that Zhao Hai took down 10 city-states under the control of the Holy Court in just 2 attacks. This was a huge blow to the Holy Court. After Zhao Hai took down the 5 city-states, he made everyone stop and reorganize. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack the Holy Court, he just wanted to carry out another plan. When Wen Hai was standing in the transmission hall of the base, he was anxiously stamping his feet. Suddenly, a white light flashed as more than 10 people appeared in the formation. When Wen Hai saw the people in the formation, his eyes lit up. He immediately said, "Boss, you're finally here. Is what you said before true? Are we really going to act?" Indeed, Zhao Hai's plan this time was to take control of the secret realm and cut off the Holy Court's escape route. Then he would use the spiritual weapon realm to completely erase the Holy Court. Zhao Hai was very clear that the sacred courtyard would be very surprised that he took down 5 city-states in one go. At the same time, the sacred courtyard would have to consider their escape route. Although they were prepared to move to the secret realm, they didn't expect that they would need to use it this quickly. Because of this, the sacred courtyard only transferred a small number of people to the secret realm, they weren't fully prepared. This time, Zhao Hai came to the mystic realm to keep watch. At the same time, he also brought along several breaking river experts. Now, he only had 30 or so breaking river experts in the mystic realm. Inside the mystic realm, the number of breaking river experts had already reached 70. When Zhao Hai saw Wen Wenhai's expression, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Old Wen, you're still the same. When did I ever lie to you? Let's go and see our brothers. I haven't been back for some time. Also, there are a lot of things happening outside. Therefore, the matter of the secret realm must be solved as soon as possible. Have you contacted the eldest and second brothers?" The eldest and second brothers that Zhao Hai mentioned were naturally eldest brother Ho and second brother Ho. The two had been undercover in the headquarters. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others were very familiar with the situation in the headquarters. Now in the headquarters, there were a total of 2,000 sky dance level experts and 15 river breaking level experts. Most of them were not the 8 great elders. Because of what had happened outside, the Sacred Academy had also affected the secret realm. Therefore, the Sacred Academy had sent a few more elders at the river-breaking level to guard the headquarters. However, what they didn't know was that among the 2,000 sky dance experts in the headquarters, only 1,000 were loyal to the Holy Court. The other 1,000 were all anti-holy academies. However, these people were very well hidden, so they didn't know about it. This time, Zhao Hai could be said to have gathered most of the experts in his hands. He only had one goal, and that was to control the secret realm as soon as possible. He didn't want to give the Holy Court any chance. When Zhao Hai and Wen Wenhai came out of the cave, all the people in the headquarters were gathered. There were more than 2,000 sky dance experts and more than 70 river-breaking experts. If this force was placed in the spirit weapon realm, then it would certainly be able to change the entire realm. These sky dance experts were all standing there, their eyes fixed on Zhao Hai. Whether it was Zhao Hai or Zhao Hai, all of them admired Zhao Hai. This point was even more obvious after Zhao Hai established his country. Now that they were about to enter the final battle, they were naturally excited. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, in addition to changing your appearance and going out, you've been hiding in the mystic realm to cultivate. I know that everyone has been suppressing a fire in their hearts. Everyone obviously has a lot of ability, but they can only hide here. They can't see the light of day, they can't reunite with their families, and they can't reveal their true identities. This kind of life is very oppressive for everyone, so everyone is waiting for the day when they can openly appear in front of others, when they can return home and reunite with their families." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. Naturally, they wanted to live the life that Zhao Hai spoke of. However, they had no choice but to endure in the past. Naturally, they were suppressing their anger. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I've been suppressing everyone before because the time wasn't ripe. The Sacred Court still has the strength to counterattack. If we act too early, the Sacred Court would discover the situation here, which would affect our actions outside. But now, the Sacred Court is going against the flow outside, causing the heavens to be angry and resentful. This is our chance. Now, we must take the secret realm in one fell swoop and turn it into the second spirit weapon realm. Later on, maybe the people of the spirit weapon realm will enter the secret realm and live here. Then, all of you will be the seniors of the spirit weapon realm who will be revered by the people of the spirit weapon realm. Everyone, your name will be engraved in history today. Let's move out and destroy those bastards from the sacred court." Everyone was enraged by Zhao Hai. They shouted in unison, "Destroy the sacred court! Destroy the sacred court!" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, everyone, use the transmission formation and head to the headquarters. Let's move out." Everyone responded in unison and activated the teleportation formation. With a flash of white light, they all disappeared from the base. In the next moment, they appeared in the headquarters. Just as they arrived, the headquarters immediately became chaotic. Then Boss Ho and Second Boss Ho led 1,000 people and joined Zhao Hai's group. The group then rushed towards the headquarters. At this time, the headquarters was in chaos. At this time, several people rushed out from the island and stopped in front of Zhao Hai's group. The person in the lead was Li Tang. When Li Tang saw Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're Zhao Hai? You're Zhao Hai? How did you enter the secret realm? That's impossible, that's impossible." Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang and sneered, "Elderly, hee. You don't need to know how I entered the secret realm. You only need to know that I'm here to deal with you." When Li Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth and said, "You want to deal with us? With just you?" Zhao Hai, don't think that you're doing well outside. Inside the secret realm, you have no chance. You're dead. Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang, then he smiled faintly and said, "Elderly, it seems like you haven't seen the situation clearly. Can you block our attack with your current strength?" Li Tang looked at Zhao Hai, then he sneered and said, "Zhao Hai, it seems like you've lost your sense of direction because of your victories against the holy character. You really think too highly of yourself. Do you know the secret of the headquarters? You're too naive." Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang and smiled faintly. "It's just a formation and an 8 gates formation. Do you really think that you can block Zhao Hai with just these things? I said that you're naive, but you're still not convinced." Li Chong stared, then his expression changed. He stared at Zhao Hai and said, "How did you know? Who told you?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You're wasting this place. The headquarters is just an illusion formation in your hands. The island is just a defensive 8-gate formation. It's a pity, a pity. But now, this place will belong to me. I'll make good use of it." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You're really wasting this place. The headquarters is just an illusion formation in your hands." Li Tang's face paled as he looked at Zhao Hai. He knew about the situation of the secret realm. When the Sacred Academy discovered the secret realm, the headquarters and the island already existed. But at that time, the buildings in the headquarters had already collapsed. The island wasn't in a good condition either. But later on, they found a skeleton on the island. Next to the skeleton was a piece of jade. One of them accidentally broke the jade and found that the jade recorded the situation of the headquarters and the island. It mainly talked about the illusion formation in Old Quan and the 8 gates formation on the island. According to the instructions on the jade, they rebuilt the buildings in the headquarters. This was how the headquarters and the island came to be. At the same time, the Sacred Academy also made some jade tokens. These jade tokens were the ones that Zhao Hai found when he was in Lost Soul City. These jade tokens were the ones that the spies of the Sacred Academy carried. They had to be processed with wine before they could be seen clearly. Of course, the jade token that the Sacred Academy obtained wasn't like this. It was actually a jade slip. However, the Sacred Academy didn't know about it. They studied it themselves and wanted to record the contents of the Sacred Academy on a jade slip. Finally, they made a jade token. However, that jade token was far worse than a real jade slip. In the past few years, the Sacred Academy had also studied the illusion formation in the headquarters and the 8 gates formation on the island. However, in the end, they didn't find anything. This was because the formations here were completely different from the formations that they knew. They simply didn't know where to start. Now that Zhao Hai was able to reveal the secrets of the headquarters and the island, how could they not be surprised? Li Tang felt as if he had eaten a fly and was disgusted. Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang, then he smiled faintly and said, "Do you want to talk to me for a while so that your people can activate the illusion formation and trap us? I think you should just forget about it. Don't waste your time. The illusion formation has already been destroyed. You still don't know about it." Li Tang's expression completely changed when he heard Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and roared, "Zhao Hai, you shameless villain. You actually destroyed our formation. I'll kill you." Then he was about to attack. Looking at him, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You want to fight with me? That's ridiculous. I wasn't the one who destroyed the illusion formation, you were the one who destroyed it. I think you haven't used it for a long time. Maybe it's because the illusion formation consumes too much energy, or maybe it's because of other reasons. Anyway, you haven't used it yet. What's more ridiculous is that the transmission formation in the headquarters was built by you. But what you don't know is that the illusion formation in the headquarters is very exquisite. Even a little bit of change would have a big impact on the illusion formation. But now, the transmission formation that you built here is completely destroyed. Now, the illusion formation can't be used anymore." Li Tang's face turned black. Although he didn't know if Zhao Hai was telling the truth or not, he already believed Zhao Hai. He believed that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. If this was the case, then they had done a very stupid thing. The reason why Li Tang believed what Zhao Hai said was true was because Zhao Hai was right. The illusion formation hadn't been used for a long time. This was because the consumption of energy was too large, and it was very troublesome. Moreover, the transmission formation in the headquarters was indeed built by them. If they destroyed the illusion formation because of the transmission formation, then they would be too stupid. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He looked at Li Tang and the others and smiled faintly. Are you regretting it now? But it's already too late. You told me so much just to make them return to the island so that you can open the 8 gates golden lock formation. But let them go up. I'll deal with them in a while. As for you, you can stay here. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a group of river-breaking experts surrounded Li Tang and the others. When Li Tang and the others saw the river-breaking experts, their expressions changed. However, Li Tang still looked coldly at Zhao Hai. Then he said to the river-breaking experts, "How sad. As a river-breaking expert, you actually listen to the command of a skydance kid. Don't you think that's sad?" "Ha ha ha, Li Tang, I really admire you now. You can still say such words at this time. You're really great. But it's a pity that you still don't understand my strength. By the way, Li Tang, I'm not afraid to tell you my other identity today. I think you'll understand it when you see it." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a camouflage formation and activated it. Then he turned himself into the crane grass from before. When Li Tang saw Zhao Hai suddenly turn into another person, he couldn't help but stare. However, he hadn't seen Zhao Hai's crane grass before. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised. However, the person behind him had seen it before. When that person saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Crane grass? This is crane grass? You're crane grass?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Right, I'm crane grass." "Ha ha ha. Didn't you notice? Crane grass and Zhao Hai have never appeared at the same time." When crane grass was stirring up a storm in the spirit weapon realm, Zhao Hai was in seclusion. And when Zhao Hai came out, crane grass had already died in the secret realm. "Ha ha ha. Isn't this interesting?" Li Tang looked at Zhao Hai. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be crane grass. This was too much of a blow to his confidence. Zhao Hai closed the formation and revealed his figure. He looked at Li Tang and the others and said, "Do you know why so many people said that I obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Empire? Other than the fact that they don't know where I got so many gold coins, there's one thing that very few people know, and that is this." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and 2 swords appeared around him. One of them was a hiltless long sword with saw teeth on the blade. The other looked like an ordinary long sword, but there were 8 iron chains on the back of the sword. It looked very beautiful. These 2 long swords danced around Zhao Hai. When the surrounding people saw this, they were stunned. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have 2 flying swords. Flying swords were a special technique that only the Heavenly Sword Empire's royal family could learn during the era of the Heavenly Sword Empire. It was said that its power was boundless and could take a person's head from 1,000 miles away. However, this technique had long been lost. It disappeared along with the Heavenly Sword Empire in the long river of history. They didn't expect to see it again today. This really shocked them. Li Tang's face also turned pale. Looking at Li Tang's face, Zhao Hai really wanted to laugh. During this period of time, Li Tang's face had turned into a 5-colored light bulb that was constantly changing colors. Zhao Hai said, "Li Tang, you should be happy. This is the second time I'm using flying swords to fight. The first time was when I faced the experts sent by the Wen clan. I killed them. That time, I used flying swords, but no one saw it. This time, I'm dealing with you, you should be happy." Li Tang snorted and said, "So what if you can use flying swords? That doesn't mean that you can do anything to us. Zhao Hai, let me tell you, we're not afraid of you. Go die." Then he attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Li Tang's appearance and smiled faintly. He waved his hand and the impatient Broken River experts immediately attacked Li Tang. One must know that many of these Broken River experts came from the secret realm. They didn't have a good impression of Li Tang. Li Tang was the most hated person in the secret realm. Now that they could deal with Zhao Hai personally, they were naturally very happy. Therefore, they immediately attacked Li Tang. At this time, Li Tang couldn't speak because he didn't dare to be distracted. He was constantly dealing with the attacks coming from all directions. If he was distracted, he might be killed. Zhao Hai didn't care about the situation. Li Tang and the others wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. All of the experts in Zhao Hai's hands were equipped with artifacts. Even if Li Tang and the others had artifacts, there was no need to worry. As for the passage, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about it. This was because Boss Ho and the others had already sealed the passage. However, this formation was much better than the ones outside. Even if a few Broken River experts were to attack it together, this formation wouldn't be damaged. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about it. He didn't need to worry about the passage at all. He didn't need to worry about it. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He bypassed the people who were fighting and flew towards the island. At this time, the island was covered by a transparent barrier. Zhao Hai led the others to the outside of the island. When he touched the transparent barrier, he discovered that the barrier was very hard. It was like a huge glass cover that covered the island. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the others and said, "Attack a few times and see how strong the barrier is." Wen Wenhai nodded and then attacked the barrier with his blade. A boom was heard, but the barrier didn't suffer any damage. On the contrary, Wen Wenhai's attack was bounced back. If Zhao Hai didn't block it with his flying sword, then Wen Wenhai would have been injured. Upon seeing this, everyone felt ashamed. They knew that Wen Wenhai was now a Broken River expert. Moreover, he had an artifact in his hand. But even so, his attack was still blocked. This showed how strong the barrier was. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This thing isn't just the 8 gates formation. It seems like I made a mistake. It's actually an 8 trigrams formation. Hee, although it's a very orthodox 8 trigrams formation, it's still very good. How do we break it? If we break it, then it'll be destroyed. If we break it directly, then the 8 trigrams formation would be destroyed, which would be a pity. Moreover, it would be troublesome to rearrange it in the future. If we slowly break it, then we wouldn't have enough time. Old Wen, do you think we should use brute force to break it and then reconstruct our own formation? Or should we slowly break it and preserve it?" Zhao Hai was talking to himself at first, but his last sentence was actually directed to Wen Wenhai. Wen Wenhai nodded and said, "What do you think?" When Wen Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment and said, "Boss, if we set up our own formation, wouldn't it be troublesome? How powerful would it be?" Zhao Hai replied, "It would be troublesome, but it would be more powerful." "Alright, I understand. You want to deal with it quickly, right?" When Wenhai nodded and said, "Right, we also know about the situation outside. The sacred court hasn't been completely destroyed. They still have more than 10 city-states under their control. If Boss spends too much time here, then it wouldn't be good for us. So I think we should quickly break it. At worst, we'll just have to create our own formation. As long as we unify the spiritual weapon realm, then wouldn't we have enough time to build our own formation?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That makes sense. It's a pity that this formation has existed for a long time. It's a pity that it's destroyed. But let it be, we can't let it ruin our plans. Everyone, step back." Everyone nodded and retreated. After everyone retreated, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The golden jade light sword flew up and instantly grew in size, turning into a 100-meter-long greatsword. The greatsword looked very awe-inspiring. The thick iron chains made the greatsword look even more ferocious. The barbs on the sword made people feel a chill down their spine. Zhao Hai shouted, as the greatsword stood upright in the sky. Then the greatsword fiercely stabbed downwards. The sword was as fast as lightning as it pierced the transparent shield. But when the greatsword hit the shield, it seemed to have stopped for a moment. Then Zhao Hai and the others heard a cracking sound as the shield was broken. The greatsword was inserted deep into the island. Then the chains on the greatsword danced in the air. The 8 towers around the island were knocked down in an instant. Countless of the sky-flying experts on the island were swept to death by the chains. Even those who weren't swept to death were dumbfounded, they couldn't help but run away. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. Instead, they were dumbfounded as they tried to escape. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took back his sword. At this time, there were no survivors on the island. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said to Wen Hai, "Let's go to the island and see if there are any survivors." Wen Hai and the others recovered. Then they turned their heads to look at Zhao Hai. They discovered that they had underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. However, they didn't say anything and directly went to the island to see if there were any survivors. There were indeed survivors on the island. There were even some Broken River Realm experts who were still breathing. However, it seems like they wouldn't be able to live for long. However, Wen Hai and the others weren't polite as they gave each of them a stab. After Zhao Hai looked at these people, he turned his head to look at Li Tang and the others. Li Tang and the others were all killed, not a single one was left alive. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to Boss Ho and second brother Ho and said, "Boss, second brother, open the transmission formations of the other strongholds. We'll go there and see if there are any survivors. If they don't submit, then kill them." Boss Ho and second brother Ho nodded. Then they opened the transmission formations of the other strongholds. When they received news that Zhao Hai was going to attack, they had already sealed the transmission formations of the other strongholds. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the other strongholds, they discovered that all of the people from the Sacred Courtyard faction had been killed. This was also thanks to Boss Ho and the others. They had already contacted the people from the Sacred Courtyard faction in the other strongholds. Because of this, the people from the other strongholds also made their move and directly eliminated the people from the Sacred Courtyard faction. Now, the entire Mystic Realm was under Zhao Hai's control. In just one day, Zhao Hai managed to control the Secret Realm. None of the people sent by the Sacred Academy were still alive. All of them were dealt with by Zhao Hai. After cleaning up the place, Zhao Hai added several layers of formations to the passage before he led the group back to the base. After arriving at the base, Zhao Hai immediately led the group back to the spirit weapon realm through the transmission formation. Then they directly arrived at the base in the Lost Mountain range. This time, he brought all the people from the secret realm. Just the number of Void Realm experts was close to 10,000. From this, one could see how many experts there were in the secret realm. After Zhao Hai and the others returned to the base, they immediately took the transmission formation and directly went to the front line. At this time, the front line was still in a confrontation with the Sacred Academy's army. When Zhao Hai arrived at the front line, he immediately asked Stonemer and Xianxia about the situation. Xianxia immediately told Zhao Hai that the Sacred Academy was currently organizing an army. However, the effect wasn't very good. Zhao Hai directly called all the generals to the conference hall of the Thundercloud City. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai pointed at Wen Hai and said, "You might not know this person, but he's a Broken River Realm expert. Naturally, I'm not talking about his strength, but his origin. He came from the secret realm." When Zhao Hai said this, everyone stared. Then they looked at Wen Hai with shining eyes. Wen Hai smiled faintly, then he stood up and gave everyone a salute. Then he said, "Wen Hai has seen everyone." Zhao Hai waved his hand and had Wen Hai sit down. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Wen Hai came from the secret realm. I also just came back from the secret realm. Don't ask me how I entered the secret realm. I can only tell you that I have a way to enter the secret realm. Now that the secret realm is under our control, the Sacred Academy won't be able to enter the secret realm. You just need to know that." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about this matter. In other words, Zhao Hai really did control the secret realm. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I'll explain this matter later. We still need to conquer the secret realm in the future. Today, I'm telling everyone this because the Sacred Academy has no way out. Therefore, they will certainly make a counterattack before they die. Everyone needs to be prepared." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai continued, "But we don't need to worry too much about the Holy Academy's counterattack. What you need to do is to attack, attack, attack. Starting from tomorrow, the army will go all out. We need to capture the city-states as soon as possible. At this point, the city-states can no longer provide any troops. This is an opportunity for us. The army will go all out and advance as fast as possible. Everyone nodded. For them, this was definitely good news. Actually, the soldiers still had some complaints about them stopping here. After all, their previous victory was too easy. Moreover, the families of the soldiers who surrendered were still in the city-states controlled by the Sacred Academy. They wanted to return home as soon as possible. Because of this, Zhao Hai's stop made the soldiers disappointed and resentful. The generals were very clear that if the soldiers were to hold back their anger, then it wouldn't be a good thing for them. The best way to deal with this was to have the soldiers vent their anger as soon as possible. As long as they vent their anger, then there would be no more problems. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. Now that Zhao Hai said that the army would go all out tomorrow, they believed that the soldiers would be able to vent their anger. This way, they would be able to deal with the situation easily. Zhao Hai looked at the generals and said, "All right, go and prepare. We'll attack tomorrow. Don't show any mercy, don't be polite." The generals nodded before they turned around and left. After they left, Zhao Hai had Wenhai and Stonemer stay behind as he looked at the two and said, "I had the two of you stay behind to prepare." This time, the attack on the Holy Courtyard went very smoothly. Moreover, it seems like the Holy Courtyard doesn't have any chance to counterattack. However, I'm still worried. The Holy Courtyard has existed for so many years, it's not a joke. They certainly have their own cards. We need to be more careful. Therefore, the two of you need to leave some of your troops behind. At the same time, we need to strengthen our defenses. We can't afford to make any mistakes at this time, understand? Do you understand? Stonemer and the others immediately nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "There's one more thing that you need to pay attention to. It's about the situation in the secret realm. The illusion formation in the secret realm and the 8 trigrams formation on the island aren't things that the Sacred Academy can create. Therefore, I suspect that there might be another force that existed in the secret realm. However, I don't know when that force was destroyed or if they left for some reason. In any case, we must be careful." The two nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "Besides the secret realm, there's also the matter of the Heavenly Sword Empire. The people of the Heavenly Sword Empire can use flying swords. However, the cultivation system of flying swords is completely different from the cultivation system of the spiritual weapon realm. I suspect that the original master of the Heavenly Sword Empire was the same as the people in the secret realm. They might have come from another place. But as for why they were destroyed, I still don't know. In any case, someone was able to destroy the Heavenly Sword Empire in a single night. We must be careful and not follow the footsteps of the Heavenly Sword Empire." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wenhai's expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, you suspect that the Sacred Academy might have something to do with the destruction of the Heavenly Sword Empire?" Wenhai was very smart. He understood the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I do have some suspicions. The Sacred Academy slowly grew stronger after the Heavenly Sword Empire. Moreover, before I discovered them, they had countless opportunities to unify the entire spiritual weapon realm. However, they didn't do so. Isn't this strange? Why didn't they unify the spirit weapon world when they could have done so? On the contrary, they kept instigating the various forces in the spirit weapon world, making them fight each other non-stop. Isn't this very strange?" Wenhai and Stonemer's expressions changed. They stared at Zhao Hai, wanting to hear what Zhao Hai had to say next. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "I've heard of a cultivation method that is very special. It absorbs the aura of blood, resentment, and even death aura of people after death. In the spiritual weapon realm, the years of war would produce a lot of aura of blood and death aura. It's very likely that these things would be used for cultivation. In other words, the war in the spiritual weapon realm might be deliberately caused by someone. He wants the people in the spiritual weapon realm to fight in order to cultivate. The Sacred Academy is just a tool in his hand. If this is the case, then it would be very terrifying. Do you understand? Do you understand?" Wenhai and Stonemer's expressions changed. They really couldn't imagine what Zhao Hai was talking about. Would there really be people using this method to cultivate? Would there really be people who would make the people in the realm fight each other non-stop for the sake of cultivation? Wouldn't such a person be too evil? This was something that they simply couldn't imagine. Stone hammer, go to Mountainside City and have them make more shadow cannons, lightning formations, sea of fire formations, wind formations, boundary formations, and all kinds of artifacts. At the same time, send some people over to research formations. Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Don't doubt me. Don't doubt me. Alright, don't tell anyone about this. Just make sure to prepare carefully. Stone hammer, go to Mountainside City and have them make more shadow cannons, lightning formations, sea of fire formations, wind formations, barrier formations, and all kinds of artifacts." Stonehammer nodded and said, "Yes. Rest assured, master. I'll do it well." Jiao Hai nodded, then he turned to Wen Hai and said, "Wen Hai, select some people who might break through to river-breaking realm and focus on nurturing them. No matter what, the more experts we have, the safer we will be. Go." Wen Hai nodded. Although he didn't fully believe Jiao Hai's words, he still agreed with Jiao Hai's order. No matter if Jiao Hai's guess was right or not, there was nothing wrong with it. Naturally, he wouldn't oppose it. Jiao Hai's order caused the entire army to boil up. The ordinary soldiers couldn't wait any longer, they already wanted to attack. At this time, these ordinary soldiers hated the Sacred Institute to death. Because of this, Jiao Hai's order came at the right time. Actually, one couldn't blame the ordinary soldiers for being anxious. Many of them had family members who were still living in the city-states controlled by the Sacred Institute. Once they thought about how their family members were living under the Sacred Institute's control, they couldn't calm down. Because of this, they wanted to attack as soon as possible. However, Jiao Hai suddenly ordered them to stop yesterday. This made them very confused. In the end, they couldn't do anything about it. Military orders were like mountains, they understood this principle. Now that Jiao Hai was finally going to attack, they were naturally very happy. It was precisely because of this that they packed up very quickly the next day. Their marching speed was also very fast. Almost all the cities they passed by were taken down in one go. There was no other way, the soldiers were like crazy, attacking without any regard for their own lives. Any normal person wouldn't be able to fight against a lunatic. Not to mention the people under the Sacred Institute's control, they didn't want to fight for the Sacred Institute. Jiao Hai didn't care too much about this. He was in command of the army while also paying attention to the rear. Jiao Hai was very clear that they couldn't be careless at this time. Although the Sacred Institute didn't have an ordinary army, they still had experts. There were a lot of breaking river experts in the Sacred Institute. If the Sacred Institute sent these breaking river experts to the rear, then it would be very troublesome. Just like what Jiao Hai and the others said, the current situation of the Holy Court wasn't very good. They had almost no ordinary soldiers to use. With the surrender of the million-strong army, the Holy Court had no one to use. Even if they wanted to go out and capture people, they wouldn't be able to do so. This was because a lot of the ordinary people under their rule had run to the mountains. They would rather eat wild vegetables than come out. This made it impossible for the Holy Court to capture people. At this time, the consequences of the Sacred Institute's previous actions were beginning to show. Not only did they have no source of soldiers, they also had problems with their supplies. More and more people ran into the mountains and hid there. They would rather starve to death than come out. The food they could harvest was getting less and less. The forging of weapons was also a problem. The source of iron was also a problem. Salt was also a problem. Even clothes were a problem. It wasn't until now that the people of the Sacred Institute understood that they wouldn't be able to survive without the ordinary people. In this case, they could only use their last resort. They gathered all the people who haven't run away and then sent troops to watch over them. At the same time, the methods they used to deal with the ordinary people became even more cruel. However, doing this also sped up their destruction. Jiao Hai's advance was very fast. Before the Sacred Institute had time to react, they had already lost 10 city-states. At this time, the Sacred Institute only had 7 city-states left. And these 7 city-states were all around the Sacred Institute's mountain range. It can be said that these city-states were the last line of defense for the Sacred Mountain. At this time, the Sacred Institute was also anxious. But what made them even more anxious was that they found out that something had happened to the secret realm. They couldn't enter the secret realm. One couldn't blame the Sacred Institute for being slow. In the past, they were only in contact with the secret realm every few days. Even if Zhao Hai swallowed 5 more city-states, they were still in the Sacred Institute. They didn't think that they would immediately transfer everyone to the secret realm. But now that they only had a few city-states left, they couldn't sit still. At the same time, they also understood that if they didn't transfer people to the secret realm, then they would be in trouble. In this case, they wanted to transfer people to the secret realm. But when they were about to do so, they suddenly discovered that they couldn't enter the secret realm. The passage to the secret realm was blocked by a layer of energy. They couldn't enter. This discovery made the people of the sacred court startled. They immediately reported this to the dean. The dean and the patriarchs of the clans of the sacred court went to the passage. The dean stood in the passage and coldly looked at the energy shield. Then he said, "Who can tell me what's going on? Why is there a shield here? If I'm not wrong, this shield should be a formation made by Zhao Hai. Why did it appear here?" Nobody spoke. Everyone looked at the transparent shield with an ashen expression. After some time, Teacher Wu said, "Dean, do you think this matter has something to do with Li Tang?" When the dean heard Teacher Wu, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Teacher Wu and said, "Li Tang? What does this have to do with Li Tang?" Teacher Wu replied, "Li Tang went to the Lost Soul City. Although he came back and said that his negotiations with Zhao Hai fell apart, nobody knows what they talked about. What if he didn't talk to Zhao Hai and was talking about cooperation? For the people in the secret plane, it doesn't matter who they cooperate with. What if they really want to cooperate with Zhao Hai and sell us out?" When the dean heard Teacher Wu, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Li Tang wants to cooperate with Zhao Hai? How is that possible? Don't forget, when Li Tang went to look for Zhao Hai, we had an overwhelming advantage over Zhao Hai. How could he cooperate with Zhao Hai? Unless there's something wrong with his head, it's impossible." Teacher Wu also felt that it was impossible. But he still frowned and said, "But what's going on? This passageway is inside our holy academy, how could it be sealed by a barrier array? This must be done by someone inside. Who could it be?" The dean thought for a moment before his eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he said, "I remember 2 people. These 2 have also been in contact with Zhao Hai. They're the 2 people from the secret realm who always come out to do things. I think they're called Eldest Brother Ho and Second Brother Ho?" Teacher Wu stared, then he immediately nodded and said, "It's indeed the 2 of them. They were the ones who brought the crane grasses into the secret realm. They were also the ones who told Zhao Hai about the death of the crane grasses. After that, they came in contact with Zhao Hai several times. If it's really them, then it's possible." The dean nodded, then he said, "If it's really the 2 of them, then this matter won't be difficult. Sooner or later, the people inside will find out that something is wrong. When that time comes, they can destroy the formation from the inside. We don't need to worry too much. However, we can't just sit there and wait. Send some people to attack the formation. As long as the formation is attacked for a long time, it will eventually be destroyed. Moreover, if we attack from the outside, the people inside will know about it. You can arrange it for us." Teacher Wu nodded, then he immediately went to make arrangements. The dean led the group back to the hall. After everyone sat down, the dean looked at them and said, "Everyone, I won't be polite. We all know about the current situation of the Sacred Institute. What do you think we should do?" Everyone turned silent. Naturally, they knew about the current situation of the Sacred Institute. Because of this, they didn't know what to say. This was because the current situation of the Sacred Institute was too troublesome. After some time, a family member said, "We can't trust the civilians of the city-states. When Zhao Hai's army arrives, I'm afraid that they would immediately surrender. For us, this would only do more harm than good. Although we still control the 7 city-states, it's impossible to rely on them to block their attack. We should give up on the 7 city-states, we shouldn't waste our energy there. What we should do now is to gather the provisions of the city-states on the mountain as well as the people who are loyal to the Sacred Institute. Then we should take out all the good things of the Sacred Institute and use the mountain as a foundation to form a defensive circle to block Zhao Hai's attack. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. They might have some conflicts in the past, but at this time, it didn't matter. Compared to the safety of the Sacred Institute, the conflicts between them were nothing. These people were also smart. They knew that the reason why they could live their current lives and have today's status was all because of the existence of the Sacred Institute. If the Sacred Institute was gone, then everything they had would be gone. Because of this, the people of the Sacred Institute were now united. They had no choice but to unite. If they didn't, then they would be finished. The dean nodded, then he said, the current population of the Sacred Institute has exceeded 100,000. And among these 100,000 people, we can gather at least 10,000 soldiers. We also have more than 50 breaking river experts, 2,000 sky dance experts, and 10,000 warriors. It's not impossible to defend the Sacred Institute mountain. Our mountain is a very dangerous place, it's impossible for the army to come in. As long as we can defend the main road, then we don't need to worry about anything. Everyone nodded. The sacred mountain was very dangerous. It was a place that was easy to defend but hard to attack. The road leading to the mountain was generally small. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that one man can hold the pass against 10,000. Therefore, although they were few in number, it wasn't impossible to defend the Sacred Institute mountain. The dean looked at the crowd and said, our sacred courtyard has accumulated countless good things over the years. Now it's time to take them out. Tomorrow, open the warehouse and take everything out. I heard that Lu Kai used the shadow cannon to make Zhao suffer a loss. Our sacred courtyard still has a lot of good things. Take them out and use them. Also, bring the food that we brought to the mountain. Capture some people from the mountain and have them plant some food. We also need to produce our own food. We can't let Zhao Hai be trapped here. I want to see if Zhao Hai has the ability to destroy our sacred courtyard. Everyone in the holy courtyard began to move. But if an outsider were to see their actions, they would certainly be surprised. They didn't attack Zhao Hai and the others, nor did they support the remaining gangs. Instead, they began to crazily rob the city-states of their food, people, and everything else that they could get their hands on. Then the sacred court took all the loot and transported it back to the sacred court mountain. Then they destroyed all the transmission formations. Afterward, the people of the sacred court returned to the sacred court mountain. As for the city-states, they didn't care about them anymore. Zhao Hai didn't expect the Sacred Academy to make such a move. He thought that the Sacred Academy would rely on these city-states to block him for some time. However, he didn't expect the Sacred Academy to not do so at all. Zhao Hai only needed to think about the Sacred Court's crazy actions for a moment before he understood why they were doing this. Zhao Hai shook his head and then commanded his army to occupy the city-states. The city-states were now completely ruined. Everything that could be transferred to the Sacred Court had been moved to the Sacred Court mountain. As for the things that couldn't be transferred, they destroyed everything that they could. This was their last chance to go crazy. Most importantly, the Sacred Court selected the young and strong people from the city-states and moved them to the Sacred Court mountain. As for the old and weak people, they were left behind. However, the Sacred Court didn't leave any food or spare clothes for these people. This behavior can only be described as crazy. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others had no choice but to occupy the city-states as quickly as possible. This was because if they didn't occupy the city-states, then the people in the city-states would starve to death. Even if Zhao Hai and the others acted quickly, the people in the city-states would still starve to death. After all, no one expected the Sacred Court to do this. After Zhao Hai and the others occupied the 7 city-states, the entire spirit weapon realm was in an uproar. At this point, the Lost Soul Empire could be said to have unified the spirit weapon realm. Although the Sacred Court mountain hasn't been taken yet, it was only a matter of time. However, Zhao Hai wasn't very happy. The Sacred Court took all the things and people into the Sacred Court mountain in order to defend it. However, the Sacred Court mountain's terrain was very dangerous. It was impossible for an army to attack it. They could only rely on experts to do so. In terms of familiarity with the terrain of the Sacred Court mountain, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't compare to the people of the Sacred Court. In this way, the sacred court had the geographical advantage. Zhao Hai and the others were very united. However, the people of the sacred court were also very united. This was because if they weren't united, then they would be destroyed. Therefore, they had no choice but to be united. In terms of manpower, the sacred court wasn't worse than Zhao Hai and the others. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others came with great momentum. It could be said that they took advantage of the situation. However, the sacred court wasn't easy to deal with. They had a lot of experts. In this case, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai and the others to take down the sacred court mountain. After Zhao Hai conquered the city-states and unified the spirit weapon realm, some people asked Zhao Hai to make a sacrifice to the heavens and lead the world in the name of orthodoxy. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. He was very clear that as long as the sacred court wasn't dealt with, then there would always be a powerful enemy. Before this enemy was eliminated, he couldn't relax. But how should he deal with the word sacred? Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. At this time, their army still hadn't retreated and was still stationed outside the sacred court mountain. However, Zhao Hai didn't let the ordinary soldiers attack the sacred court mountain. It was no different from sending them to their deaths. In Zhao Hai's camp, Zhao Hai gathered everyone. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I know that we have conquered all the city-states in the spirit weapon realm. Everyone is very happy and thinks that we have unified the spirit weapon realm. However, don't forget that our biggest enemy still exists. They are still entrenched in the sacred court mountain. If we can't take them down, then we don't know when they will come out and bite us. Therefore, we can't relax and must eliminate this enemy." Everyone nodded. They also knew that they had to destroy the sacred court. However, the people of the sacred court were currently defending the mountain. So how could they attack? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This attack on the sacred court mountain can be said to be our final battle. Therefore, we must fight beautifully. I'm preparing to attack the sacred court mountain from both sides." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai meant by attacking the sacred court from both sides. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Then he said, "Everyone should know that I'm crane grass. I've been to the secret realm." "So where is the passage to the secret realm?" It's in the Sacred Institute, or in the main peak of the Sacred Institute. But now that I blocked the passage, the people of the Sacred Institute have no way to enter the secret territory. Does that mean we can enter the sacred word? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. They didn't think of this point before. When the people of the secret realm came out, they all came out from the sacred court. If they can open the passage, then wouldn't they be able to kill their way into the sacred court? At that time, they would be able to attack the sacred court from both inside and outside. At that time, how could the sacred court not be defeated? Upon thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but be happy. Zhao Hai said, "But the sacred word should have sent people to guard the passage. They should also know that something happened in the secret realm. But I don't know if they know that we can freely enter the secret realm. But in any case, attacking the sacred court from the secret realm would be very dangerous." Everyone nodded. They didn't oppose Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai was right. The sacred court must have discovered that the passage was blocked. When they do, they would certainly send people to guard the passage. This was human nature. Therefore, attacking the sacred court from the secret realm would be very dangerous. Xianxia said, "Your Majesty, we can send an army outside the sacred court mountain to make a feint attack. Once the sacred court's attention is focused on the army, we can attack from the secret realm. This way, there shouldn't be any problems." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai also nodded and said, "That's a good idea, it's the same as mine. But we don't need to use an army to attack. Sacred Academy Mountain is very steep, it simply isn't suitable for an army to attack. They only need a small number of troops to block us at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, our feint attack should be led by Broken River experts and Sky Dance experts. This way, we can attract the attention of the Sacred Academy to the feint team." Everyone nodded. Many of them had studied in the sacred court before. Regarding the terrain of the sacred court, they knew that it was very dangerous. It really wasn't suitable for an army to attack. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, rest here first. 3 days later, we'll attack the Sacred Court Mountain. The feint attack will be led by Wen Hai. I'll lead 20 Broken River experts and 1,000 Sky Dance experts. We'll immediately return to the Secret Realm and attack the Sacred Court from there. 3 days later, we'll attack the Sacred Court." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai immediately said, "That can't be done. Your Majesty's body is priceless. How can you take the risk to attack the Sacred Court?" "I absolutely won't agree." The others also objected. Zhao Hai stared at everyone and said, "Don't waste your breath. If you think that you're stronger than me, then I'll let you lead your people into the Secret Realm and attack the Sacred Court." When Zhao Hai said that, everyone went silent. None of them dared to say that they were stronger than Zhao Hai. Even those Broken River experts wouldn't dare to say that. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "All right, this matter is settled. Remember, everyone who participates in this operation must bring their own formations for defensive purposes. Go and prepare." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, this matter is settled. Remember, everyone who participates in this operation must bring their own formations." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Only Stonehammer stayed behind. Stonehammer looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, everything has been arranged. The formations of the major cities in the spirit weapon realm have been strengthened. Moreover, the Academy is also speeding up the production of lightning formations." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Young master, everything has been arranged." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, this time we must take down the Sacred Court. I want to see if the Sacred Court has any backup plans." Stonehammer nodded and didn't say anything else. In the following 3 days, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle. First, he arranged the matters of the Lost Soul Empire. Then he led his people into the Secret Realm. After arriving at the Secret Realm, they immediately went to the headquarters. However, they didn't have time to repair the formations of the headquarters. Instead, they went to the passage and waited for the time to attack. The environment of the Secret Realm was still very good. Although there were no people in the headquarters, the beasts had been repelled countless times. Because of this, very few beasts dared to come to the headquarters. Even if there were no people in the headquarters, the beasts still didn't dare to come. Zhao Hai looked at the passage and felt that some people were attacking the formations. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile, he didn't care. He was very clear that it was impossible for these people to break the formations. Then Zhao Hai arranged for everyone to clean up some rooms so that they could have a good rest. When it's time to attack, they would remove the formations. The people who followed Zhao Hai to attack this time were people who came from the mystic realm. Therefore, they were very familiar with the place. Because of this, they didn't hesitate to clean up some rooms and then went inside while waiting for the attack to arrive. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, all the experts were gathered in the Holy Court's camp. When Wen Hai stood in front of everyone, he looked at them and said, "Don't forget His Majesty's command. Protect yourselves. Let's go." Along with Wen Hai's command, everyone flew up and headed towards the Holy Court's mountain. At this time, there were more than 10,000 Sky Dance Realm experts in the camp. And with the addition of the River Break Realm experts, their numbers weren't small. It was impossible for the Holy Court to not know about their movements. Because of this, the Holy Court became nervous. The headmaster of the Sacred Academy stood on the main peak of the academy and listened to his subordinates' report. He nodded and said in a heavy voice, "They finally came." He finally couldn't sit still. But where did so many people come from? More than 10,000 Sky Dance Realm experts? How is this possible? Let's go and take a look. Then a white light flashed on the dean's body. In the next moment, the dean appeared on the outskirts of the Holy Court's mountain. Seeing the people flying up the mountain, the dean's expression changed. At this time, Teacher Wu, who was in charge of the front line, came to the dean's side and whispered, "Dean, someone recognized the leader. It's not Zhao Hai, it's Wen Hai." The dean stared, then he asked, "Wen Hai? Who's that?" Teacher Wu smiled bitterly and said, "Dean, Wen Hai was a famous warrior who opposed the Holy Court. But later on, he was sent to the 12th stronghold. Nobody has seen him since then. It's said that he died." but now he's here. Some people even recognized him. Many of the people behind Wen Hai are from the secret realm. Upon hearing Teacher Wu, the dean's expression changed. He looked at Teacher Wu and said, "You mean to say that these people came from the secret realm? How is this possible? Isn't there only one passage in the secret realm? Moreover, the passage has been blocked. How could they come out?" Before Teacher Wu could say anything, Wen Hai and the others were already approaching the mountain. The dean looked at them and quickly said, "Quickly, meet the enemy." Then he flew up and took out his weapon. The dean's weapon was very special. His weapon was actually 2 iron plates. This was a heavy weapon, and a very rare one at that. Teacher Wu and the others also flew up. However, the current strength of the Sacred Academy was far inferior to that of Wen Hai's side. They only had less than 3,000 sky dance experts and 60 river break experts. Wen Hai stopped about 100 meters away from the dean. He looked at the dean. When he entered the academy, the dean was already the dean. At that time, the dean was an unreachable existence in his heart. But now, he was standing in front of the dean and even became the dean's enemy. This made Wen Hai feel that the affairs of the world were impermanent. However, Wen Hai still cupped his fist and said, "Wen Hai has seen the dean." The dean looked at Wen Hai and coldly snorted, "You're called Wen Hai? If I'm not mistaken, you're also a student of the Holy Court. Why did you bring an army to attack the Holy Court? What did the Holy Court do to you?" When Wen Hai heard the dean, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned strange. He didn't think that the dean would say something like this. To be honest, he was somewhat disappointed. He looked at the dean and said, "Dean, let's not talk about those old things. Otherwise, we wouldn't have attacked the sacred court in the first place." Wen Hai's expression turned strange. The dean looked at Wen Hai and angrily said, "Bullshit. Wen Hai, do you have a conscience? The Sacred Institute spent so much effort to educate you, but now you want to bite the hand that feeds you and attack the Sacred Institute? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Enough." Wen Hai looked at the dean and felt disgusted. He said, "Don't pretend to be a good person. Educate us? We aren't children who didn't know anything. Are you trying to educate us? Do you really think that we don't know that the 50 people who stayed behind to be nurtured were all gifted to you? If they weren't from the Sacred Institute, then we wouldn't be any less talented than them. We might even be stronger than them. But what happened to us in the end? Weren't we sent to the secret realm? You said you would let us go after 10 years, but did you let us go after 10 days? No, we have already reached the Void Dance realm, but we still have to work for you every day. You want to take away the bone pearls we obtained, leaving us with only a few things. You don't even allow us to contact our families. You even said that you would protect our families. How did you protect them? You kept our family members at home and didn't allow them to move. Is this what you call protection? Shameless, shameless. Can you be any more shameless? Now you dare to say that we owe you a debt of gratitude? We worked for you for 10 years and you still dare to talk about debt of gratitude? There is no debt of gratitude between us, only hatred. The dean looked at Wen Hai and sneered, "You really think that you can defeat the sacred courtyard? You're too naive. Wen Hai, you know too little about the sacred courtyard. Moreover, I can see that Zhao Hai isn't that good. He actually sent you here to die while he's acting like a tortoise. You still want to work for him, how sad, how sad. How sad. Humph. His Majesty's body is priceless. Why would he personally take the risk?" Wen Hai looked at the dean with disdain. Then he said, "We don't know much about the Sacred Institute, but do you really think that the Sacred Institute is invincible? I think you are the naive one. Dean, enough nonsense. Let's start." The dean looked at Wen Hai and sneered, "You think that you can deal with us like this? You are the naive one." Then the dean waved his hand. Suddenly, countless black light balls shot out from the top of the mountain. Upon seeing these light balls, Wen Hai and the others knew that these were energy balls shot out from the shadow cannons. Although Wen Hai and the others haven't seen these energy balls, they still heard about them. They also saw Zhao Hai's shadow cannon shot. Because of this, they were able to recognize these energy balls. But they didn't worry. However, when Wenhai wasn't too worried, they immediately activated the formation on their bodies. This formation had been improved by Xiao Hai. The biggest change was that the more energy you put into it, the stronger its defense would be. Moreover, there was also a reinforcement formation that increased the amount of energy you put into it. After going through the reinforcement formation, the amount of energy you put into it would become 10 times more. This was definitely a great thing. Besides activating the formation, the Skydance Realm experts behind Wenhai immediately formed a formation. It was the Magic Cube formation. Then they directly rushed towards the people from the Sacred Institute. At this time, the Dean and the others were retreating. When Wenhai and the others saw the Dean retreating, they immediately chased after him. However, their speed wasn't very fast. This was because Wenhai felt that the Dean and the others wouldn't retreat so easily. They must have other preparations. Sure enough, after chasing for less than 2 li, the surrounding mountains suddenly shot out arrows. These arrows didn't look like ordinary arrows. They were bright silver in color and looked very beautiful. However, when Wenhai felt that something was wrong, he immediately shouted, "Be careful of the arrows, there might be ghosts." Everyone understood Wenhai's words. Their figures moved and immediately scattered. Even the magic cube formation spread out a bit. This way, they could avoid the arrows as much as possible. However, there were still a few people who didn't dodge and were hit by the arrows. However, the arrows were still blocked by the formation's energy shield. But when the arrows hit the shield, the arrows suddenly exploded. Then the shields of the people who were hit by the arrows also broke. One must know that this was a formation used by a Skydance Realm expert. The person in charge of this formation wasn't weak. They didn't expect the formation to be broken so easily. This was very surprising. The Skydance Realm experts who had their formation broken stared. At this time, more arrows were shot. They were startled. However, they immediately moved. They used the weapons in their hands to block the arrows. At the same time, they also poured their energy into the small round shields on their bodies. Boom! Sure enough, just as the Skydance experts thought, when their weapons came in contact with the arrows immediately exploded. Moreover, the explosion was very powerful. If they didn't use shields to protect themselves, and if their weapons weren't artifacts, then they would have been injured by the explosion. Seeing this situation, Wenhai couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he shouted, "Fire team, attack!" Along with Wenhai's command, fiery red rays of light shot towards the direction of the arrows. These fiery red rays of light were much faster than the arrows. They were also much denser. Therefore, before the arrows could reach the sky, they had already exploded. Then the fiery red rays of light directly shot towards the direction of the arrows. They could already see that there were some fortifications built by the Holy Court. It was clear that the Holy Court had placed ballistas in these fortifications in order to block their attacks. However, it was clear that these people didn't understand Xiao Hai's formations. They didn't know that Xiao Hai also had fire and wind formations. Moreover, fire formations can also explode. Moreover, their might was also very strong. After the fiery red rays of light shot towards the ballistas, they immediately exploded. Along with the sound of explosions, the ballistas were destroyed. At the same time, these explosions also caused the arrows to explode. After a series of explosions, a layer of the mountain was shaved off. When the Dean and the others saw this situation, their complexion couldn't help but change. This kind of arrow was one of the trump cards of the Sacred Institute. It was also the weapon that they had prepared the most. This kind of arrow was called the exploding arrow. It was made according to the production method left behind by the Heavenly Sword Empire. The Sacred Institute originally had high hopes for this kind of arrow. They didn't expect that Wenhai and the others would break it so easily. The Dean's complexion turned pale. However, he didn't say anything as he slowly retreated. At this time, Wenhai and the others were even more careful. After destroying the arrows, they turned their attention towards the shadow cannons. In any case, they weren't in a hurry to attack. As long as they attract the attention of the Dean and the others, then they would succeed. When the Dean spoke to Wenhai before, he was actually probing Wenwenhai. He wanted to know where Zhao Hai was. However, Wenwenhai directly said that Zhao Hai wouldn't come out and take risks. This made the dean think that Zhao Hai was in the camp waiting for news. He certainly didn't think that Zhao Hai was already inside the secret realm. Because Wenwenhai's goal wasn't to immediately eliminate the dean and the others, they weren't in a hurry. After destroying the ballistas, they aimed their attacks towards the shadow cannons and destroyed them. When the dean saw Wenwenhai's actions, his complexion turned even uglier. However, he still endured as he slowly retreated. After destroying the shadow formations, Wenwenhai and the others slowly advanced towards the sacred court mountain. At this time, a dense fog suddenly appeared around them. This fog was very thick, it was so thick that they couldn't see anything. This made Wenwenhai and the others stare. Wenwenhai immediately said, "Pay attention to the surroundings. Prevent sneak attacks. Fire team, light the fire. Use the code." Along with Wenwenhai's order, several flames suddenly appeared in the fog. Each of the flames soared towards the sky. Fog was afraid of fire. As long as the fire was big enough, it would be able to disperse the formation. However, it was clear that the fog that trapped Wenwenhai and the others wasn't ordinary fog. Because of this, even if the fire team used fire element formations, they still wouldn't be able to disperse the fog. But at this time, voices could be heard coming from the fog. However, nobody understood what they were saying. Often, the words that came out of their mouths seemed to be incoherent. This made people feel very strange. When Wenwenhai saw this situation, he knew that this was the sacred court's doing. Moreover, the people of the sacred court might attack them when the fog rises. Wenwenhai immediately said, "Everyone, light up the formation. Don't attack people. Identify yourselves." Wenwenhai was very clear that the formation in their hands wasn't only used to attack people, it could also be used to identify them. But now, he knew that this design was useless. But now, he knew how useful it could be. Then one by one, the lights in the fog lit up. Then these lights slowly gathered together. Wenwenhai was finally able to see the people around him. Moreover, he discovered that as long as they light up the formation, the fog would move further away from them. This allowed them to see their surroundings. For them, this was definitely good news. However, this wasn't enough. Wenwenhai still wanted to break the fog. He carefully recalled the places that they passed through in order to find some clues. Wenwenhai knew that this fog was created by the sacred court. And if the sacred court wanted to create this fog, then the best way was to use formations. However, formations also need to be placed in a certain place. Wenwenhai didn't know that the people of the sacred court didn't use small formations other than their portable transmission formations. In other words, the people of the sacred court must have placed these formations not too far away from them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to create this fog. Recalling the place he just passed, Wenwenhai immediately remembered that in front of the two hills they attacked, there was a small hill. This hill wasn't very high and there was nothing obvious on it. Because of this, Wenwenhai didn't pay much attention to it. But now, it seems like the people of the Holy Court had placed the formation there. Wenwenhai recalled the location of the mountain peak. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp energy coming straight at his face. Wenwenhai couldn't help but sneer. The other party didn't know about his strength, they thought that he was just a sky dance expert. They didn't know that Wenwenhai had already become a breaking river expert. Wenwenhai's hand moved as he thrust his sword forward. A miserable scream was heard in front of him, followed by silence. Wenwenhai said, "Everyone, pay attention. There are enemies sneaking towards us. Those on the edge, make sure that there are no allies outside. Then immediately launch an indiscriminate attack. Hurry up." Along with his command, a burst of voice could be heard from all around. After confirming that they were at the edge of the formation, an indiscriminate attack began. The indiscriminate attack came at the right time. The people from the Sacred Academy thought that since they were trapped in the formation, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, they took this opportunity to attack them. However, they didn't expect to be hit by the lightning formation. Some of the stronger ones were able to block it while some of the weaker ones were directly injured. It seems like Wenhai's indiscriminate attack didn't discover them. Because of this, not many of them were directly killed. Then Wenhai immediately said, "Those in the middle, listen up. Prepare the lightning formation at a 45-degree angle under our feet. Attack indiscriminately." Naturally, these people didn't respond. They all aimed the formation at the direction Wenhai told them to attack. The area covered by the attacks of nearly 10,000 people wasn't small. The hill was also within the range of the attack. Although the formation had some defenses, it still couldn't block the lightning formation's attack. One must know that the lightning formation's penetrative power was very strong. Before long, when Wenhai felt that the fog around them had become lighter and finally disappeared. When everyone saw the situation around them, they relaxed. Although they weren't weak, they were still very nervous in this environment where they couldn't see anything. When Wenhai glanced around and saw the dean and the others standing not far from them, they were looking at them with ashen faces. Clearly, the dean didn't expect Wenhai and the others to use such a method to break their fog formation. One must know that this fog formation was one of the few complete formations that the Sacred Court had researched over the years. It could be used both offensively and defensively, and was highly valued by the Sacred Court. This kind of fog array formation released fog that made people unable to see their surroundings. Also, they would have a type of child array formation on their bodies. With this child array formation, they would be able to move freely within the fog array formation. This way, their enemies wouldn't be able to see them while they would be able to see their enemies. Naturally, they would have an advantage in attacking their enemies. Originally, the dean was very confident in the fog array formation. Once people enter the fog array formation, they would lose their way. Moreover, their fog array formation was on the ground, trapping Wenhai and the others wouldn't be a problem. However, the dean didn't expect Wenhai to think of this and use this method to break the fog array formation. In fact, if Wenhai didn't have a lot of people on his side, as well as the lightning array formation, then it would have been very difficult for him to break the fog array formation. Wenhai looked at the dean and harumphed coldly. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Split up 1,000 people and use the lightning formation to attack the ground. Plow the ground. I want to see what other tricks they have up their sleeves." Someone immediately responded. Then 1,000 people came out from the group and used the lightning array formation to attack the ground below. This way, even if the Holy Court had placed something on the ground, it would still be destroyed. Wenhai and the others attacked while moving forward. Naturally, their speed slowed down. However, they weren't attacked by the things on the mountain below. The Holy Court had made some preparations on the mountain, but all of them were destroyed by Wenhai and the others. However, using the lightning array formation to attack was very taxing for a warrior. Therefore, the 1,000 people responsible for attacking had to be replaced every once in a while. And the replaced people would immediately take pills to restore their energy. All of this was seen by the dean. When he saw the people taking pills to restore their energy, the dean's eyes couldn't help but flash. He knew that this time, the odds were against them. He didn't think that Zhao Hai and the others would be this strong. They were even able to use pills. It wasn't that the Holy Court didn't have pills, but they weren't many. Most of them were pills made from ancient recipes. And these pills were very precious to the Holy Court. The dean and the others were still retreating. Fortunately, their speed wasn't fast. Moreover, they weren't retreating towards the central peak, but towards the other peaks. Wenhai knew that the Holy Court must have made arrangements on the other peaks. They wanted to lead them there, but they had no choice but to follow. One chased while the other retreated. Before long, they arrived at the second peak. Just as they arrived, Wenhai and the others were attacked. This time, the things that attacked them were very special. They were actually living birds. These birds weren't big, but they were very agile. However, their attack power was very strong. Their sharp beaks were able to break through barriers. Upon seeing these birds, Wenhai's complexion couldn't help but change. Ironwood birds? They're actually ironwood birds. Seeing Wenhai's surprised expression, the dean couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, you're quite knowledgeable. These are ironwood birds." Ha ha ha. Wenhai, how could you know about the Holy Court's treasures? Do you really think that you know the ins and outs of the Holy Court? The Holy Court has controlled the secret realm for so many years. There are countless treasures in the secret realm. Can't the Holy Court use one or two of them? You're underestimating the Holy Court. When Wen Hai sneered and said, even if you can use them, what can you do? Fire team, attack. Following Wen Hai's order, the people using the fire element formation immediately attacked the ironwood birds. But this time, they didn't shoot out red rays of light. Instead, they used them like whips. As long as the rays of light touched the ironwood birds, the birds would immediately be set on fire. The dean looked at Wen Hai and the others and sneered, Wen Hai, let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Humph. Then he led the people from the Holy Court to retreat. However, the distance between them and Wen Hai wasn't very far. They didn't know how these ironwood birds were subdued by the Holy Court. Moreover, they didn't know how long the Holy Court had been raising them. In short, there were a lot of ironwood birds. If they wanted to eliminate them, it wouldn't be possible in a short period of time. In the end, when Wen Hai ordered the people using the wind element formation to participate in the attack, the green rays of light shot out by the wind element formation were very fast. Even the ironwood birds couldn't avoid them. Even so, it took Wen Hai and the others 2 hours to clear out the ironwood birds. This made Wen Hai relax. But at the same time, his heart was in his throat. He didn't know what kind of arrangement the Holy Court had. Wen Hai looked at the dean. The dean wasn't too far away from them. Moreover, he didn't guard the peak. This made Wen Hai's eyes narrow. He knew that the dean must have other arrangements in the peak. If they continue like this, then they would be in a passive position. This wasn't a good thing. After thinking about this, Wen Hai looked at the dean. Then he sneered and said, don't chase them. It's meaningless to be led by the nose. Let's change direction and go straight to the main peak. Along with Wen Hai's order, the formation changed direction and rushed towards the main peak of the Holy Court. When the dean saw Wen Hai's actions, he couldn't help but be startled. He wanted to drag Wen Hai's group here and use their arrangements to tire them out. After that, they would deal with Wen Hai's group. However, they didn't expect that Wen Hai wouldn't play according to their script. He actually changed his direction and went to the main peak. Seeing this, the dean's expression couldn't help but change. The main peak was the key to the sacred court. If it was destroyed, then the sacred court wouldn't have the chance to make a comeback. After thinking about this, the dean turned to the others and said, return to the main peak. We'll wait for them there. The main peak's defenses are the strongest. I don't believe that they can break through it easily. The people behind him immediately nodded. Then a white light flashed on their bodies as they used the transmission formation to return to the main peak. Then they immediately commanded the defense of the main peak. The main peak of the sacred court was indeed the key to the academy. There was actually a defensive formation on the main peak. As soon as they returned, they immediately activated the formation. A fiery red phoenix appeared on the main peak of the academy. This fiery red phoenix was actually a phantom of a phoenix. This phoenix was standing on the main peak, its fine feathers were visible. It was very lifelike, just like a real phoenix. If its body was a bit more solid, people would even believe that it was a real phoenix. The dean stood on the main peak and looked at the huge phoenix. Then he let out a long breath and muttered, the vermilion bird fire formation. This is the first time since the establishment of the Holy Court that we've used it against an enemy. Let's see how powerful you are today. At this time, Wen Hai and the others were about to arrive at the main peak. Upon seeing the changes on the main peak, Wen Hai's expression changed. Then he said, everyone, be careful. The sacred court must have activated a powerful formation. Everyone, open the barrier and support it with all your strength. At this time I don't want anyone to suffer any losses. Wen Hai's expression changed. Everyone immediately responded and worked hard to strengthen the spirit formation on their bodies. When Wen Hai and the others were about 1 li away from the Holy Court's main peak, they stopped. Then Wen Hai ordered everyone to take out an electric formation and attack the vermilion bird. The lightning formation was like a rain of light as it sprinkled towards the vermilion bird's body. But when the rain of light touched the vermilion bird's body, It was like a strand of hair being thrown into a bonfire, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The vermilion bird's body flashed with a red light like a flame before completely disappearing. Upon seeing this, Wenwenhai and the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect the holy court's main peak to have such a defensive ability. While they were in a daze, the vermilion bird opened its mouth and sent a fireball towards Wenwenhai and the others. This fireball was very big, it had a diameter of more than 100 meters. It was like a meteor falling from the sky as it headed towards Wenwenhai and the others. Not to mention its speed, its temperature was also very high. Upon seeing this, Wenwenhai's complexion couldn't help but change. Then he immediately shouted, "Magic Cube Team, unite and open the formation. Everyone else, disperse." With Wenwenhai's command, the Magic Cube Team immediately gathered around Wenwenhai. Then they opened the barrier formation at the same time. After a long period of military training, their movements were uniform. Layers upon layers of formations were stacked on top of each other before finally forming a large transparent shield that covered them. At this time, the fireball also hit their shield. With a loud explosion, the fireball exploded and disappeared. At the same time, Wenwenhai and the others' shields also exploded and disappeared. Wenwenhai and the others' complexion changed. They didn't think that the might of the fire bead would be so great. This made Wenwenhai and the others very surprised. They were worried that if the vermilion bird were to attack them again, then they would be in great danger. However, what made Wenwenhai feel relieved was that the vermilion bird didn't attack again. It was still standing there, motionless, as if it was just an ordinary shield. Upon seeing this, Wenwenhai's mind flashed with an idea. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Send a team of 100 people to attack the main peak." Although the surrounding people didn't know what Wenwenhai wanted to do, they still did as he said. A team of 100 people arrived in front of Wenwenhai. Then they took out a lightning formation and attacked the vermilion bird. They only attacked once before the vermilion bird opened its mouth and spat out a fireball. However, compared to the previous fireball, this fireball was far inferior. Whether it was in terms of power or speed, it was much worse. Wenwenhai let out a long breath, then he said, "Magic Cube Squad, open the barrier and block the fireball." The Magic Cube Squad opened their own barrier and welcomed the fireball. The attack of the fireball from before had caused the people in the cube array formation to be slightly shaken. Their chi and blood had churned a little, but fortunately, none of them had been injured. This time, they used all their strength to block the fireball. However, they discovered that this fireball was nothing compared to the fireball they blocked last time. The fireball didn't even break through their shields before disappearing. Wenwenhai finally confirmed his thoughts, then he said, "Everyone, retreat first, don't attack." Then he waved his hand, causing everyone to slowly retreat. At this time, the dean and the others who were standing on the Yan peak finally let out a long breath. To be honest, Wenwenhai's 2 attacks scared them. Ever since the vermilion bird fire spirit formation was built, it had almost never been used. They simply didn't know how powerful the formation was. In fact, it wasn't only them who didn't know, even the deans of the Holy Court didn't know. This was because until now, only Zhao Hai and the others were able to force the Holy Court to use the vermilion bird fire spirit formation. The dean didn't think that the vermilion bird fire spirit formation would be this powerful. Wenwenhai and the others couldn't help but retreat. This made them feel more confident. At this time, Wenwenhai didn't retreat too far. Instead, he retreated to the mountain peak that was swept away by them. Then he had everyone land on the mountain peak to rest. After everyone landed on the mountain peak, Wenwenhai opened his mouth and said, "The 2 attacks just now were just probing. This allowed me to discover a special feature of the Holy Quartz barrier. The barrier can turn our attacks into fireballs and use them to attack us. The stronger the attack, the stronger the counterattack. The weaker the attack, the weaker the counterattack. When we attacked the barrier for the first time, all of us attacked together. Because of this, the counterattack was very strong. Later on, I only sent 100 people to attack it, and the counterattack was also very weak. Therefore, I think that it's a rebounding formation." When everyone heard Wenwenhai, they couldn't help but stare. Then one of them said, "Captain, what should we do now?" Why don't we gather all the Broken River Realm experts and attack it? Even if the formation can rebound, as long as we're strong enough, we should be able to break it. Everyone nodded. They weren't surprised by this proposal. They also had some understanding of formations. They knew that it was impossible for a reflective formation to completely reflect all the power. As long as you have enough strength, you can break it. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded. When Wenhai thought about it and felt that this was a good idea. He looked at the sky and said, "It's now 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll attack it again. If we can't do anything to it, then we'll retreat and flatten the other peaks first. At noon, Captain will lead his people out of the secret realm. At that time, he would be able to destroy the formation from the inside. We don't need to worry about it. Alright, call all the Broken River Realm experts, we're leaving." Everyone nodded. Then they called all the Broken River Realm experts and flew towards the main peak. At this time, the Dean and the others were discussing how to drive Wen Wenhai's group out of the Holy Court Mountain. Seeing Wen Wenhai's group come again, and this time, there were only a few of them. The Dean didn't care about it and continued to discuss with the people around him. At this time, Teacher Wu's expression changed. He turned to the Dean and said, "Dean, I feel that something is wrong. These people don't seem to be Skydance Realm experts. They seem to be Broken River Realm experts." After saying this, Teacher Wu was certain. This was because when Wenhai's group released their aura. This aura was enough to prove their identity. They were indeed Broken River Realm experts. When the Dean heard Teacher Wu, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Wen Wenhai's group. Upon seeing Wen Wenhai's group, the Dean's expression changed. Then he said, "Everyone, get ready." He was also afraid that these Broken River Realm experts would break the formation. If that happened, then they would have to face the enemy personally. At this time, Wen Wenhai and the others were already prepared. They didn't use the lightning formation this time. Although the formation's energy can be adjusted, the range wasn't very large. It was impossible for them to display their full strength. Because of this, they used their own weapons. Their weapons were all artifacts, so their attack power was very strong. They could use their full strength. Everyone took out their weapons. When Wenhai took a deep breath and then said, "Everyone, listen to my command. I'll count to 3. We'll attack together. 1, 2, 3, attack." Following Wen Wenhai's words, everyone waved the formations in their hands at the same time. More than 100 waves of energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas attacked the vermilion bird. Boom! These energies hit the vermilion bird's body and it immediately turned into a huge fireball. When Wenhai and the others couldn't help but look at this scene. But then a phoenix cry was heard as the fireball slowly disappeared. The vermilion bird appeared once again. It looked as if it had been reborn from the flames. But this reborn vermilion bird seemed to be more powerful than before. It was also more solid. Then the vermilion bird opened its mouth and shot a fireball towards Wen Wenhai's group. This fireball wasn't very big, but it was black. It looked very terrifying. When Wenhai's expression changed, he immediately shouted, "Disperse." Following the explosion, the crowd dispersed. At the same time, they channeled all of their energy into their own spirit formations. The black fireball fell towards the place where Wen Wenhai and the others were standing before it exploded. Then energy overflowed in all directions. This energy was very powerful. Although Wen Wenhai and the others had already flown far away, their barrier was still broken. Fortunately, Wen Wenhai and the others took out their own defensive equipment and used it to block in front of him. Although their bodies were pushed back by the energy, and their blood was churning inside their bodies, they weren't seriously injured. After all of them stopped, Wen Wenhai calmed his own blood. Then he looked at the vermilion bird that had returned to its original state. Wen Wenhai let out a long breath before he turned around and flew towards the mountain peak. When Wen Wenhai returned to the mountain peak, the other Broken River experts also returned. However, their complexions weren't good. They were already Broken River experts, standing at the peak of this world. But they didn't think that they would end up in such a sorry state after attacking the barrier with so many of them. This made them feel like they had lost a lot of face. However, they were also very clear that with their current strength, it was impossible for them to break the barrier. Therefore, they could only endure. When Wenhai didn't get angry. He glanced at everyone and said, "Seems like it won't work. The Sacred Academy still has some capital. We can only wait for boss to come out and resolve this. Alright, let's leave this matter at that. Everyone, get ready to sweep the other peaks." Everyone roared in agreement, preparing to sweep the other peaks. At this time, the dean of the Holy Court didn't think of a way to drive Wenhai's group out of the mountain. This was because Wenhai's group was too strong. In the Holy Court, besides the Vermilion Bird Fire Formation on the main peak, the other mountains couldn't resist Wenhai's attack. This was the dean's biggest headache. In the past, the dean wanted to drag things out. He wanted to use this method to make Wenhai's group lose their strength before dealing with them in one fell swoop. But now, they couldn't afford to drag things out. This was because Wenhai's group had pills. Even if they dragged things out, they wouldn't be able to defeat Wenhai's group. This was the dean's biggest headache. At this time, the dean and the others saw Wenhai's group flying towards another mountain. Upon seeing this, the dean's expression couldn't help but change. He immediately said, "It seems like these fellows want to flatten the other mountains before dealing with us. Does anyone have any ideas?" Teacher Wu looked at Wenhai's group and said, "Dean, we can't give up on the other mountains right now. We need to drag them out for a while. At the same time, we need to transfer some useful materials from the other mountains to the main peak. This way, even if the other mountains are swept away, we can still defend the main peak. Moreover, we don't need to go out and lead them. If they find out that they can't break through the main peak, then they will sweep the other mountains. We just need to send people to inform them and have them transport the materials back to the main peak." The dean nodded, he agreed with Teacher Wu's words. To be honest, after seeing Wenhai's attack, the dean didn't want to face Wenhai's group. After all, Wenhai was a breaking river expert. If Wenhai's group really attacked him, then his old bones would be thrown to the ground. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live for a few more years. Because the dean and the others weren't present, Wenhai's speed in sweeping the other peaks became faster. Although Wenhai and the others were sweeping the other peaks, they were still worried. They were afraid that if they put all their attention on dealing with the things that came out of the peaks, the dean and the others would take the opportunity to sneak attack them. Then they would be in trouble. Now that the dean wasn't present, they could naturally sweep the mountains with ease. This was very advantageous for them. Therefore, their sweeping speed also became faster. At this time, the dean and the others were working hard to move things to the main peak. The things that were useful to them from the other mountains were all moved to the main peak. As for the places that didn't need people, they could also withdraw their people back to the main peak. The main peak's Vermilion Bird Fire Spirit Formation was like a barrier formation. It also had a special characteristic. Inside this formation, fixed transmission formations could be used. However, portable transmission formations couldn't be used. Therefore, if the people from the other mountains wanted to return to the main peak, they could only use the fixed transmission formations. If they didn't use the fixed transmission formations, then they wouldn't be able to return to the main peak. Because of this, most of the people left to guard the other mountains returned to the main peak. This made Wenhai's sweep even smoother. Although Wenhai's sweeping speed was fast, it didn't take long. Before long, noon arrived. When Wenhai looked at the time and knew that Zhao Hai's group should be coming out soon, he immediately had everyone stop as he led the group towards the main peak. When Wenhai's group suddenly heading towards the main peak made the dean and the others nervous. The dean and the others also gathered at the main peak as they watched Wenhai's movements. When Wenhai and the others entered the secret realm from the main peak, so they naturally knew where the passage was. Therefore, the direction they chose this time was the furthest away from the passage, making it easier for Zhao Hai to move. Although Wenhai just stood there without moving, this still made the dean and the others nervous. After all, there were more than 10,000 people. Moreover, all of them were Sky Dance Realm experts. This kind of strength was too terrifying. While the dean and the others were focused on Wenhai's group, they didn't notice that the passage they had been guarding for many days had suddenly opened. Originally, the holy character had 2 people guarding the passage. It even sent a Broken River expert to guard it. However, today was the day that Wenhai's group would attack. Because of this, the holy character had no choice but to send the Broken River expert and the Sky Dance Realm expert away. Only one Sky Dance Realm expert was left to guard the passage. This Sky Dance Realm expert's attention was also on Wenhai's group, not on the passage at all. Because of this, the passage was opened. Zhao Hai was the first to fly out of the passage. His movements were very light, making no sound at all. As soon as Zhao Hai came out of the passage, he discovered that there was a Sky Dance Realm expert outside the passage. The Sky Dance Realm expert was currently at the mouth of the volcano, looking outside. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the people behind him to stop. At the same time, Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared behind the Sky Dance Realm expert. Zhao Hai casually covered the Sky Dance Realm expert's mouth. Then with a twist, the Sky Dance Realm expert's neck was broken. The Sky Dance Realm expert didn't even have time to react before he died. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the people inside the passage to come out. At this time, Zhao Hai was also observing the situation of the main peak. Upon seeing the vermilion bird, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes couldn't help but stare. A formation like this wasn't a simple formation. This vermilion bird fire spirit formation was definitely a high-level formation. Although Zhao Hai didn't know the specific name of the vermilion bird fire spirit formation, Zhao Hai was very clear that this formation wasn't simple. Then Zhao Hai focused his attention on Wenhai's group. Although there was some distance between here and Wenhai's group had a lot of people. Moreover, everyone's attention was focused on Wenhai's group. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to clearly see Wenhai's situation. Seeing that Wenhai didn't attack and was just standing there, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then Zhao Hai immediately understood that Wenhai's group must have attacked before. However, they couldn't do anything about this formation. Therefore, they didn't attack right now. Instead, they were standing there to attract attention. After thinking up to here, Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand and said to the person beside him, "Leave one person here, just like the Sky Dance Realm expert. Beat up someone who has the same figure as him. As for the others, hide for me. Don't show yourself. When I say attack, you attack. If I don't say attack, then nobody is allowed to move." The person immediately complied and then turned around to arrange things. Before long, a Sky Dance Realm expert stood in the position of the Sky Dance Realm expert who had his neck broken by Zhao Hai. At the same time, the others took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was focused on Wenhai's group to find a place to hide and prepare for an attack. At this time, Zhao Hai was actually carefully observing the main peak. The last time he came to the main peak, he wasn't able to observe it carefully. Because of this, he wasn't able to discover the vermilion bird fire spirit formation. But this time, he wanted to look carefully. He wanted to find the formation core of the vermilion bird fire spirit formation and then destroy it. This way, the vermilion bird fire spirit formation would be destroyed. After that, they would be able to restore the formation core and then use it again. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the main peak. The more he looked at the main peak, the more surprised he was. This was because he discovered that the main peak was very special. There was really a large formation here, and this formation was very good. The scale of this formation actually surrounded the entire main peak. Even some of the buildings on the main peak were part of this formation. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the formation core was slowly pointing towards the volcanic crater that led to the secret realm. The formation core of a large formation wasn't only the most important part of the formation, it was also the place that provides energy to the formation. And this formation on the main peak looked very good. It was also very powerful. Therefore, it needed a very powerful energy supply system. Otherwise, without enough energy to support it, even if it was a powerful formation, it would just be a decoration. And for a formation like the Vermilion Bird Fire Spirit formation, if it didn't have enough energy to support it, then it would simply be useless. It would be very easy for people to break it. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be able to activate it. And in the spirit weapon world, in the absence of an energy-gathering formation, a very stable energy source was required to support the operation of this formation. As for the crater of the passage, although it was an extinct volcano, there must be energy beneath it. Moreover, this energy would be stored for countless years without weakening. Only this kind of natural energy could support the formation and allow it to operate normally. Zhao Hai's face was calm. After some time, he let out a long breath. He could see that his guess wasn't wrong. The volcanic crater was the formation core. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's figure moved and entered the volcanic crater. After carefully looking at the volcanic crater, Zhao Hai discovered something. Some parts of the volcanic crater had been artificially modified. They had carved some small grooves on the volcanic crater. These small grooves were very narrow, ordinary people wouldn't notice them. Moreover, they had also planted some trees near the small grooves, blocking them. Because of this, ordinary people wouldn't notice these grooves. However, Zhao Hai was able to see metal pillars in these grooves. He didn't know what metal these pillars were made of, but they didn't have much rust on them. On the contrary, they were covered with a layer of stone-like material. It was very special. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he carefully looked around and found a total of 36 grooves. Moreover, they were very evenly distributed. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and muttered, "You're a genius. I want to see what kind of formation you've arranged." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and flew towards the volcanic crater. Before long, he arrived at the volcanic crater. Below the crater, Zhao Hai found a large pool. This pool was very large and round, with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The fire in the pool was emitting hot air. Moreover, from time to time, bubbles would appear. One could see that the temperature was very high. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Hot spring, that means that there should be a lot of heat down there." "Good, using this heat to support the formation is a good idea." However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He directly went to the side of the hot spring. Then his figure slowly sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. It was as if he had melted into the soil. Zhao Hai continued to dive for a few hundred meters. He felt that it was getting hotter and hotter. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this was normal. He didn't care about it. With his current physical condition, even if he jumped into the magma, as long as he didn't stay in it for too long, he would still be able to escape unscathed. In the past, his physical condition wasn't this good. However, after using the bone pearl, his physical condition was getting better and better. He was getting more and more powerful. After diving for nearly 100 meters, Zhao Hai felt that everything in front of him was empty. Then he appeared in a fiery red hall. This hall was very large, about the size of 10 football fields. This football field wasn't just a place to play football, it was also a place to sit. One could imagine how big this hall was. However, there was nothing in this hall that attracted Zhao Hai's attention. Zhao Hai originally thought that there would be some fire crystals in this hall. However, after looking around several times, he didn't see any. The stones here were all ordinary stones, there was nothing special about them. In the center of the hall, there was a large magma pool. This magma pool was very large, and the magma in the pool was constantly rolling. It looked very terrifying. However, this wasn't what Zhao Hai paid attention to. What Zhao Hai noticed was that in the middle of the magma pool, there was a large stone. This stone was red in color, but this red color was just like an ordinary stone. There was nothing special about it. What Zhao Hai noticed was that on top of the stone, there was a skeleton. This skeleton wasn't a human skeleton, but a bird skeleton. This skeleton was red and transparent like a crystal. The skeleton was lying down with its head turned to the back. Between its head and its body was a red egg. From time to time, the red egg emitted fluctuations of life. This made Zhao Hai feel that the egg was alive. There was a life inside it. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. His eyes shined as he looked at the egg. Then he looked at the surrounding environment. Then he carefully looked at the bird skeleton. He was sure that this bird was very big when it was alive. Moreover, it was very powerful. From the bird skeleton, it could be seen that this bird was very beautiful when it was alive. Its appearance should be similar to the vermilion birds that Zhao Hai knew. "Is this really a vermilion bird tomb?" Zhao Hai murmured. No, Zhao Hai immediately rejected this idea. The vermilion bird was a divine beast. How high was a divine beast? How could it be placed in a place like the spirit weapon realm? Wouldn't that be too degrading? However, Zhao Hai immediately thought of another matter, the Kuan Peng. In the past, the Kuan Peng was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. At the same time, the Kuan Peng was also in a small realm. He was attacked and had no choice but to escape. Would the vermilion bird situation be the same as his? If the vermilion bird situation was the same as the Kuan Peng's, then this matter was possible. The vermilion bird was different from ordinary birds. It belonged to the fire phoenix bloodline. The fire phoenix bloodline was almost immortal. This was because when they were about to die, they would bathe in fire and be reborn. However, this fire wasn't an ordinary fire. Therefore, the fire phoenix bloodline could also die. But in general, they would leave behind their bloodline before they die. This was the instinct of all divine beasts. And the bird bone in this hall looked like a vermilion bird bone. Was that egg also a vermilion bird egg? If it was, then this vermilion bird might have been heavily injured by someone and escaped here. However, his injuries were too heavy, he was about to die, and there was no divine fire to help him revive, so he could only leave behind his own bloodline and use this method to allow his bloodline to continue. If this was the case, then it was possible. But this made Zhao Hai question why the vermilion bird and the Kuan Peng were attacked one after the other. One must know that they were both divine beasts, so why were they attacked one after the other? One died while the other was injured. If the vermilion bird and the Kuan Peng came from the same place and were attacked one after the other, then was there something that Zhao Hai didn't think of? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Then he looked at the vermilion bird's bone and sighed. The vermilion bird's bone was a good thing. If it was left here, then it would be a waste. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to take the vermilion bird's bone into the space. However, Zhao Hai wasn't a cruel person. He first went to the edge of the magma pool and took some of the magma into the space. There was no magma in the space. When the magma entered the space immediately changed. Although Zhao Hai couldn't see it, he could clearly feel that there was a magma pool under the space. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he flew to the big rock and carefully looked at it. He discovered that it was a rootless rock. In other words, the rock was floating on top of the magma pool. This discovery made Zhao Hai happy. With an intention, the golden jade light sword appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. Then he waved his hand as 8 iron chains wrapped around the rock. Then Zhao Hai exerted some force, causing the rock to fly up and be pulled into the space. After entering the space, Zhao Hai immediately placed the rock into the magma pool. Zhao Hai was very clear that the vermilion bird laid its egg here because of the environment. It would be more convenient for its child to grow. Zhao Hai also wanted the vermilion bird egg to give birth to a young vermilion bird. Therefore, he placed the rock into the space. After everything was done, Zhao Hai looked at the magma pool. The magma pool was very stable, it didn't seem like it would erupt anytime soon. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Then Zhao Hai looked around the hall. It didn't take long before he saw 36 metal pillars. These pillars weren't very big. In front of each pillar was a small formation. Zhao Hai flew over and carefully looked at these formations. They were nothing more than energy-gathering formations. However, they were very crude and weren't very good. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He knew that he had found the true foundation of the formation. Since he found it, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He waved his hand and erased the formations on the 36 pillars. This meant that the vermilion bird fire spirit formation had lost its energy source. Even if it had some energy, it wouldn't be able to support the formation for a long time. As long as they go out and fight the Holy Quartz people, then when Wen Hai and the others would attack the formation from the outside, it wouldn't take long for the formation to be broken. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's figure moved. Before long, he came out from the bottom of the volcano and flew towards the crater. A skydance expert who came with him was still standing at the crater. Zhao Hai didn't go down for long. At this time, Wen Hai and the Dean were still facing each other outside. When the skydance expert saw Zhao Hai come up, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then his figure moved and appeared beside the skydance expert. Then he waved his hand as two swords appeared beside him. Then the golden jade sword grew in size while the golden shark sword also flew up. Zhao Hai shouted, "Kill!" Along with Zhao Hai's shout, the entire main peak became lively. The people who followed Zhao Hai into the main peak were all old people from the mystic realm. They had all learned about cube formations, so after they rushed out of the main peak, they immediately formed a cube formation and went straight towards the Dean's group. Zhao Hai's group looked at Zhao Hai. When Wen Hai and the others saw Zhao Hai make a move, Wen Hai knew that they were about to make a move as well. Therefore, he immediately said, "Attack, attack with all your strength." Along with Wen Hai's words, lightning bolts shot towards the vermilion bird. However, the vermilion bird's performance was completely different from before. Although it blocked some of the lightning attacks, it didn't counterattack. Along with Wen Hai and the others' attacks, the vermilion bird's body started to fade before it completely disappeared. When Wen Hai and the others saw the vermilion bird disappear, they immediately cheered. Then they killed their way towards the main peak of the sacred court. At this time, the main peak of the sacred court had turned into a huge battlefield. The people of the sacred court were resisting the attacks of Zhao Hai and the others. Although Zhao Hai's group was much smaller compared to the Holy Quartz group, Zhao Hai's cube formation wasn't just for show. When the Holy Quartz scattered experts encountered a well-trained cube formation, they immediately fell into a disadvantage. Zhao Hai's group was able to seize the initiative to attack them. But Zhao Hai's group didn't have the upper hand. Even if the river-breaking experts of the sacred court made a move, it was useless. Zhao Hai and the others also had river-breaking experts on their side. And these river-breaking experts actually formed a small cube formation to deal with the river-breaking experts of the sacred court. In the end, when Wen Hai and the others broke through the vermilion bird formation and killed their way into the main peak, the sacred court fell into a disadvantageous position. There was no hope for them to make a comeback. Upon seeing this situation, the dean knew that the situation was hopeless. He immediately withdrew. He was very familiar with the main peak. His figure flashed a few times before he disappeared. As for the people of the sacred court, they knew that the enmity between them and Zhao Hai was irreconcilable. Zhao Hai can let others go, but not them. Because of this, they didn't think of surrendering. All of them went all out against Zhao Hai and the others. Because of this, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai and the others to deal with these people. When Zhao Hai and the others finally cleaned up these people, it was already a day later. But after cleaning up these people, Zhao Hai and the others began to look for the dean. Zhao Hai believed that the dean didn't run away. This was because although he was fighting, he was also paying attention to the dean. He had already placed a strand of his spiritual force on the dean. At this time, the dean was hiding in the main peak. However, the place seemed to be very secretive. Zhao Hai had some people deal with the corpses while he personally led the others to look for the dean. Although he had his spiritual force locked onto the dean, it still took Zhao Hai and the others a long time to find the dean. The dean was in a secret room under the main peak. This secret room was very secretive. Aside from the previous deans, nobody knew about it. If Zhao Hai didn't use his spiritual force to lock onto the dean, then they wouldn't have been able to find him. The dean sat calmly in this secret room. The secret room was very big, about 10,000 square meters. There were many good things inside, such as medicinal pills, magic tools, money, and even food and water. It seemed like this was a backup plan prepared by the Sacred Institute a long time ago. The dean looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect you to find me this quickly." Fierce, truly fierce. Zhao Hai, I've always underestimated you. I've always given you opportunities. If I didn't give you a chance in the beginning and just sent my army to destroy you, then today's matter wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, I've always given you opportunities, but I still underestimated you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You didn't underestimate me, you underestimated everyone in the world. You always thought that the sacred court was the strongest in the spiritual weapon world. You always thought that no one would dare to go against the sacred court. However, you didn't know that the sacred court's actions in the past few years had already caused everyone to endure to the extreme. It's just that there's no one to take the lead. As long as someone calls out, they would immediately gather. Am I not like this? What I did was just to raise the alarm. The dean looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head. No, it's not that simple. It's not that there's no one who can call out, but the only one who has the strength and the scheming to block the counterattack of the sacred court is you. If you weren't strong, if you didn't plan well, if you couldn't block the counterattack of the sacred court, then do you think you would still be standing here? Therefore, Zhao Hai, you're really strong. You don't have to deny this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I've never denied it. If I wasn't strong, then I wouldn't have reached where I am today. And I wouldn't have been able to command so many breaking river experts, right? The dean nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, but Zhao Hai, don't think that you've won. No, you haven't won yet. You're still far from it. Zhao Hai looked at the room and said, I don't think that I've won. The rise of the sacred courtyard was too sudden. It seems like there's someone pushing you from behind. Hee hee. If I'm not wrong, then there should be someone pushing you from behind. You're the one who sent the letter, right? Zhao Hai looked at the room and said. The dean's expression completely changed. He stared at Zhao Hai for a long time before he said, What do you mean by that? Zhao Hai looked at the dean's expression and pointed at the ground. There was some dust on the ground, but there was nothing special about this dust. The only thing special about this dust was that there was a place where the dust was thicker. This caused the color of the dust to be different from the other places. When the dean saw the dust, his expression couldn't help but change. He stared at Zhao Hai but didn't say anything. It was clear that he wouldn't tell Zhao Hai what the dust was. Zhao Hai looked at the dean and said, Are you surprised? Do you think that I can't recognize what the dust is? If I'm not wrong, this should be the dust left behind by the jade talisman. Actually, if this dust was placed outside, no one would notice it. But this place is a secret. There's no wind here, so the dust fell to the ground. As for what the jade talisman is, I think that others might not know about it. But you should know about it, right? The dean looked at Zhao Hai for a long time before he said, I didn't think that there would be someone in this world who knows about the existence of the jade talisman. I now believe that you've obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Empire. If you didn't, then you wouldn't know about the existence of the jade talisman. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You don't need to care about whether I obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Empire or not. I'm very clear about the jade talisman. It's a type of artifact that's much more advanced than the formations we use now. But looking at your jade talisman, I'm afraid that it's just a communication jade talisman, right? The dean looked at Zhao Hai for a long time before he said, Zhao Hai, you're really strong. I've overestimated you time and time again, but you've turned my overestimation into underestimation. But it's a pity that you shouldn't be so ruthless this time. You shouldn't have destroyed our sacred court, and you shouldn't have unified the spiritual weapon world. After so many years, do you really think that the sacred court doesn't have a chance to unify the spiritual weapon world? However, what they need is not a unified spirit weapon world, but a spirit weapon world that is in chaos. The more chaotic it is, the better. Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, I didn't think about this earlier. The Heavenly Sword Empire should have been established by people like them, right? In the end, the power that established the Heavenly Sword Empire was annihilated by another power. The power that established the Heavenly Sword Empire needed a unified spiritual weapon world. That's why the spiritual weapon world was unified. However, this power didn't need a unified spiritual weapon world, it needed to cause chaos in the spiritual weapon world. Therefore, the spiritual weapon world has always been in chaos. Even if the Sacred Academy had the opportunity to unify the spiritual weapon world, you didn't do so. Because if you dared to do so, the next one to be annihilated would be you. You and the Heavenly Sword Empire are just chess pieces. The dean looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. Zhao Hai, you actually know about this. Could it be that you also have a chess piece behind you? Zhao Hai shook his head and proudly said, In this world, there's no one who can be the chess piece behind me, Zhao Hai. There's also no one who can be the chess piece behind me, Zhao Hai. The dean looked at Zhao Hai in shock. He really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would say such words. However, when he heard Zhao Hai's words, he wasn't angry or excited. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai with a sad expression and said, Zhao Hai, you overestimate your strength. You don't understand the strength of those people. They are too strong. You simply aren't their opponent. When they know that the spiritual weapon world has been unified, they will immediately come to deal with you. You can destroy the sacred word, you can unify the spiritual weapon world, but even if you gather the strength of the entire spiritual weapon world, you still won't be their opponent. Zhao Hai looked at the dean and proudly said, "Believe me, as long as we unite, the final winner will be us. No matter how strong they are, the final winner will still be us." "No, that's impossible. You can't win. Believe me, you should stop. Otherwise, more people will die," the dean suddenly said emotionally. Zhao Hai looked at the dean and said, "No, we won't stop. The spiritual weapon world needs to be unified, the people need to be unified. No matter who the enemy is, they won't be able to stop us from unifying. No one can stop us." The dean looked at Zhao Hai and let out a long breath, then just wait. "I believe that they will be here soon. When the time comes, you will know how powerful they are." Then, the dean slowly closed his eyes. Then, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had already died by severing his own heart. Zhao Hai looked at the dean's appearance and said, "Take him down and bury him. Clean up the things here and see if there are any special documents. Send them to me." Everyone nodded and immediately got busy. Zhao Hai came out of the secret room and directly went to the conference room of the Holy Court. Then he had someone inform the generals and the city lords to come here for a meeting. At the same time, he opened the transmission formation of the Holy Court. Zhao Hai sat in the conference room and looked at the generals. The generals had excited expressions on their faces. When they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately saluted Zhao Hai with eyes full of worship. Zhao Hai looked at the generals and smiled faintly. "All right, let's sit down. When the city lords arrive, we'll talk about it." Everyone nodded and sat down. At the same time, they discussed the battle today, the destruction of the sacred court, and the future of the Lost Soul City with those they were familiar with. Zhao Hai didn't stop them. The idea of peace had already taken root in the hearts of the people of the spirit weapon realm. People have been looking forward to peace for a long time. Now that peace was about to arrive, they were naturally happy. Before long, the city lords of the various districts arrived at the Sacred Institute through the transmission formation. Their faces were filled with excitement as they entered the conference hall one by one. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai had someone close the door to the conference hall. Then he looked at everyone and said, "The holy courtyard has been destroyed by us. From today onwards, the spirit weapon realm will be unified." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." "Oh." A cheer was heard. Everyone jumped up and cheered. Seeing everyone's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He didn't stop them from cheering. Everyone needed to vent their emotions. After a while, when everyone calmed down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "All right, let's sit down. We need to discuss what we should do next. Unifying the spirit weapon realm isn't the end of the matter. We still have a lot of things to do." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone calmed down and sat down. Then they looked at Zhao Hai, wanting to hear what Zhao Hai would say next. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "There are a lot of people who entered the Holy Court's secret chamber and heard the dean's words. Actually, I was just probing the dean before, I didn't expect him to reveal everything. This is good, at least we know that there are people behind the Holy Court, and these people are very strong." Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "You're right." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned. Especially those who came later. They didn't know what was going on and didn't know what the dean said. Therefore, they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and said, "Everyone, don't be surprised. When we found the Holy Court's secret chamber and met the dean, I probed him and obtained some information from him. This information is very useful for us. In short, the Heavenly Sword Empire was established by a very powerful force. That force used the Heavenly Sword Empire to rule the spirit weapon realm. Second, the Heavenly Sword Empire was destroyed because the force that established it was destroyed. Third, the Holy Court was established by the force that destroyed the Heavenly Sword Empire. The reason they did this was to make the spirit weapon realm fall into chaos so that they could benefit from it. Fourth, now that we have destroyed the Holy Court and unified the spirit weapon realm, we will definitely be enraged by the force that destroyed the Heavenly Sword Empire. Therefore, that force will definitely deal with us. Although they might not send too many people, those who come will definitely be experts. Therefore, we need to be prepared. Fifth, the force that has enmity with us isn't in the spirit weapon realm but in other realms. Everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They were all stunned by Zhao Hai's words. They didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and said, "Everyone, don't be too surprised. We need to be prepared. However, what we can do now is to develop the spirit weapon realm as quickly as possible. At the same time, we need to gather all the craftsmen to make all kinds of artifacts and formations. Only then can we deal with the future crisis. Also, we need to improve the lives of the commoners as quickly as possible. Only then can we get through this crisis with us." As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, their expressions turned solemn. Then Zhao Hai said, "Wen Hai, take some people and sweep the other mountains of the holy courtyard as soon as possible. Make sure that those mountains are under our control. I want to use them to set up a large formation." Wen Hai nodded, then he said, "Wen Hai, take some people and sweep the other mountains of the holy courtyard." When Wen Hai nodded, Zhao Hai continued, "From today onwards, we will open up the secret realm. Moreover, we will also send people to the secret realm. If we can conquer the secret realm, then it would be easier for us to face our enemies in the future." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai continued, "From today onwards, my office will be located here. I want to use the terrain here to set up a formation. If there isn't anything important, then the city lords can make their own decisions. However, I'll say the ugly words first. If I find out that anyone dares to act recklessly and reach out to the commoners, then don't blame me for being impolite." Everyone shivered as they nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the generals and said, "Generals, pay attention. From today onwards, the army will be reorganizing. This time, we won't be practicing ordinary formations, instead, we will be practicing formations. When the army fights, we must use formations to fight. Ordinary formations like before will not work." Zhao Hai looked at the generals and said, "Generals, you must pay attention. Starting from today, the army will be reorganized." All the generals agreed, but they were still a little worried. Using the formation to form a battle formation? This was something that they had never thought of before. They didn't know if it would succeed. Zhao Hai looked at them and then said, "Also, breaking river and sky dancing experts, from today onwards, you will need to undergo training. First, you will need to learn about cube formations. Once you've finished learning about cube formations, you will need to learn how to arrange formations. Everyone will need to participate, no mistakes will be tolerated." Everyone nodded in unison. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "From now on, each city will be making a map of the city. Then according to the map, we will make a sand table. We want the entire spirit weapon realm to appear on the sand table." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This time, we won't be facing a lot of enemies. However, the strength of these enemies is definitely beyond our imagination. Therefore, we must be fully prepared. Moreover, we don't know when the enemies will appear. Therefore, we must seize the moment and not waste any time. Understood?" "Yes, Your Majesty's command." Everyone nodded in unison. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the group and said, "All right, let's go back. Make a unified report on what each district needs. Then we'll make a unified allocation. Also, if you have any assets, make a unified report, don't make any mistakes." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the group and said, "All right, let's go back." Everyone understood what Zhao Hai meant. Although the spirit weapon realm has been unified, the city-states that were occupied by the sacred court weren't having a good time. They had been harmed by the sacred court. The people of these city-states could only struggle to survive. Zhao Hai wanted to distribute the resources of the city to the city-states that were harmed by the sacred court. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose it. Everyone nodded and agreed with Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, in the past, the spirit weapon realm was just another person's chess piece. But we can't let this happen again. We need to change this situation. We need to make the spirit weapon realm truly independent. We need to let the people of the spirit weapon realm be the true masters of the realm and not be a chess piece in someone else's hands. This will depend on our actions this time. Everyone, do you understand? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, yes. Do you understand? Everyone responded. They didn't want to be a chess piece in the hands of others. Therefore, they agreed with Zhao Hai's words. They also hoped that the people of the spirit weapon realm would be able to make their own decisions. Because of this, their morale was high. They hoped that they would be able to see that day as soon as possible. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and knew that the time was right. Now, it was time for the enemies to arrive. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, all right, everyone knows what to do. Go and do it immediately. Zhao Hai stood on top of the magma pool, carefully calculating the range of the magma pool. Zhao Hai said before that he wanted to turn the entire holy court into a large formation. This wasn't a joke. He really did want to turn the holy court into a large formation, and it was the Vermilion Bird Fire Spirit formation. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong. There was indeed some information in the secret chamber. This information was the top secret of the holy court. In this information, Zhao Hai saw the introduction of the Vermilion Bird Fire Spirit formation. In addition to his research on formations, Zhao Hai was finally able to complete the Vermilion Bird Fire Spirit formation. In addition to the Vermilion Bird Fire Spirit formation, Zhao Hai also knew some information about the force behind the holy court. In fact, this information couldn't be considered as an introduction. It was just information that had been passed down from generation to generation. It was about how this force supported the first dean of the holy court and how they made the first dean help them. After the first time, there was almost no contact between the sacred institution and those people. But every year, they would receive some medicinal pills and some magical devices. These things could only be used by the deans. Of course, some were given to the elders at the Broken River level, but they were rarely used. Most of the things were stored in the sacred institution. After so many years, the holy court hadn't seen these people. So why were they so afraid of him? Why didn't they think of rebelling? In fact, this matter was very simple. This was because every dean of the holy court had to go to the secret chamber to receive an enlightenment. Although this enlightenment wasn't written in detail, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. It was certainly a method used by the other party to control the deans. Moreover, the first generation dean had witnessed the destruction of the Sky Sword Empire with his own eyes. The one who supported him was also the one who destroyed the Sky Sword Empire. All of these were witnessed by the first generation dean. It was precisely because of this that the sacred court didn't put up any resistance. In the records, there was also another matter. The seventh dean of the Sacred Academy also wanted to rebel. After receiving the enlightenment, he also wanted to unify the spiritual weapon realm. But in the end, he didn't succeed. This was because he was killed by the people behind him. And the method of killing him was very simple. He committed suicide after giving the orders of the Sacred Academy. This method was recorded by the eighth dean. It was precisely because of this that the Sacred Academy didn't dare to rebel against those people after that. However, from the records, Zhao Hai also knew some things. That was how the Heavenly Sword Empire was destroyed. According to the records of the first dean of the Holy Court, when the Heavenly Sword Empire was destroyed, countless holes suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless large ships and war chariots broke through the sky. They were covered in multicolored light and looked like gods. Although the people of the Heavenly Sword Empire put up a fierce resistance, it was useless. The losses of the Heavenly Sword Empire were very small and the Heavenly Sword Empire was destroyed. What surprised the first dean of the Holy Court was that the other party didn't carry out a large-scale massacre of the other people except for the core members of the Heavenly Sword Empire. It was as if they knew that those people were the core members of the Heavenly Sword Empire. Through this record, Zhao Hai more or less knew the strength of those people. They were a group of cultivators who could use large artifacts. Moreover, they were very powerful and wouldn't be easy to deal with. As for why they only attacked the core members of the Heavenly Sword Empire, this was very easy to understand. This was because the core members of the Heavenly Sword Empire might be practicing cultivation methods of cultivators, which were completely different from the cultivation methods practiced by the spirit weapon realm. Therefore, those people could tell at a glance. It was precisely because of this that they were able to find the core members of the Heavenly Sword Empire and kill them. From this point, it could be seen that the strength of the other party wasn't weak. However, Zhao Hai also saw another point. It wouldn't be easy for them to reach the spiritual weapon world. This was because if they could reach the spiritual weapon world so easily, they wouldn't have stopped coming here after supporting the first dean of the Holy Court. As for the method to kill the seventh dean, it was actually very simple. Just like how Zhao Hai wanted to kill Feng Lihua and the others. Feng Lihua and the others were his slaves. If he wanted to kill them, he only needed to think about it and Feng Lihua and the others would commit suicide. There was no need for Zhao Hai to make a move. The slave formation was a relatively low-level formation. It wasn't necessarily a high-level formation. There were countless people who could use it, especially cultivators. But at the same time, this formation wasn't very useful for people with powerful spiritual force. However, the people of the spiritual weapon world were all warriors. To say that they entered the Tao through martial arts was a bit of a compliment. With their current level, they might only be able to touch the edge of the Tao, let alone entering the Tao. Therefore, entering the Tao through martial arts wasn't really a big deal. If you don't enter the Tao, then your spiritual force wouldn't be strong. This was especially true for the people of the spiritual weapon world. Even if they were a broken river expert, they would only be a warrior in the outside world. The gap between them and cultivators was too big. Because of this, their spiritual force was almost non-existent. Even if they had some spiritual force, they wouldn't be able to use it because they didn't know how to cultivate it. Therefore, it was very easy for them to use the slave formation. In fact, the slave formation was just a name. It looked very mysterious, but there was nothing mysterious about it. Take cultivators for example. Cultivators would also take in some slaves. In fact, they would imprint their spiritual force into the other party's spiritual force. Some brilliant cultivators could imprint their spiritual force into the other party's soul. This way, they would be able to control the other party. However, this method was rarely used by cultivators. This was because the cultivator you want to control would also cultivate spiritual force. If their spiritual force reaches a certain level, then they would be able to use their own spiritual force to refine the spiritual force left in their body. In that case, not only would it be impossible for you to control the other party, your spiritual force might even be damaged. Because of this reason, although cultivators would take in some slaves, once the strength of the slaves reaches a certain level, they would take back their spiritual force and release the slaves. Otherwise, they would directly kill the slaves. However, cultivators would generally use the latter method. Very few cultivators would set their slaves free. As for the Dean of the Sacred Court, the process of imparting spiritual force should be the other party's spiritual force. The other party used this method to control the Dean of the Sacred Court. The seventh Dean of the Sacred Court wanted to unify the spiritual weapon realm. This wasn't in line with the other party's interests. Therefore, the other party used their spiritual force to control the seventh Dean and made him deal with the matters of the Sacred Court. They even made the eighth Dean accept the imparting of spiritual force. After that, they made the seventh Dean commit suicide. The people of the Sacred Court didn't understand this, so they were very afraid of the other party. After the seventh Dean's death, they became even more afraid. Therefore, they didn't dare to resist the other party. From this point, it can be seen that it wasn't easy for the other party to come to the spiritual weapon realm. If the other party could easily come to the spiritual weapon realm, then they would have killed the seventh Dean of the Sacred Court and appointed a new Dean. This way, they would be able to intimidate the people of the Sacred Court. The other party couldn't easily come to the spiritual weapon realm. This was a good thing for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also expected this. Zhao Hai believed that the person behind the Sacred Court was someone from the upper realm. And the laws of the universe were very clear. If someone from the upper realm wanted to come to the lower realm, then they would need to spend a lot of effort. And if someone from the lower realm wanted to go to the upper realm, then it wouldn't be easy. Sometimes, spatial barriers weren't easy to cross. Because the other party couldn't easily come to the spiritual weapon realm, this gave Zhao Hai time. Zhao Hai had a lot of time to prepare. Because of this, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He could use this time to make some preparations. When the other party attacked, he would be able to block their attack. Arranging a formation in the sacred court mountain was the first step of Zhao Hai's plan. Before, Zhao Hai asked Wen Wenhai and the others. Wen Wenhai and the others also told Zhao Hai about the vermilion bird fire spirit in the sacred court mountain. This allowed Zhao Hai to fully understand the vermilion bird fire spirit formation. Because of this, Zhao Hai became more interested in this formation. This formation was different from the formations that Zhao Hai had seen before. Zhao Hai felt that this formation had a lot of potential. Moreover, Zhao Hai also learned from the sacred court that the vermilion bird fire spirit formation was taught to them by the people who supported the sacred court. Although they only taught them the formation diagram and how to use it, this information was enough for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai can use this information to deduce the other party's formation system. Then he can use this information to establish a new formation system, making his own formation system even more powerful. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't rush to restore the vermilion bird fire spirit formation to its original state was because he was still in the process of reversing the formation system. Now that he was almost done, Zhao Hai was thinking of ways to fuse all the formation techniques he knew into a new formation. This way, his formation techniques would be even more powerful. One must know that Zhao Hai knew a lot of formation techniques. The most he knew were low-level magic formations, all the way to high-level cultivator formations, soul formations, curse formations, and all kinds of formation techniques. He knew a lot of formations. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to fuse all these formation techniques together. This way, his formation techniques would be able to reach mastery and display their true might. Zhao Hai was very clear that with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to fight against a great force from the upper realm. Therefore, formation techniques became his only choice. This was because only formation techniques could increase his strength in a short period of time, allowing him to have the strength to fight against the other party. Nothing else would work. Zhao Hai was extremely clear that his current strength was probably not even 1,000th of his true identity. Under such circumstances, it would definitely not be an easy thing for him to fight against those of the higher worlds. Fortunately, the higher worlds here should not be that strong. While the other party could use large artifacts, it did not mean that they would definitely be very powerful. A hot air balloon was not small. If they fought in the air, how could it compare to a fighter jet? Therefore, there were also differences in the quality of large artifacts. Zhao Hai was really too familiar with the creation of large artifacts. He was extremely clear that large artifacts were not especially hard to create. Therefore, he was not worried that those of the spirit weapon world beyond worlds would be as powerful as his true body. However, even if the other party was not as powerful as his true body, they would definitely be a powerful opponent to him now. Therefore, he could not let his guard down, let alone the fact that he did not have any helpers by his side right now. The spirit weapon realm had a lot of river-breaking realm experts. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, the strength of these people wasn't anything special. Don't look at their reputation as river-breaking realm experts. In the end, there were only a few people who could reach the mountain-breaking realm and river-breaking realm. Moreover, even for such people, their strength would be easily blocked by the other party's formations. Because of this, if one wanted to fight against people from the higher realms, then they would need to be strong. However, wanting to increase the strength of the people of the spirit weapon world within a short period of time was basically impossible. Let alone other things, even the laws of the heavens and earth would not allow it. The spirit weapon world, the soul world and even the secret realms all belong to planes of the same level. The people here could only cultivate to the breaking river stage at most. Also, if they wanted to ascend, they would probably have to wait until they cultivated their mental strength. However, due to the low level of these realms and the fact that they didn't have a method to cultivate mental strength like the magic civilization, there hadn't been much progress in the cultivation of mental strength for so many years. Therefore, the people of these realms had almost no possibility of ascending. If they didn't ascend, then they wouldn't be able to come in contact with higher level things. Therefore, the strength of their realms would always be very low. In this case, if the upper realms wanted to deal with them, it wouldn't be difficult. The difficult part would be coming down from the upper realms. In this way, Zhao Hai would have no helpers. Even if he gathered the strength of all the people in the spirit weapon world, he might not be able to fight against the people from the upper realm. Therefore, if he wanted to increase the strength of the spirit weapon world, it was impossible to rely on cultivation alone. He could only rely on formations. The use of formations was essential for cultivators. Artifacts needed formations, attacking enemies needed formations, protecting oneself needed formations, and even cultivation needed formations. As long as your formations were strong enough and good enough, it could greatly increase your strength in a short period of time. The 3,000 Great Paths, this sentence wasn't just for show. If you exert any kind of power to the extreme, you can touch the threshold of the Tao. It was the same for formations. Even the martial arts that the spirit weapon world cultivated were the same. However, the people in the spirit weapon world were far from cultivating their own energy to the point where they could ascend. Therefore, no one had ascended yet. If Zhao Hai wanted to fight against the people from the upper realm, then he could only contact the entire spirit weapon world and use formations to make the spirit weapon world stronger in a short period of time. This was tantamount to pointing out another path for the spirit weapon world. However, Zhao Hai really didn't know if this was good or bad for the spirit weapon world. The strength of the spirit weapon world's river-breaking realm experts wasn't weak. If this situation continued, maybe after a few years, some of them could directly ascend with their own strength. Because they focused on martial arts, they would naturally touch the threshold of the Tao one day. But now, Zhao Hai had no choice but to carry forward the power of the array formation. This was equivalent to letting the people of the spirit weapon world know that there was another path to take outside of the martial path. This would cause them to be distracted, which might cause their progress on the martial path to become slower. This was like a person climbing a mountain. Originally, there was only one path. As long as he focused on climbing forward, he would reach the top sooner or later. However, if the person was halfway up the mountain and encountered a fork in the road, then the person would have to make a choice. If the person's mind wasn't strong enough, then the person would be distracted and the speed at which they reached the top would be slowed down. But the current situation was that if they didn't make such a fork in the road, they would be finished. Not to mention walking to the top of the mountain, they would probably be crushed to death by the rocks on the mountain. In this case, it was inevitable to make a fork in the road. Now that Zhao Hai had almost digested the formations, he was preparing to study it carefully. He wanted to see how much energy there was under the Holy Court Mountain. As long as there was enough energy, he could make a large formation here. In the future, even if they were to fight against the people from the upper realm, they would have a base. Under normal circumstances, the upper realm wouldn't make a move against civilians. This was because they still needed civilians. No matter what they needed, they would always need someone to provide them with what they needed. Therefore, they wouldn't make a move against civilians. That way, Zhao Hai would only need some bases to deal with the people from the upper realm. Moreover, almost all of the people who came down from the upper realms had one thing in common, and that was that they couldn't stay in the lower realms for too long. Zhao Hai had personally experienced the feeling of being rejected by the lower realms. To be honest, this feeling wasn't something that people could bear. Even if you were strong, you would still feel very uncomfortable when facing this kind of rejection. This was because it wasn't just the realm that was rejecting you, it was the laws. After taking a careful look at the magma pool, Zhao Hai drilled himself out of the pool. After that, Zhao Hai returned to the study room of the Holy Court. 10 days had already passed since they conquered the Holy Court. In these 10 days, Zhao Hai had been staying in the Holy Court Mountain. If there were any important matters that the Lost Soul Empire needed him to deal with, they would use the transmission formation to send the matters to him. Naturally, these matters weren't all handled by Zhao Hai. There were still a lot of things that weren't handled by him. At this time, Zhao Hai had already gathered the Sky Dance Realm experts that he had taken as slaves in the Lost Soul Empire. He had them form a group of advisors to help him deal with ordinary matters. Only important matters would be handled by him. The head of this group of advisors was Feng Lihua. The reason why Zhao Hai had them form this group of advisors was because these people were his slaves. Using them would make him feel at ease. With these people helping him deal with his daily affairs, as well as his intelligence network in the spirit weapon realm, he would be able to monitor every city. This way, the bewildering Soul Empire would be able to develop healthily. This wasn't to say that Zhao Hai was sinister, it was just that a person with a high position had to do this. To trust someone unconditionally was to be a fool. If this fool was an ordinary person, then he would be deceived a few times. But if this person was a person with a high position, then he would be finished. In the end, he wouldn't even know how he died. Zhao Hai has always been a person with a high position. He can unconditionally trust a lot of people, but these people must have been with him for a long time. They must be absolutely loyal to him. Even if he ordered them to die, these people wouldn't even frown. With regards to these people, Zhao Hai was completely assured. However, as for other people, Zhao Hai absolutely didn't trust them. Especially the city lords of the Lost Soul Empire. Zhao Hai couldn't completely trust them. What kind of people were these city lords? These people used to be city lords, they were the ones who had the final say in the city-state. If such a person said that he didn't have any ambitions, who would believe it? If these people really had crooked thoughts and Zhao Hai didn't know about it, then he might end up being overturned in the gutter. Because of this, Zhao Hai created the staff group. Not only would the staff group help Zhao Hai with his daily affairs, but it would also be responsible for Zhao Hai's intelligence network. In other words, although this staff group wasn't very eye-catching, it was actually a combination of the cabinet and the intelligence network. Its authority in the Lost Soul Empire was the greatest. Because of this staff group, Zhao Hai was able to research his own formations with ease. This was because he had a lot of time to do so. He didn't need to worry about the Lost Soul Empire causing trouble. It must be said that the current development of the Lost Soul Empire was very good. With the destruction of the Sacred Court, the shackles on the Lost Soul Empire had been removed. The people could finally live in peace and didn't need to worry about war. At the same time, Zhao Hai also used this war weariness to reduce the army of the Lost Soul Empire. At this point, the Lost Soul Empire only had 3 million soldiers. This number was too small for an empire that controlled an entire plane. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any other choice. After so many years of war, the population of the spirit weapon realm had become scarce. Especially the young and strong. Sometimes, there would only be a few young and strong people in a village while the rest were old and weak. This situation not only affected the production of the village, it also affected the population. This made it very difficult for the spirit weapon realm to recover. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to reduce the army and encourage people to have more children. This would allow the spirit weapon realm to slowly recover. As for the army, there was no need for too many. The things that the army used were mostly formations. For example, the lightning formation. As long as you learn it, it wouldn't take long for you to master it. You can even go to the battlefield. Although you weren't familiar with formations, as long as you learn it for a period of time, you can still become a qualified soldier. Moreover, the retired soldiers weren't simple. Zhao Hai wanted them to return to their hometowns so that they could continue to train. He even wanted to train the people in their hometowns. This kind of training was just a simple military training. However, these people who had a military foundation would become the best reserve army in times of war. As long as they were gathered together, they would be able to undergo unified training. Then they would become qualified soldiers. This would also greatly shorten the time it would take for them to become an army. When Wen Hai stood in the main camp and watched as the original location of the towers on the island was slowly cleared out. The 8 towers were like a stone that weighed down on the hearts of all the cultivators in the mystic realm. When they saw the 8 towers, their hearts would be filled with fear and hatred. However, when Zhao Hai attacked the stronghold, the 8 towers were destroyed. Even the formations on the island were destroyed. Now, they were rebuilding the formations. Many of the people below were ordinary soldiers. They might be talented, but in the past, they wouldn't have the opportunity to enter the secret realm. But now, the situation was different. They could freely enter the secret realm because Zhao Hai was planning to develop it. When Wen Hai has been in the secret realm for many years, so he had a good understanding of the place. He was very clear about what kind of place the secret realm was. Cultivating here was much faster than outside. Moreover, the resources here were very abundant. Naturally, this information referred to cultivation resources, not resources for daily use. From Wen Wenhai's point of view, the mystic realm was truly a blessed land. especially the special characteristics of the plants here. After the rain, the plant's ability to grow quickly was truly astonishing. It can be said that it was because of this ability that the secret realm became a huge treasure trove. Everyone wanted to get their hands on this treasure trove. Moreover, Wenwenhai also knew that they had an enemy, a very powerful enemy. There were people who came to the secret realm before them. In other words, there were people who knew about the situation inside the secret realm. If their enemy knew about the situation inside the secret realm, then their troubles would be even bigger. Wenwenhai understood this principle very well. Because of this, he didn't oppose Zhao Hai's use of the secret realm. If you don't take advantage of this place, then you would be letting down this place. As long as they make good use of this place, they would be able to increase the strength of a lot of people in a short time. For them, this was definitely a good thing. At this time, there were 50 river-breaking realm experts in the secret realm. Moreover, these 50 people weren't scattered, they were all in the stronghold. At this time, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He planned to make the secret realm into a base. In the future, even if their enemies came, they could still retreat to the secret realm even if they couldn't defeat them. The passage to the secret realm on the Sacred Academy's mountain had already been sealed by Zhao Hai. Now, everyone needed to use the transmission formation to enter and exit the secret realm. Wenwenhai didn't oppose this point. The more secret the method of entering the secret realm was, the more advantageous it would be for their plan. If the method of entering the secret realm was exposed, then it would be impossible for the secret realm to become a base. While Wenwenhai was thinking about this, a warrior flew to Wenwenhai's side. He cupped his fist and said, "General, everything has been cleaned up. The transmission formations in the stronghold have also been cleaned up." Wenwenhai nodded. Then he looked at the cleaned island and said, "Follow His Majesty's orders. Tear down the stone slabs on the island and the stone houses in the stronghold." The warrior nodded and then immediately sent people to do it. Whether it was the island or the stronghold, the ground was covered with thick stone slabs. This was to prevent the plants from growing crazily during the rain. However, Zhao Hai wanted to do the opposite. He wanted to tear down all the stone slabs. Although Wenwenhai and the others didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, they didn't say anything. They just followed Zhao Hai's orders. The removed stone slabs would be sent to the Holy Court Mountain through the transmission formation. At this time, the Holy Court Mountain had already been cleaned up. Therefore, the mountains were now under their control. The mountains that had been cleaned up were severely damaged, especially the buildings. Because of this, a lot of materials would be needed to rebuild those mountains. But the stone slabs here were all things. As long as they were sent out, they could be used immediately. It was much more convenient than starting from scratch. In addition to the stronghold, all the stone slabs in the base that Zhao Hai had built were also removed. Even the stone slabs in the brown bear base were removed. If it weren't for the danger of removing the stone slabs, then perhaps Zhao Hai would have also removed the stone slabs in the other strongholds. Wenwenhai and the others didn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted to remove the stone slabs. Removing the stone slabs was tantamount to giving up on those areas. Without the stone slabs, they were afraid that after the rain, the cleared areas would be filled with plants. Zhao Hai also lived in the mystic realm, so he also knew about the situation here. But in this case, he still had people remove the stone slabs. This made Wenwenhai very confused. However, Wenwenhai didn't say anything. He knew that Zhao Hai had his reasons for doing this. Therefore, he didn't ask. Just as everyone was in full swing, a beast roar was suddenly heard. Wenwenhai's expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted and said, "They're finally here. It seems like these beasts are very smart." They also discovered the changes in the mystic realm. After thinking about this, Wenwenhai's figure couldn't help but move as he flew towards the direction of the beast roar. Following Wenwenhai's movements, the other people in the mystic realm also flew towards the direction of the beast roars. Most of these people were old people from the mystic realm. In the past, they fought with the beasts in the mystic realm for their own survival. But now, they were fighting with the beasts for the sake of the future of the entire spirit weapon world. The meaning was completely different. Moreover, there was no one to control them and prevent them from leaving. Their state of mind was also different. Therefore, their attitude towards battle was also completely different. This time, the number of beasts that came to attack the headquarters wasn't a lot. With Wen Hai and the other breaking river experts present, the beasts were quickly repelled. After repelling the beasts, Wen Hai and the others took out the bone beads and handed them over to Wen Hai for safekeeping. At the same time, the skin, bones, and meat of the beasts were all processed. The meat of the beasts was directly eaten by the people working in the headquarters while the bones and skin were kept. Zhao Hai had already discovered that the strength of the beasts were very formidable. Their bones and skin can also be made into artifacts. After being processed, not only can they be made into shields and armors, they can also be made into talismans and other things. There were many uses for them. On the other hand, the bones of the beasts can be added to artifacts to increase their strength. They can even be made into special weapons. Actually, Zhao Hai's method of dealing with the beasts wasn't strange at all. This was the method that Zhao Hai and the others used to deal with the beasts. Now, they were just using it on the beasts. At this time, the spirit weapon realm already had very professional array masters and artifact masters. There were also some alchemists. These people had very high status in the spirit weapon realm. Because of Zhao Hai's support, as well as the information from the Heavenly Sword Empire that was obtained from the Sacred Court, the spirit weapon realm's progress in making artifacts and formations was very fast. At this time, the might of the lightning formation was a lot greater than before. At the same time, the spirit weapon realm was finally able to produce energy-gathering formations and energy storage formations. In terms of the development of the spirit weapon realm's formations, these were immeasurable benefits. Energy-gathering formations, just like its name, were formations that gathered energy from the surroundings. As for energy storage formations, strictly speaking, it was like a battery. However, in general, energy-gathering formations and energy storage formations were used together. It was like a solar battery. However, these two formations didn't only gather solar energy, but also all the energy in the world. The success of these two formations allowed the spirit weapon realm's formations and artifacts to be greatly developed. This was because this was equivalent to solving the problem of energy in the spirit weapon realm. With energy, formations and artifacts can be made and used. It was precisely because of the creation of these two Dharma treasures that the spirit weapon world didn't understand or couldn't use in the past could all be used now. This was crucial to the development of the spirit weapon world's Dharma treasures and Dharma treasures. It was also because of the creation of these two formations that beast hides and beast bones could be fully utilized. Because of this, beast hides and beast bones were now very popular. As for the bone pearls, it was no longer like before where people could directly absorb them. The alchemists thought of a way to use the bone pearls to make medicine. As long as they were used well, the bone pearls could be used to make a lot of pills. And these pills didn't only have the same effect as the bone pearls, they were also easier to absorb. In addition, there were also other herbs mixed in, making the effects of these pills more obvious. This was the most important thing. It can be said that in less than a month after the unification of the spirit weapon realm, the spirit weapon realm welcomed a huge explosion. This explosion came so suddenly, so quickly, and so fiercely that Zhao Hai didn't expect it to happen. However, this explosion was also a good thing. Because of this, Zhao Hai was happy to see it happen. He even guided it so that the explosion could continue. For the spirit weapon realm, the benefits were too great. After repelling the attacks of the beasts, everyone was still busy cleaning up the stone slabs. At this time, there were nearly 20,000 ordinary soldiers in the headquarters. Because of this, everyone worked very quickly. In just 2 days, all the stone slabs in the headquarters were cleaned up. After the stone slabs were cleaned up, Zhao Hai entered the secret realm. He first looked around the island before planting some plants. Then he used natural energy to stimulate the growth of these plants. Among them, Zhao Hai planted the most were sky-raising trees and baobab trees. There were also some vines and other plants, as well as a lot of bamboo. Actually, these plants weren't randomly planted. Zhao Hai used these plants to arrange the blue dragon formation. The blue dragon was of the wood attribute, so using plants to arrange the blue dragon formation was the best choice. It can make the blue dragon formation even more powerful. The baobab trees can provide food for the people living in the secret realm as well as protection. The sky-raising trees can also provide a place for them to live. The vines and bamboos can also provide some defense for the camp. One must know that most of these plants were mutated seeds. Their fighting strength wasn't weak. Zhao Hai had a lot of mutated seeds in the space. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about not having enough of them. This was the reason why he planted so many plants in the secret realm. This way, even if it rained in the secret realm, they wouldn't need to worry about it. This was because they were currently living among the plants. When the soldiers in the secret realm saw how Zhao Hai was able to use plants to create a city, they couldn't help but admire him. Moreover, these plants could even help them in battle. This was something that they didn't expect. Zhao Hai's army had already reached the secret realm, but he didn't expect that these plants could help them in battle. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers, even Wen Hai and the others didn't expect this. Wen Hai and the others already knew that Zhao Hai's cultivation method was completely different from theirs. It had a lot to do with plants. This could be seen from Xianxia's cultivation method. In the past, they thought that Zhao Hai's cultivation method was very mystical. But now, they discovered that Zhao Hai's cultivation method was much more mystical than they imagined. The happiest person was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had a new understanding of the strength of a plant master. The strength of a plant master was truly formidable, far beyond what he imagined. Plant City has been built. However, in order for it to function normally, they still need some plant masters to take care of it. At this time, there were only 2 plant masters in the spirit weapon realm. One was Zhao Hai, and the other was Xianxia. Xianxia's strength wasn't very strong. If he wanted to take care of a plant master, there would be some problems. However, Zhao Hai couldn't solve this situation in a short period of time. Although he could use pills to speed up a warrior's cultivation, this still required a process. It was impossible to turn an ordinary low-level warrior into a void warrior. That was impossible. Therefore, this required a gradual process. Although it was impossible for Zhao Hai to immediately make a large number of plant masters, he could still make some preparations. He selected some talented soul planters from the spirit weapon realm and sent them to the secret realm. Then he had Xianxia teach them some simple plant master cultivation methods. For some strong plant masters, Zhao Hai could also teach them some energy conversion methods. This allowed them to convert the energy in their body into natural energy. Then he would teach them some plant master combat methods. This way, they would be able to be considered plant masters. At the very least, they would have no problem taking care of Plant City. After the island was finished, Zhao also turned the headquarters into a botanical city. This way, the island would become an inner city while the headquarters would become an outer city. Then Zhao went to the base and made a botanical city. With these 2 botanical cities in the secret realm, the people who enter the secret realm would naturally have a place to rest. This was very good for their cultivation. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He didn't say anything, but he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. Zhao Hai stood on the main peak of the holy court. Beside him were a lot of people, many of whom were Broken River realm experts. It has been half a year since they defeated the holy court. This half a year was the fastest development in the entire spirit weapon world. Now, all the city-states and all the commoners in the spirit weapon world had implemented the same benefits as the Lost Soul City. The development of the entire spirit weapon world was flourishing. And in this half a year, Zhao Hai and the others did 3 things. First, they vigorously developed magic artifacts, formations, and the alchemy industry. The magic formations in the spirit weapon world were developing very quickly. The lightning formations they used before had been eliminated. The magic formations they used now had stronger attack power and faster speed. Even the shadow cannons that Zhao Hai used before had been eliminated. They were replaced with smaller and more portable magic formations. This magic formation was given a very interesting name by Zhao Hai, Death Ray. In addition to these, the development of spirit formation was also very fast. The development of transmission formation wasn't slow either. Naturally, there was also another magic formation that had been successfully tested. It was the spatial formation. Before this, the spirit weapon world didn't have a successful trial of a spatial formation. However, Zhao Hai had a spatial ring in his hand. He took it out and had those people study it and try it out. In the end, the trial was a success. Although the largest spatial ring they could make was only 10 cubic meters, this was already a good start. This was very significant for the use and production of spatial formations. Now, those formation masters were developing magic formations that could allow people to fly. Once this magic formation was successfully made, even ordinary warriors would be able to fly in the sky. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to fly for too long. The magic artifact masters weren't idle either. They were now making a lot of magic artifacts. The magic artifacts now were much stronger than before. They were already using overlaying magic formations. Moreover, there were also beast talismans and beast soul artifacts. This beast talisman was actually made from beast blood and beast skin. He could store some of the beast energy into the beast talisman. When he used it, he only needed to use his own energy to activate the beast talisman. This kind of beast talisman could be used repeatedly. Generally, it could be used about 10 times. A beast soul tool wasn't a magic tool made of beast bones. When this kind of magic tool was used to attack, it could also activate a beast talisman. At the same time, it could also buff the user. Therefore, it was very powerful. The beast soul pill, beast blood pill, and some other pills that the alchemists had been researching for the past 6 months were also very useful. These pills could be stored for a long time. After consuming them, they would be of great help to a person's cultivation. Some of these pills could also allow a person to quickly recover their energy, heal injuries, stop bleeding, and so on. The second thing that Zhao Hai and the others did was to vigorously develop the secret realm. At this time, there were 10 plant cities in the secret realm. Each plant city had 20,000 people. Among these 20,000 people, 5,000 were full-time combatants. The remaining 15,000 were all family members. They could be said to be the secret realm's first batch of immigrants. Compared to the spirit weapon world, the living conditions in Plant City were a bit more difficult. However, everyone's enthusiasm was very high. Now, the people in the secret realm had already learned to collect all kinds of food in the secret realm. They would even bring some domesticated animals from the spirit weapon world into the secret realm to ensure that the combatants had meat to eat. It must be said that the mystic realm was very mysterious. The rainwater in the mystic realm was very abundant. Because of this, the recovery ability of the plants was very strong. Moreover, the recovery ability of these plants seems to have been transferred to the bodies of the animals. The growth rate of these animals in the mystic realm was much faster than in the spirit weapon realm. This made people feel very strange. There was another thing that was even stranger. The plants that Zhao Hai planted in the secret realm were plants that didn't exist in the secret realm. They were plants from the soul realm. But after these plants were planted in the secret realm, they actually grew together with the plants in the secret realm. Moreover, these plants also underwent some changes and became the same as the plants in the secret realm. Their restorative abilities became very strong. They even mutated to a certain degree. For example, the baobab tree not only became stronger, its fighting strength also increased. Moreover, the baobab fruit that it bore also became bigger and more numerous. Needless to say, the sky-supporting tree had grown taller and could be described as sky-supporting tree. The vines were the same. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, these changes were good for them, so Zhao Hai didn't care about it. On the other hand, the people who migrated to the secret realm were very happy. This was because their families were also here. Moreover, their plant city was very safe. With Plant City, when the beasts attacked them, they would first have to face the plants. The plants' fighting strength wasn't weak. It wouldn't be easy for the beasts to attack the city. Because of the existence of Plant City, the people in the secret realm were much safer. Moreover, they also liked the environment of the secret realm. It was bright during the day and dark during the night. This black and white environment was much better than the spirit weapon realm. Additionally, Zhao Hai gave them a lot of resources. Moreover, pills and other things were given to them first. Because of this, the progress of these people was very fast. In half a year, the spirit weapon realm already had 20,000 more sky dance experts and 50 more broken river experts. This was a very good thing. The third thing that Zhao Hai did was to use this half a year to rebuild the Holy Academy Mountain. The entire Holy Academy Mountain had been built into a huge base. In this mountain area, not only were there special farmlands, places to raise silkworms, and even salt mines. Zhao Hai also moved a lot of people from outside the city-states into the Holy Academy Mountain. He gave these people land and let them settle down in the Holy Academy Mountain. He also took care of these people. Moreover, the people and their families who were of the right age could directly study in the Holy Academy Mountain. Sometimes, they could even receive personal guidance from Zhao Hai. Because of this, the Holy Academy Mountain that nobody wanted to come to in the beginning became a place that everyone wanted to go. However, it wasn't easy to build a huge base in the Holy Academy Mountain. Zhao Hai took advantage of the environment and arranged a huge formation. This formation was called the Nine Palace Flying Star Formation. This formation was built using the earth fire below the Holy Academy Mountain as its energy source. The entire project was very huge. In addition to the main peak, the other 8 peaks were also built according to the terrain. Moreover, once someone attacks the Holy Academy, Zhao Hai can activate the formation. Because of this, the entire Holy Academy's mountain range would become a huge formation. The 9 Palace Flying Star Formation combined defense, offense, confusion, and trapping. It was a very powerful formation. However, it wasn't easy to arrange this formation. The 9 Palace Flying Star Formation that Zhao Hai arranged could only be regarded as a semi-finished product. It couldn't fully display the power of the 9 Palace Flying Star Formation. This was because in order to display the power of the 9 Palace Flying Star Formation, it must be aligned with the stars in the sky. However, Zhao Hai's formation couldn't be aligned with the stars in the sky. Therefore, this formation could only display 30% of the power of the 9 Palace Flying Star Formation. However, this was enough. This was because the 9 Palace Flying Star Formation was very powerful. Even if Zhao Hai returned to his body and was at his peak, he would still have a headache if he encountered the 9 Palace Flying Star Formation. Not to mention, the 9 Palace Flying Star Formation was arranged here. Even if it only had 10% of its power, it could still be regarded as a peerless formation. Today was the day that the 9 Palace Flying Star Formation was completed. The reason why Zhao Hai and the others gathered here was to test the formation and see if it could be activated. Everyone's eyes were on Zhao Hai. In front of Zhao Hai was a large cauldron. This cauldron was cast in bronze and was engraved with very complex patterns. It looked very simple and natural. It was incomparably majestic. This cauldron was 4-shaped. It had 4 legs and 2 handles. There was nothing inside the cauldron, but it looked very heavy. However, it was very obvious that this cauldron hadn't been placed in its proper position yet. This was because there was a high platform in front of this cauldron. This platform was 9 feet high and was square-shaped. There was a row of steps on each side of the platform. If one counted carefully, one would find that there were exactly 9 steps on each side of the platform. The most important step of the 9 Palace Flying Star Formation was to place the cauldron in the middle of the platform. Only then would the 9 Palace Flying Star Formation be officially completed. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and turned his head to look at everyone. Then, he stretched out his hand and held the bottom of the cauldron. This cauldron was 6 feet and 3 inches high. It looked very heavy, but Zhao Hai lifted it with one hand. It looked like he was lifting a small tray. It didn't take any effort at all. Zhao Hai held the cauldron with one hand while the other hand was behind his back. Then, step by step, he walked towards the platform. Everyone's eyes followed Zhao Hai. They watched as Zhao Hai walked step by step until he reached the bottom of the platform. Then, he walked up one step at a time until he was standing on top of the platform. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately put the cauldron down. He carefully looked at the platform before he began to walk around it. His movements were very strange. It seemed like he was walking in circles on the platform. However, the circles were getting smaller and smaller. Finally, he reached the middle of the platform. Zhao Hai looked at his position and nodded with satisfaction. Then he placed the cauldron in the middle of the platform. Just as the cauldron was placed in the middle of the platform, everyone heard a bang. Then, a breeze blew by. Then everyone felt a warm sensation on their faces. Then everyone felt that the surrounding temperature changed. It became very warm, but it wasn't scorching hot. It made people feel very comfortable. At this moment, a flame suddenly appeared on top of the cauldron. This flame floated in the air and slowly burned. It gave people a very mysterious feeling. When Zhao Hai saw the flame, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This cauldron was the eye of the entire 9-palace flying star formation. The eye of the formation wasn't randomly set up. Take the 9-palace flying star formation as an example. The 9-palace flying star formation contained the 8 trigrams as well as the 4 divisions. The cauldron was placed in the middle of the formation. It had the intention of stabilizing the 4 directions and suppressing the 9 continents. Zhao Hai's 9-palace flying star formation was powered by the earth fire. The earth fire was very violent. If the cauldron wasn't used to suppress it, then the Holy Academy's mountain wouldn't be as warm as it was now. It would turn into a flaming mountain. Although it wouldn't be a barren land, it wouldn't be suitable for human habitation. Because the energy source was the earth fire, the flame appeared on the cauldron. And this flame wasn't an ordinary thing. This flame was the core of the 9-palace flying star formation. During wartime, this flame was the best weapon to attack the enemy. During peacetime, this flame was the best flame to refine artifacts. It was much stronger than ordinary flames. As the flame rose, the entire Holy Academy's mountain was suddenly shrouded in a layer of fog. This fog was divided into 9 colors. It constantly alternated in the air and looked very beautiful. Then, the 9-colored fog slowly disappeared. 9 clouds appeared above the mountainous area of the Sacred Academy. These clouds were also divided into 9 colors and looked very beautiful. These 9 clouds weren't motionless. Instead, they seemed to follow a certain pattern, constantly drifting. However, they didn't leave the mountain range of the Sacred Academy. Moreover, when a cloud moved to another mountain, the color of the cloud would change accordingly. It was very beautiful. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai finally let out a long breath. This was because this meant that the 9-palace flying star formation was a success. Although the current 9-palace flying star formation couldn't correspond to the constellations in the sky and couldn't display its full power, it was enough for now. Zhao Hai looked at the Sacred Institution mountain. He believed that as long as the main peak wasn't breached, and as long as the cauldron was fine, then the Sacred Institution mountain would be impregnable. Moreover, the weather would be favorable. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that the 9-palace flying star formation was just the beginning. He had already looked through the map of the entire spirit weapon realm. Moreover, he had chosen 9 locations in the spirit weapon realm to establish 9 large formations. The eye of each formation was a cauldron. This was the 9 cauldrons suppressing the 9 continents. As long as his plan succeeded, then the spirit weapon realm would become a place rich in spiritual energy. People would live in peace and contentment. The weather would also be favorable, and the spirit weapon realm would become better and better. However, this plan wasn't so easy to complete. He had just arranged 1 formation. There were still 8 formations waiting for him to arrange. It wouldn't be easy to arrange all 8 formations. It would take a long time, and Zhao Hai didn't seem to have a lot of time. Although half a year had passed and no one came to trouble them, Zhao Hai didn't dare to take it lightly. This was because Zhao Hai was very clear that for a cultivator, half a year wasn't much. Half a year was too short for a cultivator. The people in the spirit weapon realm didn't know much about cultivators, but Zhao Hai understood them very well. Cultivators would often go into seclusion. Sometimes, it would take a few years, or even decades. Half a year might pass in the blink of an eye for them. Because of this concept of time, a lot of cultivators would drag their feet when doing things. In fact, these cultivators couldn't be blamed. It was because their concept of time was very different from ordinary cultivators. For many ordinary people, a month was not a short time. They could do a lot of things. But for cultivators, a month was just enough for them to succeed in their seclusion. There was really no comparison between this time and the time they spent in seclusion. Therefore, although the people behind the Sacred Academy hadn't come to trouble Zhao Hai for half a year, Zhao Hai didn't dare to take it lightly. If he thought that the other party wouldn't come after them for half a year, then he would be too naive. When the other party comes, then they would be dumbfounded. Because of this, Zhao Hai hadn't relaxed in the past half a year. The spirit weapon realm was developing hard, and the secret realm was developing well. At the same time, the construction of the Sacred Academy's mountain area had been completed. But in Zhao Hai's view, this wasn't enough. At the very least, they still didn't have a large artifact. This would become their weakness. In a war, no one was clearer than Zhao Hai about how large an artifact could be. He had used too many large artifacts in the past, and the appearance of large artifacts could determine the direction of a war. But now, the spirit weapon realm didn't have any large artifacts. Not only that, they didn't even have the method to refine them. In this case, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to use large artifacts to fight against the people behind the Sacred Academy. If they only relied on the Sacred Academy's mountain area for defense, then they would be too passive. This wasn't Zhao Hai's style of doing things. Therefore, the matter of refining large artifacts had already been put on Zhao Hai's agenda. The large artifacts that Zhao Hai wanted to refine were true large artifacts. They were different from the Jasper Golden Light Sword that Zhao Hai used. Although the Jasper Golden Light Sword was very large, it was still inferior to a true large artifact. Therefore, if Zhao Hai wanted to use a true large artifact, then he would have to use a true large artifact. In the past, there weren't any large artifacts in the spirit weapon realm. First, there weren't any methods to refine large artifacts. Large artifacts weren't easy to refine. This was especially true for refining large artifacts. This was because a lot of cultivator realms believed that refining artifacts required fire. The water refining method that Zhao Hai knew about was something that didn't even exist in the cultivation realms. It was not easy to use fire to refine a large instrument, because the large instrument was too big. Before it was completely refined, there was no way to change the size of the large instrument. Under such circumstances, it was obviously very laborious to use fire to refine such a large instrument. Large artifacts were different from small artifacts. If you want to make a sword, it wouldn't be difficult because you can keep hammering it. As long as you use the right method, the sword will become a good sword. It just depends on how much effort you put into it. Although there was a requirement for fire, it wasn't very high. However, large artifacts were different. If a large artifact was too big, one wouldn't be able to forge it because it was too big. Moreover, large artifacts were often in the shape of carriages or ships. Under such circumstances, how could one forge it? There was simply no other way. Therefore, you could only work on fire and use a stronger fire to remove the impurities in the materials. This would allow the large artifact to reach the desired strength. Only then would it succeed. However, the spirit weapon realm was a low-level realm. In this realm, it was almost impossible to find a flame that was strong enough. Therefore, if one wanted to refine a large artifact in the spirit weapon realm, then one must first find a suitable flame. Large artifacts had high requirements for the strength of the artifact. This was because if you use a small artifact, then when you fight, you can have your small artifact avoid the opponent's artifact. This way, you wouldn't need to worry about your artifact being damaged. However, large artifacts were different. Large artifacts were very big targets. If you don't make the material strong enough, then your large artifact would be finished when the opponent attacks. It was just like making a large boat out of paper, then when the opponent attacks, your large artifact would be cut in half. If the strength wasn't strong enough, then it would be useless. However, Zhao Hai now believed that the spirit weapon realm could also make large artifacts. This was because they already had the conditions to do so. Let's talk about the method to refine large artifacts first. Zhao Hai had the method to refine large artifacts. In the past, he had done it more than once or twice. Therefore, the method to refine large artifacts wasn't a problem for him, so he could solve it himself. The fire needed to refine large artifacts was something that Zhao Hai didn't have a solution to before. But now, he had a solution. This fire was the fire above the 9 palace flying star formation's eye. Although the fire looked small, it wasn't an ordinary fire. The reason it was so small right now was because it was suppressed by the cauldron. Moreover, it wasn't the time to use it, so it was small. Once it was used, then the fire would naturally become bigger. In theory, the fire could become infinitely bigger. Therefore, the fire needed to refine large artifacts was now available. Therefore, there was no need to refine large artifacts. Finally, there was the problem of the materials needed to refine large artifacts. It was very difficult for low-level realms to refine large artifacts. One of the biggest reasons was the lack of materials. Some materials in high-level realms couldn't be found in low-level realms. It was precisely because of the lack of high-level materials that they couldn't refine high-level artifacts. Although cultivators could use purification methods to refine low-level materials into high-level materials, there was also a problem. It was too time-consuming and expensive. Take iron as an example. If you want to refine ordinary iron into high-level refined iron, the ratio would be 10,000 to 1. In other words, 10,000 gene of iron would be refined into 1 gene of refined iron. However, refined iron couldn't be regarded as a high-level material, it could only be regarded as a mid-level material. If you want to refine fine iron into high-grade refined iron, then the ratio would be about 10,000 to 1. In other words, if you want to refine ordinary iron into high-grade refined iron, then the ratio would be about 10,000 to 1. In other words, if you want to refine ordinary iron into high-grade refined iron, then you would need at least 100 million gene of ordinary iron. Note that this was iron, not iron ore. This ratio was too frightening. But this problem could be solved by Zhao Hai. Although he couldn't make so many high-grade materials, he could use a lot of low-grade materials to make alloys. These alloys might have some shortcomings, but in terms of strength, they might not be worse than high-grade materials. The alloy that cultivators talked about wasn't just a combination of metals. Instead, it was a composite material. Beast bones and other materials were mixed together in order to create a new material. Strictly speaking, this new material couldn't be called an alloy, but a composite material. Although this composite material could reach the standards of high-grade materials in some aspects, it was impossible to say that it could replace high-grade materials. However, although this composite material couldn't replace high-grade materials, Zhao Hai knew that as long as it was used properly, it wouldn't be a problem to use these materials to make large artifacts. When he was directing the construction of the 9 Palaces Flying Star Formation, he had already ordered people to study this composite material. In the end, they discovered that there were several materials that must be used in order to make a large celestial device. The first was ironwood, the second was towering tree, the third was beast bones, and the best was the bones of flying beasts. The fourth was metal materials. To be honest, when Zhao Hai heard the results of this research, he was very surprised. He didn't think that the final result of the research would be plants. However, Zhao Hai also understood that ironwood was very strong, not weaker than steel. Using it to make large artifacts wouldn't be a problem. Although the sky-supporting tree was artificially cultivated, it was still very strong. This was because such a tall sky-supporting tree needed people to live inside it. If the tree wasn't strong enough, then a small wind would be enough to break it. Therefore, the strength of the sky-supporting tree was very strong. As for beast bones, there was no need to talk about them. Especially the beast bones in the secret realm. The beasts in the secret realm were already on the verge of becoming demon beasts. Their bones were very strong and were also very good materials for refining artifacts. This was something that artifact smiths already knew. Therefore, using beast bones as materials was absolutely no problem. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that using beast bones was better than using bone beads. Using bone beads to refine artifacts would have a better effect. Moreover, the amount used would be greatly reduced. But now, the problem was that ironwood and the sky-supporting tree were very good. Zhao Hai was a plant master, so it wasn't a problem for him to make these plants mature quickly. However, beast bones were a problem. With their current strength, it wasn't enough to sweep through the entire secret realm. If they were to go to war with the secret realm, then it wouldn't be good for them. However, refining large artifacts required a lot of beast bones. In this case, the problem of beast bones must be solved. This made Zhao Hai very embarrassed. They even tried many kinds of beast bones in the spirit weapon realm, but the results weren't very good. The strength of the beast bones in the spirit weapon realm didn't meet their requirements. Only a few powerful beasts or huge beasts could meet the requirements. However, the quantity was too small. Zhao Hai even went out to sea to catch some large sea beasts and used their bones to experiment. The bones of these sea beasts could be used, but the parts that could be used were not a lot. This was because most of the sea beasts' bones were made of cartilage, which made it more convenient for them to swim in the sea. The cartilage could be used to refine weapons, but it was absolutely impossible to refine large artifacts. This made Zhao Hai very embarrassed. However, by chance, this matter took a turn for the better. That was the secret realm. Zhao Hai had already transferred a lot of people to the secret realm. These people were very happy in the secret realm. In addition to the warriors, their family members were also there. These family members also needed to live in the secret realm. Therefore, they raised a lot of livestock in the secret realm. There was one time when a family member was killing a cow in the secret realm. They discovered a bone pearl on the cow's body, which made them very surprised. They immediately reported this matter. When Zhao Hai heard about this matter, he was also very surprised. Then he immediately went to the secret realm and checked the corpse of the cow as well as the bone pearl. The bone pearl that was taken from the cow's body was different from the bone pearls of the wild beasts in the secret realm. In short, the bone pearl on the cow's body was smaller than the bone pearls of the wild beasts in the secret realm. Although it looked like a piece of jade, it was a relatively inferior jade. However, it was undeniable that this was indeed a bone pearl. It might be a bone pearl that had a slightly inferior effect, but it was definitely a bone pearl. This discovery made Zhao Hai overjoyed. Zhao Hai immediately took the cow's bones back to do experiments. After experimenting, he discovered that the strength of the cow's bones was much stronger than the ones in the spirit weapon realm. It could be used to refine large artifacts. This discovery made Zhao Hai very excited. He immediately began to experiment with the other domestic animals in the secret realm. In the end, he discovered that the strength of the domestic animals in the secret realm was much greater than the ones in the spirit weapon realm. They could be used to make large artifacts. This discovery made Zhao Hai feel relieved. At the same time, he immediately built several pastures in the secret realm to raise the domestic animals. In the future, he would be able to extract their bones and use them to make large artifacts. The materials for the large artifacts were solved. The next step was to design the large artifacts. The key was to design the large artifacts. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to design the large artifacts in the shape of a ship. Moreover, it didn't need to be too big. Designing the large artifacts in the shape of a ship was something that couldn't be helped. This was because the large artifacts that Zhao Hai wanted to make weren't reshaped, but assembled. With the current level of refining in the spirit weapon realm, it was simply impossible to make reshaped large artifacts. Although Zhao Hai could use the water refining technique, the effect of the water refining technique wasn't necessarily good. If the water refining technique wanted to succeed, there were two very important conditions. First, water. The most important thing in the water refining technique was water. If the level of water wasn't high enough, then although the water refining technique could be used, the effect wouldn't be very good. The second factor was time. The water refining technique was a slow and meticulous refining method. It required a very long time to use water to continuously rinse the artifact. Therefore, this water refining technique required a very long time to refine artifacts. Most of the time was measured in years. Naturally, if you found a suitable water source and the water source was large, then you could use the water refining technique to refine multiple artifacts at once. If you weren't in a hurry, then the water refining technique could also be used to refine artifacts. Moreover, it would be mass-produced, so there wouldn't be any problems with quality. It was these 2 points that made Zhao Hai give up on the water refining technique. This was because he didn't know if he had enough time to use the water refining technique to refine the large artifacts. Therefore, he could only use the assembly method to refine the large artifacts. Fortunately, this method wasn't unfamiliar to Zhao Hai. He had used this assembly method to refine a lot of large artifacts. This time was no exception. The large artifacts that Zhao Hai designed this time were divided into 2 types. One was a large ship. Each ship could seat about 1,000 people. Because it was assembled, some parts of the ship could fly out and attack the enemy. The other type was a small ship. Each ship could seat about 20 people. These small ships were very fast and were used for reconnaissance. The design of these two ships was based on the design of Zhao Hai's large artifacts. The only difference was that Zhao Hai added more parts to the large artifacts. For a large artifact, the more parts it had, the better it was. The main attack method of a large artifact was its collision. In this case, if there were too many parts, then it might affect the use of the large artifact. This was because if a large artifact wanted to be good, then it needed an energy channel. Once the energy channel had a problem, then the large artifact wouldn't be able to be used. However, the large artifacts that Zhao Hai designed were different from the previous large artifacts. In the past, Zhao Hai's large artifacts were all large iron ships that looked very impressive. However, the large artifacts that Zhao Hai designed now weren't iron ships, but wooden ones. The ship's keel was made of ironwood and ironwood. The bark of the tree could also be used to make the ship's side. Then after adding metal parts, formations, and weapons, it could be made into a large artifact. However, all the parts of the large artifact needed to be refined, especially the keel. Refining the keel wasn't easy. The keel's main body was the sky-supporting tree. Because this tree was very tall and sturdy, it was still lacking in strength. Therefore, some ironwood was added to the sky-supporting tree. The ship's exterior was covered with iron armor. This iron armor wasn't only used for defense, it could also be used for energy transmission. Naturally, this energy transmission was only on the surface. This was because the iron armor was the most vulnerable part of the ship. Therefore, the ship had a second energy transmission system, which was the meridians inside the sky-supporting tree. Trees also had meridians, so naturally, the sky-supporting tree also had meridians. As long as the sky-supporting tree was refined, the meridians inside the tree could become an energy transmission system. This was the ship's second energy transmission system. This energy conduction system was only used when the metal armor was damaged. It was a backup conduction system. The reason why the heaven-supporting tree and ironwood were used as the main materials for the large artifacts was because these two trees only needed to undergo simple refinement before they could be used. The refinement method was not complicated. With the current level of refinement in the spirit weapon world, it was completely possible. In addition to adding the beast bones to the metal, the sky-supporting tree and ironwood would also increase the strength of the sky-supporting tree. Moreover, in addition to these, Zhao Hai discovered that although the plants in the spirit weapon realm didn't have soul source, they had a very special ability. That was the ability to store souls. Storing souls sounded very complicated and mysterious, but in fact, it wasn't the case. What Zhao Hai said about storing souls wasn't to store souls in wood. Instead, it was to engrave a formation on the wood and seal a portion of the soul force inside. Then the wood would have a certain level of spiritual wisdom. This spiritual wisdom didn't mean that the wood would become intelligent, but rather that the wood would listen to your orders and execute them. This ability was very powerful. Naturally, if it was just a piece of wood, then it wouldn't be very useful. But if the wood was installed in a large artifact, then it would be very useful. The wood would become a processor. It would be able to command the large artifact according to your orders. This way, the operation of the large artifact would become very simple. Zhao Hai was now a plant master, so he was very interested in all kinds of plants. However, in other realms, plants would have soul source. But in the spirit weapon realm, there was no such thing. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. He didn't understand why the plants in the spirit weapon realm had soul source. Because of this, Zhao Hai had been studying the plants in the spirit weapon realm. In the end, he discovered the characteristics of the plants in the spirit weapon realm. This was tantamount to installing an automatic command system on the large artifact. This made the large artifact become different. Naturally, this method of storing souls wasn't omnipotent. The large artifacts that Zhao Hai could control were very simple. They could only carry out some simple commands. Complex commands wouldn't work. Such large artifacts still needed people to command them. Even the weapons on the large artifacts needed people to operate them. Because of this, the large artifacts still needed people to operate. At this time, the research on spatial equipment in the spirit weapon realm was still very simple. Because of this, the large artifacts couldn't use spatial compression technology. Because of this, the large artifacts couldn't be like the large artifacts that Zhao Hai used before. A ship that can only hold 1,000 people can hold tens of thousands of people, or even hundreds of thousands of people. This was something that couldn't be helped. Since the problem of the large artifacts' design and materials has been solved, the spirit weapon realm could finally begin to experiment with the large artifacts. Zhao Hai divided the large artifacts into two places. One was the cauldron on the main peak of the Holy Court Mountain. This place could be used to refine large artifacts. The other was the cave in the secret realm. Zhao Hai expanded the cave in the secret realm. He expanded the underground fire and used formations to control the intensity of the fire, allowing the large artifacts to be refined. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to refine large artifacts in these two places was because the fires in these two places were special. The cauldron on the main peak of the Holy Court Mountain had magic fire, which was the best way to refine artifacts. However, this fire needed to be controlled by spiritual force, making it difficult to refine artifacts. Moreover, once a war broke out, the cauldron would immediately become unusable. This was because the cauldron would become the key to controlling the 9-palace flying star formation. The secret realm was different. The cauldron was very well hidden. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it. In this case, it would be perfect to set up a base for refining large artifacts. The only thing missing was that the fire there was pure earth fire. Although it could be used to refine artifacts, its effect wasn't as good as the one on the main peak of the Holy Court Mountain. However, the fire there was controlled by formations and didn't require spiritual force. This was one of Zhao Hai's advantages. Because of this, the secret realm would be the key to producing large artifacts in the future. Zhao Hai was standing on the main peak of the Sacred Academy's mountain range. He was looking at the people on top of the cauldron. There were 5 river-breaking stage experts, while the rest were refiners. The 5 river-breaking stage experts were nervously looking at the flames on top of the cauldron. They were responsible for controlling the flames on top of the cauldron. This was because only river-breaking stage experts had the ability to control the flames in order to refine artifacts. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a sense of danger. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. He discovered that there were countless dark clouds in the sky. Then these dark clouds slowly formed a vortex. The 9-palace flying star formation had already reacted. Colorful mist had already covered the entire mountain range. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression changed. He immediately said, "Stop, everyone stop." Quickly. Following Zhao Hai's order, the refiners immediately stopped. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai immediately said to the river-breaking stage experts, "Quickly, send a message. Have all the city lords prepare to meet the enemy. Have all the troops assemble." When the Broken River experts heard Zhao Hai, they stared blankly for a moment. But then their expressions changed. They immediately complied and turned around to pass down the order. Zhao Hai flew towards the cauldron. Then he looked at the refiners and said, "Go back to your rooms." At this time, the refiners also noticed the dark clouds in the sky. They responded before turning around and running away. Zhao Hai stood on the main peak, quietly looking at the dark clouds in the sky. He knew that these dark clouds didn't appear for no reason. Someone must be trying to open the spatial barrier, which was why the sky was so strange. At this time, when Wenhai, Stonemer, and the others also arrived at Zhao Hai's side. They followed Zhao Hai and looked at the sky. When Wenhai was startled as he said, "Boss, what's going on?" Zhao Hai replied, "The backer of the Sacred Academy has arrived. They should be the ones who destroyed the Heavenly Sword Empire. I didn't expect that they would only give us half a year." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wenhai's expression became even more unsightly. He said, "Boss, what do we do now? We still haven't made a single large artifact." Zhao Hai replied, "Let's look at the other party's situation. If the other party is a person and not a large artifact, then we'll meet them head-on. If the other party is using a large artifact, then we'll inform the city-states to not resist. Their formations wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. As long as we defend the Holy Academy's mountain range, then we'll be fine." I believe that the 9 palace flying star formation isn't just for decoration. Order the secret realms to quickly make large artifacts. Wen Wenhai nodded. Then, he looked at the dark clouds in the sky with some worry and said in a deep voice, "Boss, should we gather all the sky dance level experts here? If they really make a move against the sky dance realm experts, then it would be very troublesome." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "There's no need for that right now. Let's wait and see. It seems like they still need a few days to appear here. We should make some preparations." Wen Wenhai and the others nodded and then didn't say anything else. Although Zhao Hai didn't gather all the Sky Dance Realm experts in the Sacred Academy's mountain range, most of them were still present. Only the city lords and the patriarchs of the various clans were left behind. These people can be considered Sky Dance Realm experts in their respective cities. As for the others, they were all present in the Sacred Academy's mountain range. There were also quite a few Broken River Realm experts present. At the same time, the armies of the various cities were also assembled. However, Zhao Hai knew that these armies wouldn't be the opponents of these people. Because of this, the armies were only gathered to create chaos in the cities. They were only there to deter the villains who wanted to cause trouble, they weren't there to start a war with the other party. Wen Wenhai and the others didn't know how strong these people were. However, Zhao Hai knew a bit about them. These people should already be cultivators, and cultivators who can use large artifacts weren't simple people. Because of this, having the armies fight against these people was simply courting death. The entire spiritual weapon realm was prepared in just a few days. Moreover, most of the transmission formations leading to the secret realm were hidden. Only a few of them were still in use. On the 7th day after the dark clouds appeared, the vortex in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, it formed a huge vortex with a diameter of 100 li. It was as if the gate to hell was about to open. It looked very terrifying. Zhao Hai stood on the main peak of the Sacred Academy's mountain range. Looking at the dark clouds, he said to Stonehammer, "Stonehammer, pass down the order. Tell the armies of the various cities not to resist. Also, don't open the formations of the cities. The other party is certainly using large artifacts this time." Stonehammer nodded and then turned around to pass down the order. When Wenhai looked at the black clouds, his heart was heavy. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, if you can't do it, you should go to the secret realm and hide. We'll stay here. Even if we lose, as long as you're here, you can take revenge for us. If you die, then we'll be done for." Zhao Hai looked at the dark clouds and smiled faintly. "Impossible. There are a lot of people in this world who want to take my life, but none of them have succeeded. I want to see if the people who came this time will succeed." Zhao Hai looked at the dark clouds and smiled faintly. When Wenhai wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. He just sighed and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the others. Tang Ming, Che Xiaoguang, and the others were all present. They were now river-breaking realm experts. They were also his most loyal subordinates. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Everyone, have some confidence. Our 9 palace flying star formation isn't to be trifled with. If they don't attack other places and only attack us, then we don't need to worry about anything. I can guarantee that they will be forced to retreat. But if they attack other cities, then it would be difficult for us to deal with them. We can only go out and meet the enemy." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." When Wenhai said, "Boss, they shouldn't attack commoners, right? After all, they are experts from the higher realms. If they attack commoners, then it would be beneath their status." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Don't lower your guard. These people aren't the same as the experts we know. It's possible that they cultivate evil techniques. Because of this, they don't care about their status. In their view, commoners are like pigs and sheep. They're just things for them to cultivate, not people. Because of this, it's not impossible for them to attack commoners." When Wenhai nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "If that's the case, then it would be troublesome." Zhao Hai said, "If they only send one large artifact, then I wouldn't care too much. Let's see how many large artifacts they send." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Wenhai and the others couldn't help but think about the greatsword in Zhao Hai's hand. They couldn't help but nod. While they were talking, the vortex in the dark clouds suddenly became bigger. Then Zhao Hai and the others heard a rumbling sound. Then a white light shot out from the vortex. Then a large ship slowly emerged from the dark clouds. This ship was really big. It was much bigger than the large artifacts that Zhao Hai designed. At least 5,000 people could sit on it. Its entire body was silver white and was emitting light. In this dark realm, this ship was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. However, the carvings on the ship caused everyone to feel a burst of fear. There were ghost faces carved on the ship, each with a green face and fangs. They were very frightening, and the person who carved them was very experienced. The ghost faces were very lifelike, and they looked even more ferocious and terrifying. When Zhao Hai saw the carvings on the ship, he knew that his guess wasn't wrong. The other party was really an evil cultivator. Such people didn't care about their status. In order to achieve their goals, they would do anything. Zhao Hai turned to the others and said, "Stay here and don't move. I'll go out and take a look." Then his figure moved and flew up. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone didn't react for a while. By the time they reacted, Zhao Hai had already left. They couldn't catch up to him even if they wanted to. Before long, the ship appeared in the sky of the spirit weapon realm. However, the white light didn't disappear. It was like a ray of sunlight shooting through the gaps in the clouds. The white light shined on the ground of the spirit weapon realm, making it look very beautiful. Zhao Hai quickly arrived at the side of the dark clouds. He quietly looked at the ship as it slowly emerged. Before long, the ship appeared in the sky of the spirit weapon realm. However, the ship didn't disappear. After the ship appeared, Zhao Hai directly flew towards it. He stopped in front of the ship and then looked at it. There were 5 people standing on the ship. These 5 people were wearing black robes. Their robes were embroidered with ferocious ghost heads. The 5 people also saw Zhao. Their 10 eyes were like cold lightning as they stared at Zhao. Zhao discovered that they were all wearing masks. The masks looked very rough, as if they were casually made out of a few pieces of leather. But the eyes behind the masks were very sharp. When they looked at people, they felt like they were being seen through from the inside out. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the 5 people and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the emissaries of the Ascended Realm. May I know why you have come?" The one in the middle of the 5 looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you the current ruler of this realm?" Zhao Hai replied, "I am." The person nodded and said, "Do you know us?" Zhao Hai replied, "I've seen some records about the emissaries of the Ascended Realm in some materials." The person nodded and said, "You didn't receive any enlightenment? So you're not from the sacred court?" The last dean of the sacred institution sent us a letter, saying that the sacred institution was destroyed by someone. Was that person you? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the sacred court was destroyed by me." That person said in a low voice, "Then the matter that the Saint Academy should help should also be done by you? Do you know what the sacred court should do?" Zhao Hai replied, "I know what the sacred academy is doing, but I won't do it. I unified the spirit weapon realm because I don't like the sacred academy. Therefore, I won't do what the sacred academy does." When the person heard Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he said, "You're just a lowly commoner from the lower realms. You dare to disobey our orders? I think you're tired of living." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're not the first person to say this to me. There are a lot of people who said that. I'm still living well, but those people are already dead. You're courting death." The black-robed man coldly snorted. Then the ship under his feet flew towards Zhao Hai. The speed was very fast, and the ship was very big. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to dodge it. Zhao Hai's figure moved. His body was like a piece of paper. Borrowing the airflow of the ship, he flew out of the range of the ship without suffering any injuries. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew towards the Holy Academy's mountain range. The 5 black-robed men followed closely behind him. Before long, Zhao Hai's group entered the Holy Academy's mountain range. But what was strange was that the Sacred Academy's mountain range looked very calm. There was nothing special about it. The colorful fog in the sky had completely disappeared. Nobody knew what was going on. But when the ship rushed into the Sacred Academy's mountainous area. The mountainous area was suddenly covered by a thick fog. Even their ship was trapped in the fog. When the people on the ship saw the fog, they couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately knew that they had fallen into Zhao Hai's trap. To be honest, they didn't put Zhao Hai in their eyes. In their opinion, he was just a lowly person from the lower realms. Even if he wanted to resist, as long as their Ghost King ship rushed forward, he would immediately be crushed to pieces. In the lower realms, there was nothing that could block their attack. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Ghost King ship would be able to do anything. But now, they discovered that they were wrong. Things were different from what they imagined. The other party dared to resist them. Moreover, it seems like they already knew that they would come. They had already prepared a trap for them. Not only did this not make them afraid, on the contrary, it made them very angry. In their opinion, these lowly commoners dared to resist them. This was unforgivable. They must make the other party pay the price. Because of this, the 5 of them roared as they commanded the Ghost King ship to go on a rampage in the fog. In their opinion, it was impossible for a lower realm like this to have any exquisite formations. As long as they collided, they would be able to break the other party's formation. There was nothing to worry about. However, they soon discovered that they were wrong. Their Ghost King ship had been rampaging in the fog for a while, but they still couldn't break the formation. With the speed of the Ghost King ship, it was impossible for it to fly out of the other party's formation after such a long time. It was impossible for the other party to arrange such a large artifact. There was only one explanation: they had fallen into the other party's trap. They were trapped in the formation. If they were in the upper realm and found themselves trapped in a formation, then they would be very careful. This was because a formation was absolutely not a joke. If they made a mistake, then they would lose their lives. But now, they were in the spirit weapon world, which was the lower realm in their eyes. In their eyes, they had fallen into a trap in the lower realm. Their first reaction was not shock, but anger. They were really angry. In their eyes, this was too shameful. If others knew that they had come to the lower realm with the Ghost King warship and fell into the enemy's trap, it would be a joke, a huge joke. It was because of this that they didn't immediately try to understand what this formation was. They also didn't think about using their knowledge of formations to break the formation. Instead, they directly opened up the weapons on the Ghost King ship and fired them in all directions. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were standing on the main peak of the Sacred Academy's mountain range. They were looking at the Ghost King ship that was circling around in place. Then it continued to shoot black beams into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce through the sky. Naturally, these attacks weren't aimed at Zhao Hai and the others, so they weren't in any danger. At this time, Wen Hai and the others let out a long breath. Wen Hai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, how long can we trap them like this? They won't run away, right?" Zhao Hai replied, "Let's trap them for a while. They won't be able to run away for a while. I think the people on the ship are mad. They still haven't thought of a way to break the formation, they just want to use brute force. Hee, this is also good. Let's trap them for a while and get to know what kind of attacks they have on their ship. This is good for us." Everyone nodded. They looked at the ship that was shooting black rays of light towards the sky. One could see that these rays of light were very strong. Unfortunately, these rays of light were all aimed towards the sky. They didn't have any effect on Zhao Hai and the others. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to take it lightly. Although the 9-palace flying star array was extraordinary, the other party was from the upper realms. They were cultivators and should have learned about arrays. They might not be able to break the 9-palace flying star array, but if they really wanted to find a way to leave, then they might be able to do it. Naturally, finding a way to leave the formation didn't mean that you have broken it. Formations can be adjusted, especially formations controlled by people. They can be adjusted at any time. It was impossible for a formation to be completely dead. There would always be a glimmer of hope. As long as a cultivator understood formations, they would be able to find that glimmer of hope. However, this glimmer of hope wasn't unchanging. It could change at any time. This was especially true for a formation controlled by people. The glimmer of hope would change as the formation changed. Therefore, it was almost impossible to use this glimmer of hope to break the formation. Not to mention this kind of formation controlled by people. Even if it wasn't controlled by people, the glimmer of hope was constantly changing. Therefore, in many realms, there were some formations that were left behind a long time ago. Although people could escape from these formations, no one could really break the formation. This was because it would take too long to rely on calculations to break a formation. For cultivators, it was absolutely not worth the loss. Therefore, no one would use the method of calculating the glimmer of hope to break a formation. Generally, they would find the eye of the formation or use their strength to break it. As for the 9 Palace meteor formation, it was a very complex formation. Now that these people were trapped inside, it would be good if they could get out alive. Wanting to break the 9 Palace meteor formation was just a dream. Because of this, Xianxia wasn't very worried. After the 5 people on the Ghost King ship vented their anger for a while, they finally calmed down. This was because they discovered that the ghost shadow wave that they shot out was completely useless. This made them very surprised. After the group calmed down, they gathered together to discuss. One of them said, "Senior brother Ghost Shadow, I feel that their formation isn't simple. Should we take a good look at it?" Another person also said, "Senior brother Ghost Shadow, junior brother Ghost Hand is right. I think that this formation isn't simple. We should take a good look at it. If we're really trapped inside, then we'll lose even more face. When the time comes, even if the people from the sect come and save us, we still wouldn't be able to afford to lose face." The person who spoke to Xianxia before nodded. What Ghost Eyes and Ghost Hands said is right. If we were really trapped here and needed the sect's people to save us, then it would be too shameful for us. Junior brother Ghost Map, among us, you are the most knowledgeable about formations. Take a look at what kind of formation they are using and how we can get out. Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right." Another black-robed person nodded, then he carefully looked around. Then he turned to Ghost Shadow and said, "Senior brother Ghost Shadow, you drive the ship. I want to see how the formation reacts after we move. In this situation, we won't be able to see anything." Ghost Shadow nodded, then the Ghost King ship continued to move forward. Guitu began to observe the changes in the surroundings. The surroundings were still covered in fog, but the fog had already turned colorful. It looked very beautiful. Moreover, every once in a while, the color of the fog would change. This made the people on the ship very surprised. Although Guitu was the most knowledgeable about formations among them, the others weren't completely clueless. In fact, they had done some research on formations as well. However, this was the first time they had seen a formation like this. They had seen a lot of formations used to trap enemies. And among these formations, at least half of them would have fog. This was the most commonly used method for trapping enemies. The reason why fog was the most commonly used method was because it was the most useful method. One shouldn't underestimate fog, it was very useful. However, when it came to trapping an enemy, the fog would be either white or black. It was very rare for it to be colored. This was because most trapping formations would try their best not to have anything too special or obvious. Normally, people would use white fog or black fog because when these two types of fog changed slightly, they wouldn't be easily discovered. This way, people who wanted to leave the formation wouldn't be able to easily find a way out. However, colored fog was different. Some formation masters would be able to use the changes in color, the number of times the colors changed, or some other pattern to find out what kind of formation was trapping them. Then, they would be able to find a way to leave the formation, or even a way to break the formation. It was precisely because of this that Spirit Shadow and the others were shocked when they saw the mist turn colorful. They really couldn't understand what the other party was doing. Could it be that the formation wasn't set up by the other party? Didn't they know about the taboo of arranging formations? Or were they very confident in their formations and weren't afraid of them escaping? Or were they plotting something? Guiying and the others stood on the ship and carefully observed the colorful fog. However, after looking for a while, they couldn't find any pattern. At this time, Guitu waved his hand as a compass appeared in his hand. Then Guitu looked at the compass. His compass looked very beautiful. It was made of brass and had a Taiji diagram, 8 trigrams, constellation diagrams, and a pointer in the middle of the compass. This pointer seemed to be made of wood. Besides the pointer, the other things on the compass could also be moved. They were constantly rotating in order to achieve the goal of breaking the formation. This compass was a treasure that Guitu obtained by accident. He relied on this thing to break formations. He didn't know which expert refined this compass. In short, Guitu hasn't heard of anyone else possessing this thing. After taking out the compass, Guitu looked at the pointer on the compass. At this time, the various diagrams on the compass were constantly rotating. The speed of rotation was very fast. Guitu wasn't anxious, he just looked at the compass quietly. After some time, the compass slowly stopped. Then the pointer pointed in a direction. When Guitu saw the pointer, he couldn't help but let out a long breath and said, "Senior brother Guiying, let's go in that direction." Guiying nodded and then directed the Ghost King ship to go in the direction that Guitu pointed. Zhao Hai was standing on the main peak. When he saw the Ghost King ship's direction, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Not bad. Interesting. They actually found the right direction. Hee hee." Stonehammer stood beside Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, did they find the right direction? Are we not going to attack them?" Zhao Hai replied, don't worry. Their ship isn't that simple. Let's trap them first." When Stonehammer heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and didn't say anything. At the same time, Zhao Hai's mind moved. Then the 9-palace flying star formation began to rotate. The formation gates of the formation all changed directions. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the Ghost King ship only stopped for a moment before it immediately changed direction and continued forward. And this time, the direction they chose was the same one that allowed them to leave the Great Array. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately knew that he had met an expert. Among them, there must be someone who understood arrays. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find the way out so quickly. Zhao Hai moved to the side of the cauldron. Then, the fireball on the cauldron suddenly burned fiercely. Then, the situation in the entire 9-palace flying star array suddenly changed. The colorful fog suddenly turned into red fog. The temperature in the entire array rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire array became like a steamer. Then all kinds of wild beasts appeared in the formation. These wild beasts were all condensed from the red mist. Then these wild beasts ferociously attacked the Ghost King ship. At first, the Ghost King ship thought that the other party only wanted to trap them. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. The other party didn't only trap them, they also wanted to attack them. However, the Ghost King ship wasn't easy to deal with. Ghost shadow waves shot towards the wild beasts. These wild beasts were immediately scattered. But before long, more and more beasts were condensed. Moreover, it wasn't just wild beasts that were condensed, but also people. Seeing that the ghost shadow waves had no way to disperse these things, the ghost faces on the Ghost King ship suddenly lit up. Then these ghost faces directly soared into the sky and surrounded the Ghost King ship, completely protecting it. Moreover, these ghost faces weren't just protecting the Ghost King ship. They were also absorbing the red mist from the surroundings. This made the Ghost King ship speed a lot faster. When Wenhai saw this, he quickly said, "Boss, it's not good. Their ship is strange. It's absorbing the red mist." Zhao Hai looked at the Ghost King ship, then he coldly smiled and said, "Evil things, they actually dared to absorb pure young earth fire. They're courting death. Alright, I'll add fuel to the fire." Then with a thought, Zhao Hai made the fireball on the cauldron burn even more fiercely. Then the formation suddenly burst into flames. The red mist turned into flames, turning the entire formation into a sea of fire. When the people on the Ghost King ship saw this, their expressions changed. Guiying couldn't help but look at the Ghost King ship. Ghost King ship smiled bitterly, then he received the compass and said, "Senior brother Guiying, it's useless. They have already activated the formation with all their strength. The only way out has been blocked. If they don't control the formation, then there's still a chance of survival. Now that they want to use the formation to deal with us, they naturally wouldn't leave us a way out." Guiying said, "Then we can only force our way through." Interesting. I didn't think that the lower realms would have such a formation. There's actually someone who can control it. The group was silent for a while. Then Guiying looked at them and said, "Junior brothers, let's form the 5 ghost soul sealing formation. Together with the Ghost King ship, we'll break out of this formation." The few of them responded and surrounded Guiying. Then, the few of them stood according to their positions and formed a 5 ghost soul capturing array. This Ghost King warship wasn't that simple. Not only could it ram, but it could also send out ghost image waves and use the 10,000 ghost protective formation. At the same time, it could also be used by the pilot of the Ghost King warship to set up a formation. And after they set up the formation could be used by the Ghost King warship. Moreover, it could be strengthened. Because of this, the Ghost King ship wouldn't be used by one person. Instead, it would be used by several people. Then they can set up a formation on this ship, making it even more powerful. Of course, if you are strong enough and have a good understanding of formations, you can also use a Ghost King warship by yourself. One of the ancestors of the Ghost Shadow sect can use a Ghost King warship by himself. Moreover, the Ghost King warship he uses is very powerful. Sure enough, after the group set up the 5 ghost soul sealing formation on the Ghost King ship, 5 ghost shadows suddenly appeared. These 5 ghost shadows were incomparably huge. They were holding black iron chains in their hands. The chains in their hands were constantly waving around. When the flames came in contact with the chains, they were automatically extinguished. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then the flames on the cauldron soared to the sky and connected with the flames in the formation. At this moment, the flames in the formation became even more intense. As for the 5 huge phantoms, when they came in contact with the flames, black smoke began to rise from their bodies. Waves of ghostly cries could be heard. Clearly, the flames were causing damage to the phantoms. Guiying and the others set up a large formation, so when the giant ghosts were injured, they immediately felt it. Their bodies shook, and then the 5 of them directly scattered. Guiying's complexion turned pale as he said, "I didn't expect this formation to have young fire. It's really not easy to deal with." While Guiying was speaking, he discovered that the Ghost King ship was getting hotter and hotter. Guiying's expression couldn't help but change as he quickly said, "Junior brother Guifa, what's going on?" The black-clothed man who had been silent all this time had an ugly expression as he said, "Not good, this is because the Ghost King warship is absorbing a lot of young fire. If this continues, the Ghost King warship will be in danger." Senior brother Guiying, quickly stop the 10,000 ghosts protective formation. We can't absorb any more young fire, otherwise we will be in danger. When Spirit Shadow heard Spirit Shadow's words, his expression changed. He quickly stopped the 10,000 ghost protective formation from absorbing the sunlight. But even so, the Ghost King ship's speed slowed down. The ship's hull was also slightly red. Even the ghosts inside the 10,000 ghost protective formation looked dispirited. At this time, a phoenix cry was heard from the Ghost King ship. Then, a fiery red silhouette flew over. This silhouette was very beautiful. Although it was gigantic, it gave people a feeling of incomparable elegance. It was a beauty that didn't belong to this world. However, Guiying and the others weren't in the mood to appreciate this beauty. This was because the figure that appeared was the thing that all ghost cultivators were afraid of, the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was born from fire. It was the natural nemesis of all ghosts in the world. Although ghost cultivators weren't real ghosts, their cultivation methods were of the Yin attribute. Therefore, they were naturally the nemesis of the vermilion bird's fire attribute. It was precisely because of this reason that when they saw the appearance of the vermilion bird, their complexion changed. They didn't expect that a vermilion bird would appear here. Although they also discovered that this vermilion bird was a fake, they were still very worried because even if it was a vermilion bird, it would still have a huge suppressive effect on them. This was a suppressive effect on their attributes, there was no way to change this fact. Before the Ghost King ship could react, the vermilion bird flew towards the Ghost King ship. Then the vermilion bird's figure moved as it rushed towards the Ghost King ship. Its sharp beak pierced a ghost face. The ghost face screamed before it broke. And when the ghost face broke, a hole appeared on the Ghost King ship's carving. What was even more frightening was that from the hole, flames suddenly spewed out, making the hole bigger and bigger. The Ghost King warships were made with a kind of metal with the Yin attribute as the main material. It could be said that the Yang fire was the thing that restrained them. However, under normal circumstances, it was very rare to encounter a large formation with the Yang fire as the main material. Even if they encountered one, Guiying sect would send out many Ghost King warships to fight. They would not be at a disadvantage. However, the current situation was that Guiying and the others only had one Ghost King ship. Moreover, what they encountered was a large formation made of Yang fire. More importantly, they were trapped inside the formation. This made it impossible for them to leave even if they wanted to. Now, they could only fight to the death with the other party. No matter how surprised Guiying and the others were, the vermilion bird's attack didn't stop. It pecked at the ghost faces as if it was eating beans. Every time it pecked, a ghost face on the Ghost King ship would be pecked open. This scared the Ghost King ship. Upon seeing this, Guiying's expression couldn't help but change. He quickly said, "Not good. Quick, the Ghost Kings are everywhere." Along with his voice, Guiying nodded. Then he made a hand seal and attacked the Ghost King ship. Black smoke suddenly came out of the Ghost King ship. Then the black smoke merged with the ghost faces on the ship. Then the ghost faces seemed to come alive. They immediately screamed and spat out black smoke. Before long, the Ghost King ship was shrouded in black smoke. Then ghostly screams came out of the black smoke. At this time, the vermilion bird also entered the black smoke. From time to time, the sound of ghost and phoenix cry could be heard from the black smoke. However, the sound of phoenix cry quickly disappeared and the sound of ghost cry became louder and louder. On the other hand, the Ghost King ship that was surrounded by black smoke still couldn't leave the 9-palace flying star formation. It was still circling around the Holy Academy. Naturally, it still couldn't find a way out. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Then with an intention, countless flaming creatures rushed towards the Ghost King ship. Before long, all of the creatures rushed towards the Ghost King ship. Then a series of explosions could be heard as the entire Ghost King ship was shaken. But this wasn't the end. More and more flaming animals rushed into the black smoke. Then all of these animals self-destructed. The black smoke slowly dispersed, revealing the Ghost King ship's hull. At this time, the Ghost King ship's appearance was miserable. There were a lot of scars on the ship's hull. It was completely different from its previous majestic appearance. At a glance, one could see that it was heavily damaged. Zhao Hai didn't stop. Groups of animals continued to rush towards the Ghost King ship. Then they exploded on the side of the Ghost King ship. More and more scars appeared on the Ghost King ship. It seems like the Ghost King ship wouldn't be able to last much longer. Phantom also noticed this, his expression turned ugly. He knew that he was going to lose today. Although he was unwilling, he still said, "Return to the cabin and use the isolation formation to leave. We will definitely get our revenge today. Let's go." After he said that, he took the lead and walked towards the cabin. Guiying and the others quickly followed. Naturally, they knew where the isolation cabin was. It was a specially built cabin used for escape. There was an isolation formation that isolated the cabin from the outside world. Inside the cabin was a transmission formation that could send them back to their sections. But once they used the isolation cabin, it meant that they would have to give up on the Ghost King ship. For them, this was a huge loss. However, Guiying and the others also knew that at this time, they simply couldn't care about the Ghost King ship. If they don't leave, then they might never be able to leave. Although there was an isolation cabin on the ship, it wasn't a heavily guarded place. If it was attacked from the outside, then the isolation cabin would be broken through very quickly. If the isolation cabin was broken through, then they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. When the time comes, they could only die here. Cultivators were more afraid of death than ordinary people. This was because they lived longer than ordinary people. In their opinion, their lives were more precious than ordinary people. Because of this, when cultivators encounter danger, they would immediately leave in order to preserve their own lives. Guiying was the same. When he discovered that the Ghost King ship couldn't guarantee their safety, he immediately thought of leaving. Zhao Hai was controlling the 9 Palace Flying Star formation when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was because the ship had stopped moving. It didn't seem to have any means of attack or defense. This was very abnormal. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He immediately stopped the formation and didn't let it attack. Then he turned to Wen Hai and said, "Old Wen, you control it. Remember, attack when I tell you to." Wen Hai nodded and then went to Zhao Hai's side. He thought that Zhao Hai was tired and wanted him to control the formation. However, he didn't expect that just as he replaced Zhao Hai's figure suddenly disappeared. Everyone stared, then in the next moment, they discovered that Zhao Hai had already appeared beside the ship. This discovery made everyone's complexion change. The stone hammer directly flew towards Zhao Hai. However, they were quickly stunned. They discovered that Zhao Hai had already boarded the ship. However, there was no reaction from the ship. The people on the ship had also disappeared. Then they saw Zhao Hai disappearing from the ship. Just as they were worried, Zhao Hai reappeared on the ship. Then they saw the ship sailing towards them. Everyone stared. While they were in a daze, Zhao Hai had already arrived outside the main peak. The ship stopped and Zhao Hai returned to the main peak. Upon arriving at the main peak, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "They ran away. There's a transmission formation in one of the rooms on the ship. They might have used it to escape. However, the transmission formation has already been destroyed. We have no way to find them." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai and the others felt relieved. They couldn't help but look at the dark clouds in the sky. When they looked, they discovered that the white light coming from the dark clouds was slowly disappearing. Even the dark clouds were slowly becoming smaller. It seems like the passage was about to disappear. Zhao Hai also looked at the dark clouds and said, "There's no need to look. If the people on the ship returned to the upper realm, then the passage would quickly disappear. If the people on the ship didn't return to the upper realm, then it would take several months for the passage to disappear. It seems like they went back. Everyone doesn't need to worry." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then they cheered. This time, they defeated an expert from the upper realm. It was a great victory. This had a huge impact on their confidence. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "All right, don't be happy too early. We weren't able to make them stay this time. After they return, they will certainly come back. For us, this isn't a good thing. Everyone, send a letter to the city lords. Tell them to come here. We're going to have a meeting." The group nodded and immediately went to prepare. In fact, although today's battle had only lasted for a short period of time, it could really be described as thrilling for these people. This battle had really left a deep impression on them. They were very clear that if it hadn't been for the 9 Palace Flying Star Array, they definitely wouldn't have been a match for the other party. As they watched the large ship rampaging through the array, they really felt that they definitely wouldn't have been a match for the other party. Not long after Wen Hai sent the letter, all the city lords arrived at the main peak. Besides the city lords, the generals, river-breaking realm, and sky-waving realm experts were also present. Everyone gathered in the conference hall. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone should know that the people from the upper realms have finally arrived. Although I managed to repel them, this isn't good news for us. This proves that the dean of the Holy Courtyard wasn't lying. There is someone behind them. We have a bigger enemy to face." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's see who's the one behind the Holy Courtyard." Everyone's expression wasn't very good. When they arrived at the main peak, they also saw the Ghost King's ship that was parked outside. To be honest, seeing such a large ship that could fly made them feel a chill in their hearts. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "The people from the higher realms are very strong. If we didn't lead them to the formation, then we wouldn't have been able to deal with them. This time, I called everyone here to remind you that we shouldn't think that we have unified the spirit weapon realm. We still have a bigger enemy waiting for us." Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Don't think that we can deal with them." Everyone nodded. In the past half a year, the people from the upper realm didn't appear. They thought that they wouldn't come. However, they didn't expect that they would actually come. This made them wake up. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "This time, the other party only sent a single warship. If they come next time, they might send more. Therefore, we should focus on developing our military force. Everyone should be prepared. But remember, developing military force is just developing military force. We can't treat ordinary people unfairly. Moreover, in addition to developing military force, you should also find a place outside the city or in the mountains to build shelters. You need to prepare food and other necessities. If we really go to war with the higher realms, then the commoners would have a place to take refuge. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Everyone nodded. Long Tianlin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty, this time's matter is very dangerous. I think that the Holy Academy's mountain range isn't safe. If the other party sends too many warships, then I'm afraid that the Holy Academy's mountain range wouldn't be able to block them. That would be too dangerous. Your Majesty should look for a safe place." The others nodded as well. However, Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. You don't need to worry about me. If the other party comes, then the first person they will look for will be me. This way, I can attract them and the other places won't suffer. You just need to do your own things." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "All right, let's go back. Remember, prepare for war. Build shelters. Encourage planting and breeding. Salt and other necessities should also be controlled. Store more of them. Go." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After the city lords left, Zhao Hai had his confidants stay behind. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone here is my most trusted person. I'll tell you the truth. We don't have any certainty of victory in this war with the upper realm. However, we have no choice but to fight. This is because the upper realm won't let us off. Think about the Heavenly Sword Empire. If we don't want to become the second Heavenly Sword Empire, then we need to make preparations. Stonehammer, you take some people to the Lost Soul Mountains and draw a map of the area. Make it into a sand table. We need to set up a formation there, a formation even bigger than the one in the Holy Academy's mountains." Stonehammer nodded and didn't say anything else. Then Zhao Hai had Wen Hai and the others go to the spiritual weapon realm and draw a map and make a sand table. He wants to build a few more bases. This way, even if the upper realm really comes, he can transfer the people of the spiritual realm to those bases. If that's not possible, then he can also transfer some people to the secret realm. This way, the losses can be reduced. Besides these, Zhao Hai also told the refiners to hurry up and make a large artifact. It would be best if they use the entire sky supporting tree as the keel to make a large artifact. Before, Zhao Hai calculated that the large artifacts wouldn't be this big. This was because the sky supporting tree was very tall. The tallest tree was several hundred mago. If the entire sky supporting tree was used to make a large artifact, then the artifact would be too big. The larger the artifact, the more difficult it would be to make it. However, the refiners didn't say anything. This was because they saw the Ghost King warship parked outside the main peak. Although the Ghost King warship's captain wasn't as long as the sky supporting tree, it was still made of metal. Although it was broken in some places, one could still see the exquisite craftsmanship of the warship. The refiners understood that if they followed the previous method of making large artifacts, then their artifacts wouldn't be able to compete with the warship. Therefore, when Zhao Hai said that he wanted to make a larger artifact, they didn't oppose it. After arranging these things, Zhao Hai finally relaxed. He waved his hand and had everyone leave. Then he let out a long breath and left the conference room. However, after Zhao Hai left the conference room, he didn't go to rest. Instead, he went straight to the Ghost King ship. Although Zhao Hai was the one who drove the Ghost King ship back to the main peak, he only used the simplest method of injecting energy to drive it back. Zhao Hai wasn't able to use the Ghost King ship right now. This time, Zhao Hai returned to the Ghost King ship because he wanted to understand more about it. He even wanted to use the Ghost King ship. If possible, he also wanted to copy it. Zhao Hai really wanted to duplicate the Ghost King warship. Although the people of the spirit weapon realm didn't have a way to duplicate the Ghost King warship, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai couldn't do it. Zhao Hai had a lot of good things in the space. Moreover, he had the ability to duplicate the Ghost King warship. It was just that he didn't know where the Ghost King worship came from. Therefore, what Zhao Hai wanted to do right now was to understand the Ghost King worship. After returning to the Ghost King worship, Zhao Hai didn't use his power of thought to communicate with the Ghost King worship. Although this would make it easier to understand the Ghost King worship, he would fall into a state of self-isolation. Unless he understood the Ghost King worship, he wouldn't be able to wake up. This was because when he used his power of thought to communicate with the Ghost King worship, he would be the Ghost King worship and the Ghost King worship would be him. This was a mysterious state that he couldn't explain clearly. Because of this, Zhao Hai was prepared to use his spiritual force to understand the Ghost King worship. Then he would use his power of thought to understand the Ghost King worship. When he uses his power of thought to understand the Ghost King worship, he would be able to wake up faster. This was something that Zhao Hai discovered by accident. Although Zhao Hai's spiritual force wasn't as strong as his peak, it was still very strong. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about using his spiritual force to understand the Ghost King worship. He believed that he could do it. Shoo! Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he sat down on the deck of the Ghost King ship. He was really tired. He didn't expect the Ghost King ship to have so many formations. It was much more than what he imagined. No wonder the Ghost King ship was able to resist for so long. With so many formations supporting it, it was no wonder that it was so difficult to deal with. The Ghost King ship was much more complex than the large artifacts that Zhao Hai used before. Although the formations inside weren't necessarily powerful, the combination was very good. Moreover, the Ghost King ship had many ways to attack and defend. This was very rare. However, there were still some formations on the Ghost King ship that Zhao Hai didn't understand. This was because Zhao Hai hadn't seen these formations before, so he didn't know what they were. At this time, Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to look at the Ghost King ship from top to bottom, inside and out. He already knew how many formations there were inside. However, he still needed to study the formations that he hadn't seen before. Looking up at the sky, he saw that the spatial passage had completely disappeared, and the dark clouds had completely dispersed. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to take it lightly. He didn't know when the other party would come again, but he was very clear that the next time the other party came, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with them. Time. Zhao Hai found that no matter which realm he was in, he didn't have enough time. Because of this and that, his time seemed to be very tight. Zhao Hai came down from the Ghost King ship and directly returned to the main peak. Then he called Stonemer and Wen Hai over. After the two arrived, Zhao Hai said, "I'll leave the family matters to you. You need to keep an eye on the things that I've arranged. I'll be going into seclusion for some time." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai say that he would be going into seclusion, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Boss, why are you going into seclusion? What's the matter? Are you going to reach the Broken River level?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled and said, "What Broken River level? If I want to become a Broken River level expert, then I can do so at any time. It's just that I don't want to. This time, I'm going into seclusion to study the ship and see if we can make it. You just need to look after the family." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai and Stonemer nodded. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would go into seclusion because of this. Making a copy of the ship wasn't an easy matter. However, they could also understand Zhao Hai's mood. After all, they also saw the strength of the Ghost King ship. To be honest, if the 9-palace flying star formation wasn't controlled by Zhao Hai, then it would be hard to say what would happen. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "I don't know how long I'll be in seclusion this time. If by any chance the Ascended Realm opens while I'm in seclusion, then you need to make some preparations. The city-states shouldn't resist. As for you people, you can use the 9-palace flying star formation to resist. If you can't resist, then go to the secret realm." Stonemer was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, where are you going to go?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'll go to the secret realm. I don't know how long I'll be in seclusion, so I need to find a quiet place." Wen Hai and Stonemer nodded. They didn't oppose this. On the contrary, they really hoped that Zhao Hai would enter the secret realm. This was because they didn't want anything to happen to Zhao Hai. After arranging the matters of the spirit weapon realm, Zhao Hai boarded the Ghost King ship. Then he waved his hand and the ship disappeared. Then he directly entered the secret realm. Although Wen Hai and the others were surprised by Zhao Hai's ability to make the Ghost King ship disappear, now that Zhao Hai had left, they couldn't say anything. So they went back to their own matters. At this time, Zhao Hai had already arrived at the secret realm. After talking to the people inside the secret realm, he released the Ghost King ship on a mountain next to Vegetable City. Then he found a room inside the ship and sat down. Then he calmed his mind and adjusted his thinking force as he slowly probed the Ghost King ship. Zhao Hai looked for a room inside the Ghost King ship and sat down. After Zhao Hai arrived at the spirit weapon realm, he rarely used his thought force. Even in the soul realm, he didn't use his thought force a lot. There weren't many things that he needed to use his thought force for. There were some things that could be solved without thought force, so Zhao Hai didn't need to trouble himself. When Zhao Hai's thought force came in contact with the ship's thought force, he immediately felt a very cold and complicated thought force. Then Zhao Hai felt pain. Then he felt that he had turned into the Ghost King ship. With the combination of the thought force, Zhao Hai finally knew the name of the Ghost King ship. He also knew where it came from. The Ghost King ship came from the evil spirit sect. It was the main artifact of the evil spirit sect. In addition to this, the Ghost King ship didn't provide Zhao Hai with much information about the evil spirit sect. He only knew that the evil spirit sect had a lot of large artifacts like the Ghost King ship. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to this. He didn't think that he could fully understand this situation in the upper realm through the Ghost King ship. What he mainly wanted to learn was how to make and operate the Ghost King ship. These were what Zhao Hai cared about. A huge amount of information was absorbed by Zhao Hai bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai slowly woke up. He had completely digested the Ghost King ship's information. It can be said that he wanted to know more about the Ghost King ship than the person who made it. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he stood up and looked around. He discovered that there was a thin layer of dust around him. From the dust, he should have been in seclusion for at least 7 days. Zhao Hai walked out of the Ghost King ship and looked at Vegetable City. Fortunately, Vegetable City was still calm. Nothing happened. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the Ghost King ship. Then he returned to the spirit weapon realm from the secret realm. After arriving at the spirit weapon realm, Zhao Hai first went to the main peak to take a look. As soon as he arrived at the main peak, he saw Xianxia. Xianxia was holding a blueprint as he directed several people to make a sand table. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Xianxia immediately greeted him and said, "Young master, you came out. I've already drawn the blueprint of the Lost Soul Mountain. I'm now making the sand table." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "How many days have I been in seclusion? You're quite fast in drawing the blueprint." Xianxia handed the blueprint to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you've been in seclusion for 9 days. This blueprint was drawn by Lu Hong and the others. There shouldn't be any problems. I've also looked at it, there shouldn't be any mistakes." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm relieved when Lu Hong does things." "Alright, you do it, don't worry about me." Xianxia nodded, then he directed the people to make the sand table. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and knew that there was nothing to worry about. Then Zhao Hai returned to his room and didn't do anything. He just went to sleep. He had been in seclusion for 9 days. He hadn't seen Laura and the others for 9 days. Now, it was time for him to see them. After having a good sleep and seeing Laura and the others, Zhao Hai got up. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he ate something. Then he went out of his room and went to the cauldron. At this time, the refiners were busy working on the cauldron. On the side of the cauldron was a processed sky tree trunk. This sky tree was about 200 meters long. Its whole body was black and shiny, it even had a metallic luster to it. At this time, the refiners were processing another sky tree. This was also the method that the refiners came up with. The cauldron's flame was magic fire, which was the best way to refine artifacts. Because of this, they decided to use the cauldron's flame to process the sky tree. Since the sky tree was the dragon bone of the large artifact, it was the most important part of the large artifact. Because of this, the refiners decided to use the cauldron's flame to process the sky tree. As for the other parts, they could just leave it in the secret realm. Naturally, when the time comes for a war, the sky tree could also be placed in the secret realm to be processed. Naturally, the effect wouldn't be very good. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. After looking around for a while, he returned to his room. Then he focused his attention on the space. The Ghost King ship was still inside the space, so he needed to deal with it first. At this time, Zhao Hai also knew about the formations on the Ghost King ship that he hadn't seen before. These formations were a combination of projection formations, enhancement formations, transmission formations, and other formations. Their main function was to use the Ghost King ship's formations on the Ghost King ship. Moreover, they would be strengthened to a certain extent. For example, Zhao Hai wanted to use the Vajra formation, which was a defensive formation. This formation could only be used on oneself, but it was engraved on an artifact's body. But now that Zhao Hai has this formation on the Ghost King ship, then through the conversion of the Ghost King ship's formations, the Ghost King ship's defensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Naturally, if a cultivator wanted to use the Vajra formation on the Ghost King ship, then the cultivator would need to consume a lot of energy. Even Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to handle it. However, the Ghost King ship itself has its own energy system. The energy it uses comes from energy-gathering formations. Because of this, it doesn't need the user to provide it with energy. This was like a powerful computer installed on the Ghost King ship. As long as the user enters the corresponding program, then the Ghost King ship would respond accordingly. This was the most important thing. Zhao Hai didn't use this function when he was making large artifacts. It wasn't that he didn't know how to use formations. In fact, he knew how to use formations with similar functions. However, he didn't think that formations could be used in this way. This made him very surprised, but at the same time, he was also very happy. This was because he learned something new. Naturally, the most important thing was that this made Zhao Hai understand that any realm, any civilization, even if their level wasn't high, would still have their own uniqueness. At this point, Zhao Hai had a complete understanding of the Ghost King ship. Naturally, he knew where the ship was damaged. Zhao Hai also had earth fire inside the space. As long as he makes a few formations inside the space, the earth fire would turn into magic fire, making it the most suitable flame for refining. Although the Ghost King ship was damaged, strictly speaking, it wasn't particularly serious. Naturally, this was also because Zhao Hai didn't continue to attack. If Zhao Hai continued to attack, then the damage to the Ghost King ship would certainly be very serious. However, Zhao Hai had a problem that he needed to solve: the materials used to make the Ghost King ship. The Ghost King ship was made of Yin-attributed metal. If this metal was used in Yin-attributed areas, then it wouldn't be a problem. However, if it wasn't used in Yin-attributed areas, then the properties of the metal would be greatly reduced. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't a good thing. Moreover, these Ghost King ships were specially made for the Devil sect. The Devil sect's cultivation methods were all Yin-attribute, and the formations they used were also Yin-attribute. Because of this, the Ghost King ships were made with Yin-attribute metals. This was very helpful for the Devil sect's cultivators. However, Zhao Hai wasn't the same. He didn't cultivate Yin-attributed cultivation methods. Moreover, the formations that he used weren't all Yin-attributed. Because of this, the Ghost King ship had a lot of restrictions for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai must solve this problem. If he couldn't, then the Ghost King ship's help would be very limited. However, this problem can also be solved. Yin-attributed things were also a type of natural energy. Zhao Hai had the Nature Palace in the space. The Nature Palace can change the properties of the Ghost King ship's metals. Zhao Hai first used the Nature Palace to change the properties of the Ghost King ship. This allowed the Ghost King ship's metals to reach a balance between Yin and Yang. Although the Ghost King ship wasn't as strong as before, the Ghost King ship wasn't restricted by the Yang attribute. It can be said that the Ghost King ship has reached a stable state. This kind of property change wasn't an easy matter. Without the Nature Palace, Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to do this. After modifying the properties of the metal, it was time to repair the Ghost King ship. Zhao Hai already had a plan for how to repair the Ghost King ship. He wanted to overhaul the ship as a whole. There were a lot of formations on the Ghost King ship that were tailor-made for the people of the evil ghost sect. These formations were very suitable for the evil ghost sect, but for Zhao Hai, they weren't suitable. He wanted to re-engrave the formations on the Ghost King ship. This way, the Ghost King ship would need to undergo major repairs. Moreover, Zhao Hai wanted to re-engrave the Ghost King ship's kinetic energy system. Zhao Hai wanted to divide the ship's kinetic energy system into two parts. One part was natural energy. It can absorb all the energy in the world for its own use. This part of the kinetic energy system was mainly used for the Ghost King ship's advancement as well as its defense. The other part was destructive energy. This destructive energy was specifically used for offense. The modification of the Ghost King ship's kinetic energy system wasn't very difficult. It just needed to be modified according to the space, the nature palace, and jade doll situation. The active energy pool was changed into a yin and yang entity. The destructive energy formation and the natural energy formation were arranged inside. This way, the warship could be supplied with two completely different types of energy. The modification of the kinetic energy system and the kinetic energy pool was also a big matter. After Zhao Hai finished modifying the kinetic energy system and the kinetic energy pool, he rested for a few days. Because of this, Zhao Hai took more than 10 days to repair the Ghost King ship. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed a good rest. When he came out of his room, Zhao Hai went to the cauldron. When he arrived at the cauldron, Zhao Hai was shocked. This was because the cauldron was a square. But now, there were a lot of sky-supporting trees. These sky-supporting trees were refined. It seems like they were used to make large artifacts. However, there were a lot of them. There were several hundred of them. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. In just 10 days, they were able to refine so many sky-supporting trees. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai wanted to see how they did it. Looking at this, Zhao Hai finally understood that these people had found the right method. Above the cauldron was a huge shelf. On this shelf, there were some simple pulleys. After these people placed the heaven-raising tree on the ground, they would use the pulleys to lift it up and then push it above the cauldron. Then there were Broken River experts who would control the flames. After many days of practice, these Broken River experts' control over the flames had reached a very powerful level. The size of the flames could be controlled as they wished, and the strength of the flames could also be seen from this that their spiritual force had made progress in the past few days. This made Zhao Hai very happy. This was because with the strength of these Broken River experts, they could already use flying swords. However, because their spiritual force wasn't enough, they couldn't use flying swords. Now that their spiritual force has improved, it seems like it wouldn't take long for them to be able to use flying swords. The river-breaking experts controlled the flames to refine the sky-supporting tree. Because the sky-supporting tree was too thick and too long, it was impossible to refine it on one side. They also had to flip the sky-supporting tree. This wasn't a problem. As long as they used pulleys to pull the sky-supporting tree up or down, the sky-supporting tree that was wrapped in iron chains would turn on its own. As long as one side was turned, the sky-supporting tree could be refined. Because of this method, the refining speed became much faster. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that they would be able to refine a sky-supporting tree in about an hour. This speed was too fast, even Zhao Hai didn't expect it to be this fast. At this time, Wen Hai, who was directing the refining, also saw Zhao Hai. He immediately went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Boss, you're out. Why did you go into seclusion this time?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm just thinking of ways to repair the Ghost King ship. You guys are doing well here. You actually thought of this method. Moreover, the refining speed is very fast. It's really rare." Wen Hai smiled and said, "These are the methods that the refiners came up with. I heard that the formation masters are currently researching new formations. They don't need to use pulleys in the future. They can just use formations to lift up the sky-supporting trees." Zhao Hai nodded. He discovered that the potential of people was really endless. Under the pressure of the outside world, the refiners and formation masters were able to erupt with energy. Their progress was very fast, it was really rare. Zhao Hai said, "This place is dedicated to refining sky-supporting trees? What's the situation in the secret realm?" How long will it take for the first large artifact to be finished? When Wenhai replied, Boss, it won't take long. In about 5 days, the first large artifact will be finished. When the time comes, you can take a look. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, then I'll take a look in a few days. You guys should work hard. When Wenhai nodded, Zhao Hai looked at the busy people and smiled faintly before returning to his room. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai had a good sleep. After that, he immediately focused his spiritual force on the space and prepared to deal with the Ghost King's ship. After the transformation of the Ghost King's mechanical system was completed, the next step was to transform the formations on the ship. A large artifact would certainly have a lot of formations on it. The larger the formation, the more formations there would be. The Ghost King ship was the same. The formations used on the Ghost King ship were even more than the large artifacts that Zhao Hai made before. This was really surprising. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about reducing the number of formations on the Ghost King ship. Instead, he prepared to add more formations. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that these formations were related to the Ghost King ship. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't plan to reduce the number of formations on the Ghost King ship, instead, he planned to add more. Engraving formations on the ship was a huge project. When Zhao Hai engraved formations on the golden jade sword, it took him a long time. Now, although he didn't need to engrave formations bit by bit, it still took him a lot of time. This was because he had to consider the relationship between the formations. He couldn't engrave two formations that were completely opposite to each other. Otherwise, as long as there was energy, the two formations would immediately explode. All of his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had a biological brain. His brain's calculation ability was much better than an ordinary person's. Because of this, Zhao Hai wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't need to do it himself. He could just use his spiritual force to engrave the formations on the Ghost King ship. However, this still took time. For 5 days, Zhao Hai spent his time engraving formations. He didn't even have time to see Laura and the others. After 5 days, Zhao Hai finally finished engraving the formations. Now, aside from the core of the Ghost King ship, Zhao Hai had finished engraving the formations on the ship. After Zhao Hai finished engraving the formations, he went out of his room. He remembered that when Wenhai said that today was the day that the first large artifact would be assembled. Zhao Hai didn't know how it was going. It has been half a month since they defeated Guiying and the others. To be able to make a large artifact in such a short time made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai was now afraid that the people would make a mistake. If the large artifact was made but couldn't be used, then it would be a waste of time. As soon as Zhao came out of his room, he saw a large ship docked above the main peak. At first glance, one could tell that this ship was made of wood. But in addition to the wood grain, there were also some patterns of wild beasts on the ship. These patterns weren't carved, but appeared naturally during the refining process. When refining this large artifact, the bones and souls of wild beasts were used, and the patterns of wild beasts would appear on the ship. Upon seeing the ship, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. This was because this meant that the large artifact was half finished. At this time, Zhao Hai also discovered that there were people on the ship. He immediately flew towards the ship. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai saw Wenhai, Stonemer, and the others. At this time, everyone was looking at the ship with excitement. They were touching it here and there, it seemed like they didn't have enough of it. When Zhao Hai's figure appeared on the ship, Wenhai and the others immediately surrounded him. Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, Boss, the ship is ready. Look, it's flying. But we haven't tried it yet, so we don't know how effective it is. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Let's try it out first. If there are no problems, then we can start mass production. At the same time, we need to select the combat personnel on the ship and train them. Otherwise, no one would be able to operate the ship. The ship's combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Everyone nodded as they looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he knew that they wanted him to test the ship. He didn't say anything and just smiled before he went to the ship's deck. Actually, the ship can be commanded from the outside, but first, one needs to take an iron plate from the deck. This iron plate was made by Zhao Hai, it's the ship's command center. As long as you hold the iron plate, you can command the ship to advance, retreat, attack, defend, and so on. Besides the shadow cannons, the other functions of the ship can be controlled through the iron plate. It's very simple and doesn't need to waste too much spiritual force. As long as you input your thoughts into the iron plate, the ship can respond on its own. This was because the ship used a plant from the spirit weapon realm, and inside the plant was an incomplete beast soul. Zhao Hai took out the iron plate and then used his own energy to activate it. Then he used the iron plate to direct the ship to fly out of the main peak and make various movements in the air. The ship was very big, about 200 meters long and 30 meters wide. It was impossible for the ship to be very flexible. But overall, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. At the very least, there were no problems with the ship's acceleration and deceleration. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Then Zhao Hai began to test the ship's other functions. For example, its defensive capabilities. The ship also had formations, and the formations on the ship were even better than the formations in the city below. After all, the ship was used for battle while the city was used for living. The formation was also smoothly activated, this made Zhao Hai feel even more relieved. Then he looked at the ship's collision ability and its sudden acceleration ability. The sudden acceleration ability was very good. With such a large ship, it can accelerate from a static state to its maximum speed in about 2 minutes. This was very good. As for the collision ability, Zhao Hai was preparing to test it out. Although Zhao Hai was satisfied with the ship's performance, he could only say that he was satisfied with its current condition. Compared to the large artifacts he had used before, this ship was far worse. However, Wen Hai and the others were different. The first time they saw a large artifact was when they saw the Ghost King ship. Riding a large artifact was a complete mess. Because of this, they were very excited. Looking at Zhao Hai's experiments, each and every one of them had a look of excitement on their faces. They stood there and didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at the group, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, pay attention. Next, we'll be doing collision training. Right now, our large artifacts functions are too simple. Therefore, the most practical function is still collision. Everyone, pay attention." When the group heard Zhao Hai, they stared. When Wen Hai quickly said, "Boss, you're not going to drive this ship into a mountain, right?" The others also looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's almost the same. Even if we don't ram into a mountain, we'll still need to find a tree to test the large artifact's endurance. Don't do that, boss. This is a good ship. If you break it, then wouldn't it be a pity?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wen Hai quickly called out. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "We can't not try it. Next time, we'll be using this large artifact to fight against the Ghost King ship. If our large artifacts aren't strong enough and fall apart, then how can we fight against the Ghost King ship? You've seen the formations on the Ghost King warship. They're much stronger than us. The only thing we can do now is to rely on our collision ability. If we can't even do that, then we're really useless." When they heard Zhao Hai, the group didn't say anything. Although they felt that it was a pity, they also knew that Zhao Hai was right. The only thing that they could use right now was the collision ability. If this wasn't enough, then their large artifacts would really be useless. Zhao Hai's group didn't say anything. Instead, they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the group, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, there's no need to feel pity. As long as we test it, we'll have a rough idea of the strength of this large artifact. Later on, we can improve it. If it's strong enough, then we can directly make it. Moreover, we're doing this for the sake of the people who will be fighting on the large artifacts in the future. Think about it, if those people fight on the large artifacts and the artifacts fall apart, then wouldn't it be over? Then we'll have to increase our casualties. Therefore, it's better to test it first and improve it before using it." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. Then he drove the ship out of the Holy Academy's mountain range. When they arrived at the outskirts of the Holy Academy, they found a rocky mountain that didn't have any specialties. Then they directly drove the ship towards it. Zhao Hai nodded. Boom! When the ship hit the mountain, Wenwenhai and the others felt their bodies shake. Then they slowly felt that the ship had stopped. When Wenhai looked around and found that it was pitch black all around, he couldn't see anything. While they were puzzled, they suddenly felt a tremor under their feet. Then they felt themselves slowly moving backwards. Before long, they could see the sky outside. Although the sky was still dim, they were already used to this situation. They didn't feel anything as they looked at the ship below them. They didn't know how it was doing. While they were looking at the ship, Zhao's voice was heard. Good, very good. Ha ha ha, the hull didn't deform. Except for some unimportant parts, the hull didn't suffer any damage. The most important thing is that when the ship hit the mountain, a phantom of a bull's head appeared at the bow of the ship. Good, this design is really good. It is because of this design that the ship has such a strong impact force, and the strength of the hull is enough. Very good, very good. Very good. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the group stared. Then they looked at the hull and saw that it didn't suffer any damage. Then they looked at the bow and saw that the ship's ram wasn't damaged. This made the group surprised. Then they looked at the mountain and saw that there was a big hole in the cave. Moreover, this hole was very deep. One could see that the impact force was very strong. Even in this case, the ship still didn't suffer any damage. This was very rare. It seems like the quality of the ship was really good. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled. Alright, this time's experiment was very successful. Let's go back and have them replace some of the broken parts. Then the ship can be officially set up for use. You should immediately organize people to board the ship and learn how to fight. At the same time, start mass production. Right, remember, the quality of the ship must be good. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Wenwenhai and the others quickly nodded. However, their expressions were very excited. They could finally make their own large artifacts. This was very good. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with Wenwenhai and the others' actions. This was because the ship's construction was very good. Its impact force was very strong. This was what Zhao Hai liked the most. After the ship returned to the main peak, Zhao Hai gave Wenwenhai and the others some instructions. Then he personally received the refiners and expressed his appreciation for their work. After rewarding them with some things, Zhao Hai returned to his room. He still had his own things to do, so he left the ship to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately focused a spiritual force on the Ghost King ship inside the space. At this time, the Ghost King ship's repairs had been completed. Moreover, the formations on the Ghost King ship had also been re-engraved. The only thing left was the control system of the Ghost King ship. The Ghost King warship had two control systems. One was the normal control system of the Ghost King warship. This control system allowed the Ghost King warship to move normally. At the same time, it also allowed the Ghost King warship to attack and defend. It also allowed the Ghost King warship to control the various arrays on the Ghost King warship. This was the normal system of the Ghost King warship. As for the other system, it was the Ghost King's projection array system. This system was the one that Zhao Hai saw before. It allowed the user of the Ghost King ship to arrange a formation on the Ghost King ship's body. This system was the most powerful part of the Ghost King ship. In fact, this system was unique even in the evil ghost sect. Many other sects had spent a lot of effort to obtain this system, but in the end, none of them succeeded. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He had already learned this system. Therefore, he felt that this system was very good. It was very suitable for him to use. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't engrave these two systems was because he had a plan. He wanted to turn the Ghost King ship into an incomparably powerful warship. Because of this, he didn't engrave these two systems. This was because these two systems were very useful to him. Zhao Hai's plan was actually very simple. He wanted to combine the golden book and the golden pen with the two systems. He wanted to turn the two systems into a single system so that the Ghost King ship could use all the formations in the golden book. Zhao Hai didn't stay idle during this time. He engraved countless formations into the golden book. Even the new formations that he developed were all engraved into the golden book. It can be said that the number of formations on the golden book was innumerable. In this case, if Zhao Hai can combine the Golden Book with the control system, then the Ghost Kingship's might would be too great. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to engrave countless formations onto the Golden Book. Whether it was in the spirit weapon realm or in other realms, even those who loved to study formations wouldn't know as much as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew too many formations. From simple formations to curse formations, soul formations, ordinary formations, and all kinds of other formations. Zhao Hai knew too much. Even the simplest formations had their own uniqueness. As long as you use the right materials and provide enough energy, then even the simplest formation could produce incomparable power. Because of this, there was a saying in the field of formations that there were no bad formations, only people who couldn't use them. Zhao Hai might not have been able to remember so many formations in the past. This was because although a person's brain can store a lot of things, there were a lot of unimportant things that one couldn't remember. Perhaps they were stored in a part of one's brain, but one couldn't find them. This was what people call forgetting. But now, things were different. Zhao Hai now had a biological brain, and this biological brain was still growing. And along with the growth of the biological brain, Zhao Hai felt that his brain was becoming more and more useful. Even if it was something from a long time ago, he would still be able to remember it, even if it was a trivial matter. Zhao Hai could even remember what happened when he was still an otaku on Earth. He could even remember what happened after he was born, not to mention the formations that he learned. Now that Zhao Hai had recorded all of these formations in the Golden Book, one could imagine how much content there was in the Golden Book. It was precisely because of the countless formations recorded in the Golden Book that Zhao Hai wanted to combine the Golden Book with the Ghost Kingship. At that time, the Ghost Kingship would be able to use the countless formations recorded in the Golden Book. And with the Ghost Kingship's energy pool, Zhao Hai was sure that the Ghost Kingship would become incomparably powerful. However, combining the Golden Book with the Ghost Kingship wasn't easy. The Golden Book was also an artifact, and a very high-grade one at that. Even the Ghost Kingship might not necessarily be as high as the Golden Book. In this case, combining the Golden Book with the Ghost Kingship wouldn't be easy. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was proficient in refining artifacts, and he was even more proficient in formations. This kind of matter wasn't difficult for him. He already had a solution, and it was time to put it into practice. Zhao Hai was very clear that what he was going to do this time was related to whether he could defeat the evil spirit sect. Therefore, he was very careful. Although the spirit weapon realm could now make large artifacts, and the large artifacts were quite good, if they were to be hit by Zhao Hai's ship, then even the Ghost Kingship would be scrapped. However, Zhao Hai was still worried. After all, this was the upper realm. Moreover, all of them were cultivators. The strongest in the spirit weapon realm were river-breaking experts. If river-breaking experts were to be categorized by the cultivator realm, then they would only be Foundation Establishment cultivators. Foundation Establishment cultivators could only be regarded as the lowest level of existence in the world of cultivators. Only the Qi refining stage had a lower level than the Foundation Establishment stage. People in the Qi refining stage generally couldn't be called cultivators, they could only be regarded as warlocks. They could use their own spiritual Qi to cast some spells. Although they could also fly, they were still far from being a real cultivator. But it was impossible for a sect in the upper realm to only have Foundation Establishment cultivators. They certainly had a lot of powerful cultivators. In this case, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to defeat the other party. If the upper realm sent a large number of large artifacts and some low-level cultivators to attack the spirit weapon realm, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid. As long as they had enough large artifacts, and as long as he could complete the 9 cauldrons suppressing the heavens formation, then he wouldn't have to worry about the other party's attack. However, if the other party sent a very powerful expert, then they wouldn't be able to deal with the other party with numbers. If they were to be entangled by an expert, then they wouldn't be able to deal with the other party. For a force like the spirit weapon realm that didn't have a powerful expert, then it would be bad luck. If things went wrong, then they would be destroyed. Zhao Hai wanted to modify the Ghost Kingship in order to deal with the other party's expert. Otherwise, if the other party's expert came, then the spirit weapon realm could only rely on their numbers to fight. This would be too much of a loss. Zhao Hai stood on the Ghost Kingship. The ship didn't look any different from the first time Zhao Hai saw it. However, Zhao Hai knew that the inside of the ship was completely different. He stood there quietly. Then with a move of his hand, he took out the golden book and the golden pen. The golden book and the golden pen were a set of artifacts. If Zhao Hai wanted to combine the golden book and the Ghost King's ship, then he would have to bring the golden pen along. This was something that couldn't be helped. After Zhao Hai took out the golden book, he didn't immediately place it on the Ghost King's ship. Instead, he engraved the control system's formation onto the Ghost King's ship. But on top of the two control systems, Zhao Hai made another formation. This formation was the most important one. Zhao Hai didn't want to waste any time. After Zhao Hai finished engraving the formation, he directly activated the formation on the control system. After the formation was activated, a transparent platform immediately rose. This platform rose to about half a person's height before stopping. Then Zhao Hai directly placed the golden book and the golden pen on the platform. The platform rose to the most suitable position for Zhao Hai. This allowed Zhao Hai to place the golden book on the platform. It looked very comfortable. After Zhao Hai placed the golden book on the platform immediately lit up with a white light. When the white light disappeared, one could see that the transparent platform had turned into a golden platform. The golden book and the golden pen were placed on the platform, as if they were there for people to read. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that his plan had succeeded. The formation that he made was a perception formation. However, it was an improved version. This formation can be combined with the golden book. As long as Zhao Hai flips the golden book and uses the formation can be transmitted to the control formation below. Then the control formation and the projection formation can be used. If Zhao Hai doesn't want to combine the golden book with the Ghost King's ship, then all he needs to do is pick up the golden book. Then the Ghost King's ship can be used as before. When Zhao Hai saw that he had succeeded, he couldn't help but nod. Then he flipped the golden book. The golden book flashed as a formation appeared on the surface of the golden book. However, this time, the formation didn't fly out of the golden book. It was still printed on the surface of the golden book, just like an ordinary picture. But at this time, the Ghost King's ship suddenly moved. A formation appeared on the Ghost King's ship and covered it. Then the formation slowly disappeared along with the Ghost King's ship. Zhao Hai also disappeared along with the Ghost King's ship. However, Zhao Hai wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. He closed the golden book, his eyes shining. What Zhao Hai just used was a stealth formation. This formation was actually a magic formation. It was very simple and was usually used on people to hide their tracks. Just now, Zhao Hai was experimenting with this formation. He wanted to see if his experiment would be successful. He wanted to see if the Ghost King's ship could use this formation. He was very satisfied with the result. He could use this formation. Moreover, the formation was very effective on the Ghost King's ship. The entire Ghost King's ship was invisible. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. With a thought, he returned to his room. He was very clear that as long as the Ghost King's ship could use his formation, then he would succeed. This was because there were too many formations in the Golden Book. No, there were a lot of stacked formations. If these formations were used well, then they would become a killing machine. Even if the evil ghost sect came, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Zhao Hai's current situation was that his spiritual force had yet to fully recover. Although he had a lot of energy in his body, compared to when he was at his peak, it was still a far cry. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only use formations to improve his fighting strength. If someone else were to use this method, then they might go astray. This was because once you use formations too much, then you would feel the convenience of the formation. It would be very difficult for you to calm down and cultivate. After all, compared to the convenience of using formations, cultivation required a lot of suffering. However, this wouldn't happen to Zhao Hai. Naturally, he knew how important formations were to him. Moreover, his cultivation was different from ordinary people. If an ordinary person wanted to improve their energy, then they would have to constantly cultivate. However, Zhao Hai's energy was different. Because of this, he had a lot of time to do other things. Studying formations was one of them. Now, formations were a big help to him. Whether it was artifacts or pills, they couldn't help him as much as formations. This was because even if an artifact was very powerful, if one's strength wasn't enough, then they would be useless. As for pills, they can help you in your cultivation, but you have to take it step by step. It wasn't as if you would become an expert after eating a high-grade pill. This was because the higher the grade of the pill, the stronger the medicinal strength. This was because these pills were prepared for those who were strong. Naturally, strong people would have incomparably strong bodies. Because of this, they can absorb and use the powerful medicinal strength of the pill. However, if one's own strength wasn't very strong, but one insisted on eating a high-grade pill, then the final result would be that one's body would explode from the medicinal strength. Although Zhao Hai's body was very strong, he still hadn't reached the same level of strength as his own body. Moreover, he didn't have a furnace to refine pills, he didn't have a fire to refine pills, and he also didn't have many high-grade herbs. Even if he refined pills to improve his strength, it would be impossible for him to increase his strength too much in a short time. Because of this, whether it was pills or artifacts, it was impossible for Zhao Hai's strength to increase too quickly. However, arrays were different. Arrays could rely on other things to provide energy, and activating them only required a little bit of spiritual force. This way, arrays would be of great help to Zhao Hai. Let's put it this way, artifacts were like cold weapons. Everyone knew that cold weapons had great lethality, especially heavy weapons. For example, Guan Yu's blue dragon crescent blade. Very few people could block 3 of his blades. This was because his blade was very heavy, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to block it even if they wanted to. High-grade arrays were like heavy weapons. They were very powerful, but if you didn't have Guan Yu's strength, then you wouldn't be able to use them. Pills were like training your body. When you first started training, you wouldn't be able to use a barbell that weighed dozens of kilograms. This was because you wouldn't be able to carry it. Therefore, you had to do it step by step. Only then would you become stronger and stronger. If you start with a barbell that weighed dozens of kilograms, then you would only tire yourself out. This was the same principle as pills. Arrays were different. Arrays were like hot weapons, like missiles. You don't need to use too much strength. As long as you press a button, the missile would be launched and directly attack the enemy. Moreover, it was very powerful. Therefore, if these 3 things were put together and Zhao Hai had to choose one, then he would certainly choose the most powerful one. This was because the enemy he was going to deal with was very powerful. If he didn't choose a powerful one, then he wouldn't be the enemy's opponent at all. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to stay in the spirit weapon realm for too long. But from what Zhao Hai knew, it wouldn't be easy for him to return to his body. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that as long as he was strong enough, he would be able to break through the spatial barrier and return to his body. But now, it seems that this wasn't possible. This was because Zhao Hai thought that the soul realm was just a realm. As long as he broke through, there wouldn't be a higher realm. When the time comes, he would naturally be able to leave. But now, it seems that this wasn't the case at all. There was a realm above the soul realm. Even if he left the soul realm, he might ascend to a higher realm. At that time, he would still need to ascend. It was just that he didn't know how long it would take for him to return to his body. The reason why Zhao Hai had this idea was because when he fought with Guiying and the others, he saw that there were soul objects on top of their heads. In other words, even if Guiying and the others were cultivators, they could only be considered cultivators of the soul realm. They were different from the cultivators of the outside world. Having a soul on one's head was one of the most important characteristics of the people in the soul realm. Before, Zhao Hai saw that the people of the soul realm had various kinds of soul objects on their heads. Only the people of the stranger continent didn't have any soul objects on their heads, they were regarded as different races. Moreover, they could only study body cultivation methods, they couldn't study other cultivation methods. But in the spirit weapon realm, the people here also had soul objects on their heads. However, their cultivation methods were different compared to the people of the soul realm. The soul objects on their heads weren't their main cultivation method. They might have a sword on their head, but they used a blade instead. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to the soul objects on their heads. However, when Zhao Hai fought with Guiying and the others, he discovered that Guiying and the others also had soul objects on their heads. Moreover, their souls were very special. For example, Guiying's soul object was a black shadow. Guiyan's soul object was two blood-red eyes. Guizhou's soul object was a black arm with red fingernails. Guitu's soul object was the same. One of his soul objects was a piece of beast skin with a picture of an evil spirit, while the other one had black hair with red hair. Guiying and the others had soul objects on their heads. In other words, they were also people of the soul realm. This meant that they were different from the outside world. In other words, they could ascend in the future. However, they could only ascend in the soul realm, they couldn't return to their bodies right now. Although this discovery made Zhao Hai depressed, he didn't say anything. Although he still couldn't talk to Laura and the others, as long as he wanted, he could see them every day. Moreover, Laura and the others could also see him. They could communicate with each other through gestures. Because of this, Zhao Hai was sure that he could communicate with Laura and the others. If this was the case, then he might be able to bring Laura and the others to the soul realm in the future. Because of this, Zhao Hai began to value his strength even more. He knew that although he was weak in the lower realms, he was still lacking compared to the people of the higher realms. If he ascends in the future, then he might face attacks from the higher realms. At that time, if he doesn't have the strength to protect himself, then it would be very troublesome. Because of this, Zhao Hai prepared the Ghost Kingship for himself. He wanted to make the Ghost Kingship as good as possible so that it could be used in the higher realms. Now that the Ghost Kingship was finally finished, and from the results of the experiment, it was very successful. Zhao Hai felt relieved. Although Zhao Hai wanted to install a projection formation on all of the large artifacts made by the spirit weapon realm, Zhao Hai knew that doing so would be unnecessary. This was because the spirit weapon realm's mastery of formations was still at a very low level. Even if he installed these formations, it would be a waste. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided not to install them. Zhao Hai went out of his room and waved his hand to release the Ghost Kingship. The Ghost Kingship immediately appeared in the sky above the main peak. Then Zhao Hai looked at the sky above the main peak and saw several large artifacts. It was clear that there were people on these large artifacts. When the Ghost Kingship appeared, these large artifacts immediately surrounded it. However, it was clear that Wen Hai also saw Zhao Hai on these large artifacts. Because of this, he immediately stopped these people from attacking the Ghost Kingship. Zhao Hai first went to the square and saw that the people there were still refining sky-supporting trees. However, there weren't many sky-supporting trees left in the square. It seems like all of the sky-supporting trees have been taken away. At this time, Wen Hai and Stonemer also came over. The two came down from their large artifacts. When they arrived in front of Zhao Hai, the two cupped their fists and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the two and smiled, "Not bad. In such a short time, you were able to make so many large artifacts. It's really rare." When Wen Hai smiled and said, "Boss, didn't you say that it's assembly line production? Right now, we're using an assembly line to produce them." Haha, they're divided into several groups, and each group is responsible for refining several kinds of components. Then, specialized people will assemble these components. This way, not only is the probability of failure much lower, but the refining speed is also much faster. That's why we're able to refine so many large artifacts in such a short time. Zhao Hai nodded. He wasn't too surprised about Wen Hai's assembly line. With the power of formations in the spirit weapon world, it wouldn't take much effort to create an assembly line. Zhao Hai looked at the large ships and said, "What's the situation on the ships? How's everyone's training?" When Wen Hai replied, "Very good. Everyone's training was very successful. Moreover, besides the ships, we also found this thing." Then when Wen Hai's hand moved, a plank-like object appeared in his hand. This thing was shaped like a shuttle. Its two ends were slightly tilted up. It looked a bit like a skateboard on Earth. There was also a rope attached to it. At one end of the rope, there was also something like a belt. Zhao Hai looked at the skateboard in confusion and said, "What is this? It looks strange." When Wen Hai smiled and said, "Boss, didn't you say before that we need to ensure the safety of the people on board? If the ship is damaged in the air, the people on board can still escape. You also designed an umbrella so that they can jump off the ship without falling. This board is an improved version, it can fly. As long as people stand on it, they can fly. With this belt, even if they do some tumbling movements, they wouldn't have to worry about falling off. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What do you mean by that?" Wen Wenhai smiled and said, "What do you mean?" While speaking, Wen Wenhai gave Zhao Hai an experiment. He jumped on the board and then tied the belt to his body. Then the board flew up with Wen Wenhai. Moreover, it could also do some tumbling movements in the air. However, Wen Wenhai was still firmly standing on the board. Looking at this design, Zhao Hai was surprised. He didn't think that these formation masters would be able to do this. Wasn't the skateboard-like thing just a flying sword? As long as it was improved, it could become a flying sword. This was really rare. Zhao Hai waved his hand as Wen Wenhai handed the board over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at it carefully and found that the board's design was very simple. There were only a few formations inside, nothing more than flying formations, absorption formations, and other formations. It didn't have any offensive or defensive capabilities, it could only allow people to fly in the air. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded and gave the skateboard to Wen Wenhai. Then he said, "Good, very good. This design is very good. Give the person who designed this board a certificate." "Right, how is their research on spatial formations going?" Wen Wenhai said in a deep voice, "Very good, the research is very good. Although it's now possible to make spatial equipment with 100 cubic meters of space, and they've also changed some of the rooms on the ship into this kind of space, this way we can store a lot of things on the ship." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Don't make too many of these spaces on the ship. There's no way to store people in these spaces, so you can only store things. But if the large artifacts are destroyed, then the things on the ship would be gone as well. You need to make more spatial equipment that can be carried by people." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You can't make too many spatial equipment on the ship." Wen Wenhai responded, then glanced at the Ghost King warship hovering in midair and said, "Captain, I think the Ghost King warship has been repaired, hasn't it? However, it doesn't seem to be the same as before." Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? You can see that it's different? What's different about it?" Wen Wenhai shook his head and said, "I can't say. Although it doesn't seem to have changed, it just feels different. It doesn't seem to be as cold as before." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's go. We'll know once we get on the ship." Then his figure moved and flew towards the Ghost King ship. Stonehammer and the others also followed Zhao Hai towards the ship. Before long, they arrived on the Ghost King ship. As soon as they arrived at the Ghost King ship, they saw the platform as well as the golden book on the platform. They couldn't help but look at the golden book in confusion. They knew that it was Zhao Hai's artifact, but why was it placed here? Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and couldn't help but smile. He led the group to the golden book and said, "When the Ghost King ship fought with us, you saw how strong it was. But later on, I found out that the reason why the Ghost King ship was so strong wasn't just because it was made of metal. More importantly, the Ghost King ship had a special design, it can use formations on the ship. Because of this, I made improvements to the Ghost King ship. There are a lot of formations on the Ghost King ship that I engraved on the golden book. When the battle starts, the Ghost King ship can use the formations on the Ghost King ship, making its fighting strength even more formidable." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Ghost King ship has a lot of formations on it. Because of this, the Ghost King ship can use a lot of formations, making it even more formidable." Zhao Hai didn't intend to hide it from Wen Wenhai and the others. This was because there was no need to do so. In the future, they would fight together. At that time, they would know how strong the Ghost King ship was. Because of this, there was no need to hide it from them. Zhao Hai can't take out high-level formations right now. This was because the formation masters of the spirit weapon realm wouldn't be able to accept them in a short period of time. This would only cause them to suffer from indigestion. Seeing an array and using an array are two different concepts. It's just like when you first see a computer. Could it be that you can use a computer without anyone teaching you how to do it? Being able to use formations and being able to make formations were completely different. Being able to make formations and being able to understand formations were also different. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't take out formations. This was because this would only cause the development of formations in the spirit weapon realm to stagnate. At this time, the spirit weapon realm's formations were very well developed. They could already make things like hoverboards. It wouldn't take long before they could make flying swords. If they were forced to do something that they didn't understand, then it wouldn't be a good thing. On the other hand, Wen Hai and the others were very surprised. They didn't think that the Ghost King ship would have this kind of ability. Each and every one of them looked at the Ghost King ship as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Zhao Hai led the group to look at Wen Hai and the others. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Let's go and take a look at the large artifacts. Then we'll go to the Soul Confusion Mountain. I want to establish a formation there." Wen Hai and the others nodded. Then they led Zhao Hai to the other large artifacts. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the large artifacts before returning to the main peak. Then Zhao Hai went to the secret realm to take a look. The secret realm was very busy right now. Not only did they have to train ordinary soldiers to become sky dancing experts, but they also had to be responsible for refining, herding, and planting. However, the people in the secret realm didn't seem to be unhappy. On the contrary, although they were busy, they were also very happy. Everyone's face was filled with vigor, they were motivated to do better. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the situation in the secret realm. When the sacred court and the others entered the secret realm, they damaged the environment to a certain extent. However, they were different. After entering the secret realm, the damage done to the environment was very small. If they cut down a tree, they would immediately plant another one. Then they would pour water on the tree and watch it grow quickly. This was Zhao Hai's rule, everyone would follow it. At this time, the bread tree and the sky-supporting tree that Zhao Hai planted in the secret realm were completely different. These trees were the same as the trees in the secret realm. As long as they were planted and given proper water, they would grow rapidly. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to study this situation. The number of immigrants in the secret realm had increased a lot compared to before. They had also established several new plant cities. However, the number of battles between them and the animals was also increasing. Naturally, this allowed them to cultivate a large number of sky dance experts. However, this also caused them to suffer a lot of casualties. But this was unavoidable. They were now expanding, and it was impossible to expand without casualties. When Zhao Hai came out of the secret realm, he immediately went to the Lost Soul Mountain base. At this time, there was already an army of 50,000 people stationed here all year round. This was also Zhao Hai's idea. These troops weren't just guarding the base, they were also going to enter the secret realm at any time. They would replace the sky dance experts in the secret realm and then enter the secret realm. At the same time, the sky dance experts that came out of the secret realm would have to live in the base for some time to consolidate their cultivation. After that, they would return to the army and start training. At that time, they wouldn't be training ordinary things, they would be training magic cube formations. These sky dance level experts were rarely separated, because they came from the same army. They had trained together before, and now they were still training together, so they had a tacit understanding with each other. This way, it would be easier to train them to form a Rubik's Cube formation. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived, the people in the base immediately noticed them. The person in charge of the base was Tang Ming. Tang Ming immediately greeted them as he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, you're here." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the people around him. Of the 50,000 people in the army, Zhao Hai could feel that at least 30,000 of them had reached the sky dance realm. This number made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ming and smiled, "Old Tang, you're really good. So many sky dance realm experts. It seems like I made the right decision to let you be in charge of this place." Tang Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, you can see that there are so many sky dance realm experts here, but you can't see how hard it was for us. I can see that your relationship with Wen Hai is still good. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given him such an easy job and left me here. Ha ha ha, old Tang, if you think that I'm too good to Wen Hai, then you can switch places with him. How about it? Do you want to switch places?" When Zhao Hai heard Tang Ming, he couldn't help but smile. When Wen Hai also looked at Tang Ming and said, "Right, old Tang, how about it? Do you want to switch places? You stay by boss side, I'll be in charge here." "Ah, forget it. Who told me to be so righteous? I'll stay here. Hard work is nothing. F***CKU. You're a guy who's still trying to act innocent after getting such a good deal." Zhao Hai, and when Wen Hai laughed, Tang Ming also laughed. Actually, Tang Ming knew that he was only in charge of a lot of things, so it wasn't too hard. On the contrary, when Wen Hai and the others were having a hard time, this was because they had a lot of things to do every day. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, let's go in." "Old Tang, are the things prepared?" Tang Ming nodded and said, "Boss, rest assured, it's already prepared. Let's go in." Then he led Zhao Hai to Foundation City's command center. Inside the command center, there was a large sand table. This sand table showed the terrain of the Lost Soul Mountain. Originally, this sand table was in the main peak. But later, Zhao Hai had it delivered here. He had Tang Ming and the others make a new sand table, a bigger and finer one. Zhao Hai looked at the sand table, then he nodded and said, "Good, this sand table is pretty good. It seems like old soup put in some effort." "What about the cauldron? Has it arrived?" Tang Ming said in a deep voice, "It's already here. Boss, you don't have to worry. Everything is ready." Zhao Hai nodded, then he carefully looked at the sand table. The terrain of the Lost Soul Mountain was very complicated. There weren't many flat lands, all of them were high mountains. Most importantly, there were a lot of commoners living in these mountains. This was what gave Zhao Hai the most headache. Zhao Hai looked at the sand table and said, "There are a lot of commoners living in the mountains. If they stay in the mountains, then they might cause damage to the formation. Even if they don't destroy the formation, once the formation is activated, then they would be trapped in the mountains. This is very dangerous. Tang Ming, Wen Hai, you two make arrangements and prepare some people. Tomorrow, I'll send a large ship from the main peak to pick up the people. Remember, bring everyone to the base and then send them to the secret realm. You can use force if necessary, but don't kill anyone." The two nodded. Zhao Hai no longer paid attention to them as he carefully looked at the sand table. After some time, he said, "Old Tang, when this sand table was made, the height of the mountains were measured. What's the difference between the height and the sand table?" Tang Ming immediately replied, "Boss, rest assured. The height of the mountains has been measured and scaled down. The error wouldn't be too big, it wouldn't exceed 10 meters. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Very good. 10 meters is already very good. 100 meters is within the acceptable range. Alright, you can go out. I'll take a look at it alone. Wait for me to call you back." The group nodded before they turned around and left. After they left, Zhao began to calculate what kind of large formation he would need to set up in the Lost Soul Mountain. Using the mountain as a foundation to set up a large formation wasn't easy. This was because he had to consider the topography of the mountain, as well as where the energy for such a large formation would come from. If he didn't consider these factors, then it would be impossible to set up a large formation. Because of this, there were a lot of things that Zhao needed to think about. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's calculation ability far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even the best computer couldn't compare to his brain. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to quickly calculate what kind of formation he should arrange in the Lost Soul Mountain. To be honest, after calculating the boundary, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh at the mysteries of creation and the mysteries of nature. This was because the Lost Soul Mountains really had a natural formation. This formation wasn't a particularly powerful one, but it was a formation that could trap enemies. Zhao Hai didn't think that this formation was a powerful one, but a formation that could trap enemies. This formation wasn't very strong, it could only make people lose themselves in it. In general, as long as one knew a bit about formations, they would be able to get out of it. On the other hand, this naturally formed formation had a lot of shortcomings. Because of this, its power was even weaker. But even so, some people who entered the mountain couldn't get out. After all, the range of this formation was too big. What surprised Zhao Hai the most about this formation was its energy source. If a formation didn't have an energy source, then it would be impossible for it to operate. But the natural formation in the Lost Soul Mountain had an interesting energy source. It was actually a lake. People say that water can also be used as an energy source? Of course, water can also be used as an energy source. Moreover, it was one of the best energy sources in the world. Because ordinary people wouldn't pay attention to it, using water as an energy source would make it easier to hide the formation. The energy source of the Lost Soul Mountain was a lake. This lake wasn't located on the mountain, but in a valley. That valley was a large lake. Spring water and snow water that flowed down from the mountain became the source of the lake's water. This lake also had an underground river, so the lake's water had always been there. Moreover, it was flowing water. This lake was the eye of the formation. As long as the lake didn't dry up, the formation's energy wouldn't be cut off. Because of this, the Lost Soul Mountain was able to form this formation. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to make some changes to the mountain. He wanted to make some adjustments to the topography of the mountain. Then he would add some talismans on the mountain peaks and place the cauldron in the eye of the formation. After that, he would arrange some spirit-gathering formations. He believed that when the time comes, the formation would succeed. This kind of formation that was built according to the mountain's topography would be very powerful. It might even be stronger than the 9-Palace Flying Star Formation in the Holy Academy's mountain range. The 9-Palace Flying Star Formation in the Holy Academy's mountain range was completely based on talismans. It was something that Zhao Hai arranged later. Aside from using the magma pool below the Holy Academy's mountain range as an energy source, it didn't use much of the Holy Academy's mountain range. But the Lost Soul Mountain was different. As long as the mountain's topography was slightly adjusted, a natural formation could be formed here. As long as some talismans were added in certain places, this naturally formed formation would display its might. Zhao Hai also understood why the Lost Soul Mountain was given such a name. Naturally, this name wasn't randomly given. An expert must have discovered the topography of the Lost Soul Mountain. However, this expert didn't have the means to arrange a formation here. Therefore, he could only give it a name. And this expert should have a certain relationship with the Heavenly Sword Empire. The reason why Zhao Hai thought this was because of the location of the Lost Soul Mountain. The Lost Soul Mountain was built during the Heavenly Sword Empire's era. This base was isolated in the mountain range, making it very special. But after Zhao Hai observed the topography of the mountain, he discovered that this place was the natural formation's life gate. But the other party just had to build their base here. If one were to say that this was a coincidence, then Zhao Hai wouldn't believe it. This wasn't a coincidence, the other party had deliberately built a military base at the life gate. This military base was mainly used for killing. This was equivalent to turning the life gate into a death gate. If this formation was really arranged, then the formation's might would be even greater. As for the core of the formation that Zhao Hai saw before, the energy source of the formation, the lake, was not far behind the base. Once the formation was completed, they would be able to control the operation of the formation from the base. This was very important. At the same time, one could see how brilliant the person who built the base was. To be honest, when it came to formations, Zhao Hai really didn't admire anyone. There weren't many people who could catch his eye. But the person who chose the location of the base made Zhao Hai admire him. This person's research on formations was really good. After calculating everything, Zhao Hai began to make a list. Although changing the mountain didn't require anything, they still needed to install some talismans on the mountain. These talismans needed to be specially refined. Naturally, these matters could be handed over to the people below. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about it. However, the talisman needed to be drawn by Zhao Hai. Moreover, the size of the talisman needed to be clearly written by Zhao Hai. With the mountain as the foundation, the talisman couldn't be too small. If it was too small, then when the formation was operating, the talisman would have to withstand too much force and might break. If the talisman broke, then although it wouldn't stop the operation of the formation, it would still greatly reduce the power of the formation. Therefore, the size of the talisman was very important. After writing the list, Zhao Hai called Wen Hai and Tang Ming in. Then Zhao Hai gave the list to Wen Hai and said, "Old Tang, this list is for you. Tell them to follow the requirements on the list." Don't make any mistakes. Make them work overtime and give it to me as soon as possible. Tang Ming nodded and took the list. Zhao Hai turned his head to the two and said, "Prepare the people. I'll go back to the main peak to get the ship and prepare to transfer the people." Go. The two nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai also started the transmission formation and directly returned to the main peak of the Holy Academy. End of chapter 3909. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.